Chapter 1, First Repressions. Chapter Text. An offer he couldn't refuse. Right after Death Masks, March 2003. The last few days had been slightly crazy for one Harry Blackstone Copperfield Dresden, chasing a mythical shroud, dueling a vampire noble, stopping the damned nickelheads from kicking off the Black Death, Chicago Boogaloo, a dead Knight of the Cross giving him his sword, seriously, who thought he was a good idea for a custodian, oh yeah, not to mention his half-vampire ex-girlfriend popping into his life again, demonstrating why they'd never be able to get back together, and then disappearing again to who knows where. And on top of all that, now pasted on the door to his apartment building, was a notice marked condemned in bright red letters. He was officially homeless, just when he had a rather urgent coin-shaped problem he needed to bury in his sub-basement. Great. At least his landlord hadn't gone through his things yet. Apparently, someone had the good grace to stall for him, though the weird look he received was a bit confusing. He had thought his landlord, now former, was already quite used to him by now. There was someone in his apartment already. Harry tensed, hand settling on his blasting wand. The door was undamaged, and Mr. wasn't making a fuss like he should wait a second. He opened the door slowly. Oh no. Inside his apartment, crouched down and softly humming as she stroked the oversized grey cat, Stars and Stones. That was cute, was one of the most physically attractive women Harry had ever met, only rivaled by women who arguably weren't exactly women at all. Hearing him entering, she stood smoothly and turned to face him. Damn. How did she suddenly get so tall? His landlord's reaction made much more sense now. Ah, welcome back, Mr. Dresden, greeted the young Raith, curtsying slightly in greeting, despite wearing dress pants and a Chicago jacket, both looking a few sizes too small. Damn it. Harry tore his gaze away from the unnaturally beautiful woman. Come on, don't stare at the sexy vampire college girl. For that was what she was, a vampire of the White Court, a dangerous predator that fed off of emotions and the life force of their victims. Yet, she still had a soul. And was also surprisingly good at housekeeping. What are you doing in my apartment, Tania? Her head angled slightly, a strand of hair slipping free of her ear, drawing his gaze down to her pale neck. So you have decided to cease calling me Candy, the girl, remember, she was younger than she looked, inquired archly. Harry winced, that had been pretty rude of him, you're not exactly bite-sized anymore. Ah, shit, did he just call her fat? Him and his big mouth. The walking wet dream showed no sign of offense though, instead merely quirking an eyebrow at him. That would mostly depend on the size of the mouth, no. Harry could never tell if she actually understood the innuendos she tossed around casually, or if it was just a result of living with other wraiths. Sorry, I still shouldn't have called you that in the first place. Tania sniffed, somehow managing to avoid sounding condescending, tucking her stray bang back behind her ear. How much of that was deliberate? She made to speak, then paused, eyeing him suspiciously. Please tell me you are not going to begin referring to me as Buffy. He snorted, despite his best efforts. Buffy the Vampire. Ha! Said Vampire glared at him with all the disapproval a youth hearing dad jokes could muster. What? White Court Vampire took too long to say. If you must refer to me with a pet name, stop it woman, she continued, shaking her head slightly, either in disgust or exasperation, or both. I would prefer you called me Candy, rather than. Her face morphed into a grimace that radiated both haughty disdain and youthful disgust. Buffy. Hey. Buffy, she pouted at him. He clamped down his mental defenses, but, as usual with her, found nothing pressing against his mind. You do know that Candy is a common stage name employed by professional titillator's, the altogether too pretty girl finished nonchalantly. Really, Mr. Dresden, you must be aware of my family's business dealings. He was, but you would rather be called a stripper name than a TV show character. A character that she shared more than a few similarities with, in fact. Tania's face twisted into a scowl, managing to look both petulantly cute and haughtily offended. I am not a delinquent, she declared. Harry stared blankly at her. A stripper wasn't a delinquent? At the very least, added the straight-laced Wraith, and hadn't that been a surprise, a professional titillator is gainfully employed, in a certain sense. That was a very Wraith way of looking at things. Gah! He was letting her distract him. So I ask again, why are you in my apartment? Mr., of course, chose that moment to butt his head against the young vampire's leg, demanding more attention. Ah, a moment please, Mr. Dresden. She bent down gracefully to heft the oversized, 30-pound cat into her arms. Harry looked around his apartment, to check if she had done anything else to the place and definitely not to avoid admiring how well she filled out her clothes. He cursed under his breath for not previously noticing a number of neatly organized and labeled boxes, presumably filled with some of his belongings. Why is my stuff in boxes? He asked, shooting her a quick glance. I noticed your apartment building had been condemned when I came to feed Mr. here the other day, she replied, long, finely manicured, fingers expertly caressing the purring cat in question. As I unfortunately have no way of contacting you while you are on one of your more involved cases, I thought it best to organize some of your belongings to make moving out more efficient. Harry narrowed his eyes at her. And what made you think I would be fine with you rummaging through my things? He really didn't have much grounds to complain, as surely you remember me being the one keeping your dwelling actually livable while you were grieving. Tania shot back, eyebrow arched. Good point. She smirked, a corner of her mouth tilting up delightfully, a glint of either amusement or understanding in her eyes. Obviously, I did not touch any of your more sensitive items. Was she talking about? I have not moved anything from your laboratory, of course. It is generally unwise to tamper with a wizard's tools. Oh good, that's what she was talking about. Wait. Her smirk widened slightly. Though you should probably get that sorted quickly, lest the officials become even more suspicious. Okay, yeah, that was probably a good idea. The slightly flustered wizard glanced through the neatly packed boxes, definitely not stealing glances at his knockout guest as she bent over to set Mr. back down on the floor. As typical of the neat freak siren, everything was clearly labeled and accounted for, including some rather raunchy magazines. Shit. His eyes flicked back to the smirking succubus, who stood patiently, hands clasped behind her back, in a way that vaguely reminded him of Murphy. He quickly turned back to the boxes, trying to focus on ensuring she hadn't lifted anything from his stuff, rather than his young friend, finding part of Bob's collection. My sister would be quite delighted to learn that her products have found their way into such esteemed hands, commented the prim and proper succubus, and once again catching Harry in the constant whiplash that was talking to the strangely pure yet entirely shameless girl. It's for a friend, that was not going to convince anyone. Tania just nodded innocently, and he could not tell if she actually believed him or was just going along with it. If, she coughed into her sleeve, your friend would be interested in acquiring more of such material, I am well acquainted with numerous suppliers, she added helpfully, not at all helpful. No, that's fine, Buffy, he waved her off, more frantically than was really safe for his dignity. Hell's bells, how was it worse when you couldn't tell if the soul-sucking monster actually wanted to eat you, even when she was so matter-of-fact about her nature? On closer inspection, not that kind. Tania actually looked slightly embarrassed, cheeks dusted a bit pinker than usual, and eyes flicking to the side briefly instead of trying to meet his gaze, looking both this innocent and mature should not be possible. What did you do? He demanded, feeling slightly bad for raising his voice at the younger vampire. She shifted slightly, her eyes were up there. Harry, I may have accidentally helped create your homelessness issue. What? The young white court searched his expression, before hurriedly continuing, I had noticed some significant sanitation problems in this building on several of my visits, so I filed a complaint with the city. Harry's face blanked in disbelief. Oh right, Tania was quite a stickler for human laws, despite her nature and her family's skirting of them. No, don't think of her in a short skirt. I did not expect the city to condemn the whole property though, she added quickly, I was merely hoping that some of those issues would be corrected. Harry sighed, rubbing his face with his free hand, it's fine, Tania, this isn't your fault. Her eyes glinted in annoyance and she fully straightened. Do not think about what's under her clothes. Now, Mr. Dresden, she retorted archly, I will not have you waving off such a great inconvenience so casually. A wizard's home is his castle, no. Her head tilted inquiringly, the rebellious bang falling free from her ear. A vampire should not be this cute. Of which, I have inadvertently deprived you, she continued, without waiting for any confirmation from him, therefore, as an apology, I feel compelled to either cover the cost of your stay at a hotel while you seek a new residence, or to offer you the use of part of my own residence for the duration. Wait, what? Harry blanched. This was a trap, it had to be. Tania must have drawn the wrong conclusion from his reaction, plowing on with her proposal, my current residence actually comprises of a combined townhouse, there should be enough space to store your more esoteric items, as well as places to secure the more sensitive things. Harry stared, had she planned this whole thing so she could enthrall or entrap him? That also means there is enough space that you do not have to come in close contact with me if you did not wish, added the now slightly flustered Raith, that must be a rare sight. What do you get out of this? He asked, narrowing his eyes at her. It wasn't to charge him exorbitant rent, he doubted that amount of money would matter to her. Would she need to have him nearby to feed on? Maybe, but this seemed like a lot of work for that, she should have no problem finding willing participants, and never seemed to be hungry whenever they met. She had also made no move to seduce him the past couple years he'd known her, had she? Well, she shuffled her feet slightly, before settling back into proper posture, it would give me easy access to you if I required your help with some less mundane matters, particularly regarding how to avoid being eaten by vampires. A flash of guilt filled Harry, remembering how pale she had been when they had first met. You've been attacked again. It was sadly unsurprising, as inhuman as they were, a pretty young woman was still basically catnip for quite a few spooky, and mundane, predators, though no white court with any sense would go after her. Tania made an elegant gesture of uncertainty. Is she doing this on purpose or not? I seem to be a rather tempting target, though I have managed to come through mostly unscathed. Damn it. The Red Court vampires probably were going after her for leverage against Lord Raith. And their current state of war with everything good and holy was mostly his fault. He really should have kept a closer eye on her, especially after she spent so long trying to smack him out of his funk after that clusterfuck of a ball. Wait. Hasn't your father assigned a few bodyguards for you, at the very least? As much of a monster as Lord Raith was, leaving his youngest daughter unguarded was a pretty big oversight. The unusually mature girl glanced away from him, biting her lip uncomfortably. No, Bad Harry. I had assured father that I would be able to handle myself, she admitted contritely, eyes flicking to the floor, not doing anything as base as mumbling though, of course. Tania let out a breath. I underestimated the dangers present in this world. Her head tilted slightly in thought, the other rebellious bang now also framing her face. Harry, no. I believe my sire intends for this to serve as some sort of object lesson, speculated the rebellious, young succubus, and for me to come running back to him as if this was merely some petty youthful defiance. Her arms tensed, and Harry swore he could hear her bones creaking as her hands clenched behind her back. It was probably just the jacket. I will not give him that. She declared quietly, and I will find a way to pry my twin out from under his control. Wait, twin. Damn it. That wasn't what he should be focusing on. Tania's eyes flicked up to his, electric blue eyes live with resolve and... Ah, crap. Crackling blue filled his vision and he was somewhere else. An idyllic countryside, a peaceful, orderly estate, rent asunder by artillery and bifurcated by trenches. Darkness chokes the sky, oily smoke blinding the air, cut through by rays of light. A child, lost in a world dull and uncaring, a monster in human skin, rending flesh from bone with wicked abandon. Fight. Kill. Eat. That is the goal of life. Is there no rest to be found? A cold world of numbers and lonely exchanges, why must cooperation be so fleeting? Venom or pitch, which shall flow through your lips? Neither. I choose fire. Harry Dresden returned to himself, breath heaving. Tania Raith stared back at him, wide-eyed, both of them struck dumb by their soul gaze. Eyes were said to be windows to the soul, and that was doubly true for wizards. This wasn't the worst one Harry had seen, but of course, even in a soul gaze, Tania made no sense. Her hunger was sated but she rarely fed. Blood drenched her hands and yet they were clean. She cared only for herself and for others. It was like she was two different things at once, perpetually torn between the two. Ah, hell. The young woman was pale, probably unnerved by whatever she saw in his eyes, at least she didn't pass out. And yet, he watched as her fists unclench and lips purse, gaze remaining locked on his, a glimmer of hope leaking through her cracking composure. Please consider it, at least, Mr. Dresden, I feel that you are the only person I can turn to about the less than mundane who would be entirely truthful. Her voice was mostly steady, but he heard a slight waver, and he could see her twitch, hands now held loosely at her sides. She was scared, maybe of him, maybe of the dangers that she had quite recently discovered, maybe it was a fear of her father, or what she might become. Harry had seen all that and more, when they locked eyes. Childhood fears of isolation, buried under her surprising maturity, in more than one way, a desire to care and be cared for, smothered by deliberate cynicism. And probably most importantly, he had seen the potential for a monster, and a chance for something good. He was screwed, wasn't he? He had never been able to say no to a pretty face asking for help. Maybe he should, no, he definitely should not agree. He did not have to live with her to help her. But damn it, she needed someone watching her, not just for her safety, and he knew that she had few options. Harry knew Thomas Raith, who was not as bad as he expected of a fully fledged white court, but after what he did to Susan, Harry didn't think he was up to the task. Besides, she saw into his soul, and did not flinch. Harry did not have the cleanest hands in the world, and most people who gazed into his soul saw something that scared them, one even passed out. How, then, could he turn away someone who could stand to see his own darkness? Is there space for my lab? Tania's eyes brightened, and she smiled beatifically. Oh wow. Certainly, there is too much space for my residence alone, in truth. This was definitely a trap, maybe not one set by her, but it was definitely a trap. You said there was a place to store some more dangerous things. The teenage, college-aged, vampire tilted her head teasingly. Of course, you do know of my family, correct? It was a good thing she didn't smile like this very often. Wait. The coin burned in his pocket as he searched for deception in the succubus offering to take him home. The timing, his apartment being condemned, it couldn't all be coincidence, could it? Hell's bells. He really needed to bury this thing. Would you happen to know where I can get some concrete? Tania grinned, and Harry wondered if he should regret his decision. What degree of discretion is required, Mr. Dresden? The vampire purred, red lips curved in amusement. Her immediate increase in confidence when mafia things came up should really stop him. Whatever you need to keep something really buried. The young wraith smiled, and having seen into her soul, Harry was pretty sure it was genuine. The hooray I got what I wanted type of smile, but not the evil, I have you now kind of smile. No enthralling people or draining them dead around me. It took him embarrassingly long to mention that. He really should have asked more about this a long time ago. Maybe he didn't really want to know, it was hard to think of her as a monster. Tania frowned seriously, still cute, somehow, of course, I would never do such a thing to people, it is a colossal waste. That was, probably the best he could expect. Harry just nodded. She offered him her hand. I look forward to a fruitful relationship, Mr. Dresden. She wasn't expecting him to kiss it, was she? At this point, you can probably just call me Harry. He replied reflexively. This was such a bad idea, on so many levels. He shook her hand. Tania winced, did he squeeze too hard? He quickly let go of her hand, and they both stared at the red rash spreading across her palm. The mark of the wraith's bane, true love. Harry chuckled, still using that like a mood ring. She nodded abashedly, face flushing scarlet. It was kind of adorable, a white court vampire using their hunger to figure out how to people, instead of any of the other superhuman feats they could achieve. What was it? Enthralling others is reprehensible and a sign of poor social skills. Tania opened her mouth slightly, then closed it, before smiling brightly. Congratulations on finding true love, Mr. Dresden. Fuck. And that was basically how they ended up roommates. Chapter 2, Double Trouble. Chapter text. There and back again. Around 11 years before Stormfront, 1989. There was something wrong with this family, thought the yet again young girl. Frankly, she had been suspicious ever since her awareness properly developed, because things had seemed too good to be true. The Raith family was most certainly rich, given their large estate near Chicago, where land was assuredly far from cheap. Given the frequency at which her new relatives seemed to travel, it likely wasn't even the only property they owned either. Born into wealth and in the modern era? There had to be a catch, that bastard being X would never let her off so easily. Why Anya sad? A little girl pushed into her personal space, blue eyes innocently wide and filled with worry. They had quite a few relatives, but why aren't there any older ones? No grandparents? Or more children? Of course, her mother had died in childbirth, how stereotypical. I'm no sad. She tried pushing the limpet away, but she was no longer Tanya von Digerekhoff, the devil of the Rhine. No, Tania Raith was again a small child and thus did not possess enough strength to bat this annoyance away. No sad. Unperturbed by her twin's reluctance, Inari Raith glommed her gloomy sister. Tania struggled and the two rolled around on the floor. This was just humiliating. Curse you being X. Inari giggled, easily amused by such childish antics, because she was a child, obviously. Wavanya, no sad. She hugged her reluctant twin again. Well, at least there was nothing wrong with this family member. Around 10 years before Stormfront, 1990. Inari was adorable, and Tania would kill anyone or anything that hurt her weight, that was not conducive to a peaceful life. On second thought, in this enlightened modern era, she would probably just have to sue any such vile offender into oblivion. Yes, violence should be blissfully limited in this life. Tania. Papa wants to talk with us. Her twin had somehow managed to pronounce her new name to sound like her old name, and she had responded enough to it that Inari refused to call her by anything else. Come on, Tania. Inari pulled her arm insistently, forcing Tania to set down her picture book with a sigh. English was such a strange language. The twins, they actually weren't the only set in the family, bounced out of their room and down the hall, Inari nearly vibrating with infectious anticipation, Tania doing her best to mimic her toddling enthusiasm. Inari, in her innocence, did not realize how odd their father's dull-eyed bodyguards were. While it made sense that a rich man could afford such private security, the doll-like twins didn't seem to have any life outside of following their father around, and barely seemed capable of independent thought. Just where did being X put her this time? Her twin, lacking context for how weird she was, waved cheerfully at their female guard. Hi Jane. Jane Doe, that couldn't possibly be her real name, nodded slightly. Hello Miss Raith, Miss Raith. She gestured down the hall. Come, Lord Raith is waiting. See, that was another red flag. Aristocracy was unconstitutional. Tania was also pretty sure the gun concealed at Jane's shoulder wasn't legal, then again, this was America, not to mention near Chicago, one of more dangerous cities in the country. They were also near the University of Chicago. She didn't have definitive proof, but she might have been born into a mafia family. Her father and big sister Lara looked vaguely Italian, and so did quite a few of her other relatives. From some of what she had overheard, the family was involved in quite a bit of the more salacious kinds of business, as well as seeming to possess significant weaponry. Now, the latter may just be a matter of practicality, given that this was the criminal hub that was Chicago, where any law-abiding citizen would probably be better off able to defend themselves, but altogether, it seemed a tad suspicious. Jane Doe led them to a study room. Inside, they found their father sitting in an armchair next to a crackling fireplace. The shadowy firelight cast his disturbingly handsome face in a both sinister and alluring glow. This was another one of the strange things about the family. Lord Raith did not look much older than big sister Lara, and yet he was apparently their father, both of the clearly adult Lara and the two toddling twins. As if that were not enough, he also looked unnaturally attractive, like all their family members, really, and Tania was fairly certain none of the mothers of her and her various siblings were his wife, except maybe Lara's. They were also all deceased. "Hello, dear children," he spoke in a silky seductive voice that was probably entirely inappropriate for talking to children. "Hi, Papa," cheered Inari. "Hello, Father," Tania added, smiling, because of her twin, not their father. He laughed, and while Tania was still too young physically to tell just how dangerous that was, she was not surprised at all that father had managed to seduce so many women. "Now girls," he continued, eyeing them appraisingly, "do you know what love is?" His eyes flashed. A strange question, and one usually not asked in this way. He said the word like it was something distasteful. Inari bounced excitedly, "Love is what family feels about each other. What a family should feel, maybe." Tania noted a distinct lack of it in the Raith family, so why was father trying to teach them about it? Lord Raith picked up a nondescript book with a thick black cover, holding it carefully like it was some kind of poison. He gingerly turned the pages, making sure to touch them as little as possible, finally opening it to a section in the back half of the book. "Love suffereth long, and is kind," he read, jaw-clenching as if tasting something foul, "Love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself, it is not puffed up." Inari listened intently with wide-eyed curiosity, but Tania could tell she didn't really understand. Their father might not actually expect them to. Seriously, what was the point of reading such archaic language to children? "Doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil." Tania watched her father carefully as he smoothly ground out the words as if each one physically hurt him. This was a religious text, damn that bastard. As if being raised in an orphanage run by nuns wasn't enough, now she was born into some weird religious mafia family. "Rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things." Father paused and glanced up, trapping her eyes with his. She saw a glimmer of surprise at her apparent understanding, and then a calculating gleam. A shiver ran down her spine at his scrutiny, but she didn't look away. He did not seem like someone whose attention was pleasant, and Tania much preferred being left to her own devices, but showing she understood that father was dangerous seemed like an even worse idea, so she didn't look away. "Love never faileth, but whether there be prophecies, they shall fail, whether there be tongues, they shall cease, whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away." Inari nodded along, happy for attention from their father, not picking up on some of the strange undertones. Tania tried to follow suit, though she couldn't muster the same level of childish enthusiasm, her previous life weighed too heavily on her. At least she hasn't been malnourished in this life yet. "Do you understand why this is important?" Father drawled questioningly. The twins glanced at each other. Inari understood some of what he read, but looked unsure how to answer. She was a child, but smart enough to sense that father had a different meaning than the exact words. Tania angled her head slightly. Inari had answered previously, she would answer now. "Love is important because it keeps people working together through difficult things," she replied. Father smiled, it was not fake, but Tania forced down another shiver at the predatory look. His eyes scanned over her, and she really hoped that answer wouldn't anger him too much. True enough. Love binds us together in one united family. It can be beautiful." He sounded insincere. Her theory that the Wraiths were a mafia family was looking more and more likely. Father seemed to emphasize love from such a young age, so they always stuck by family, even against their best interests. Love did make people act very irrationally, but she remembered instances of how resilient that kind of mutual agreement could be. Sometimes lasting beyond the death of one person involved. Inari nodded seriously. Even at her early age, Tania could tell her twin was the type that preferred everyone around her be happy, so the spiel about love made sense to her. Inari glanced at her curiously. Tania looked back reassuringly. For now, it was best to play along with whatever charade father wanted to sell, at least until she was old enough to strike out on her own. The two sisters turned back to their father, and Tania felt her heart drop at his satisfied smile. She couldn't leave Inari though, not with him. Damn him. Remember, Dears, abide faith, hope, love, these three, but the greatest of these is love. Tania had not been the most affectionate person in any of her lives, so why did seeing her sister staring adoringly at their father rankle her so? Parents didn't have to have some sappy selfless love nonsense for their kids, as long as they took their responsibilities seriously. Father provided for their needs and education, even carving out time in his doubtless busy schedule for this little lesson, all marks of a reasonably responsible father. Why, then, did it all feel so wrong? She should have kept her mouth shut. After their father had begun reading religious texts to them, Tania had assumed the family was the Catholic Italian mafia type, or at least putting on the image, so she had once offhandedly asked when they would be attending Mass. For some reason, this made elder sister Laura laugh, and now Tania was stuck attending Mass again. At least it was nothing too difficult to deal with. The church Laura brought them to, St. Mary of the Angels, was fine enough, Tania supposed. The building was actually quite beautiful, from an architectural standpoint, and the typical iconography, usual messaging and the musically pleasant songs were actually quite tasteful, even if she found the lyrics annoying. She supposed that it wasn't too different from kissing up to one's boss, at its core. At least the image on the crucifix didn't resemble that bastard being X, as if that lazy layabout would sacrifice himself for mankind, ha. This world seemed more similar to that of Tania's first life, though he had never paid much attention to the details of Catholicism the first time around to tell for sure. It was nice not having to see that bastard's face everywhere. As a rational person, she should be skeptical of any real power in the religious rituals, but after being forcibly reincarnated into a painful life of war and starvation, she was going to eat a better diet in this life, lest it kill her. She could not completely dismiss the possibility, especially since her father in this life seemed to believe that love was something with power, even though he also seemed to despise it. Inari seemed to be sort of awed by the occasion. On second thought, they did not leave the manor often, so it made some sense it seemed exciting to her. Tania had imagined that her twin would find the proceedings boring, and then maybe they wouldn't have to sit through them again. Given that neither father nor Lara had actually joined them, it had looked like this might be a one-time thing. Unfortunately, Inari was listening intently to the priest, who, as it so happened, was talking about love, something the younger, in spirit, twin had been a bit fixated on since their lesson with father. As much as Tania would like to tune out the priest as she had typically done in Germania, the graying man could not be described as droning, nor was he one of the excessively enthusiastic and Disney types. He spoke with sincerity and confidence, and Tania found herself actually listening, damn her impressionable child brain. Greater love than this no man hath, that a man lay down his life for his friends, declared the priest solemnly. Tania shivered. It did make some sense, being willing to die for another person was largely irrational, asides perhaps for the protective instincts parents had for their children, but such a sacrifice certainly required a great deal of devotion. Inari listened attentively, and she glanced at her twin. Tania chose not to respond, instead staring ahead. In a flash, the faces of her comrades passed through her mind. Weiss, Visha, Glanz, had they all been willing to die for her? Tanya von Digerekhoff had originally been happy to have more bodies between her and her enemies, and that was most certainly not love. And yet, how many times had she dove straight into fire coming to their aid? No, that had been out of fear that anything less than an undaunted display of courage would have gotten her shot for cowardice. It was perfectly rational. No, she didn't love, she was logical. So why did it feel wrong? Damn her young, emotional mind. She did not miss them. No, that wasn't true, they were capable subordinates, good employees. But she didn't need love or friendship, such things were not as dependable as mutual self-interest. But would she die for Inari? No, she found her twin very endearing, and she would hurt anyone who hurt her adorable little sister, but would she risk her life to do so? Tania remembered her father's unnerving reading about love, and his lesson about family sticking together, in the organized crime sort of way. Damn! If she didn't show proper familial love, she might end up disowned. She was too young for that right now. Tania's gaze flicked over to her twin, who was staring at a family seated further down the pew. It was one of the few times Tania had seen her twin so morose, the others being times when she had been told their father was too busy to spend time with them. She did not like seeing her twin sad, it seemed almost like a violation of the natural order. In the interest of familial solidarity, Tania slipped an arm around her twin. Inari twitched in surprise, before leaning into Tania. Had she really not initiated hugs before? Guilt welled up in Tania's chest, and she quashed it by giving Inari a squeeze. Curse her childish instincts. Tania glanced over the people who seemed to have caused her sister's state. It was a family of 4, a solid man and woman, with 2 small children between them, a daughter and a son, each looking like they would take after their respective parent. The father of the family turned to look at her, somehow feeling her gaze. His similarly blue eyes met her scrutiny, and he smiled encouragingly at the sight of sibling affection. She despaired at her immature delight at adult approval, she should be too old in spirit for that. The twins' bodyguard tensed, for some reason. He was quite young, maybe he also still sought adult approval? Tanya, Inari whispered through her sniffling, do you think Mom loved us? The question snapped her attention back to her twin, and a flash of shame passed through her as Tanya realized that their mother had hardly ever crossed her mind. In his first life, his mother had not been very affectionate, but had cared for him well enough. She never knew her mother in her second life, nor in this one, so maybe it had not seemed all that important. But it must mean the world to Inari. Her twin's eyes dimmed at her silence, so Tanya tried to assuage her. I think so, she did give birth to us. That wasn't always something all women bothered to do. Inari's face scrunched up in confusion, a glint of tears in her eyes. Right, explaining abortion to children was not usually helpful. I don't know though, since we can't really ask her. Damn it. Inari tilted her head thoughtfully. She died for us. Wait, since when did Inari understand death? Yes, Tanya replied absently, trying to reconcile her sister's cheerful demeanor and her current morbid contemplation. Inari's face lit up, eyes widening excitedly, oh. So she did love us. Hey? Dying for friends is love, right? Her twin mumbled in relief, so dying for your family must be love too. Tanya wasn't sure whether or not their mother had been willing to die in childbirth, or if it had just happened. Either way, she just hummed in agreement with her sister, who smiled through teary eyes. Inari was quite bright for her age, but she was still a child. Also, this lesson did not seem appropriate for their age range. The rest of Mass was not too dissimilar from what Tanya remembered of life in Germania, except that they actually used English rather than Latin for close to the whole thing. She did not pay too much attention, and the Raith twins were too young to be involved in any of the ceremonies, speaking of which, father had them baptized when they were born. Inari still seemed enamored with the proceedings, but was mostly interested in the happy family next to them. Their impromptu bodyguard for the day, Antonio, watched the family carefully, but eventually relaxed when nothing more happened. Once the Mass ended, Antonio began hurrying them out the door, seemingly a bit nervous to be chaperoning his boss kids. It was far out of the realm of his usual duties, he was part of the security team for the manor grounds. Tanya noted several churchgoers giving him odd looks, though none of them were hostile. Unfortunately, Inari padded over to the other family, oblivious to his unease and walking straight towards the younger girl. So much for getting out of here quickly. Hello. My name is Inari, what's yours? The other small blonde girl stared back wide-eyed, probably still too young to properly communicate. On that note, Inari's communication skills were rather advanced for someone as young as she was. This other girl was probably also the first child their age Inari had seen, aside from Tanya, obviously. Mumbled the confused toddler as she hid behind her father's leg. Inari looked disappointed, so Tanya went to nudge her shoulder. She might be too young to talk much, Tanya explained, which seemed to cheer Inari up slightly, her face lighting up in understanding. The large man chuckled, letting out a rumbling laugh that put Tanya's child brain at ease. She's just a little shy, he replied in his daughter's stead, voice gentle, but Tanya could hear hidden strength beneath it. She eyed him carefully as he coaxed his daughter out from behind him. Come on, Molly, you can say hi, can't you? The young girl, apparently named Molly, peeked around her father's leg, one fist clutching the fabric of his dress pants. She glanced furtively up at her smiling father, then back at the twins. Her eyes widened in confusion, flicking between the two identical twins, dressed identically too, face scrunching up in thought. Hi, she squeaked, once at Inari, then once at Tanya. Inari grinned, and Tanya nodded. Hello little one. The large man smiled fondly, while his wife laughed slightly in between cooing at her other child, who she held in her arms. Molly frowned, moving forward around her father's leg. I not dat little. She pointed at the twins accusingly, you little too. Her eyes scrunched up in concentration too. Inari giggled excitedly. Tutu, the little wraith replied, bouncing slightly in place. Also, likewise, similarly, Tanya added helpfully. Molly slid forward in a mix of curiosity and childish outrage. Was that mean? Tanya stared seriously at the smaller toddler. 2. Molly let out a growl of frustration, which reminded Tanya of a kitten, more than anything else. The mother of the family shushed her daughter chidingly, but the young girl did not seem cowed. Instead, her father patted her on the head with a chuckle. Tanya was not jealous. Molly relaxed, but stared up at him, shocked at his betrayal. 2. Also, likewise, and similarly all mean the same thing, Molly. The little girl's eyes lit up in realization, and Tanya felt a bolt of satisfaction. Teaching had been quite satisfying, from what she remembered. What about tutu? Molly asked, trying to push her father's hand off her head. A tutu is a skirt, explained Tanya, it is pretty useless. But Tania, they're cute, interjected Inari. As I said, pretty useless. Great, now both her sister and the smaller child were pouting at her. Can they go home now? The adults let out slight sounds of amusement, while Antonio let out a burst of nervous laughter. Tania turned and eyed their bodyguard curiously. He had been twitchy ever since the two of them had been dropped in his lap, metaphorically speaking, even more so now that he was subject to some scrutiny. Inari began chattering about colors and candy with Molly, whose earlier shyness had disappeared. Her father watched the three of them with a fond smile, meeting Tania's curious gaze affably. I didn't know you had kids, Antonio, the mother commented to the twins' bodyguard. He choked, waving his hands wildly in front of him in denial. Don't get the wrong idea. These are my boss kids, Mrs. Carpenter. He suddenly wanted them to attend mass. It was a little amusing to see the normally serious-looking man so flustered. The Carpenters shared a quizzical glance. On closer inspection, Mr. Carpenter's hands were calloused, which would make sense if he was ironically a carpenter, but that would be a pretty silly assumption, though, given his build, he likely did do some physical labor for a living. On the other hand, Tania recognized his stance. He stood relaxed, but alert, eyes periodically flicking over his family in the room. It reminded her a lot of how her Germanian comrades acted once they had enough time away from the front. Mrs. Carpenter was not so alert, but she looked stronger than most women her size. Perhaps a military family? Mr. Carpenter smiled at her. Oh no. He caught her staring. I am Michael Carpenter, he said, crouching down to eye level, and who might you be, young lady? His blue eyes were kind and open, but Tania sensed that he was not a man to cross lightly. She gulped, hoping that her nervousness, curse her youth, looked to be more due to meeting a new adult. My name is Tania Raith, Mr. Carpenter. A shadow passed over his face and his gaze passed swiftly over his daughter, attentively listening to Inari chatter on like the children they were. He turned back to Tania, eyes hard. She shivered, her child body betraying her yet again, but held his gaze. Tania shrugged her shoulders, she couldn't choose her parents. Mr. Carpenter's eyes softened, and he sighed, before smiling sadly. Whatever the deal with her family, Mr. Carpenter seemed to have some suspicions. And your twin? He asked gently, shelving whatever concerns he might have had regarding her family. Inari Raith. The two watched as Molly attempted to chatter back, stumbling over her child mouth and vocabulary while Inari egged her on. Was this the first time Inari made a friend? Oh. Tania and Mr. Carpenter shared a look, a mix of fond amusement and exasperation. Had she not been off balance about this whole adventure, she would have tried to seem a little less mature, but fortunately Mr. Carpenter didn't make anything of it, instead choosing to sit in solidarity as they both realized they would likely see each other fairly often in the future. Inari and Molly became fast friends. So of course, they ended up attending mass there regularly. Curses. At least the janitor turned out to be surprisingly insightful. Leave it to a proper working man to understand the value of the freedom of choice, not a priest. Around 7 years before Stormfront, 1993. Tania, let's play tag. Hold on Inari, I'm working. Tania tried her best to ignore her twin sister's pout. To be honest, she didn't have a great excuse not to join her, given that they had both finished their homework. But Tania had finally convinced eldest sister Lara to let her help with some accounting. Tania, you're too young to work. Inari whined, tugging on her twin's arm gently, but insistently. Tania sighed, looking up from the checkbook. Eldest sister Lara sat at her desk, supremely put together and picture-perfect even at home, her slight smile fit for a painting. But Tania could see a hint of sadness in her eyes. Maybe she wished she had a twin? Or was this a case of an adult pining for the innocence of youth? Lara seemed to take Tania's look as asking for permission, and she smiled radiantly at her young sibling. You should go play, Tania, there will be far too much time for you to work in the future. But she wanted to do accounting. Yet. Inari cheered, you don't want to get big sis arrested for child labor, do you? Lara chuckled huskily, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. But she wasn't getting paid, so it wasn't, actually, that made it worse. Damn it, Inari. She always seemed to know exactly how to prod Tania into going along with her childish whims. Lara's chuckling became full-blown laughter at Tania's betrayed expression, and she waved her hand in a good-natured shooing motion. Inari hooped excitedly and began dragging Tania out of the room. But, accounting. Life skills. Under assault by two sisters, Tania was forced to give ground, following the altogether too excited Inari out of the room. Hey, Tomas, she shouted, I got Tania, now we have to play tag. She was mispronouncing their brother Thomas's name again. The only one of their siblings whose name Inari didn't mispronounce or shorten was Lara, though that was probably more to do with Lara being a short and simple name to begin with. Well, if Tania had to play tag, she was going to play tag. Time for physical training. Lara Raith allowed herself a few more moments of levity before shaking her head and continuing her work. Her little sisters were just adorable. She shook her head slightly, before returning to the family finances. It was not exactly entertaining work, but it was something that had to be done, and unfortunately, much of it fell to her, though there were certainly benefits of being in charge of the family purse strings. Father did not like to bother with such trivial matters, and the majority of Lara's sisters were not of exactly sound mind most of the time. Father did not trust Thomas, and little Inari and Tania were too young. Oh, the young twins were very bright. Inari was already wrapping her family, and some mortal friends, around her pudgy little finger, and Tania must have swallowed an abacus when she was younger. Well, no, that obviously didn't happen, because Lara would have brutally killed whoever dared hurt her little sister. Whatever the reason, Tania picked up skills very quickly, and Lara already had some of her tutors suggesting she enter school early. From what she saw of her little sister, Tania would jump at the chance, but Lara was hesitant to split the twins up, they depended on each other too much. She glanced over the work done by her industrious little sister and blinked. The chart was neatly, and correctly filled out. The speed at which Tania learned these things was frankly a little unnerving, she was still such a cute little thing. Lara shook her head sadly, lustrous black hair shifting alluring, before focusing back onto her work. Once she finished counting, her night should be much more fulfilling. Maybe she should actually have Tania helping her so they could be done quicker. In the future, of course. A couple hours later, an exhausted-looking Inari shuffled into the room. Her little sister was covered in grass and dirt stains, her hair mussed up into a disheveled mess. Lara tsked quietly in reflex, before raising an eyebrow questioningly. "Shouldn't you be in the baths?" she asked archly, not ungrateful for the interruption, but merely slightly bemused. Inari looked speculatively at the papers on Lara's desk. "Can you teach me to do accounting?" she asked, bleary eyes blinking innocently up at her eldest sister. Lara cocked her head curiously. "Oh, and what brought this on?" Her youngest sister, Tania, was born a few minutes earlier, shuffled her feet awkwardly, eyes focused down onto the desk. "Come now, stand properly, elder sister won't be mad." Lara smiled encouragingly, she was so cute. Inari looked up at her sister, swaying on her feet slightly as she stood to her full diminutive height. A strand of her now messy hair fell in front of her face, and she puffed irritably at it, blowing it up out of her face, only for it to fall right back over her eye. Did Lara mention her little sisters were adorable? Deciding to ignore the rebellious bang, Inari pursed her lips seriously. "Tania needs to have more fun," she declared with certainty. Her eyes again dropped to her feet as she shuffled them awkwardly. "I thought she needed to play more games, but I don't think she had fun." The youngest Raith looked back up at her eldest sisters, eyes narrowed. "She gave me homework for tag," she exclaimed in outrage. Lara burst out laughing. Oh, her little sisters were just so precious. Inari's betrayed expression only made her laugh harder. But even in her mirth, she felt a part of herself die. Her sisters would not stay this small forever, and soon, father would push their hungers to wake. They would have a decade of innocence, too, at most. Lara did not enjoy the thought of their loss. The eldest daughter of Raith blinked as Inari impacted her side in a sort of tackle hug. Lara patted her youngest sister on the head tenderly. "What's wrong, Inari?" The littlest Raith pulled back slightly, craning her neck to look up at the eldest Raith child. "You looked sad, so I hugged you so you would stop being sad." Inari grinned smugly at her sister. Lara smiled widely, even as she felt her heart ache as if a knife had been driven through it. "Thank you, Inari," she stroked her sister's filthy hair, "I am fine now." Lara had not been fine in centuries. But, seeing Inari's bright grin, Lara could pretend she was fine, at least for a while. She would probably have to change clothes, they would get soiled anyways, given what the plans were for tonight. "Back to your reason for coming here rather than taking a bath," Lara poked Inari's cute little nose, smiling as her little sister scrunched up her face in indignation at the slight against her maturity. "Why do you want to learn the numbers if you want Tania to have fun?" Inari smoothed her face out, and the identical nature of the young twins became apparent. "Tania thinks accounting is fun, right?" It would seem so. "And Tania needs to have more fun, right?" "Quite. Then I have to learn accounting so we can have fun together." Looking at her littlest sister's self-satisfied grin, Lara swore that she would do whatever she could to keep them out from under father's thrall as long as possible. I suppose that makes sense." Inari whooped in triumph, but Lara gave her a chiding look. "But be warned, this will involve plenty of mathematics." The littlest Raith gasped in childish horror, eyes wide in disbelief. Lara arched her brow imperiously. "You do want Tania to have fun, do you not?" Inari pursed her lips determinedly. She nodded in resolution. It probably should not have been surprising, but Inari, while not nearly as single-minded as Tania, still tore into any task set before her with gusto. When Tania did end up skipping several class levels, Inari went right along with her. Lara hoped their bond would endure. 2 months before grave peril, August 2001. Margaret Carpenter, who had tried to eschew being called Molly ever since she entered high school 2 years early, looked like she needed a lot more sleep. Carefully placed makeup obscured a good deal of the signs, but that could not hide the slump in her shoulders or how she had almost swayed on her feet. Malls. Why haven't you gotten more sleep? It's summer. Inari rushed over to her first friend and began her typical fussing, leaving Tania to greet their hosts and introduce the other guests with her. Margaret must be very tired indeed, as she let Inari frog march to a table with only a half-hearted glare. Tania curtsied primly to Michael Carpenter and his very much pregnant wife Charity. Thank you for having us over, Mr. and Mrs. Carpenter. She gestured to the roguishly handsome man behind her. I believe you have already met my brother, Thomas. She pointed to their more normal companion, and you most certainly know Antonio. Thomas smiled winsomely, in a way that usually made women behave irrationally, but Charity Carpenter was unfazed, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Antonio smiled, now much more comfortable in his role as Tania and Inari's dedicated bodyguard, moving forward and shaking hands with their hosts. Charity enthusiastically congratulated him on getting married, while Michael patted him encouragingly on the shoulder. Congratulations on being accepted to UChicago, Tania, Michael greeted, offering to shake her hand with a proud smile, at the young age of 15 no less. She took the hand, smiling back, and trying to squash the childish glee at parental approval. She was far too old for this. Thank you, sir. Michael patted her on the head before pulling back, causing her to huff indignantly. She was not a child. Thomas, he nodded in greeting. Good to see you again, Mr. Carpenter, Thomas answered with a smooth grin. Neither man made any motion to shake hands. Tania eyed her brother curiously. In most cases, he would be quite eager to touch hands, often kissing the back of women's hands and sending them into blushing fits. But he always avoided contact with the Carpenters. Tania supposed she understood, to an extent, as while Michael was a very forgiving man, he would not tolerate anyone messing with his family. On the other hand, she had not known Thomas could be that considerate, or that he had enough self-preservation. Tania. Come on, what are you waiting for? Inari appeared by her side and began dragging her towards a gaggle of children, a mix of the Carpenter children and school friends, mostly Inari's. The split was more even than one might expect, as there were 6 Carpenter children, soon to be 7, all about 2 years apart. Charity Carpenter was nothing if not determined. Tania greeted each person in turn, doing her best to ignore the mildly infatuated grins from Daniel and Matthew Carpenter, the second and third eldest. She was way too old for this. Margaret waved mildly, but her eyes were wide, looking for help to distract Inari from her gentle tirade. Seriously, Malls. You're already gonna be a junior at 13. You don't have to study so hard, especially not during break. Oh, don't give me that, Margaret snapped back, I know you two study a lot during break. Margaret, interrupted Tania, silencing the bickering blondes, sleep is necessary for proper function. Not allocating enough time for rest is a sign of poor time management, not dedication. Margaret sighed and dropped her head onto the table in front of her. Why were the other Carpenter children looking at her adoringly? What did she do? Damn it, Tania, language, Margaret. Margaret grumbled angrily in the direction of her mother. Tania raised an eyebrow at her and Margaret stopped. Come on, Tania, I know you two don't sleep all that much either, she whined. It's not your fault, Malls, Inari consoled, patting Margaret on the head, we actually don't need that much sleep, we even got tested. It was quite convenient, honestly, feeling rested after only 5 hours of sleep. Not only did that give her 3 more hours of activity, it also meant more peace and quiet. So unfair, complained Connor Sharp, also slouched over the table, huddling his skinny frame in a hoodie. The others at the table made various noises of agreement. Connor, chided Tania, being on summer break does not change the fact that pulling all-nighters on your computer is unhealthy. Her eyes flicked over her school acquaintances, definitely not minions, whatever eldest sister Lara might imply. She suppressed a sigh. Jaden Dawes and Carolina Ostro both looked tired, not to mention the sheepish shuffling. Must I repeat myself in perpetuity, complained Tania to no one in particular. You know, Margaret, prodded Daniel Carpenter, you would probably be less tired if you weren't trying to study under your covers. What kind of stereotypical teenage life was this? Shut up, Daniel. Margaret's head shot up off the table and she pointed her hand accusingly at her younger brother. Don't pretend you don't get up at the crack of dawn to practice with Dad. Why would he need to pretend? Asked Matthew guilelessly, you do that too, sis. Margaret spluttered in indignation while a few others laughed. Oh come on, you two always take Tania's side. Wait, what did she have to do with this? Oh, don't be too hard on them, drawled Carolina, her noticeable Polish accent heightening the slight tone of her voice. I haven't met any boy who could say no to Tania. She eyed the two carpenter boys meaningfully while sticking an elbow into Jaden's ribs. That was inaccurate, there were plenty of people who disagreed with her. Tania hummed thoughtfully, folding her hands under her chin. The others at the table turned back to look at her. I suppose I can forgive early morning practice with Mr. Carpenter. Carolina laughed, while the Carpenter kids grinned. Mr. Carpenter is so cool, exclaimed Inari, making slashing motions with her hands. Totally, grunted Jaden. He swings a sword and looks good. He punched Connor lightly in the shoulder, and not like a dweeb. Not everyone's built like a brick wall, moaned the skinnier boy. It is less about size, corrected Tania, and more about technique. Though size has its uses. Carolina snickered uncontrollably, while Jaden's face scrunched up in his attempt to bite down a laugh. Margaret snorted and Daniel glared at Carolina. What did she say? It probably helps that he has a real sword and not a toy lightsaber, added Inari reassuringly. Connor just planted his face into his arms down on the table. You are all insane, he groused, voice muffled by his pullover. Dude, you like math, Jaden accused. Tania did not understand why children seemed to dislike mathematics so much. Tania likes math, why aren't you complaining at her? Even Connor learned not to curse within earshot of Charity Carpenter, though it took him longer than most. That's because Tania makes math her bitch. Carolina, on the other hand, never did learn language. Aw shut up, Danny boy. You know it's true. Math is hard, Inari whined, pouting petulantly. Ugh, don't remind me, grumbled Margaret, I hate matrices. They are very useful for organizing data. Shut up, Tania. We're on break. Hey, stop being rude, Malls. Oh shove it, Danny, she's never going out with you. Who's going out where? Malls. Malls. Geez, Inari hooked her arm around her friend, you really need some sleep. You're not you when you're sleep deprived, muttered Connor. Oh wait, you're always a. He paused as several others glared at him, crank. Maybe the students at U Chicago will be more mature. Aren't parties supposed to be fun, chirped Alicia Carpenter innocently, bringing the bickering to a halt. Tania did not understand why her siblings sometimes called her leech. All children were, in some ways, parasitic to their parents, so it was hardly fair to call one child out specifically. Margaret grunted out an apology, rubbing her eyes. I'm sorry guys, it should be a big day for a bunch of you. I shouldn't ruin it by complaining. No, tell us how you really feel, grumbled Daniel, arms crossed. It seemed Margaret had annoyed him more than he had let on. Are you weirdos done posturing, simpered one of Inari's brainless friends, I thought we were going to celebrate going off to college. That's just rude, Marlene, responded Tania's intelligent, if tiresomely social twin, but yet, we should be having some fun. Her eyes flicked over to the serious Raith twin. Not your kind of fun, Tania. Tania indulged in her teenage impulses and rolled her eyes. As you say, Inari. Her twin's other friends were not particularly useful aside from dubious information gathering, which sometimes produced worthwhile news, though that required sifting through a mountain of meaningless drivel. Inari insisted it was fun though, so Tania could stand to stomach their presence as long as her twin was there as well. Naturally, the fun Inari and her minion, Marlene, involved chattering about inane things. While keeping track of their social network had its uses, Tania still, after all this time, had trouble understanding what was fun about discussing fashion and cosmetics. Instead, she turned back to the much more practical Carpenters. Since we have touched on the topic, how has training with your father gone? Daniel and Matthew, who looked completely lost when the conversation turned to clothes, snapped their attention to her immediately. They were going to hurt their necks if they kept doing that. It's going well, exclaimed Daniel, with all the enthusiasm young boys had for sports. Father says we're making good progress. Though he still says we're too young to practice with real swords, added Matthew, looking a bit disappointed. His brother deflated slightly at the reminder. While the second and third eldest Carpenters were more mature than typical middle schoolers, even if they had also skipped a year, it was probably still not wise to let them handle live steel. I am sure your father's judgment is good. The two boys looked mulish, but nodded reluctantly. They always seemed to listen to her. Not to mention that his sword is about as long as you are tall, so you probably will have to grow into it. Tania had been rather surprised to learn that Charity Carpenter was a blacksmith of no small skill, given her frequent motherhood and the age in which they lived. On the other hand, the Carpenters often seemed unconcerned with appearing odd, and yet they were upstanding members of the community nonetheless. But I can lift it though, grumbled Daniel, with a slight questioning lilt to his voice. Matthew bobbed in solidarity. That may be so, but you most likely have problems balancing yourselves if you do, no. The two boys nodded sheepishly. Training takes time, don't try jumping ahead too quickly. The brothers exchanged a glance, before looking back at her questioningly. I'm sure your father will explain things in greater depth if you ask him. Daniel and Matthew nodded again, and Tania squashed a flash of childish envy. In none of her lives had her father been so understanding, or even present. True, Michael Carpenter was often away on business, but he never let it follow him home, somehow managing to make time for all of his children as well as her and her twin. He was a remarkable man, she reminded herself, one of a kind really, and she should not begrudge the Carpenter children their good fortune. She cursed her immature instincts for the 1000th time. The two older Carpenter boys chattered on about their excursions, before shifting over to discussing the competitive sports leagues Americans tended to be so fond of. Naturally, Jayden began espousing the virtues of the local teams, who apparently had won 3 consecutive national championship titles a few years ago. Despite his usual disinterest in such matters, it seemed that Connor had enough hometown pride to grunt in agreement occasionally. Carolina was right at home in the gossip circle, but Margaret plunked her head on her arms with a groan. Tania was about to suggest that their younger host go inside to sleep, before she noticed fresh scrapes and bruises on her friend's arms. They were not from training. She gently prodded a sickly green bruise, causing Margaret to hiss and pull away. The younger blonde sat up suddenly, glaring at the offending appendage, before stopping short at Tania's disapproving gaze. I didn't start it this time. Margaret hissed emphatically. Tania cocked her head curiously. Of course not, she replied incredulously. Margaret did not pick fights for no reason, but the scraps she got into were rarely entirely necessary. Inari's first friend was not a delinquent, per se, but she tended to try inserting herself into conflicts she did not need to be involved in. Margaret scowled at Tania's disbelieving tone. I'm serious. Some creepy bitch accused me of stealing her boyfriend and then attacked me. Did you, in fact, steal her boyfriend? Even if she did, that did not mean assault was justifiable. Margaret scrunched up her face in disgust. No, of course not, I've never even talked to the guy. It seemed to Tania that her protestations were a little much. Margaret would not stoop to such things, but most likely did leave an impression somehow. Did you at least make it obvious that they were the aggressor? Well, what part of attacked me randomly makes me look like the bad guy? Margaret shot back. Good. Margaret grumbled mulishly, stupid no-tolerance policy. Ah. Is your mother keeping an even closer eye on you now? It always seemed odd that school officials never bothered to more closely examine student altercations. The fight-happy girl sighed into her arms. Tell me about it. She thinks I'm reading weird stuff at night or something, then getting into fights at school. She's really pissed at me again. Charity Carpenter loved her children, but Tania could tell she seemed to have some trouble properly expressing it in a way Margaret could understand. Your mother is angry because she cares about you, she chided softly, she is likely worried you may get hurt worse in the future. Margaret scoffed, she just doesn't want us to make her look bad. Tania quirked an eyebrow, do you really think your mother is the type of person who cares over much what other people think? Charity Carpenter was not afraid to harry any person she found to be deficient, except maybe her husband. Blowing out a frustrated sigh, Margaret propped her chin on her forearm sullenly. No. Tania reached over and patted Margaret on the arm. What you have is, most likely, a breakdown in communications, combined with both of you being very emotionally invested. Why was Margaret looking at her like she was crazy? This was clearly the problem. I am sure your mother will understand trying to study ahead, though she will probably tell you not to do so with the lights out. Pfft. Right, I'm the one failing to communicate. Definitely. Margaret eyed her skeptically. Clearly she was, if the shouting matches were any indication. Tania frowned, believe me or not, your relationship with your mother isn't going to improve if you keep talking past each other. Heck, Margaret cradled her head in her hands, I know you're trying to be nice, Tania, but this isn't something you can understand. The motherless Raith pursed her lips, quashing the surge of anger, curse you puberty. You are quite right, Margaret, I most certainly do not understand what it is like to feud with my mother. Margaret flinched at the ice in Tania's voice, cringing apologetically. Just, don't take a good thing for granted, Tania finished softly. Her first friend in this life stared at her uncomfortably. That was unusually vulnerable of her, and Tania wasn't sure she could blame her hormones for these emotions. Do you need to hit something? Asked Daniel awkwardly. Oh, this was too embarrassing. How could she have forgotten they were in public? A quick glance revealed that Inari's gaggle of gossips hadn't noticed, but a worried look from her twin promised questions in the near future. Sounds great, you volunteering? Margaret growled. To which Daniel responded with a scowl. Yes, I think I do need to hit something. Tania interjected before the siblings could start arguing again. Despite having lived 2 other lives, one into proper adulthood and the other through a world war, there was still something cathartic about hitting people with toy swords. Thomas Raith stood awkwardly in the middle of the Carpenter's living room. Love was poison to their family, and the Carpenters were very much in love. Normally, that wouldn't be too big of a problem as long as he didn't touch Michael or Charity, but Michael was somewhat of a literal carpenter, and he had personally put together some of the furniture. After Natalie had gotten sick the one time she sat in a chair while waiting for the twins, Thomas was not going to take any chances. Though, danger aside, Thomas could see why Inari and even Tania liked it here. Raith Manor was much bigger and far more opulent, but the Carpenter house was cozy and well lived in. That was not to say it was worn down or messy, since the parents of the household spent a great deal of effort keeping things clean, but any normal house with 6, soon to be 7, children would show signs of its inhabitants. He shivered. On one hand, he was glad his younger siblings had managed to make friends, as well as largely remaining outside their father's direct influence. On the other, if they got too intimate with the Carpenter children, that would likely be a disaster. The Carpenters would not forgive them, and most likely, neither Tania or even Inari would ever forgive themselves. Thomas himself had not. Then again, if there was any family that could help his little sisters truly escape, it would be this one. Fortunately, Tania and Inari had not shown any romantic inclinations towards the Carpenter kids. They had instead sort of adopted Molly as a little sister, and had been sort of adopted in turn. Well, they were like normalish siblings. Relationships between Raith family members were mostly unhealthy and pretty weird. It was a vain hope, he knew, but maybe Tania and Inari could avoid the backstabbing relationship he had with his elder siblings. Michael Carpenter entered the room and Thomas turned to face him. Sorry for making you wait inside, Thomas, but I think you understand why it would be for the best. Thomas nodded. It was probably for the best if he stayed away from kids in general, especially teenagers. His host fetched a plastic cup, filled it with some lemonade, and offered it to his guest. Thomas nodded in thanks and took the cup. The two of them had a strange relationship. Thomas knew Michael disapproved of his lifestyle and what his nature drove him to do, but the older man still treated him with more courtesy than most of his family. Actually, all of his family except for Tania. Inari was cute, but not that formal. If Thomas felt that way, it was not really surprising. Inari and Tania liked spending time here for similar reasons. But adults had other concerns. Thank you for having my little sisters over. Michael smiled. Our house is always open to them. But not to their siblings. Even if they become like us? Thomas asked hesitantly. That was a question he had avoided asking before, but Inari and Tania would not be children for much longer. The older man sighed. Even then. He frowned. I will not like it, if they harm my children, unintentionally or not. But, as with all things, this is not truly my house, and Tania and Inari's fate is not yet decided. Thomas swallowed uncomfortably. Michael was not a liar, but Thomas wasn't sure if that answer would change, if the worst should happen. He, of all people, knew that emotions were powerful things, capable of overpowering even the most rational people. It may be best if they grow apart, once Inari and Tania go off to university. And wasn't that something? His little sisters were attending college way earlier than any of them had expected. Which meant that they might really become one of them earlier than expected, given what often happens when young adults are away from adult supervision, often for the first time. As cruel as it was probably safer for all involved if they were not around their childhood friends when that happened. Michael shook his head sadly. You may be right, but having true friends at hand would be good for them too. Maybe keep them grounded. He turned his cool blue eyes to Thomas. You feel that way as well, don't you? Thomas frowned. Did he? He didn't really have anyone to call friend. His family wasn't really trustworthy, no matter how much Lara did seem to actually care for him, and he couldn't really make friends with the people working for and under him. It had been lonely, until he met Justine, which was not a completely healthy relationship either. He could see the point. That could just mean it ends up even more messy, Thomas countered. You know some of your kids are crushing on my sisters. Michael sighed. I know, and you may be right, but it isn't truly our decision, is it? He fixed Thomas with a disappointed look. I know why your sire keeps them in the dark, and it is wrong, but that secret is not mine to tell. It had felt wrong to Thomas too. But he couldn't afford to defy his father too much, not when his own neck was on the line. His face twisted in a grimace. I don't really have a choice. Not when he had his own secrets to protect. The older man shook his head. We always have a choice, Thomas. Thomas flinched. Not much of one, not if I want to live. Then that is the choice you made. Michael sounded disappointed, but not surprised, or even that angry. He sipped at his own cup of lemonade, frowning slightly at the sour taste. Thomas, he added gently, Tania and Inari are bright young girls, and I can tell they have already figured out something is off. He eyed the Wraith searchingly. It is no coincidence they have not invited any of their friends to your home. Thomas shifted stance uncomfortably, sipping at his drink to cover his expression. It was pretty good, actually. He had missed that, and now he cursed himself for it. Everyone knew the little twins were smart, but he hadn't really expected them to catch on. Was their attachment to the Carpenters some sort of surrogate family? What exactly did they actually know? Apparently guessing some of his questions, Michael shook his head slightly. If I'm not mistaken, Tania seems to think you are part of the mafia. A short laugh forced its way out of Thomas. That sounded like something Tania would come up with, and it was even sort of true. The two stood in silence for a minute, mulling over the unfortunate plight the blissfully unaware twins were in. Father kept them ignorant so their nature would be a shock, and Lara seemed determined to keep them out of the more dangerous game as long as she could. But it was probably only a matter of time. Thomas hoped they didn't hate him afterwards. Michael blinked, then set his empty cup down on the counter. I do not know what you have faith in, Thomas, but I will pray that the Lord watches over them. He sighed, and as much as I want to keep them safe, I know that my children are not likely to cut them off just on our say-so. He smiled sadly. They are all too stubborn for that, like us. So what, you're not going to try at all? Thomas voiced his skepticism. No, I have already cautioned my older children against starting premature relationships. I have also told them that your family has dangerous enemies and some dangerous business. I will ask that they always bring a chaperone when they inevitably want to meet. Hey, Thomas nodded in surprise. Given that they aren't legal adults, that might work. Not forever, cautioned Michael. No, not forever. In the end, their fate isn't really in our hands, we will have to trust in God. Thomas knew the first part was true, they couldn't make them fall in love, he wasn't so sure about the second part. Michael smiled, but enough talk of doom. Let's not let tomorrow's storm cloud completely ruin today's Sunday. But bring an umbrella. Of course. Thomas moved to head out to the backyard, then paused. So, I am going to have to worry about getting burned by those tables. His host laughed. I think you should be fine, we bought those tables at the store. Thank you again for having us over, Mr. and Mrs. Carpenter. Tania curtsied to their hosts, while Inari ran the gamut of hugs and farewell. Thomas stood a ways off, by his car, looking strangely uncomfortable at the attention he was getting from Inari's vapid friends. The parents of the household smiled and nodded obligingly. She was not sure why the atmosphere seemed so somber. It was true that she and Inari would be attending university in the fall, but they were both attending schools in Chicago, so they would still be nearby. Mrs. Carpenter wrapped Inari in a crushing hug, spurred on by whatever hormones pregnancy brought on. Tania exchanged a brief hug with a slightly more bruised Margaret. Perhaps I shall see you on campus in a couple years, she offered in lieu of goodbye. Margaret rolled her eyes. Yeah, there's no way we could afford that, unless I manage to score a scholarship. Not that we have the connections for that anyways. She thumped Tania on the back in farewell. I'm sure you will do fine, assuming you don't burn yourself out. Tania pulled back and eyed Margaret meaningfully. Unfazed, she just rolled her eyes. Yeah, Mom, I'll make sure to get enough sleep, eat healthy and exercise. As if summoned, Charity wrapped the two of them in one hug. Oh, you're both growing up so fast. Tania and Margaret shared commiserating winces as the pregnant woman gripped them uncomfortably tightly. Make sure not to wear yourself out, Tania. Margaret snickered. Tania shot back an unimpressed stare. Charity rounded on Margaret, who stopped laughing immediately. Michael strode over and clapped a hand on Tania's shoulder. She let him pull her into a quick hug. Her own fathers never had time for such things. Stay safe, Tania, that part of the city can be dangerous. She nodded as they pulled apart. I am aware, I've taken some self-defense courses, and I can run pretty quickly. It was a far cry from the dangers of war, but a small part of her refused to completely accept the peaceful life she had. Michael smiled sadly. Why were the adults making such a big fuss about this? They weren't going to be that far away, and university campuses were generally pretty safe. Just know that you'll always be welcome at our home, and at St. Mary's. Why were they talking as if she would not see them again? Inari would never forget to visit, and Tania would get dragged along too. Thank you, Michael, for everything. Tania felt a smile creep up her face. She waved goodbye to the rest of the Carpenters, receiving heartfelt goodbyes in return. Inari finally pulled away and latched onto her twin, sniffling into her shoulder. Come on, Inari, we'll be back here on our first break, and it will be like nothing changed. Chapter 3, Thrice Again, Doomed. Chapter Text. Thrice Again, Doomed. The first week of university was a fascinating experience. The first time around, he had been very stressed, scrambling to manage the new course loads and living arrangements. The second time had been even worse, with having to maintain the image of a battle maniac, not to mention coming off the front line of a war. This time, she didn't really have any pretenses she had to keep, and she was finally in the Chicago School of Economics. Otherwise, it was actually a little boring, as with the obligatory orientation days and introductory courses, she didn't actually learn anything new. That was not to say she was not busy, as while she was more used to it, sorting through her living arrangements and various other requisite tasks still took time. The only fly in the ointment was the constant feeling of being watched. She had expected some scrutiny due to her age, but this time she was actually old enough that it wasn't readily apparent. Atrophied instincts resurfaced, and she found herself moving swiftly from cover to cover, head on a swivel. Alert as she was, she spotted her stalker one evening, and she ducked out of line of sight to disengage. There should be no need for confrontation and spilled blood. A burst of movement pain. She was slammed to the ground. No. Not now. A cavernous hunger yawned. Chapter 4, Fortunate Timing. Chapter Text. Damsel in of Distress. Shortly before grave peril, October 2001. The first time Harry Dresden met Tania Raith was not actually all that memorable on its own. Sure, she was a cute and unusually mature kid, but at that time, she hadn't really been hit with the puberty stick yet, so she hadn't seemed all that strange. Tania had just been the student tutor from St. Mark's Academy for the gifted and talented that Erwin Pounder's mom had arranged to help him with his schoolwork. That really should have been his first clue that there was more to her, but Harry probably wouldn't have remembered that meeting had he not been chaperoning a mini Bigfoot, Midfoot, at the time. Her odd suggestions for dealing with bullies was also memorable. Bribing bullies with candy shouldn't have worked at all. The second time the two of them had crossed paths was at his office shortly before that damn ball. Now, some people might wonder why a wizard had a walk-in office like some pediatrician or consulting firm, and Harry would tell them that hey, he needed a way to pay the bills, just like any normal person. Honestly, the stuff he did for a living, mostly finding lost objects or people, wasn't all that different in principle than what many other practitioners, or mundane workers, did, but no other wizard had thought of the bright idea of marketing to the general public. True, magic wasn't supposed to be common knowledge, but very few people took someone listed as wizard in the phone book that seriously. Those that did were those already in the know, and usually vaguely annoyed by his setup, the weirdos or the desperate. Tania had been in the third category. If he had been older and wiser, he would have seen that meeting as a giant warning sign, but that was hindsight talking. Tania had knocked politely right after he had stepped into his office. Fortunately, he had been punctual that day. At a glance, she was only a bit taller than average for a woman at that time and already quite striking, if not supernaturally beautiful. Funnily enough, Harry had barely noticed her looks at first, since she was deathly pale and looked a few moments from keeling over. "Are you all right, miss?" he'd asked, catching her by the shoulders as she swayed on her feet. She had felt cold, he could feel her shivering, even through her scuffed Chicago jacket. "Sorry," she'd apologized, brushing off his concerns. "Are you a Mr. Harry Dresden? The one listed as a wizard who offers consulting services?" There had been no skepticism in her voice, unlike most of the more sensible mundane customers he had, and back then, he hadn't thought she was involved with the spooky side of things. She had looked sane enough. "That's right, miss," he replied, "though you look like you need a doctor, which isn't in my skill set." He assumed that she was naturally pale, but this was closer to undead pale than sunburned on a cloudy day Irish pale. The young woman stared at him for a beat, eyes not fully focused, before pulling herself together and shrugging off his grip. "Ah, where are my manners? I am Tania Raith," she declared, offering him her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you." He shook her hand. It was cold. At the time, neither of them realized the implicit threat such a greeting could be. Sometimes Harry wondered just how differently his first impressions of her would have been colored if he'd known more about the White Court then. He shuffled the sick-looking girl into his office and set her down in a chair, before pulling over another chair and sitting down facing her. "Seriously, Miss Raith, I'm more than happy to help you if I can, but you really look like you need to go to a doctor." She glanced around the room, eyes flicking rapidly over the odd-looking mix of typical waiting room chairs, old kerosene lamps, and the table stacked with pamphlets discussing some basics about magic sitting in the same pile as some old magazines. It probably wasn't what she expected, and he noticed her head tilt quizzically at the old lamps. His magic disrupted a lot of modern technology, especially anything that ran on electricity, so he was stuck in a different age of appliances. Harry had avoided adding anything stereotypically magical that was dumb and gave off the wrong impression when he had more serious customers. It looked more like an eye doctor's waiting room than anything else. After a long moment, Tania focused back on him, sharp blue eyes boring into him appraisingly, making it hard to keep his focus on her nose. A soul gaze in her state would definitely not be healthy. That would have been my first choice, had my state been because of a normal assault. She had been attacked? Harry couldn't see any obvious injuries, but on closer inspection, her clothes did look more damaged than he would expect from normal wear and tear. Tania narrowed her eyes at him. "Tell me, wizard, what do you know about vampires?" Harry eyed the weirdly cold, ridiculously pale girl speculatively. If she had been attacked by a red or black court vampire, she would likely already be dead, or a vampire too. She looked drained enough that being fed on by a white court vampire was a possibility, but those not in the know wouldn't usually describe the White Court as vampires, especially if they were as high as a kite. Also, wouldn't she be freaking out more if she had managed to survive something like that? She was still shivering though, and it wasn't atypically cold for this time of year. Why do you want to know? She was probably a college girl, and looked like she came from a family with a fair bit of cash, given the Chicago jacket, so Harry wouldn't be too surprised if this was the result of a prank gone wrong or some sort of idle curiosity. Tania's eyes hardened, and her body tensed, ready for a fight, despite how sick she looked. So not just curiosity then. I was attacked by something out of a bad Dracula movie, she shot back sharply, eyes glinting fiercely at him, and I would like to be less helpless if something similar occurs. Harry could respect that motivation, but surviving a Black Court vampire? That was next to impossible for a normal human. It probably was a damn ghoul or zombie. Harry leaned forward, checking for deception. Describe what happened, if you don't mind. He eyed the girl carefully, noting a slight twitch in her face and a hand reflexively grasping for a weapon. But she didn't flinch, nor did she look away. Hey, maybe she was telling the truth, but didn't realize the danger she had been in. Maybe she was just fearless. Either way, she seemed to have decent survival instincts, and they were clearly running haywire. Harry kind of knew the feeling, coming down from that kind of fear-induced adrenaline spike usually left him twitching. The girl Tania nodded. I had been taking a walk last evening, when I noticed someone stalking me. Did that happen often to her? She was talking about it like it was no big deal. I thus attempted to cut through an alley to get to my apartment quicker and break line of sight. That might have worked against a typical, human stalker. But whoever it was, they were far faster than I had expected. She paused, pulling her wan face into a grimace. He gestured for her to continue. I was hit hard from behind and knocked to the ground, she began, carefully gauging his reaction. I rolled over and saw what looked to be a walking corpse. Yeah, that was probably a zombie or a ghoul, concerning, but not a vampire. Then it started talking, something about revenge and that I would make a pretty trophy. She continued with sneer, her teeth gritting, not in anger, to clamp down on her shivers. That could be a Black Court vampire. She hadn't been turned, he had felt a pulse when they shook hands, so then how did she escape? Seeing his disbelief, she raised her chin defiantly. I know what I saw, not to mention I know the smell of rotting flesh. Her eyes dulled for a second, momentarily staring into the distance. Where would she have learned that? Harry waved placatingly. No, I believe you about the walking corpse, but how did you survive? Vampires are really nasty. Her eyes widened slightly, then narrowed in thought. Frankly, I am also unsure. Dying now would be just about what I expect from that bastard, she muttered under her breath. Harry was a bit taken aback. She seemed far too put together for a normal person being introduced to the spooky side in such a violent way. But she did actually look drained. And, judging by her clenched fists and closed-off posture, this kind of ranting could be a defense mechanism. He coughed into his fist, hoping to snap her out of it. Tania stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening in embarrassment. I am sorry for wasting your time. She rose to her feet unsteadily. Harry shot up and caught her as she stumbled, before gently settling her back into the chair. Yep, still had a pulse, and definitely rattled. Whoa there, he said softly, trying to calm her down. Let's say I believe everything you said so far, which he did. What he didn't was a Black Court vampire letting one of their victims walk away. She nodded skeptically. If you were really attacked by a vampire, did they let you go? How did you get away? Her face darkened. Did her eyes flash brighter for a second? I am unsure myself exactly what occurred afterwards. She fingered the large school crest on her jacket. The thing flinched away from touching this as if it burned. It also seemed to glow for a second. Blacks and reds were repelled by symbols of faith, though this is the first time Harry had heard of a school crest having such an effect. It probably meant something more to her than just the school. This was one factor that led me to conclude that it was a vampire. She looked down at her scuffed jacket, though I was not aware that the University of Chicago crest was a holy symbol. The wizard shrugged. A lot of vampires are repelled by the faith part of that instead of the symbol itself. He gestured towards her school crest. That being a phoenix probably helps too. The girl pursed her lips, perturbed. Really? And here I thought that weakness was a product of mere wishful thinking. Hey, he wasn't expecting a cynic to accept being attacked by a monster so readily, or to repel it with faith. Kind of ironic. It's definitely a real thing. Her lips twisted into a frown, before her face smoothed out into neutrality. She shook her head. I cannot clearly recall what happened after that. Her voice caught, forcing her to pause, and her pupils dilated. The next thing I remember clearly, is waking up on my back in the alley. She pursed her lips, and clenched her arms around herself. No rotting corpse in sight. Damn, Harry felt a bit bad for making her revisit the attack, but he couldn't help if he didn't know more. This whole thing sounded kind of weird. She didn't have any visible injuries, so the vampire must have fled without feeding. A freshly raised one, maybe? There was most likely more to this. On one hand, Harry wasn't an expert on vampires, though he had some unfortunate first-hand knowledge, such as that some vampires liked to play with their food. Ick. On the other hand, it also seemed that Tania wasn't telling him everything, which may just be her not wanting to rehash the details of the event, but it could mean she was hiding something. Either way, sorry to say, but it'll probably be back. Vampires aren't exactly known for taking no for an answer. To his surprise, the girl just nodded, not really showing fear. Stars and stones. Either she really was damn brave or had an excellent poker face. He knew he'd be paranoid for weeks if something like that happened to him. What would you suggest for a defense against such a creature? Tania's eyes locked onto him, blue eyes seeming oddly silvery in the dim light. On a closer look, she was tense, weight shifted forward in the chair, ready to spring into motion. Seems she did understand the danger, at least to some extent. She risked consulting the phone book wizard, after all. Of course, I would be willing to compensate you for this information. Hold up, Harry interjected with a wave of his hand, you don't have to worry about that, and keep in mind that I am not an expert on vampires just because I'm a wizard. She frowned, but nodded in acceptance. Now, there are more than one kind of vampire. First of all, there's the nasties like the one you saw. They're called Black Court vampires, and they're basically Stoker Dracula, allergic to the sun and faith, can't enter homes without invitation, drink blood, and are really strong. Stoker actually got most of their weaknesses right. Tania raised an eyebrow in disbelief. A fiction writer accurately described a supernatural monster. Her eyes narrowed shrewdly, he must have had a source. Harry shrugged, that's what I've heard. That was a bit of a weird thing to focus on. Maybe she was just trying to distract herself? Why aren't these monsters more common knowledge, if they exist and are so dangerous? Now that was a pretty tricky question. It's not in most monsters' interest to be widely known. Part of their power comes from being unknown. Turn them into real things to most people and then there are suddenly enough angry mortals who can figure out how to screw them with their weaknesses. It's why the Black Court got real cut down to size after Stoker. So why not publish more information? Tania inquired, I would have certainly appreciated being aware of such threats. Harry shrugged, magic is dangerous, especially for normal humans, not to mention all the nasty things that want to get people to make bad deals. Some jerks would benefit from being more known, as much as others would get screwed. She did have a point though. Of course, I always knew the paranormal was full of fraudulent information. The young girl stared deadpan at the actual wizard. He wasn't sure if that was a joke, so he just shrugged. Back to the Black Court vampires, usually, they drain their victims dry, so I don't know why this one just let you go. Perhaps it wants to turn me? That is something vampires can do, correct? Tania asked, a tinge of worry in her voice. Harry shrugged again, they can definitely turn people they kill, but I can't say I know how they think, aside from them being pretty evil. Then what would you recommend for preventing another such attack? Tania continued, seemingly unperturbed by the revelation, but her voice wavered slightly. Judging by your description, it's highly likely I won't survive another encounter without taking some countermeasures. Are you going to tell me to wear a necklace of garlic every night? Perhaps I should clasp a crucifix in my sleep. Tania arched a sardonic eyebrow as she ran through the Stoker-approved anti-vampire insurance policies, but for some reason that glint of sophisticated amusement made her look dignified, even through her clear desperation and pale complexion. It was enough to draw a snort out of Harry, which he quickly tried to ignore by answering. That might work, but garlic powder loaded in a shotgun or a balloon filled with holy water tends to work better. Tania's eyes gleamed, okay, that was definitely silver, almost maniacally. Though I would say your best bet is to skip town, Harry continued, hoping that she wouldn't try going after the thing and get herself killed, or turned. Either that, or staying in a place with a strong threshold. Tania frowned, the first option is not feasible for me, what would be required for a strong threshold? Well, a door for one, Harry snarked, to which Tania simply nodded, not the time, leading to a place where you live. How strong the threshold is depends on how attached you are to the place or how much it feels like home. It helps if you have a loving relative. Then that option is unfeasible for me as well, she mused with a frown. You from out of town? Tania was a European name, wasn't it? And Chicago did take many international students. Her English was perfect though. No, she shook her head, my family and I live near the city, but it does not feel like home. Oh, now he felt bad for asking. You'll probably be alright, as long as you don't go out after the sun's down. That, and make sure to stick to places with a lot of people, which will probably mean they won't go after you right there. I suppose it is a bit hard to conceal a rotting corpse that is still walking around. Not as hard as it probably should be, but typically, the spooky side of things doesn't like being out in the open when there's a lot of eyes on them. Symbols of faith, the sun, holy water, remaining behind thresholds, witnesses, stake in the heart and garlic. Yeah, that's a decent summary, but I don't know how much they will help if you really have this kind of smelly, undead stalker. Tania eyed him up speculatively. Are you suggesting I hire you to be a bodyguard? Sort of. I was going to say I could try to track the one that attacked you. If we can figure out where it is, then you'll know whether or not it's likely to come back for you. A reasonable idea, though how will you accomplish this, and how much do you require of me? Was it just him, or did the idea of fighting back light a fire in her? Some part of your attacker, if possible. That drew a frown. I don't believe I have any such component. Tania deflated slightly, face turned in a frown as she looked around his office thoughtfully. Then her eyes flicked back to him and he was again subjected to scrutiny. Are you not capable of being a bodyguard? I can most likely pay a reasonable rate for you. Harry shook his head. I could, but it would not solve your problem, exactly, not to mention that being around me will probably draw more attention to you, not less, especially from the spooky side. At the time, he hadn't realized just how much more attention would be coming his way soon. Tania sighed, slouching slightly, eyes narrowed in thought. Harry really wanted to help her, but he got the sense that keeping her safe in a circle wasn't going to be something she would be okay with. Setting aside that issue for the moment, she began again. You mentioned that there are other vampires. Will I have to be concerned about those too? Yeah, possibly. They're actually more common than the one that attacked you, at least if we got the perpetrator correct. I presume they have some similar weaknesses. Yes and no. The red court vampires are the blood-drinking bat thing kind of vampire. Literally bloodthirsty, and can pass off as normal humans using a skin suit. Also really strong and fast, though not quite as nasty as the black. What of their weaknesses? They're also weakened by sunlight and symbols of faith, but not as much as the stoker type. They can also get pretty screwed if they cross a threshold, from what I remember, and are weaker if they lose the blood they feed on. So slightly more human, more physically vulnerable, but fewer mystical weaknesses. Basically, the white court is more that way too. They feed on emotions, like lust, to drain life from their victims. Mostly human aside from that and extra strength and speed. Feeding on emotion? That sounds more like a succubus. Hey, I didn't name them. Harry shrugged his shoulders disarmingly. I suppose you wouldn't know why vampires are named after colors, then. Surely these white court have more powers? Otherwise they don't seem that great of a threat. She really liked nitpicking, didn't she? Yeah, they can enthrall people. All vampires can, I think, at least somewhat. But the white court are better at it. They can make you want to be in their thrall, the others basically drug or make a meat puppet out of you. Get a taste of their come hither, and it's real hard to say no. Tania's face twisted into a terrifying grimace and her eyes blazed silver. She was definitely a scion or something. Of course they do, damn it all. Her face suddenly went slack, eyes wide in horrible realization. No, oh no, did she know someone who got sucked in? Tell me their weaknesses. Her voice trembled, her earlier excitement evaporating, though he could still hear her resolve. Ah, hell's bells, it was definitely someone she cared about. Most of the more mystical stuff doesn't affect them, but crossing thresholds makes them basically a normal human, I think. That's it. There's no defense against their mind control. No magic bullet. Not a special one, as far as I know. Back then, he didn't know. Damn it. Are you sure? No, but if there is, they aren't going to advertise it. She sighed defeatedly. Really, of all the types, the one like a succubus is not repelled by symbols of faith. Hey? That's what she focused on? She was kind of weird, wasn't she? Yeah, that is a little funny, now that I think about it. The confused woman shook her head angrily, and here I thought this world was peaceful. I don't suppose you wizards ride flying rifles. What? No, I drive an old blue beetle, my magic tends to short out the more fancy electrical stuff. Where did she get that idea? Maybe she was just rattled by the sudden revelation, though that sounded kind of cool. Ah, how inconvenient. Just how old was this girl, exactly? What kind of college girl talks like this? Oh, there's that calculating stare again. She had gone to St. Mark's, maybe she was older than she looked. Vampires are not the only potential supernatural threat, are they? She half asked, half stated. Harry snorted. If she was a scion, then her parent on the supernatural side must not have been the best, not giving her the rundown. Oh, there are plenty more spooky things out there, though some of the same things apply to most of them. Don't invite them across a threshold, try to stick to more public places, and be careful giving out your full name. Tania hummed thoughtfully, I suppose I will have to research some folklore then. Not a bad idea, though just a heads up, most of them aren't quite as accurate as Stoker was. I'll look into this vampire, see if I can find another way to track it down. He would have to call in some backup though, black courts were no joke. I will take your advice into account, wizard, replied the pale, but focused young woman. How much will you be requiring for this service? She pulled out a pen and small notebook, writing something on a page before tearing it off and handing it to him. This was the address at which I was attacked, if that would be helpful. Harry waved dismissively, don't worry about it too much, these things need to be taken out. If you have $50 you can spare, I'll take it, but you should save your cash for buying a few tons of garlic or something. He wasn't going to charge a college girl too much for this kind of thing, even if he was always a bit short on money. Some things just really needed to die, well, more than they already were. Tania glared at him. What? What did he do? This is ridiculous. Oh. You expect me to let you risk your life for my sake for a pittance? Okay, now he was lost. What do you take me for? A communist. She spat the word like a curse. Maybe it was to her? Okay, he waved a hand placatingly. She was weird, he didn't know many people who would insist on paying for something. Oh yeah, also doing that when it was specifically about protecting them from danger. Actually, never mind, that actually did make some sense. You can buy me dinner for a week or something, assuming nothing goes wrong. The irritated young woman pursed her lips in a frown. Okay, that was kinda cute, before sighing. She offered a hand to him. Very well, I find such terms acceptable. Was she a changeling? No, probably not, there were other people that took their word very seriously, some of them completely normal. He shook her hand again. Though she definitely wasn't normal in that spooky sense either, but so far Harry didn't have enough to quite pin down what exact type of spooky she was. Someone else knocked on his office door. The two inside shared a look. Was someone following you? Harry asked. Tania shook her head. I do not believe so, however, that does not make it true. Harry, are you in there? Came a calm voice through the door. Harry relaxed, he knew that voice, even muffled. To his surprise, Tania also relaxed. Doors unlocked, he called. The door opened and Michael Carpenter strode into his office. Despite being clearly middle-aged, the stoic man was powerfully built and not too much shorter than Chicago's 6'9" professional wizard. His blue eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Tania, and he let out a sigh of relief. Thank the Lord. Tania, your sister has been worried sick for you. She winced, suddenly looking more like a kid her age being scolded by a parent. When I got a call from Father Forthill and Inari called Charity, I was quite concerned as well. Tania shuffled slightly on her feet. I apologize, Mr. Carpenter. I forgot to inform my sister that I'm fine. Michael smiled slightly, looking over her in concern. His gaze turned questioningly to Harry. I had come here to ask for your help finding young Miss Tania here, he said, with slight amusement, and it looks like I came to the right place. Michael certainly had a great sense of timing. The older man looked between the other two, eyes lingering on the young woman's damaged jacket. What happened, Tania? The girl in question paused, glancing uncertainly between the two men. Harry nodded in encouragement. Michael knows about this kind of thing, he's probably a much better bet for dealing with them than me, actually. You two are acquainted? Tania asked in disbelief, eyes darting between the tall, dark wizard and the solid, fatherly Carpenter. The two men chuckled. Harry is well-meaning, under all his rough edges, Michael rumbled. Tania looked back at the taller man, a newfound respect in her eyes. Hey, even a cynic valued Michael's judgment a lot. Harry wasn't all that surprised, actually, he did too, after all. Michael did not move, but something shifted, a comforting weight settling in the room, along with a dangerous edge, though not pointed at the occupants. You may tell me anything, Tania, and I will not judge, it is not my place, the Knight of the Cross stated. Her eyes widened, and Harry could almost see the gears turning in her head, now that she knew of the literal power of faith. I was attacked by a vampire, sir. Michael's face darkened, but smoothed over in an instant. I am sorry I have not been able to help you until now, Tania. I am glad that you have come through unharmed. His gaze pierced through her, and the girl shifted uneasily. Though it has definitely changed you. He walked over and laid a hand on her shoulder. The sick-looking girl collapsed into him with a strangled gasp. You will be all right now, God willing. Michael held her as her composure finally cracked, and violent shivers ran through her limbs. Damn, she was a lot more rattled than she looked. She doesn't look hurt, from what I can see, though I think she may be sick, Harry answered his friend's inquiring look. Did she tell you more details? Michael asked, sitting Tania back into a chair, gently patting the young woman on her back. Harry nodded. Yeah, she said she got jumped by a black court vampire. Michael's eyes hardened. Then it is a miracle she is still with us. He didn't actually look surprised. But maybe he was just glad to find Tania largely unharmed. Hearing them talk about her, the young girl tried to compose herself, pulling away from the older man and sitting up straight, forcing her face back into a more neutral expression. She was not entirely successful, given her now reddening eyes and occasional shudder. Seeing the two together, it seemed to Harry almost as if she was trying to imitate Michael. He hadn't seen that coming at all, but there probably wasn't a better role model in all of Chicago than the Fist of God. Perhaps it was, Tania finally offered, fighting through the involuntary chattering of her jaw. Michael blinked in surprise, before smiling. I am glad that you seem to be handling this well. He ruffled her hair slightly, causing her to huff in indignation, but not without having to suppress a smile. Though I am sorry that you had to face something like this alone, and so young. Hell's bells, she probably wasn't much older than Michael's eldest daughter, Molly. But she was already in college? Tania smiled sadly. Things like this happen to people younger than I, and from what I now understand, many do not survive, so I will count myself as fairly lucky. Michael nodded somberly, then smiled slightly. There is some good news. The other two looked at him expectantly. I believe the vampire that attacked you will not trouble you anymore. What, you killed it on your way home or something? Michael shook his head. No, I found a layer of dust near Tania's place, quite like the remains of a destroyed Black Court vampire. Harry let out a sigh of relief. It must have been a fresh raise, if it was that dumb. Wait. The older man frowned, looking Tania in the eye. The bad news is that there are likely more of them in town. I will escort you back to your place, though you should be fine during the day. It seems to me that they are not here for you specifically, but I fear they may still come after you if they have the chance. Well, that wasn't a good sign. More Black Court meant big trouble. If only he had known. The young woman stared searchingly at the older man. I always thought you were not just a carpenter, but whatever you are, seems to be more than my weirdest theories. Michael looked slightly abashed. He's a Knight of the Cross, Harry interrupted before his friend could downplay his role, chosen by God to be a trouble stabber. Michael glared at him, but there was no real heat in it. Tania froze, staring at the knight in shock, and fear. I am nothing quite so grand, Michael began. He killed a dragon, cut in Harry. Tania waved a hand dismissively, that's not important right now. Wait, what? A dragon is unimportant? She stared Michael dead in the eyes. You must have known what I am, them. The knight smiled sadly. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He must have missed something. He had assumed that Tania's ignorance meant she didn't know about her more supernatural nature, and that it probably wasn't anything to be too worried about, if she'd gotten past childhood apparently without much incident. Hold on, did she figure out her heritage just now? Yes. Tania's face twitched, confusion, disgust, and shocked awe warring on her lovely face. You knew what I was, and you let me live. She did just find out, didn't she? Crap, he hadn't meant to be her Hagrid. Michael nodded, you are not a monster. Wait. Shouldn't you be trying to smite me down with holy wrath? Calling me damned and accursed? A devil deserving death. Ah, shit. She was White Court, wasn't she? Michael looked poleaxed. You let me near your children, you let me stay at your house, was it all some sort of sick joke? To make me let down my guard? No. Michael didn't shout, but his voice still rang through the room like a gunshot, cutting off Tania's increasingly panicked rant. Tania, he knelt down to eye level with her, I know it has and will be hard. A difficult burden has been placed on you. He slowly, but firmly, clapped a hand on her shoulder. But I have faith in you. She flinched away from him, don't say that. I don't want to die, eh? Tania. Michael pulled her into a hug again, startling a strangled cry from her. You are one of the most determined people I know. And we will help you. Harry didn't know what to think. He had been angry for a second, thinking she had been trying to lead him on, but there was no faking this kind of distress. And Michael basically vouched for her. The distraught young woman sucked in a breath, and suddenly she seemed calm, but Harry could see emotions roiling beneath her skin. He was starting to think he understood why. Tania snapped up and grabbed Michael's shoulders, eyes boring into his, promise me you won't let me end up like that. Michael sighed and sagged slightly, face seeming to age years in a split second. I promise. Harry still didn't quite understand all the subtext here, but figured it was more important to get Tania back home safely, and get the vampire away from him so he could clear his head. Whatever exactly her heart-to-heart with Michael meant, she strode out of his office with much more confidence than she came in, still pale and wan, but unbowed. Maybe it was just the knowledge of having a Knight of the Cross by her, and on her side. The next few weeks were foobar. With all the shit that happened, he never found time to ask Michael more about what that whole thing with Tania had been about. To some extent, he didn't need to. He met Thomas Raith, another White Court vampire, and a few things were confirmed. Then Susan got turned, and he understood. Chapter 5, The Course of 5 Meals. Chapter Text. Food for Revenge against K. Brought Thought. Around 7 years before Stormfront, 1993. Tania was hungry again. It was slightly annoying, because she had already eaten not that long ago. Children really needed a lot of nutrition, which she had not gotten enough of in her last life. Fortunately, the Raith family was wealthy enough that malnutrition was no serious concern. The cooks that the family employed were also quite skilled, so Tania had probably seen the end of K. Brought. They were always oddly placid, though. Perhaps they had a drug habit? That could explain why they were not employed at a restaurant or the like. If that was the case, it didn't seem like the best hiring decision, but given that she had not seen any actual issue with their food, Tania figured that it wasn't really her problem. She idly sketched a map, drawing over the grid marks already lined neatly on a large sheet of poster paper. Their brother Thomas had some toy soldiers that he no longer saw much use for, so Tania figured she might as well press them back into service. Maybe she could be the one dragging her twin into a new activity for once. As if summoned by her thoughts, Inari bounced into the room. Tania. We should go find snacks. Tania paused and examined the map she was sketching. It looked a bit like Norden. Hey. Tania. Inari draped herself over her twin. Oh. What ya drawing? A map. Of what? Nowhere, really. Inari laughed. Tania. There's no state called really, and nowhere is in Oklahoma. Tania snorted. It's not a map of nowhere, Oklahoma. Americans had a strange idea of what was considered proper names, though she supposed that it was at least more amusing than the often incredibly literal names Germania and Japan used. This map is not supposed to represent any real place at all. Then what's it for? Tania smirked at her limpet of a twin. A game. Inari scrunched up her face in disbelief. A game, or a game? A fun game. Fun for who? Tania shrugged, causing Inari to grip on tighter to avoid being thrown off. I don't know yet, I haven't tried it yet. Ooh. You're making up a game, her twin chirped excitedly. Tania hummed an affirmative, trying, largely in vain, to continue her sketch as her weight was doubled by her overly affectionate sister. Inari leaned them forward, taking a closer look at the map, pushing Tania down towards it and preventing any further attempts to continue working. With a sigh, she flopped down on top of the map, her twin letting out a surprised squeak as they tumbled to the ground in a heap. Tania disentangled herself and pushed herself up into a sitting position, while Inari pouted indignantly at her from the ground. You and I weigh almost the same, so I can't carry both our weight. But you didn't have to drop me. I didn't drop you, we fell over because you leaned all your weight on me. Inari crossed her arms petulantly, still on her back. Tania shrugged and rolled her twin off the map. So you want to go to the kitchen? We had lunch about 2 hours ago. Inari would keep bugging her and Tania herself was a little hungry, the map could wait, anyways. Scrambling to her feet with a bright grin, her twin grabbed Tania's hand and began dragging her out of the room. Tania resisted just long enough to set her pen down neatly by the map. The Raith Manor was large enough that finding the kitchen had taken Inari a good deal of exploring, though that may have been more due to her not explicitly looking for it. Tania had just asked one of their staff, who, like most all of those hired by the family, absently answered her without any scrutiny at all. She was getting accustomed to the incredibly agreeable staff, but it still bothered her. Just how had her family found so many people of the same disposition? Inari tugged on her arm more insistently, and Tania realized she had slowed a bit in her contemplation. The family's human resource choices were not important at the moment. When they reached one of the smaller kitchens, Inari pulled Tania next to her and held a finger to her lips for silence. Tania cocked her head inquiringly at her twin. It wasn't as if they had been told specifically to keep out of the kitchen. Inari bumped her hip into Tania and pouted. Tania snorted and stopped ruining her sister's fun. The childish twin, in spirit and in flesh, carefully edged the door open, peeking through the gap. Apparently not seeing anyone, she stepped into the kitchen, pulling Tania with her. As it so happens, there was a staff member still in the kitchen. Inari ducked behind the counter, but Tania slipped free from her grasp and walked right up to the unfortunate cook who had been given cleaning duty, ignoring her twin's hiss of warning. Hello, greeted Tania, I would like to make a sandwich. Will that be a problem for you? The cook blinked at her, eyes vacant. Apparently she had not been entirely focusing on her task, which was somewhat understandable since cleaning did not require that much mental effort. A sandwich, Miss Raith. The cook repeated slowly, her voice blandly eager, if you want a sandwich, I can make you one. Tania shook her head. No thank you, I would like to make my own sandwich. The cook nodded, then turned back to her work. Tania checked the pantry and refrigerator for ingredients. Inari peeked out from behind the counter, only exposing the top half of her platinum blonde head, eyes wide. She had not yet figured out that their staff seemed to defer to every member of their family, even the young twins. It was frankly quite strange, and Tania still could not figure out why. Regardless, it was immaterial at the moment, since the younger twins had not been prohibited from using the kitchen. So, Inari, what kind of sandwich do you want to eat? Tania asked. Her twins' eyes widened in shock at the betrayal, then narrowed in confusion as the cook continued ignoring them. Tanya, she whined, don't give away my hiding spot. Tania shrugged, pushing a stool into place so she could reach the sliced bread. I just talked to you, responding was what gave your position away. Oh come on. Inari exclaimed with a pout, what were you gonna do if I didn't say anything? Make a sandwich without any of your ideas. Humph, fine. We should put butter on the sandwich. Alright. Tania went to the refrigerator and acquired butter. Sliding open one of the counter drawers, she picked out a butter knife, and started smearing butter on a few slices of bread. Ooh, I can help with that. Inari exclaimed, sliding out from behind the counter. She pushed over another stool and hopped on, looking down into the drawer. This should work. Knife selected, she began trying to shift her stool towards where the butter was. Inari, don't do that, Tania flicked her gaze to her twin. Inari, that's a steak knife. Her twin, heedless of her warning, continued scooching her stool over, a large steak knife held loosely in her hand. Predictably, the stool leg caught between the tiles of the floor, and Inari tipped over with a surprised eep. The knife went sailing through the air as she lost her grip. Tania tried to catch her twin, but she was too heavy. A glint, her other hand shot out, catching the knife by the handle as they fell. A rush of air. Ooh, good catch, small sister. The stool clattered against the tiles and Tania flinched, pointing her knife towards the sound reflexively as she dangled in the air. Tania Raith set the twins onto the floor. The tall woman, who looked paler than usual, because of worry, plucked the knife easily from Tania's death grip while ruffling Inari's hair chidingly. Smallest sister should not play with sharp things. Inari pouted, oblivious to the danger she had been in, trying to swat away Natalia's hand. I was not playing. We were making a sandwich. Do you know how to do this? Their older sister asked while glaring at the cook cowering apologetically in a corner. It can't be that hard, exclaimed Inari. Bread, stuff, more bread. Tania nudged her older sister to get her attention, glancing meaningfully at the cook and shaking her head when Natalia looked down. It wasn't the cook's fault, though she probably should have stopped Inari from messing around on a stool. Natalia smiled, patting Tania on the head. So kind, small sister, she said softly. The older Wraith flipped the fallen stool back upright with her foot, scooped up the twins and deposited them back onto their respective seats. Now what sandwich should Natalia make for small sisters? Tania frowned, she was definitely not pouting, she wanted to take steps towards independence. Thanks, big sis Natalie, exclaimed Inari, maybe peanut butter and jelly. Oh no. That sounds like a good idea. Please stop. Maybe ham and ketchup too. Inari, no. Yes. Why? Are you sure this is a good idea? Why not? Da. Tania eyed the increasingly disturbing mess of a sandwich. These are all different types of sandwiches you are mentioning, but they should be separate. Oh yeah. Inari had another idea, what about ice cream sandwiches? Da. That was even worse. The sandwich tasted very strange, not as bad as she had feared, but Tania still ate it. It would be rude not to appreciate Natalia's hard work and patience. Their older sister looked askance at the resulting mess, but ate it nonetheless, wincing slightly at the assault on her senses. This tastes really good. Tania was never going to trust her twins' food recommendations after this. Around 3 years before Stormfront, 1997. Connor Sharp had no idea what the fuck had just happened. A quick glance over at that dickhead Jaden Dawes told him that the asshole had even less of an idea than he did. His stupid face was screwed up in an ugly look of confusion that not even a mother could love. The two of them stood awkwardly near each other, at least 5 feet apart, because they weren't gay, a good distance away from the family gathering they had been forcibly invited to. How Connor had ended up here with the dickhead that had been shoving him around for the past month, he still wasn't sure. What are you both standing around all the way over there for? Asked a cheery voice. The two boys turned to see an excited-looking blonde entirely too cute to actually exist waving them over. Oh right, they were here because of her, Inari Raith, was it? Ooh. Is that your brother? Connor did not have any siblings, his parents hated each other too much for that. At least St. Mark's was a boarding school, so he didn't have to deal with their constant arguments. It was apparently quite an expensive school, at least expensive enough that his mother had thrown a fit, really hardening that learning it was a boarding school was what changed her mind. Damn cow. Father made quite a lot of money working for a technology company, but it seemed that St. Mark's had attendees with ridiculous amounts of money, given the much bigger dorm rooms some of them had been given. Connor's room was one of the smaller rooms, but it was enough for him. He had a desk for reading, and that's all he really needed. He spent most of his free time in the computer lab or library anyway. The school was fine, honestly, classes were kind of a drag, but some of the stuff they taught was actually interesting. The only real downside was the other students, who were mostly huge pains. Either they were some real pretentious, rich assholes, or some gutter trash macho shitheads, both guys and girls. Connor did not understand how the school administration kept them under control. Well, they kind of didn't. At least, the staff didn't really seem to care that much about the constant bullying. Case in point, Jaden the dickhead. The teacher Connor had complained to had told him to stand up for himself so the bully would go elsewhere, and that it was up to the parents to properly adjust their children to the world. Maybe this school was a place for kids with shit parents who were too rich to sick child protective services on? Connor didn't know exactly what Jaden's deal with him was. It was the typical "oh look, what a loner loser. Debatable," or "your daddy doesn't love you. No shit," or "I fucked your mom." As funny as that last bit may be, Connor doubted Jaden had enough money for her to be interested. Earlier today, his father had called him to tell him that the cow had strong-armed him into some dumb vacation to some dumb place no one would give a shit about without a shit ton of advertising money being drained into it, like schoolwork into the wiffle ball that Jaden called a brain. Of course, Connor wasn't going with had to focus on his schoolwork. What a load of crock. So he had already been ticked off when Jaden shoved him in the hallway in between classes. Kicking the dickhead in the head he actually used to think felt good. Getting hurled into a locker was a lot less fun. Right, he remembered now, someone had gone. What is going on here? Connor had honestly thought that kind of timely interruption was just a TV trope. Jaden had frozen, apparently thinking it was a teacher. To be fair, she sure had sounded like a teacher, but Connor had long since figured out that the teachers didn't really care. It was still a bit of shock to see a small girl glaring at the two of them. A very cute girl, despite how angry she looked, and somehow sounding like a teacher despite her diminutive stature. Brotherly affection, answered Jaden hesitantly. Like most meatheads, he wasn't great at thinking on his feet. Or lying convincingly. The girl raised an eyebrow. Neither of you have brothers. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. How the hell had she known that? Jaden scratched the back of his head nervously. Ms. Raith. Was she the daughter of some big shot? She did act kind of like she owned the place. Yes, Jaden, would you care to explain why you and Mr. Sharp are having an altercation? Wait, what? How did she know his name? Why is it any of your business? Snapped Connor, not sure why he was angry at someone who had just saved him from a beating. I can see you both have frustrations that require channels for release, but this is hardly the best place for that. Wait. Was she okay with them wailing on each other? This kind of brawling is not constructive, and neither of you are learning anything useful from it. That was her concern. Not to mention you will be late for class if this continues. Okay, Connor could kind of see how the midget got into high school early. That was what happened, right? Wait, I thought you didn't like it when I did the posturing thing. This guy was really fucking stupid. It is pointless. Jaden wilted slightly, and Connor felt a bit chastised, even though he clearly was in the right here. Wait outside of the east door after classes are done. I will show you a better way to relieve your frustrations. She turned and strode off, seemingly certain that they would listen to her. The thing was, Connor kind of wanted to. As lame as it was, this was the first time someone invited him somewhere at this school. Ah, crap, there was the bell. Once school let out, Connor still wasn't sure what Jaden's deal was, but they both ended up standing awkwardly outside the door, their personal animosity temporarily on hold in their confusion. A few minutes later, a fancy car rolled to a stop in front of them. The driver's side door opened, and a man in a suit and wearing sunglasses stood up, regarding the two boys with uncomfortable scrutiny. Are you Connor Sharp and Jaden Dawes? Connor shivered, the man's voice was flat and empty. There was something wrong with this dude. Yeah. Way to sound confident, dickhead. Then again, Connor didn't say anything. The man nodded, then gestured to the car. Please, get in. It did not sound like a request. Were they about to get kidnapped by the mafia? Fuck it, that might be an improvement. Maybe his parents would care if he was being held hostage or something, probably not. He got in the car, and Jaden followed, looking incredibly nervous. Connor managed to keep a straight face, but he would probably squeak like a little girl if he said anything out loud. There was a man sitting in the passenger seat, also wearing a suit and sunglasses. He turned to watch the two boys as they scrambled into the car. Jaden Dawes, and who's your friend? Hey, Connor was not this dickhead's friend. Though he probably shouldn't say that to the bodyguard dude. Hey Antonio, stumbled the idiot, this is Connor. Where's Inari? That was actually a good question. There was no way the rich chick would take public transportation to go where she wanted to go. The bodyguard laughed, Miss Raith is going to the park by foot, as usual. Hey, Connor knew rich people could be eccentric, but that still sounded weird. Why pay for a chauffeur and a bodyguard if you just decide to fucking hoof it? Damn it. He sounded like a wimp. Mr. Antonio, sir. Connor couldn't see the man's eyes, but he was probably raising an eyebrow. Why aren't you with her then? You're her bodyguard, right? Antonio shrugged, there aren't that many places safer than where they are now. Okay, Connor wasn't a security expert, so he wasn't going to say anything else. Hold on, did he say they? Raith, where had he heard that name before? Did this Inari person have siblings? If Connor remembered his mother's ranting correctly, there was a pretty big property owned by that family, and something about how that family had dirty money, or something. Well, looks like he and the idiot had been sort of abducted by a mafia princess? Wait, if the idiot fell for this, what did it make him? The car ride was uncomfortably silent after that. Eventually, they pulled into a parking lot of a small urban park. Come on, out you go. Antonio hustled the two boys out of the car while scanning the area. He and the driver locked the car and marched towards the gazebo where a large family had apparently set up shop. Completely out of their depth, the two boys shuffled awkwardly after them, but stopped a good distance away. And then the crazy mafia princess noticed them. Yes, right, that's how they got here. Hey Jaden. Inari skipped over to the two boys. Hi, person I haven't met before. Why are you here? Is he your brother? Didn't she invite them? Or did she have short-term memory loss? Also what the hell? Why was she acting so differently? The idiot scratched his head bashfully. Didn't you invite us here? The peppy blonde frowned, her cute little nose wrinkling in confusion. Being this cute should be illegal. I don't remember doing that. Her eyes brightened in realization, and she waved again. Apologies for the confusion. I was the one who invited the two of you. Jaden jumped up with a surprised yelp, and Connor definitely did not squeak in surprise, spinning around towards the new voice. Connor blinked, spun back around, then back again. Was he seeing double? He thought he had gotten enough sleep last night. Hey, mumbled Jaden, I thought the evil clone thing was a joke. Hey. Tania isn't evil, the happy blonde objected. It seems I neglected to introduce myself, how rude of me, the serious blonde continued, bowing slightly, before straightening again. I am Tania Raith. Connor slowly closed his mouth, hopefully no one noticed his slack-jawed staring. This was getting out of hand, now there were two of them. He flicked his gaze over to the gazebo. Oh god, the blondes were everywhere. A pair of not blonde kids were sword fighting with foam sticks. Hey. Connor watched as the two kids, who were even younger than the blonde mafia midgets, circled each other carefully. That didn't really look like kids at play. A slight wind picked up, sending the picnickers scrambling to hold down paper plates and other loose items. It also swept the smell of cooking burgers across the two high school guys. Oh, it's a cookout. Sweet. Thanks for the invite. The idiot was too easily swayed. They are not quite ready, but I brought you here for a reason. Yep, there had to be a catch. She gestured for them to follow her, and while Connor would normally refuse to comply on principle, this whole situation was weird enough that he just shuffled after her. Hey, how is math going Jaden? Asked Inari, skipping along next to them. How the heck did he confuse the two of them? One of them acted like the child that they were, while the other one reminded him of those librarians. Maybe she stole all of his mom's maturity? Fine. And he's not my brother. And thank God for that. Yay. So he's your friend? Oi. They were not friends. The evil twin, Tania, suddenly stopped, and Connor blinked, realizing that she had marched them over to the older man at the grill. He looked kind of ordinary, taller than average, but pretty normal, and yet, Connor didn't think he had ever seen anyone look so comfortable in their own skin, even in an apron and surrounded by a horde of small children. Mr. Carpenter, this is Jaden Dawes and Connor Sharp, the evil twin introduced. The old man blinked in surprise, before smiling. He carefully hung the tongs he had been using on the grill handle, wiped his right hand on the apron, and offered it for them to shake. Hello Connor, Jaden. My name is Michael Carpenter, and it is nice to meet you. Jaden shook his hand. Nice to meet you sir. No need for that, I'm neither your father nor your teacher. You can call me Michael, or Mr. Carpenter if that feels strange. Connor opted for just nodding when he shook hands. Why was the clone mafia princess introducing them to a suburban working-class dad? These two had an unnecessary dispute at school, and I was hoping you could help referee their attempts to acquire satisfaction. The old man seemed mildly confused. Tania, duels are illegal, and have fallen mostly out of favor. Officiated duels, countered the much smaller girl, Given local crime statistics, it seems pretty clear that legal prohibition has simply resulted in more unsanctioned and less structured violence. Connor could definitely see why she got into high school early. Also, he was pretty sure Chicago was a bit of an outlier, though she may have a bit of a point if you only talked about organized crime. Aw shit, he was going to get beat up with a foam sword, wasn't he? Hat, maybe he could beat up Jaden with a foam sword. Nah, fat chance. Duel, the idiot fumbled out. Not exactly, corrected the mafia princess. I assume I am correct in saying that neither of you actually wants to see the other dead. Jaden and Connor exchanged a nervous look. Were they supposed to nod or shake their heads? Don't ask them negative questions, woman. No. Seemingly satisfied by even that pathetic answer, the midget menace nodded her head, pulled 2 foam swords from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to the 2 boys. Here, this should help you all vent out your frustrations with your parents. How the fuck does she know that? Obviously, it will not solve your parental problems, but ideally, it will relieve enough tension that you stop accosting each other during school hours. The little woman continued on as if she hadn't just rolled out personal information Connor had never told anyone, mostly because he hadn't had anyone to tell, but still. Apparently similarly unnerved, Jaden also didn't say anything and only dumbly nodded along to the old man explaining some fencing rules. Connor barely heard any of it, and apparently neither had Jaden, since their wild swinging to start with mostly didn't hit anything. Thump. Jaden clocked Connor in the side of the head. Oof. Connor jabbed Jaden in the stomach. Point. It devolved from there. But Connor had to admit, it was actually kind of fun. Based on the grin on Jaden's face, he agreed. Was this one of the dumb things where they stopped hating each other after beating on each other? Connor jabbed Jaden in the arm again. Point and match. Wait, he won? He felt like he got walloped a lot more. Jaden blinked in surprise. What was the score? I kinda lost track. Connor is at 3, while you are at 2, Jaden, answered the old man. Hey, really? Connor was pretty sure they had been hitting each other more than that. If you both hit each other at the same time you both get a point, so it doesn't count, explained the small blonde. Wait, that wasn't the same blonde. So that was how it worked? Connor had a feeling he'd have been toasted in a real fight. He really could not hit as hard as Jaden did. Ow. I did explain that already, didn't I, Molly? Oh, he did? Connor must have missed that. Well, they forgot because boys are stupid. Hey. Molly, chided the old man, don't be rude now. Yes, Dad, the girl whined insincerely. Man, how many kids do you have? Blurted Jaden idiotically. There's like a whole team's worth of them. The old man chuckled. God has blessed us with 5 children so far, which is enough to field a basketball team, though they are obviously all too small for that right now. Hey, I'm tall for my age, the rude blonde objected, which only got her an affectionate pat on the head from her father. Hold on, 5? There were 7 kids here. The idiot looked confused. Are those 2 someone else's then? He asked idiotically, pointing at the 2 brown-haired boys now hovering around the grill next to the evil twin. The old man laughed. Ha! My girls are all blonde, so I can see why you would think that. Michael's face sobered, and he glanced over to Inari, who was cooing over an infant at the gazebo, then to her evil twin, who casually flipped burgers despite not being much more than eye level with the grill. Tania and Inari are from a different family, but they are Molly's best friends. Isn't that right, Molly? Inari is my best friend, the girl in question declared. Tania is like Mom's clone. What, does she not love her mom or something? Molly looked at Connor in shock, and he realized he had said that aloud. Shit. I love Mom, she's just really bossy, the distressed blonde cried. Molly, chided the old man, while giving Connor a disappointed look. Great. Open mouth, insert foot. My mom's really bossy too, Connor blurted out, trying to change the subject. Does she make you do the laundry for all your siblings too? Asked Molly in commiseration. He shook his head. Nat, I'm an only child, and my mother mostly ignores me and yells at my father for random stuff. No siblings? Asked the slightly smaller blonde. That sounds like it could be nice. I love my siblings, but they can be noisy. Connor let out a snort. Sure. It also means there's no one else to deflect attention to when your parents are pissed. Molly's eyes widened. Ooh, I didn't think of that. Grass is greener, and all that, muttered Jaden, strangely morose all of a sudden. Connor hadn't known the idiot could use metaphors. Maybe he wasn't a complete idiot after all? You never quite appreciate what you have until it's gone. Connor and Jaden flinched in surprise. When did the evil twin get here? The patties are about done, Tania continued, as if she hadn't just nearly given them a heart attack. She turned and walked back to where the 2 younger boys were busy stacking burgers. Geez. She's scary, mumbled Jaden. The old man coughed. Language. Hey? Whatever, why the fuck does she have a knife? Oh, to cut onions. Tania twirled her knife expertly, cutting through the condiments in rapid succession. Connor felt vaguely threatened for some reason. You've got to teach me that, declared one of the old man's boys excitedly as he stacked another burger. Daniel, no playing with knives, shouted the old man's wife. Damn, she has good ears. Come on, it's time to eat, called the old man, waving them over in invitation. Connor shuffled after him, but paused when he noticed Jaden frozen on the spot. What's the matter, you lump? He just didn't want to be the awkward lone stranger, that's all. Nothing, really, Jaden shrugged, it's just that it's been years since I've been to a cookout like this. Not since Dad died. Oh. You too close? Jaden nodded, yeah, I think. He was away quite a lot. But he was a cool dad when he was there. Business. Nat, Army. Gulf War. Ah. That sucks, man. He wasn't actually feeling bad for this idiot, was he? If it's any consolation, my dad's a corpo whore and my mom's a gold digger. Why did he say that? That's rough, buddy. Hey. This doesn't make them buddies. I'm not your buddy, pal. I ain't your pal, friend. I'm not your friend, buddy. The two of them snorted, not quite laughing yet. Jaden's face sobered. Sorry about all the hazing shit. The guys on the team said we need to do stuff like that to make the team. Really? That was all it was? That was not all that surprising, actually. Damn. Apology accepted, I guess. And fuck those guys. Did this make them friends? Do you want burgers or not? Connor shelved that question in lieu of attending an actual family dinner, even if it wasn't his own. About 2 months before grave peril, August 2001. Heiaku. Heiaku, where'd you go? Inari dashed down one of Raith Manor's numerous hallways in search of their errant pet hedgehog. They weren't really fast animals, but he could have gotten into a lot of weird places, and their spiky little friend could end up in a lot of trouble, no matter how friendly he was. Hopefully no one stepped on him. That would be a disaster. Tania would be sad and someone would have a bunch of quills stuck in their foot. Oh, this was supposed to be the big send-off to college, and now it might be ruined. She hurried along the corridor, rushing past pricey sculptures she didn't really get, spinning her eyeballs around in search of the little spike ball. Her footsteps padded rapidly on the hardwood floor, before fading into a soft whump, cushioned by velvety carpet, and she found herself in the gallery. It was quiet, no one came in here regularly, except father and the cleaning staff. From what Inari had heard, even her father didn't stick around here long. Glancing around the hall, it wasn't hard to guess why. The gallery was filled with portraits of women, at least a baker's dozen or so, she had never properly counted. Paintings of their mothers. More paintings than she had siblings. Over the years, it had become more and more obvious to her that something was off with father, and this room was no small part. That was probably a big reason why she didn't like spending time here. She padded over to the painting at the end of the gallery. It was a portrait of a severe-looking woman seated in an office chair, surrounded by piles of paperwork and checkbooks. Dark hair styled professionally, pink lips pressed into a slight frown, brown eyes hooded in annoyance, and arms crossed over a business suit. The woman in the painting looked like she had just been interrupted in the middle of something important. Inari ran her hand over the nameplate, which read Or Ikeda Reko. Hey, Mom. When she was a kid, it had been easy to think that their mom had loved them. She must have, because she still had them even though they killed her. Inari still didn't know how Tania really understood the latter part even when they were so little, that was just kind of how it was with Tania. But the woman in the painting didn't look like someone who had very much love to give. Another reason Inari didn't like coming to the gallery. I did it. I'm going to college way early. She sighed and looked away from the painting's disappointed gaze. Yeah, I know UIC isn't as impressive as UChicago, but Tania got most of the brains between us, and I got most of the social skills. Inari smiled up at her mother. You'd be proud of her, I bet. She likes accounting about as much as you did, I think, to the point she's studying economics. That's like trying to do accounting for a whole country. She looked down again and shuffled her feet through the soft carpet. I'm going to try becoming a doctor. Tania says I might be too kind for that, but I don't think that should stop me. I don't like seeing people hurt, maybe I can actually help them this way. And, being a doctor is something you'd have liked, right? Inari wrapped her arms around her front with a sigh. Maybe then I can make you proud. She heard a slight snuffling sound, and something prodded her foot. Oh. There you are, Heiaku. Inari crouched down and scooped up the errant hedgehog, who chirped happily at the attention. I guess it makes sense you came here, this is a pretty good spot if you want some peace and quiet. Heiaku grunted, nose twitching cutely, see. Too cute to be a Heiak. Oh, he was probably hungry. It is a place for dead women. Inari turned to see Sister Elisa stride into the room, actually wearing clothes, unlike her preferred state of dress. And hedgehogs, it seems. Oh, hey Lisa, the younger Raith replied, holding up Hayak, I guess he liked the quiet. Or maybe he got nervous about moving. It is quiet here. Elisa tilted her head, father calls, little sister. It is time for dinner. I know, Inari answered, turning back to the portrait of her mother, can you give me a few more seconds with mom? Elisa shrugged, shifting her loose and barely decent black dress. Sure, but don't take too long. She stepped over behind Inari, also looking up at the painting. Inari ran a finger over the nameplate again, taking in the only real connection she had to their mother. It was a little funny, in all her years living in this house, it was only right before leaving, if only to go to college, that she realized just how much she would miss this picture. Her mother would not look any more impressed if she came back with an MD, it was a painting, after all, but a part of her hoped that something would change. Your mother was an interesting woman, Elisa mused, placing a hand on her hip. Inari blinked, turning to her sister in surprise. The subject of their mothers, all the different ones, rarely came up. It was almost taboo. You knew her. What was she like? Hayak, squeaked in surprise, shuffling around in Inari's arms at the sudden turn. Yes. It was a bit humorous. The more father charmed her, the more obsessed she became with our finances. Hey, sighed Inari, sounds a lot like Tania. It didn't really come as a surprise, there were times her twin resembled that portrait a lot. There, Elisa consoled, running a hand through her little sister's hair, you are both like her in some ways. How so? I don't find accounting that much fun. I also can't really pull off that look. Elisa scoffed, you're more bookish than you think, rice ball. And why can't you pull that off? You have the same face as Tania. I can't really do that bored and angry look. Well, the older Raith paused, eyes vacant for a moment, you are different than your sister, and that is fine. The youngest member of the family sighed slowly, meeting eyes with her mother from beyond the grave. I guess that's true. Tania always does tell me that I should be my own woman, whatever that means. Her sister laughed, I suppose she would know. Elisa's eyes flashed, just don't try too hard, I've seen a lot of girls act out like they were Rosie the Riveter, then melt like wet paper when the likes of father come around. Her voice dropped, darkly humorous. He seems to be fond of toying with that kind of woman. Inari slugged her shameless sister in the arm, Lisa. I don't want to hear about father and his games, it's kind of gross. Elisa laughed hollowly. It is time for dinner. Clink. 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 Father tapped a spoon against an empty wine glass and everyone stilled. Even now, that didn't mean the whole family. Obviously, father was here, and so were Lara, Thomas, and Tania. Natalia, Elisa, and even Felicia had also made it, but the sisters who lived overseas were still absent. In their place were cousins Madrigal and Madeline, which was probably a downgrade, even though Inari hardly knew her other sisters. Isabella would be better than the weirdo twins. Inari was glad so much of the family was here to see her and Tania off. Most of them were traveling at any given time, so it was rare to see even this many in one place. It should have been a happy evening marking an important transition point, and it did seem like everyone was treating it like a momentous occasion, but there was an air of tension in the house, which popped Inari's excitement at seeing them all like a ruptured balloon. The younger set of twins had helped plan out and cook the food for the night, as they had started to do when they were little. Their cooks were good, but tended to require fairly detailed instructions if they were trying something new, like the strange ideas Tania came up with. Inari was still banned from suggesting food ideas for family dinners. So unfair. The preparations had gone pretty well, aside from some minor hiccups like some switched-up tomato sauce. Inari had tried puppy eyes, was she getting too old for that, to distract Lara from yelling at the cook for the mix-up, but it had taken Tania pointing out the time they were wasting for their sister to back down. The consistency of the sauce would be a bit different than they wanted for the spaghetti, but it still smelled very tasty, just not as planned. Thomas had tried to help out, but they had ended up relegating him to porter, since he was still hopeless in the kitchen. Natalia had just got back last night, but she'd insisted on hovering over Inari's work, supposedly to make sure a littlest sister didn't create another abomination, though she stuck a little too close to them for that to be the only reason. Neither Thomas or Natalia gave clear answers when Inari asked what was bothering them. Elisa refused to set foot in any kitchen on principle, but she helped them pack. Inari was sure she would find quite a few embarrassing things tucked into her luggage later. It was a shame she wasn't going to be there to see Tania's reaction. Felicia had collected a bunch of decorations for her dorm room, a lot of them very much not safe for work or school. Inari didn't even swing that way. Some of the other knickknacks would be pretty cool, but the rooms weren't that big, and half of the space would go to her roommate. It was nice of her, though. Their cousins were a different matter. Madrigal and Madeline seemed to find the idea of the younger twins cooking ridiculous, and normally had few qualms mocking them for it. Today they seemed to avoid doing that, maybe because of Lara's bad mood, but that hadn't stopped them from harassing some of their employees. Madrigal kept it to bullying and some insults, but Madeline actually hit a few of them. That was just rude. The cooks weren't dogs. Not that you should hit dogs either. It is a wonderful night to gather together here. Father stood, breaking the attentive silence he had let stretch and shaking Inari out of her recollections. He stretched his arms wide slowly in a welcoming gesture, but his eyes were as cool as ever. It has been a long time since our house has been blessed with such talented youths. Of course, it is expected that a member of our house should cut through the useless chaff society imposes to hinder those of greater breeding and ambition. His gaze swept slowly around the table, never really focusing on any of his family, except for Tania and Inari. The twins stiffened slightly under his scrutiny, but they both knew not to show weakness in front of him. His alabaster features quirked in what could possibly be considered a smile. Inari tightened her grip on her chair to suppress the shiver that ran down her spine. It had taken a long time for her to admit how creepy their whole family was. Even Tania and Inari were a little weird themselves. Soon, we will be welcoming 2 more of our family into adulthood, earlier than we expected in this soft age. He smiled wider at the younger twins, a look that once filled Inari with childish glee, but now only stirred longing and a shameful amount of envy. She could not choose who her father was, and Mr. Carpenter was only one man. The little ones are quite precocious, and not just in the ever-increasing book-learning schools in this country pass off as education, are they not, dear Lara? Father turned to their eldest living sister. She still refused to tell Inari her age, who nodded demurely. The little game they made has proved quite popular, Lara explained, which flight has sold very well among those interested in this type of game, and among others too. Inari glanced at her twin and smirked when she saw Tania's slightly annoyed expression. She had managed to cajole Tania into shaving the rule set down to just battles from the full-scale campaigns they had originally covered, too much war, not enough game, and Lara had added a lot of fan service in the form of pretty models for the aerial mages, who were definitely not witches on rifles instead of broomsticks. Tania had not been amused. Father smiled indulgently, excellent. While this endeavor is outside our usual interests, it has come to my attention that there is a rather neglected audience. He swept his gaze around the table again, lingering on Madrigal. One that needs a different type of plausible deniability for their desires. Ick. That was a weird way of saying fan service. His eyes swept over to Tania, and Inari thought she saw them soften, not really with the affection Mr. Carpenter showed, but more like a pleased teacher or boss. Now, dear Tania, game this may be, but do you happen to have any intention to start a war? Hey? Tania dipped her head down. Is not such a thing rather uncivilized these days, father? Not a real answer, but Inari could feel the confusion and spike of anxiety from her twin. Father smiled wider, indeed, indeed. But it is such a fascinating game, you must show me some time. At one time, Inari would have been incredibly jealous, but she now had an inkling of how dysfunctional their family was, something her twin had seen far earlier. If Tania was concerned, she probably had good reason to worry. Inari nudged her twin reassuringly under the table. Of course, father, Tania replied, eyes lowered respectfully. It seemed wrong for her stubborn twin to act so subdued, but there was something wrong with this family. 5 years ago, Inari might have charitably thought father wanted a way to make sure his daughter had a reason to visit. That was probably true, but the real reasons he had for keeping an eye on them seemed less healthily parental now. Father turned his eyes to her, and Inari squeezed the hand Tania slipped into hers. Do come visit too, Inari dear, father demanded softly, it can get lonely when all my children have flown the nest. He smiled wide again, and Tania's grip creaked, your meal ideas are ever so fascinating. Inari smiled back, the childish part of her glad that someone appreciates her taste, but the older part of her whispered that it was probably fake. Of course, father, she answered, as she was expected to. Tania ran her thumb over the back of Inari's hand in solidarity. As expected of my dear children. Father nodded and swept his gaze around the room once more. But I think I have delayed our meal long enough. Now, I imagine you all have saved room for dessert, no? An excited titter passed through her older sisters and relatives over something Inari was not supposed to understand. But she was not stupid. Now, the Carpenters were probably not a normal family, but Inari was fairly certain their opinion of intimacy was more in line with what normal people thought than her own family's skeevy activities. It did hurt, a lot of the times, to be thought of as the dumb twin, but sometimes it had its upsides. Inari had no stomach for dessert. Immediately after grave peril, November 2001. Mr. Dresden's apartment was not where she had pictured a wizard living. On the other hand, it did make some sense. His office lacked many modern fashionings, aside from his informational brochures, he should make one for monsters, so it was not too surprising that his home would be similarly archaic. In accordance with their agreement, Tania had acquired what she estimated was a week's worth of food for the unusually tall but fairly skinny wizard. She had asked Mr. Carpenter about Mr. Dresden's culinary preferences, and was not surprised to learn he kept to a rather stereotypical bachelor diet. With that in mind, she had acquired a not insubstantial amount of meat at the deli, though she made sure to add more balanced groceries as well. It was sort of strange to see him dealing with something as mundane as groceries when, according to Mr. Carpenter, he had the ability to defy the laws of physics. She supposed that was to be expected, though, especially he still had to eat and his potential target demographic often dismissed him out of hand, so his income stream was probably not as steady as he would have liked. His efforts, especially in conjunction with the police, seemed respectable enough, so it was truly a pity he was prevented from better advertising his skills by ancient and potentially counterproductive regulations. Tania had grilled a steak sandwich for Mr. Dresden yesterday, but when she had gone to deliver it he had not been present, so she had left it with his landlord. From what the landlord told her, Mr. Dresden had returned late last night, and had apparently taken the sandwich, and so here Tania was again, this time with groceries in hand. She moved to knock, her newfound strength making it remarkably easy to carry a week's worth of groceries for a rather large man, but the apartment door swung open before she could. "All right, fine, mister, get out." Harry Dresden glowered out of the dimly lit basement apartment, hair disheveled, face unkempt, looking more like a crazed hermit than the professional eccentric of a few days ago, complete with an oversized cat slinking out of his dwelling. What had happened? "What do you want?" Mr. Dresden spat, glaring at her with anger she could not see the cause of. Was it because of her new vampiric nature? "Good day, Mr. Dresden, I have bought food as payment, per your request." The wizard blinked in confusion, having clearly forgotten about their agreement. Tania was starting to see another reason his business was not doing as well as she would have thought. His cat sniffed the bags she was holding curiously. "Was that a bobcat?" Mr. Dresden's eyes narrowed. "Just what are you playing at? You show up the day before I get that invitation, and then your brother shows up to the same ball." His voice escalated in volume until he was nearly shouting, and he flexed a ringed finger in anticipation. A tingling ran down Tania's spine as the air became charged. Tania raised her hands disarmingly, still carrying the groceries. The large cat grumbled in disappointment, before circling around her. "I requested a service from you and food was the agreed upon payment, that's all this is." This was a completely unnecessary level of hostility. Mr. Dresden had not seemed subtle when she met him, but he was apparently quick to anger. The niggling passenger in her head stirred curiously at the heightened emotion. The tall man glared at the groceries suspiciously. "And what's in them? Did you drug the food? Going to kidnap me for your family's freakish goals? Why in the world would she do that? That was such a waste." Bile rose in her throat as she remembered their glassy-eyed staff. Tania blinked, lowering her arms, the meat again attracting the cat's attention. "Mr. Dresden, I did not know of my family's nature until recently. Nor do I know of any particular interest they have in you. The food is payment, that's it." Yeah, real convincing," he snarked back, "your brother sure seemed interested in talking to me in particular." Tania cocked her head in confusion as she glanced over the wizard. Thomas did not swing that way, given his favorite, lover, meal. This metaphysical consumption requirement was a bit confusing. Her eyes flicked to the silver pentagram necklace at his neck. "Wait, didn't Thomas have something similar? I believe my brother's interest, assuming he isn't just joking around, is personal, or what passes as academic for him. Perhaps he was curious about magic. Though on second glance, those pieces of jewelry looked very similar." The cat pawed at one of the grocery bags, and Tania, realizing this could take a while, set the bag down on the ground. If she had known he had a cat, she would have bought more appropriate food. "Personal? Hell's bells. He's the reason Susan is gone." Dresden roared, startling the cat as it pawed a grocery bag. Tania was also surprised, but fought down her reaction to a slight flinch. Who even was Susan? What the hell had Thomas done this time? Hadn't he gone to some event at a brothel? Oh, that was the one that burned down, wasn't it? Tania sighed, before bowing apologetically. "I cannot apologize for the wrong my brother has done to you, as I am not him, but I can offer condolences for your loss." If the wizard was already angry, it was probably best not to antagonize him any further, especially unarmed as she was. His anger and despair clouded the hallway in a nearly tangible way and she felt like she could almost take a bite out of it if she wished. When Tania straightened back up, Mr. Dresden's face was still clenched in anger, but some of the wind seemed to have left his sails. Hopefully, he would understand that she had nothing to do with whatever had happened, or at least that taking it out on her would not properly give him satisfaction for this wrong. The cat successfully freed a package of beef jerky from the plastic grocery bag, but meowed in outrage at the plastic wrapping. Insistent creature. Tania sighed and crouched down, retrieving the package from the cat, which watched her haughtily as she neatly tore open the package. Are cats supposed to eat jerky? Tania glanced up at Mr. Dresden for permission. He shrugged, looking deflated. If she remembered correctly, beef jerky had too much salt to be healthy, but a small piece should be fine. The cat accepted her offering with a disdainful sniff, then batted away the package, spilling some jerky on the ground. Tania's eye twitched a disgraceful waste of food. She took a breath, before exhaling. It was fine, it was not as if she could not acquire more, and this was meant for Mr. Dresden anyways. Cats were also hardly rational actors, Perhaps the wizard had some similarities to his cat? He seemed solitary, but clearly held affection for whoever Susan was. He seemed lackadaisical, but Tania's research had revealed that he could be quite dedicated, based on some of the speculation regarding his activities. He appeared to be, if nothing else, determined. Finally, he also seemed to accept payment in food, while acting disdainful of it. She was not going to offer head pats, that would probably be viewed as an attack. Given the strangeness of her new state, Tania blamed Inari for this line of thought. She placed the discarded package back in the bag, collected the groceries together again and offered them to the wizard. I understand your concern. Please examine the contents, and do with them what you will. I promise that nothing in these bags are intended to harm you. If she was going to poison him, she was not going to hand him the poisoned food herself, that was just plain stupid. Mr. Dresden looked mulish, but Tania's newly sharpened hearing heard his stomach rumbling at the thought of food. You made the sandwich. Tania nodded. So he did eat it then. He narrowed his eyes again. How did you know I like steak sandwiches? Ah, good to know she read his preferences correctly, but this paranoia was getting on her nerves. On the other hand, if other vampires really were out to get him. I did not know, but I do not know many men who dislike steaks, aside from those with dietary or moral objections. On that topic, was I also correct in presuming that you lean towards carnivorous? She gestured with the grocery bags. Mr. Dresden grunted in what could have been agreement, so she handed him the groceries. He took them reluctantly. This is not charity, Tania reminded him, it is payment for the information, as unpleasant as it is. Perhaps stressing that this was purely transactional would make it less suspicious. It was relatively reasonable to be leery of gifts from vampires that included her now. Maybe she needed to reconsider a lot of the presents her siblings had foisted on her over the years. A lot of them made significantly more sense now, damn it Elisa. The wizard readjusted the bag slightly, glancing through the contents. Without another word, he turned and slammed his door shut. How rude. Yes, their business was concluded, but there was an I quit for this. Perhaps he had a specific hatred of vampires. He had been rather matter-of-fact in his discussion of her nature a few days ago. This was also the man who was willing to help a middle schooler with a bullying problem. What had changed? His oversized cat gave an annoyed hiss, ramming its shoulder into the door. Oh, it probably wanted more of the food Tania brought. It looked well fed, so the wizard was not normally so poor an owner, she must have stumbled into a personal tragedy. Tentatively, she reached out a hand. The cat sniffed her fingers and licked the beef jerky residue off of them, before shoving its head into her hand. Tania ran her fingers through the cat's fur, apparently pleasantly enough, as it began to purr. It seems your friend is having a rough day, she commented, giving the large cat a scratch under the chin. It yawned, giving out an annoyed yowl. And he has forgotten to feed you. The cat hissed angrily. Well then, this wouldn't do. Tania visited a nearby store to acquire some cat food. On the way, she checked her phone in case Inari called again. It was dead. Hey, how strange, she had only acquired it a few months ago. Tania stopped by a payphone and checked in with her twin so she wouldn't freak out again. When she returned to Mr. Dresden's apartment, she found an even more annoyed cat and smelled burning food. Her eye twitched in annoyance. This could not stand. She had gone through all this trouble to acquire good, proper food for him, and here he was bungling it like some communist with an economic policy delusion. So she knocked on the door again. Back already, Mr. Mr. Dresden wrenched the door open. Why the hell are you still here, Candy? What? Being sweet was Inari's purview. He glared at the young vampire. She glared back and looked meaningfully down at the smug-looking feline batting around an empty can of cat food. Oh. He stepped aside sheepishly to let the cat re-enter the apartment, and Tania slipped in after it, the annoying voice in the back of her head quieting as she stepped over the threshold. What the hell are you doing? You are cooking this wrong. Hey, maybe I like it burned. You like your food incinerated. It was somehow actually on fire. That isn't my fault. Were you even paying attention, you Neanderthal? Don't barge into someone's home uninvited, you soul-sucking creep. That was a fair point, except this was a rented apartment, so technically not owned by him. I apologize for the intrusion. Tania glanced over her shoulder at the irate wizard as she rescued the tortured steak, but if you vomit out the food I offered as payment, then you might have grounds to accuse me of fraud. Mr. Dresden stared at her like she had two heads, before rubbing his brow with one of his hands, staff grasped tightly in the other one and aimed square at Tania's back. "She can't be Faye," Tania overheard him mutter. She crossed the threshold. "Hey," he drew the staff back, but still kept a hold of it. "I was this close to blasting you, was my cooking really that bad?" "I would not know," she replied, causing him to wince in embarrassment. "I have never tried it before. But if today's attempt is any indication..." The wizard sighed. "Not my best work, no." Tania managed to salvage the culinary disaster, but it was a close thing. The wizard and his cat seemed to appreciate the results, given how fast they finished it, or they may have just been that hungry. "Thanks." True to his feline nature, Mr. Dresden was somewhat mollified by the much improved meal. "Think nothing of it, it was. Please leave, I really can't be a good host right now." Or maybe he was more like a kicked puppy. As crotchety as Mr. Dresden could be, it seemed that his information had some merit. Crime in Chicago spiked after Halloween, and Tania noticed reports of strange murders all over the news. One was uncomfortably close to campus, not to mention the descriptions of exsanguination. This world was mad. Initially, Tania tried her best to avoid being outside after sunset, but true to her luck, she had classes in the evening, and the gradually shortening days meant that there was no avoiding traveling without the sun if she did not want to miss class. She thus made sure to always wear a jacket, and shirts, with the school crest, as well as carrying a knife, which she kept in a lunchbox during the day. She even started wearing the crucifix Mrs. Carpenter had foisted on her. Tania did not really believe that their God cared enough to protect her, not to mention Mr. Dresden's comment about the symbol itself not scaring vampires, but it was less eyebrow-raising than a ring of garlic. All else failing, the crucifix was pointed enough to potentially serve as a weapon. That potential problem aside, the new addition to her thoughts was even more unwelcome. Tania had mostly found physical attraction to be more academic before, but her hunger had its metaphorical fingers threaded through her brain and body. Her senses were different, clearer and sharper, more predatory. She had also not realized how many of her fellow students, both male and even some females, lusted after her. It was uncomfortable, and she was still under the age of consent, so her hunger would have to be content with complaining, at least for a few years. Mr. Dresden had not told her how often the hunger required fuel before it became a bigger problem for her, but it was likely that he didn't know. Even Tania and Inari, despite being identical twins, did not always digest food at the same rate. Regardless, her hunger was not actually all that insistent, perhaps because she had avoided drawing on it. Was it more like a sentient fuel tank? Mr. Carpenter hadn't really talked about her new condition, instead inquiring about her mental state. As much as it was nice to see that he still viewed her as a person, she would have liked to know more about the specifics of her condition. He had prayed over her in her apartment, which was something she likely would have scoffed at, internally, before, but if it really worked, she was not going to dismiss it out of hand. As disturbing as it was for a rational person as herself, Faith had apparently saved her life that night. Most disturbingly of all, there was a distressing amount of communist rhetoric being bandied about on campus. This was the University of Chicago, to find them here, of all places. Tania knew that American universities had been infiltrated by communists, but she hadn't expected this. She cringed internally as she overheard the spoiled children of white-collar families trumpeting for the unification of the working class behind their foolish ideals, as if they had any idea of what the working class actually wanted. This level of ignorance could not be tolerated. Those words were coming from a group of students arguing with an older gentleman in a plain suit and a fedora. "You can't be serious," exclaimed an irascible student, almost entirely red in the face. "You're defending the 1%. "Oh," returned the man, who looked to be in early middle age, "weren't you just saying that you hated it when people were deprived of the value of their labor? The rich fat cats don't do labor." The angry fool screamed, "They're paid tons of money to ruin people's lives." The man in the hat chuckled softly, "And what of college professors? Most of us do not produce much value in our labor, as research is usually a dead end." "That's totally different," the deranged communist, redundant, really, interjected. "Scientists and professors teach and study in pursuit of knowledge for the betterment of humanity, not for money." Ha! That was ridiculous. Tania only realized she had laughed out loud when the group turned to look towards her. It was a little strange. The male students in the group spun around, faces tight with anger, before slackening. The female students looked like they were trying to induce wrinkling about a decade earlier than usual. The older gentleman just raised an eyebrow curiously. "Do you truly believe that the generous compensation offered to scientists and professors is ancillary to their desire for knowledge?" she asked archly, stepping over to the group now that she had apparently become a part of the conversation. The student that had been previously talking did not immediately answer, face turning even redder than it was before. It seemed that he had taken offense to the truth. None of the other students spoke up for him, and the older man simply leaned back in his chair and smirked. In the early days of the scientific revolution, most scientists were either wealthy enough to fund their own experiments, or subsidized by a noble, university, or even a monastery. Nowadays, the majority of scientists work for private companies in pursuit of improvements for their products. For a moment, Tania thought her words had fallen on deaf ears, but one of the less agitated-seeming students piped up. That may be so, but I don't believe the average scientist is out to exploit people for money. Ah, so there was a more rational person within this group, wonders never cease. That would depend heavily on whether you consider political and social sciences really science, she replied with a smirk. The more reasonable student let out a laugh, followed by awkward chuckling from most of the group. What's wrong with social science? Interjected one of the female students shrilly. Naturally, someone disagreed, though Tania had honestly expected more pushback from a group of communists. Nothing is inherently wrong with social studies, she replied, idly wondering why this student seemed so irate, while most of the other ones had calmed down. However, a lot of the hypotheses bandied about are not properly disprovable. Social studies are also rife with malcontents pushing strange agendas or simply seeking grants to perform perverse experiments. Some of the studies were actually quite disgusting, particularly the ones involving children. What was it that eldest sister Lara said? Ah yes, people would find any way they could to justify their kinks. Perverse, screeched the girl, look who's talking you slut. Hey Shirley, what the fuck? Don't be a bitch. Of course you're taking her side. You are all pigs. The hell? What are you so worked up about? Did you not hear her insult me? No, she actually didn't talk to you until you started yelling at her. It was not unexpected that communists would devolve into infighting, but Tania really did not see why this degenerate of a girl was so riled up. She would have thought that admission to this esteemed institution would at least be indicative of the possession of critical thinking skills. Tania sighed, shaking her head. And here I assumed that students at the University of Chicago would be more mature. Don't look down on me, you bitch. This girl's admission to the school must have been due to some favor, political or otherwise. Tania stood idly as the rabid communist lurched towards her. In an apparently characteristic failure, the deranged girl tripped and fell on her face right after a few steps. Why was she wearing heels anyways? That's enough, declared the man in the hat, rising from his seat. Sitting down and relaxed, it had not been apparent how tall he was. The students shuffled away from him uneasily, but Tania did not budge. Mr. Dresden and Mr. Carpenter were taller anyways. I understand getting heated about a subject you clearly care a lot about, but trying to attack someone is unjustifiable behavior. He looked at the moron on the ground and shook his head in disappointment. Now, Miss Raith, would you like to see disciplinary action taken against Shirley? Tania pointedly did not look down at the idiot, who for some reason was still on the ground. As far as I am aware, tripping is not a crime. It was not worth the potential negative attention from school officials for being in an altercation, if Margaret's constant issues with her school was any indication. Tania hoped the Chicago's administration would be more discerning, but she was unsure how deep the infiltration went. The man in the hat nodded, mild surprise showing on his face. Very gracious of you. He glanced at his watch, a quite battered-looking thing, before turning to the other students. Ah, my apologies, it appears that our discussion has made you late for your meeting. A few of the students, including the irate male, stiffened, and the group quickly dispersed, hauling the incompetently violent child with them. The more reasonable student, however, stayed. That escalated quickly, he commented, sounding perplexed about how they had gotten to that point. It was not surprising that a rational person had trouble understanding how irrational people thought. Tania herself did not understand what caused the child's outburst. It isn't that surprising, explained the man in the hat, emotions were already running high, and Shirley took out her anger on what she viewed as an easier target. He turned to look at Tania, and offered a hand. Speaking of whom, hello, I am Cliff de Rossi, I teach history on occasion. Tania shook his hand firmly. Pleased to meet you, Professor de Rossi, I am Tania Raith. She tilted her head quizzically, but you seem to have known who I was already. Professor de Rossi has a very good memory, the sane student chimed in, he usually can call all his students by name by the third week of class. Thank you, Charles, continued the professor amiably, I do try. Regardless, I simply heard from my associates about our youngest freshman this year. He smiled slightly, it is no small feat, being accepted to go to school here, let alone so young. The student, apparently named Charles, blinked and looked Tania up and down. Her hunger perked up curiously, but she ignored it. Hey, he started thoughtfully, I thought you were older than a freshman, based on how you look. Nice work getting in early. That makes you 17? 16. It was a bit strange, going from one life where she always looked younger than her age, to one where it was the opposite. I am 15 years old, actually, she replied. Charles's eyes widened as he whistled appreciatively. Her hunger dipped back as his lust was pushed down. You must be a real smart cookie then. He shrugged, you talk like some of the professors here. He glanced over at the professor and shrugged again. Sorry you had to see all that. Professor de Rossi and I were just talking about some of the economic causes of World War II, when those guys decided to send us off on a tangent. Tania's eyes gleamed, that sounded very interesting. The three of them continued talking for some time, and before she knew it, the sun was low in the sky. With no small amount of disappointment, they parted ways. Tania resolved to take one of Professor de Rossi's classes next quarter and did her best to ignore how excited her hunger seemed. She was seeing some of the nature of being X's curse now, having to feed off of lust. How banal. The sun set before she reached her apartment, something that should have made her nervous. But her hunger was keyed up, growing more and more excited as she sensed things stalking through the late evening. Tasty things. One of those things was stalking her. Her hunger howled in anticipation, and the night became almost as clear as day. The thing stalking her smelled of blood, but not rot. She flexed her fingers, twirling the knife that had found its way into her hand, making sure to keep it out of sight from the creature. If the wizard's information was correct, then this thing should find Faith distasteful, but not lethal. Given that he was a friend of Mr. Carpenter, it was likely that he spoke truthfully, but that did not mean he was correct. Time to find out. The icy rush of adrenaline spiked through her blood and she broke into what felt like a jog, but ended up closer to her previous full sprint. The thing leapt forward after her. Turning a blind corner, she came to a sudden stop, pressed her back to the wall, and listened. Thump. The creature bounded closer. Thump. Closer. Thump. Thump. Thump skkshhh. Tania sprung forward as the thing skidded around the corner, her strike passing under its gangling arm and burying her knife in its distended belly. Red blood splattered the alley, and she felt life leaching from the thing as it screeched. The sound should have grated on her ears, but all she felt was glee as she wrenched the knife free, sending another gush of lifeblood spurting. Tania winced as she slammed against the wall, caught by the thing's wild flailing. Stomach wounds were fatal, it seemed, but not instantly lethal to this breed of vampire. It lunged at her, fanged maw wide, one hand snaking out towards her, the other desperately trying to hold its guts inside its belly. She smirked, and the crest on her jacket flashed. The thing screamed, recoiling from the light, and Tania snapped forwards. Her blood-soaked knife smashed into its left shoulder, and she felt its tendons part and snap. Her free hand slammed into its bleeding gut. Squelch! She arched her back, muscles flexing, and wrenched its stomach out of its belly, flinging it over her shoulder as her hand slipped on the slick organ. The creature froze in shock, but was not quite dead. Tania straddled the disemboweled monster, suddenly unsure of what to do next. A vein pulsed weakly in its neck. Well, she was a vampire. Tania tore out its throat with her teeth, the laughter of a young girl ringing in her head. What the hell had she been thinking? Tania slammed the door to her apartment shut and slumped down against it, chest heaving as she sucked in strangled breaths. Her jacket was stained crimson, good thing it was already red, and the coppery taste of blood lingered in her mouth. The last time she had been stalked, her survival had been sheer luck. Why had she been so eager to confront the thing this time? Had her hunger made her a battle maniac like Weiss or Lergen? A young girl's excited giggle sounded in the back of her head, and she shuddered. That would be a disaster. The thing had been stronger than her. If she had misjudged the timing, if the wizard's information had been wrong. She shivered, her body coming down from the adrenaline high, and she gripped her arms against herself to try and contain the shaking. Why did she do it? Her hunger, glutted and giddy, stretched its metaphorical limbs, and Tania remembered the sensation of consuming the thing's life force. Wrestling it into submission and ripping out its life had felt good, triumph and ecstasy all at once. Tania shivered again, but not from the jitters. This damned hunger was insidious, she had hardly noticed its manipulation, and before she knew it, she was trying to knife a vampire in a back alley for its blood. If feeding was always like this, she was going to lose herself. No. She refused to succumb. She was not going to go rearing off trying to hunt vampires, this was an isolated incident. This was not going to become a habit. Chapter 6, 6 Feet to Walk Upon. Chapter Text. Buffy the Vampire Slayer's a perfectly normal university student's socialization. Sometime after grave peril, winter of 2001 to 2002. Billy Borden was out late again. Now, that wasn't exactly unusual for a university student, but most students, or people, were not going to go running around on all fours, especially not as a wolf. It had taken Billy and his pack quite some time to adjust properly to their Lupin forms, and it was probably a good thing that they had learned from Tara, otherwise they may have ended up like those crazy FBI agents. Well, Billy had to admit, deciding to run a werewolf patrol in the face of spiking crime was probably not the sanest decision. He didn't regret it though. Now he actually could do something about a problem he could only sigh about before. That did come with risks, though, and most of his pack had collected some variety of scars, but that was worth the reduced danger of monster attacks on or near campus. At least, before Halloween. Things had gotten a lot messy since then. Before, it was the occasional ghoul or some wolfie, which weren't too big of a problem for a pack of wolves. The increase in vampire attacks on the other hand, was a bit trickier to deal with, especially with their skin suits. They still smelled wrong, but it was harder to pick them out when they were disguised. The fact that Greek life recruitment finished recently also meant the vampires had a lot more drunk prey to stalk. The girl Billy and Georgia were tailing didn't look drunk, but she was alone and seemed completely unaware of her surroundings. They had sent Kirby and Andy to loop forward to make sure the vampire wasn't waiting to jump them or the girl. It did not help that the girl insisted on taking alleys and low visibility areas, not to mention her occasionally shaking them off her tail somehow. It was almost if she wanted to get jumped. She turned a blind corner. Damn it. Stop making it so hard to help. Billy and Georgia loped forward, following her around the corner, only to find no trace of the girl. Georgia chuffed in annoyance, and the two wolves stalked forward silently, noses twitching as they tried to locate either the girl or the vampire. Kirby skidded around another corner down the street from them, bounding towards them, before screeching to a stop. Andy followed him shortly after. Shit. Where'd the vampire go? The four wolves padded towards each other cautiously, sniffing the air they were close. Another alleyway split off suddenly to the right, having been hidden from view. The four wolves gathered around its entrance, before rushing forward. The girl from before ambled towards a dead end nonchalantly as the bat-like vampire pounced from the side of the building. A flash of light got his eyes. The scent of blood fountained into the alley and a hideous screech echoed off the brick walls. Billy thrashed his muzzle side to side and blinked his eyes clear. His vision returned just in time to see the alleyway painted with blood and the girl spring over the dead-end wall, an eviscerated bat monster in tow. Wait, what? Tania shut and secured the door to her ersatz laboratory. During the Second World War, the Manhattan Project had taken place in the tunnels below the University of Chicago. Said excavations had since been largely abandoned by humans, and proved an excellent place to store these vampire corpses so she could study them more carefully, not to mention avoiding leaving such obvious traces of her activities. Professor de Rossi most certainly deserved his doctorate. It was just a public service, and not a bad habit. These creatures were a menace that normal police could not handle, and while volunteering for civic duty was respectable, she was also getting paid, at least to some extent. At this point, Tania would strongly consider her hunger taking a nap as payment rather than currency or a favor. How did others get anything done with this kind of incessant distraction? Unfortunately, Tania was not a zoologist, so all her impromptu dissection revealed to her was a few more weak points on the bat-like monsters, most of which would be difficult to exploit, and the fact that their flesh tasted as rancid as their blood. That would probably be the extent of what she could do, unless there happened to be zoologists, or even medical students, who would not be overly terrified by dead supernatural monstrosities. She would have to find a more permanent solution to their corpses soon, maybe during a school break. For now, this would have to suffice. Tania slinked back out of the tunnels, making use of her improved night vision and supernatural grace to stalk unseen. She pushed through an old, heavy door and returned to the darkened hallways of a surface building closer to her apartment. Hold on, why was there a light on in that room? Tania flicked her knife out again, creeping slowly towards the potential threat, her hunger rumbling back to the surface in anticipation. Was that the smell of wet dog? The door opened and a mostly undressed man glanced out, joined by an unusually colored wolf. What? The three stared at each other awkwardly, the man's face reddening in embarrassment, some traces of residual lust hanging over him. Hey, Tania knew American college students had a reputation, but even her sex-crazed family didn't do that. She turned and walked away. It was not really her place to judge, given her family, and she wasn't supposed to be here either. Best to pretend they never saw each other. Hey, wait. This isn't what it looks like. They were following her. Why? What you decide to do in your free time is none of my business, good night. She picked up her pace. Hey? No, it's not like that, damn it. Whatever you're thinking we were doing, we weren't doing it, came a different, feminine voice. Tania whirled around, knife at the ready, causing the two humans to flinch backwards. The man had been joined by a red-haired woman in a similar state of dress. Where did the wolf go? Unless we're werewolves, not whatever you were thinking. Of course they were, hold on. It is not a full moon, or are you some other variant? Nah, that's a loup-garou, much nastier and less sane. Because of course there were different kinds of werewolves. We just learned how to change our shape. Andy. You can't just blurt it out like that. Come on, Kirby, she just saw us, and I'd rather not have animal control get called our asses. Plus, the red-haired woman cocked her head accusingly, she's out late where she isn't supposed to be too. That was sort of correct. I will concede that much, if you like, and I will keep my knowledge of your nightly excursions quiet, if you, in exchange, forget that I was here. The two glanced uncertainly at each other, suddenly much more cautious of her. What in the world? They were more suspicious when she offered to do exactly what they presumably wanted. Kirby, Andy. What's going on? Another man, dressed fairly normally, for a change, stepped out of the room. Oh, it was a group event. He was quite short, actually shorter than Tania was, and wore large glasses that made him look like a stereotypical nerd. Appearances can be deceiving, especially about more licentious things. He blinked in surprise upon spotting her. Who are you and what are you doing here? Curious, somewhat suspicious, but friendly enough. It is a tad rude to demand my name before introducing yourselves, is it not? Tania shot back. The three werewolves glanced at each other cautiously, before their apparent leader continued. I'm Billy, this is Kirby and Andy. Tania smiled politely, which did not put them at ease. I am Tania, pleased to meet you. She curtsied slightly, but did not take her eyes off of them. This did not seem to mollify them in the slightest. They glanced at her jacket, then at her face. This may sound like a strange question, but are you human? And are you really a student here? Of course I'm a student here. Tania exclaimed indignantly, do I look elderly enough to be a professor? I doubt I look like janitorial staff either. She narrowed her eyes at the three werewolves, are you students here? An answer for answer and a question for a question seemed fair enough to her. Yeah, we are, replied Andy hesitantly. Was her original otaku assumption correct, and these people were simply bad at interacting with people? Okay, so you're a student, Billy cut in, his stance shifting into something more aggressive. Tania's hunger curled defiantly, and she shifted her feet, debating if she should flee. We've been patrolling campus, driving off some of the monsters that roam around. Truly. Tania interrupted, that is a respectable endeavor. She hadn't really noticed, but it did make a degree of sense as Chicago and parts of its nearby neighborhoods were noticeably safer than the surrounding area. If this was a normal world, the higher police presence would be a more likely explanation, but police were not a very effective deterrent against vampires. Another wolf slinked out of the room, this one a tawny yellow. This situation was starting to get out of hand. Billy paused, relaxing slightly. I can't help but notice that you haven't answered the human question, Kirby pointed out awkwardly, causing the werewolves to stiffen, eyes gleaming yellow. Human question? What did the meaning of life have to do with this? Tania didn't step back, retreating from a predator would result in a chase. What was it they had actually asked? Oh. I was human, as of about a week ago. My condition has since then changed. The werewolves did not relax, but ceased increasing their threat display. What the hell was wrong with these people? Normal human interaction draws hostile reactions while admitting to not being human caused a neutral reaction. It seemed that furries being socially impaired was not inaccurate. What does that mean, mumbled Andy. Changeling, asked a tall blonde as she shifted out of her wolf form. White court vampire, Tania answered honestly, since it seemed this group of people responded better to the obviously wrong answer. True enough, while they remained tense, they did not attack her. Billy's eyes narrowed, we were just hunting a vampire, but you don't smell like that one. Stupid. Stupid. She should have considered scent-based tracking. Wait. Do you mean the red court vampire? The werewolves did not seem to recognize the term. The blood-sucking bat monsters. That, they recognized. Yes, if that's what they are called. What about it? The blonde cut Billy off. Slightly rude, but getting to the main question was forgivable. I killed it. That was you. Dude, that was some Buffy the Vampire Slayer shit. Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Was that some sort of Ronin vampire obsessed with duels? Is that one of the dead but still pretty characters? The werewolves, apparently offended by her lack of recognition, began attempting to explain the strange television show to her. Was that all that was required for them to consider her friendly? It seemed violence was still the answer with these furries. Did becoming werewolves affect a person's social behavior? Tania knew that wolves were pack animals, while human socialization was more familial or companion-based. For some reason, the alphas, and wasn't that an illogical nickname, seemed to have concluded that since she was also a paranormal creature interested in nighttime service, she was part of their pack, or something. Whatever the cause, Tania usually found herself encountering one of two members of the group on campus during the day. Georgia, the tall blonde werewolf, at least had the excuse of having a class in the same building and time slot as Tania, the others' explanations were not as convincing. Perhaps the male werewolves were simply affected by her hunger? It seemed interested in them, but it did not push her very hard towards anything untowards. Which was probably a good thing, since she had somehow been roped into eating lunch at a dining court with the pack. Tania did not regret cooking her own food if this was the alternative, still far superior to K-brat. Come on, Tania, cajoled Andy, a girl like you has to have some tips on using makeup. This was rather strange. Tania could not recall having such a conversation in middle or high school, though that might be more due to how aside from Molly and Carolina, she did not have that many female friends, and neither of them were particularly invested in it, though Molly did have quite a lot of practice covering up bruises. I suppose, Tania shrugged, I have some experience, but I would hardly call myself an expert. Her elder sisters had taught the twins a lot about physical presentation, of which makeup was a part, but she had never really put those lessons into practice, and Inari had grown to prefer more subtle touches as she matured. Andy frowned. Are you saying you aren't wearing makeup right now? I am not, Tania replied, shaking her head. I overslept slightly. Which was true, but would not have affected her use of makeup. Billy and Kirby, who had largely tuned out the conversation, talking about some hobby of theirs, paused and glanced at her in surprise, while Georgia and Marcy scrutinized her face. What was this about? Whoa, really? Kirby blurted out, is always looking good, you know, part of the deal. That was rather incoherent, but fortunately for him, it was clear to her he was talking about vampirism. Tania shrugged, perhaps, it could also be genetic. My siblings are all considered rather good-looking after growing up around supernaturally well-sculpted family members and the mostly attractive staff, and wasn't that quite disturbing in greater context? Her sense of what passed as good looks might be somewhat distorted. The female werewolves looked at her with no small amount of envy. Tania did not quite understand, none of them could be easily called ugly. Kirby failed to notice, and plowed on, seemingly remembering something. Hey, are you related to Lara Romani? Kirby, chided Georgia. One of the creators of Witch Flight, what's wrong with that? He shot back. She is my elder sister, Tania supplied. She did not know why her eldest sister used her surname from a previous marriage as an alias. Tania did not know Lara to be that sentimental about her conquests. Dude. That's cool, exclaimed Kirby, does that mean you play Witch Flight? Georgia turned beet red. As a matter of fact, I do. She did write the rules, simplified or not, after all. To Tania's surprise, and mild embarrassment, there was already a sort of club for Witch Flight. Strictly speaking, it was a club for tabletop board games, but it had gradually been largely taken over by wargame players, and in recent days, Witch Flight had become the game of choice. It made a certain degree of sense. The typical college student was at the age where they were easily distracted by attractive people, meaning that Lara's marketing strategy had worked, which Tania was both happy about, given the money, and slightly miffed by, given the crude nature of the marketing material. On the other hand, she wasn't sure if she would feel all that different if the game had been as widely popular with the usual demographic of middle-aged men. Speaking of which, Professor de Rossi? I didn't know you were interested in this kind of game. Clubs did sometimes have a faculty sponsor, but Tania hadn't expected this club to be one of them. Though, perhaps this did explain why wargames were more popular than usual. Welcome, Ms. Raith, the copper-haired man greeted. It is good to see you again, it is especially good to see you having some fun. Was her social life so lacking that even lecturers were commenting on it? Thank you, Professor, Tania replied, slightly off balance, but I must insist that your lessons are quite enjoyable. Yet. Learning is fun, chimed a lean student at one of the tables. Of course Charles was here too. The professor chuckled good-naturedly. Just roll, damn it. Charles's opponent did not seem to be as amused. Tania walked over to see what he was so annoyed about. Oh, it was the irascible student from a while ago. Kyle, keep it civil, Professor de Rossi said reprovingly. The angry student growled, fine, fine. He gestured angrily at the board, but you can't tell me it's not freaking stupid for him to be able to field this many units. You have more guys than he does though, Billy pointed out. A quick glance at their armies showed that they were actually fairly even numerically. Yeah, sure, but he's got more better units, and better dice. He always says that, Billy grumbled under his breath. It seemed that Kyle was fielding the Russie Federation, using a rather typical conscript swarm to hold ground, while using most of his supplies to support a large squadron of aerial mages centered around Katiusha. Hey now. I let you use my dice, and I usually roll pretty average. I've done the statistical analysis. Charles rattled a handful of dice in anticipation. As it turns out, he was running something a bit more unorthodox. Instead of investing heavily into the excellent firepower available to the Unified States as was common, he was leaning on Liberty Bell's ability to circumvent some command structure requirements to put more boots on the ground. And using Rangers for independent action. That did give him a lot more elite infantry on the ground, with the trade-off of lacking heavy firepower from artillery or mages. Screw you and your math. You're still cheesing. Charles waved at the angry player's Night Witch squadron, which had been forced to maneuver far out of position by the small reconnaissance and ranger mage flights interrupting their pathing. Hey, you're the one with the Death Star blob, I'm just tying it up. That was indeed one way to counter large squadrons. The smaller squadron would almost certainly be driven off or destroyed, but they could prevent the larger squadron from coordinating attack runs on the ground, where Charles's superior infantry, in spite of lesser numbers, was having little difficulty keeping the conscript units off of critical locations. That was not how she had intended for the unified states to be played, but she supposed that having more independent units allowed for some unusual strategies, and Americans were known for being a bit unpredictable. It was just surprising to see someone choose to take more infantry in lieu of big guns. Fuck you and your suicide-delaying squads. They should not be able to hold so long. Normally, no, but Liberty buffs morale army-wide. It doesn't help that the Night Witches are better at ground attack than they are at dogfighting or melee. That's pretty freaking broken, man. There are other ways to do similar things, but she's a bit undercosted for what she does, it's just that she doesn't really add much to the big guns. The angry student scoffed, a bit undercosted. I mean, like, she hasn't done much this game besides rally and take a few pot shots, a scruffy-looking student commented. Her attack is pretty average for a flagship girl. There is nothing legally or mechanically wrong with how Charles is playing, he is simply mitigating your strengths better than you are his, Tania commented. Charles shrugged, in thanks. The angry student whipped around and upon seeing her, reddened like a nail left in the rain and nearly choked. Hey, I think you're, like, the first girl I've seen interested in this game, the scruffy-looking student rolled out awkwardly, as if he was intoxicated. If he could play this game in such a state it would be pretty impressive. In a manner of speaking, he was also correct. What the hell, growled the angry student. Are you following me around just to piss me off? I don't even know who you are. That appeared to be the wrong answer as the irascible student puffed up angrily. It seems that he was just always this way. This is Kyle, Charles introduced helpfully, which did not improve the angry student's mood. Damn it, Charles. Now she'll know how to find me. Seriously, Kyle? Come on, Tania is not really the type to do that. A larger student, perhaps a few inches shorter than Mr. Carpenter, strode over with a pleasant smile. Hey, Xander was here too. From what little Tania knew of her amiable classmate, it wasn't that surprising to find him here, given his enthusiasm for history. Xander, you weren't there, she made Shirley eat dirt and didn't even look at her like she was trash. She did tell me not to look down on her, Tania said in her own defense. The other students stopped and stared at her in confusion. Charles snickered loudly, drawing Kyle's ire towards him. But Charles was not fazed by the glare, face turning serious for a moment before bursting into laughter. What? Shirley was acting like a bitch and picked a fight with a 15-year-old and lost to the sidewalk, I ain't gonna feel sorry for her. She also tripped, which is not illegal and had nothing to do with me, Tania added. She cried for like an hour after that. Don't you have any sympathy for her? Wow, what kind of favor allowed such a failure to get into Chicago? Sure, Charles replied, I have an idea what she was feeling, which is why it's hilarious. She got jealous of a 15-year-old for stealing your attention and then fell over. That's a little harsh, isn't it? Asked Xander, looking confused. What exactly happened, anyways? Charles is largely correct, Professor de Rossi finally interjected, having apparently been content to sit on the sidelines until now. Kyle and Shirley were a bit agitated due to unsatisfactory interaction with the Greek societies that day, and so the debate was already quite heated when Miss Raith here joined in. He glanced at Kyle and Charles reproving. After which, Shirley took offense to some of her comments and ran towards her before falling over, which, as Miss Raith pointed out, is not a crime. He held up a hand, cutting off Kyle's incoming retort, whoever was at fault then does not have any bearing right at this moment. Professor de Rossi strode over to the table and glanced over the pieces more thoroughly, before looking back at the angry student. If you wish to concede, be a good sport about it, all right. Kyle sighed, fine, fine. I'll just play the damned game. Charles finally rolled the handful of dice he had been shaking the entire conversation, and Kyle groaned upon seeing the results. God damn it. My luck is terrible. With the ladies, appended Scruffy. You know what? Kyle growled, I think you've got me, Charles. Shaggy, I'm going to beat you up. The scruffy student shrugged, okay, we've got enough time for another game, I think. That whole business finally concluded, Tania and the two werewolves made it an empty table and began unpacking their miniatures. Xander and Charles ambled over, somehow having gotten to the topic of badgers. Kirby seemed to have built a list around Lone Star and assault troops, while Billy had a combined arms Germanian list, headed by Silbervogel. Tania kept herself from glaring at the miniature, but only just. Damn meddling sisters. She had done her best not to touch that miniature, it was too eerily similar to what she remembered of her past life, even technically a child soldier, though not nearly as young as she had been. Her own preferred list was a Lekland force led by Victoria and a few wings of hussars for their excellent dogfighting skills, anchored by the dependable, if relatively poorly equipped Lek ground forces. As she unpacked her sculpt of Victoria, Charles blinked and narrowed his eyes at it. Hey, haven't I seen that mini before? Tania glanced at him in confusion. Hat, good ol Wiki, I see you like aerial combat too. Xander gave it a cursory appreciative glance, while Charles scrutinized it closely. Really nice paint job you got here, he complimented, before frowning. You know, it looks a hell of a lot like the mini on the rulebook. Oh. It actually was. Yeah, I haven't seen any other base like it before. Charles glanced up at Tania curiously, before his face blanked in startled realization. Wow, I'm retarded, he laughed. Your name's on the first page of the rulebook. To be fair, most people tended not to read that page. Wait, she's Tania Raith. I didn't know this game was written by a kid. She was around 7 when she first wrote the basics of the rules. It had taken a lot of refining to get it to the acceptable state it was in right now. The room exploded in noise, and Tania blinked in surprise as she was suddenly swarmed by witch flight players. Oh no! Did this turn into a fang club? So why did you make the Empire include both Germany and Austria? Was having 2 Germanic factions too boring? Why did you pick pin-up girls to base the flight mages on? Not that I'm complaining. Why are distances measured in these weird, arbitrary sticks? This was going to take some time. Needless to say, she didn't actually end up playing a match that night. By the time the club members began to leave for the night, Tania was oddly exhausted. Just how does Inari manage to interact with so many people without ending up so fatigued? Sometimes Tania envied her little sister's seemingly boundless energy, not to mention her ability to effortlessly befriend nearly everyone. On one hand, the amount of curiosity the players of Witch Flight had was a good sign for its future prospects, at least with this demographic. On the other, it would have been better if the question session had been more organized. Though, to be fair, many of their questions were actually pretty reasonable, including a few cases where the rules were not written with as much clarity as she thought. They should set up a system for collating player questions and publish corrections or FAQs, perhaps in some sort of yearly or semi-yearly print. If she remembered correctly, some other large miniature sellers did something of the sort. She took a breath, then stepped out of the women's bathroom and headed back to collect her miniatures and other accessories. Professor de Rossi leaned against the wall near the door to the room the club was using for the night, apparently waiting for her. Is there something you need, Professor? The older man sighed. Not exactly, I just wanted to ask if the boys were making you uncomfortable. They can get a little pushy about these things. They are mostly decent kids, so try not to hold their enthusiasm against them, if you can. Tania shrugged. I admit, their enthusiasm, as you say, was a bit unexpected. She grinned, thinking about the potential future sales, but it does bode well for the future of the game. The professor looked at her questioningly. That may be true, but I was more asking about whether they seemed untowards in their behavior. Tania shook her head. If what I have seen of them holds true, they may be a bit rude when riled up, but most of their questions were relevant and reasonable. Professor de Rossi raised an eyebrow. Even the demands you dress up like Silbervogel. Ah, right, Tania was trying to forget about that. She groaned. My sisters modeled her after me. I try not to think about it. The professor snorted. Sounds like them. He glanced to the side thoughtfully. That outfit is actually fairly tame for something they designed. Though to be fair, the source material is not the most conservative clothing. Tania's right eye twitched. The original design my sister showed me was ridiculous. It could barely be counted as clothes, let alone a flight suit. At least the final design could pass for a uniform. Hold on, she narrowed her eyes at the professor. You have met my sisters. He nodded. I have encountered Lara before. I see you share some of her determination, if channeled into a different direction. In what capacity? Tania knew her eldest sister had some, less than reputable dealings in the past, and it was a strange thought that the apparently straight-laced man would know of Lara in that persona. Professor de Rossi hummed thoughtfully. Most recently, when was it? Ah, I believe it was about some objects of historical interest from Italy. Some letters dating back to just before the First World War, if I remember correctly. He looked back at her. Your family has a long history. That was true, and Tania knew that their family had their fingers in some historical excavations from what she saw of their finances. She hadn't known Lara was that specifically interested in such things though, unless... If it is not too rude to ask, she started, continuing at the amused look in the professor's eyes, were you one of my sisters, lovers at one time? Why did she ask that? She really didn't need to know this kind of information. Professor de Rossi laughed. No, my wife would try to kill me. He paused, a glint of amusement in his eyes and his elaborate mustache tilted upwards in a slight grin. Though, she would probably agree to such an arrangement before trying to kill me. Crazy minx. He shook his head. Tania wasn't sure if he was talking about her sister or his wife. She thoroughly regretted bringing up this topic of conversation, though, the professor might be the man least affected by Lara's charms that she had met. That spoke well of his commitment to marriage, perhaps to agreements in general. All that aside, he continued, giving her a serious look, I do owe your sister a favor, so if you need any assistance, such as in the case of a similar incident to what occurred with Shirley, feel free to call me. He passed her a business card. Ah. Networking. Tania had expected it to take a bit longer, but it seems like it was a start. She took the card thankfully and the professor leaned over her conspiratorially. Of course, there are some things I need not tell your sister if she asks, he added with a smirk, just let me know. Tania smiled up at him, glad to have made a good first impression on a faculty member. She was definitely going to take one of his classes at some point, perhaps a history minor? It was a shame the economics professors didn't have these kinds of hobbies. Please don't tell my sister of my lack of romantic interests, I am still too young to seriously consider such things. The professor nodded, smiling slightly. That is fair, you are a very bright young woman, and there is no need to have all parts of your life be advanced as you're learning. That is, unless you have a sweetheart you plan on eloping with. Tania boggled at him, what? No. Why would you think that? Professor de Rossi laughed, well, I can tell your sister that she need not fear for your virtue. That isn't what she's afraid of, Tania grumbled mulishly. I suppose that is true, your sister might say lust is a virtue, in which case she might despair if you do not leave behind a string of broken hearts. Tania tried not to think about the hearts she had examined from her kills. Let her despair, then, she frowned, or better yet, just tell her I've made some friends. Hopefully Lara would not start trying to set her up on a date, like she tried with Jaden and Connor. Fortunately, both of them had thought that to be a little creepy. The professor snorted, she would be overjoyed that you have a little fan club now, especially since quite a few of them are unused to female attention, particularly positive. Lara was almost certainly going to draw the wrong conclusion from that. Tania pursed her lips, on second thought, it'd be better if she didn't know about that particular fact. Professor de Rossi nodded solemnly. January 2002. Tania wrapped her burgundy jacket around herself a little tighter as she and Inari stepped out of St. Mary of the Angels into the brisk Chicago winter, but it wasn't because of the cold. She has actually grown fairly comfortable attending Mass there, as it was a solemn place where she could be sure most of her family wouldn't bother her. Ever since she had turned, another world has opened up to her, and she was forced to confront the fact that there was very real power in this place, to the extent that entering the church was enough to quiet her hunger. Part of her feared that time would stop and that accursed being X would show its face, or that she would be struck down on the spot. Her sister had no such reservations, in fact, she almost glowed, a bouncier spring in her already upbeat step. Tania told herself that was because of what they were planning on doing next, but that thought rang quite hollow. Inari took to the carpenter's faith quite seriously, to the point where people could be forgiven for thinking she was actually one of the carpenters. As such, attending Mass was the most consistent event the twins did together, now they were at separate schools, and in effect, living in different worlds. It was hard to hide things from Inari, both in the sense that Tania hated the thought of her little sister unknowingly running into, or becoming, a monster and that Inari was a lot more perceptive than her cheery attitude might suggest. But telling Inari the truth would almost certainly put her in greater danger. Her twin imprinted on Mr. Carpenter too much, and she lacked a large sword to fend off the things she would undoubtedly wish to defend people from. Fortunately for Tania, her sister took her pensiveness to be caused by today's planned activity, shopping for clothes. In her second life, malnutrition and combat stress had stunted her development. In this life, without any of those barriers, and with their family's impressive genes, puberty hit her hard, and it wasn't through with her yet. None of her clothes fit properly anymore, unless she wanted to look like a prostitute or professional titillator, she kept on bumping into things, and some of the pains had been so bad that her professor has actually sent her home, making her miss class. At least she wouldn't be mistaken for a child in this life, nor would she likely ever be confused for a male, something that she thought should have bothered her more, but it seems she had become accustomed to it. Oh come on Tania, it won't be as bad as you're thinking. Inari snaked her arm around her twin's neck, pulling the two cheek to cheek. It'll just be you and me, sis, and I'm not going to foist the stuff Lara or Lisa wanna stick you in on ye. She winked conspiratorially as she pulled back. No matter how good you look in it. Tania endured her twin's affection with due grace, responding with a playful nudge in turn. Whatever anyone said, the claims she enjoyed such cuddling were lies and slander. It won't just be us, though, Tania replied, Margaret and Rosalina will be coming with us, and so will Andy and Georgia. Inari grinned, and Tania was struck by just how brilliant it looked now that her twin no longer looked like a child. Was she going to have to threaten unwanted suitors soon? Were there ones already in need of threatening? I'm so glad you've made friends at school, sis. Never mind, Inari should be perfectly capable of dealing with unpleasant humans herself. Don't give me that look, Tanya, Inari pouted. We both know that between schoolwork and socializing you're gonna pick schoolwork 2 out of 3 times. Her nose scrunched up adorably, maybe more like 80% if I'm not there to drag you off your butt before it falls asleep. Despite the insult to her social skills, Tanya couldn't help but laugh. This was just Inari's way of fussing. I don't have the same boundless patience for people you do, sister. She gave her twin a sly, side-eyed glance. Do I need to remind you to keep track of your studies? Inari huffed indignantly. They are going perfectly fine, thanks for asking. She held her face in an offended scowl for a second before breaking into a fit of giggling. Tanya laughed with her. She did not giggle. They walked into the parking lot, heading towards the van that Georgia and the furries. Alphas was just such a silly name, though it did help cover as a fraternity offshoot, used for their extracurricular activities. Inari had even managed to rope everyone else into attending mass, and odd as this was, Tanya supposed it wasn't that surprising for werewolves to be vulnerable to puppy eyes. Rounding a pickup truck, Americans and their large vehicles, they spotted the Scooby van, as Andy called it. They also saw Margaret Carpenter and Rosalina Ferrari at odds once again. The 2 young women were squared off in the parking lot, a confused-looking Georgia and Andy holding back the taller red-haired girl, while Margaret's brothers tried to calm her down. Strangely enough, it was Matthew who looked agitated, while Daniel looked resigned. Tanya palmed her face. This was a mistake. Inari frowned. I don't see why they just can't get along. Alina's always really nice around me. Inari, most everyone is nice around you. Even people as mind-controlled as John and Jane Doe. Anyone that was not kind to Inari most likely had no soul. Well, there's an easy solution then. Inari strode forward determinedly. Oh, stop it, you two. There's no need to fight. The male carpenters glanced at her in relief, and Margaret and Rosalina did actually immediately tamp down their anger. Georgia and Andy stared at Inari like the world had inverted, before realization dawned on their faces and they remembered Tanya had an identical twin. This reaction was always rather amusing to watch. Tanya didn't usually tell people she met that she had an identical twin. Honestly, she had gotten so used to Inari's presence in her life that she sometimes forgot it would be confusing for other people, as it was rather hard to confuse yourself with your twin, unless you were trying to pick each other apart in a photograph or the like. Tanya and Inari also never bothered to act the same, so it was typically quite easy to tell one from the other. Margaret scoffed, there'd be no reason if this creep stops hanging around my brothers like some lunatic stalker. Daniel sighed and shook his head, while Matthew glanced between his irate sister, the similarly angry redhead and Inari, clearly unsure of what to do. Oh come on, Molly Wobble, drawled Rosalina, provoking an irritated hiss from Margaret, who hated being called a nickname. You don't own your brothers, they are allowed to have friends of their own. Yeah right, you want to be friends, Margaret sneered, crossing her arms, that's why you follow us around all the time. Alina. Inari chided, don't you remember what we talked about? Stop antagonizing people when you don't need to, it's rude, and you're gonna get in trouble one day. The redhead scowled, but didn't respond. Margaret scoffed, one day? I'm surprised she hasn't been expelled for assault already. Rosalina glared at the younger blonde, but Inari's disapproving look kept her from interjecting. That goes for you too, Malls. Inari rounded on her first friend, if you think there's a problem, you know you can bring it up with your mom or dad, right? Rosalina blanched, while Margaret sighed. To be fair, Tanya commented, if you are looking to pick a fight with Mr. N/or Mrs. Carpenter, stalking their children is a good bet. She doubted that Mr. Carpenter would seriously hurt Rosalina, but Mrs. Carpenter was a different story. Rosalina schooled her expression, but the thought clearly unnerved her. She must have an idea of how dangerous they could be. For what it's worth, she doesn't really do anything, just kind of sits and stares off into space, Matthew chimed in, finally having enough of people talking about him as if he wasn't there. I know that's pretty weird, he continued quickly, as the group collectively gave him a questioning look, but she doesn't ever talk to me, and she usually doesn't even look at me. Was Rosalina shy? That did not compute. Inari tilted her head questioningly, Alina, being quiet? Matthew, what did you do to her? The younger carpenter flushed, shaking his head in denial, I didn't do anything to her. Well, aside from asking if she was okay. He glanced over to Rosalina quizzically, unless you've never gotten asked that before. The older girl looked away awkwardly. Daniel coughed, a tired look in his eyes. Please tell me you aren't going to drag us along for this trip too? There's no way we can carry all the stuff you all will end up buying. This shopping group was continuously expanding. Perhaps we should be on our way, Tanya suggested firmly, we only have so many hours in the day. And it was probably best to get started before they ended up attracting more interested shoppers, particularly Mrs. Carpenter. That woman was true to her name with what she had, but by God she collected coupons like ammunition. The less agitated members of the group quickly piled into the van, dragging Margaret and Rosalina with them, making sure to keep them as far as possible from one another. To their chagrin, Daniel and Matthew were dragged along as well. This was going to be awkward. And it was, but not for the reasons Tania expected. Neither of the Carpenter boys were fazed by the girls shopping for some personal items. They still pointedly avoided standing near the changing room, though that may have been due to annoyance at being made to carry their sister's selections, and Rosalina's for some reason. Tania carried her own selections like a normal person, which got her some thankful looks from the two boys. Instead, what turned out to be awkward was how uncomfortable Andy looked when discussing cost. Georgia, Tania, and Inari were from very affluent families, and while the Carpenters were not absurdly wealthy monetarily, Margaret and her brothers had known the twins for a long time, so they were more used to it. Not that Tania or Inari were known for collecting closets full of frivolous clothing. It seemed that Andy's family was not nearly at the same level of wealth. From what Tania remembered, she probably would not have been able to attend UChicago without some scholarship grants. Respectable, but it meant that she also did not have as much money to spend on accessories. Georgia offering to cover her costs had helped, but also appeared to embarrass her. Tania understood that feeling. Charity was respectable, but having to depend on it was not good for one's self-image, and taking advantage of it was reprehensible. Rosalina also did not know what to make of herself. Her family was quite wealthy, so it was not the prices that concerned her. Rather, it was the atmosphere of the stores. She didn't like the hoity-toity rich places, and her strange attempts to impress Matthew. Tania had no idea what the redhead found so fascinating about the younger boy. Not that Matthew wasn't perfectly respectable, especially for his age. She was starting to see some of Margaret's concerns. So, what do you think? Rosalina asked, dressed in a garish array of colors and an odd combination of clothes that seemed to strongly offend George's and Andy's sensibilities. Even Inari wrinkled her nose at the ensemble. You look like a pile of construction paper scraps, answered Daniel in an annoyed tone, keeping between his brother and the older girl, who glared at him. Tania didn't quite understand why some of her female friends asked for these opinions and got angry when they received them. I think you look fine, Matthew chimed in around his brother, ignoring Margaret's abortive motions from behind Rosalina. The clothes would look better if they matched though. I don't think the polka dots fit very well with the dress pants. Margaret bit down a frustrated growl. Inari covered her mouth with a hand to smother her laughter and Georgia and Andy shared a surprised glance. What was she missing here? Tania and Daniel shared a look of mutual cluelessness, while Matthew continued making some suggestions and Rosalina's face reddened almost to the same point as her scarlet hair. Tania prodded her hunger, which metaphorically sniffed Margaret's anger, Inari's amusement and the two werewolves' surprise and slight envy. What? Tania and her hunger shared a metaphorical shrug over Rosalina's abject embarrassment, both agreeing that Daniel's clear desire to go home was the most reasonable. She stepped over to her twin, trying to ignore the strange byplay. This should be enough for the two of us. Tania lifted her handful of bags, failing to catch Inari's attention, as she was too busy eyeing Rosalina speculatively, though with less amusement than before. Inari blinked and glanced over to Tania, biting her lip in thought. You're probably right, Tania, I think we're not done growing yet, it might be best not to get too carried away. That wasn't actually what Tania was thinking, as she had simply had her fill of clothes shopping for the day, but did seem quite rational, if their sisters were anything to go by. Though the younger twins were still a lot more lanky and coltish than their more filled-out siblings. Damn it, Matt. Language, Marge. Oh, shut up, Danny. Matt, you don't have to be nice to her, especially not when she's dressed like she's colorblind. Who mixes mauve and puke colors? Rosalina blinked. I'm wearing green, she muttered under her breath, soft enough that only Tania's sharpened senses picked it up. How odd, Rosalina was definitely not colorblind, as far as she knew. Marge. Daniel snapped, chill out before we get security called on our asses. Language, commented Matthew drily. You chill out. Margaret shot back, he shouldn't have to deal with a creeper. Inari pouted petulantly, making to interrupt. Hey. Matthew interjected, we should go get ice cream, maybe cool down a bit. The group blinked at him in surprise. Margaret and Daniel looked slightly chastened while Rosalina shivered like someone had slipped ice down the back of her shirt. Tania chuckled, nudging Inari slightly. The youngest one here, and already so mature. Her twin hummed in agreement, yeah, I think he'll make a girl really happy one day. Possibly, Matthew was diligent and respectful, but that did not necessarily mean he would be successful romantically. Margaret's awkward attempts suggested that even having such a properly functioning example was no guarantee of the lessons transferring. I imagine he will be more successful than Margaret in that regard, or at least more stable, Tania muttered to her twin. Inari elbowed her reprovingly, Tania. Don't say that, Malls is sensitive about it. Unrepentant, Tania shrugged, I'm not sure why she puts so much stake in such things. We are still a bit young for serious relationships, and the only ones of our friend group who's had longer-term romantic endeavors were Jaden and Carolina. From what Inari told her about her new friend, Rosalina hadn't had much success there either, and Tania could see why. Good idea, Matt, I'm getting sick of carrying all this anyways. Daniel turned and marched out of the store and headed towards the mall's food court, leveraging the power carrying his sister's selections gave him. Hey, get back here. Margaret rushed after her brother, successfully distracted from the original source of her ire. Matthew smiled apologetically up at Rosalina, sorry about them, they take being older siblings very seriously. He paused and shrugged his shoulders, I do too, I guess, but I don't think you want to do anything bad to me. If you need help, you can just ask. He then waddled after his siblings, still carrying a couple large bags, leaving the older girl sputtering. Georgia and Andy, having already made their purchases, left with them, most likely also desiring to leave the awkward situation. Tania and Inari glanced at Rosalina questioningly. The redhead grumbled and went to change back into her own clothes. The twins eyed each other, before nodding and following her. Leaning against the wall outside her stall, they waited for some of the muttering to die down before interjecting. Rosalina, Tania began, what exactly are your intentions with Matthew? Rosalina let out a frustrated sound, why does everyone think I'm a creep? Tania had not made any such accusations. It's just weird, I haven't met anyone as patient as him, even adults, the older girl went on, how is that possible? Inari frowned, seriously, Alina? That's what bothers you about him? Not how he seems to have a bit of a crush on you. Wait, what? Rosalina shrieked, something clattered noisily against the wall within the stall, no, it's not like that. Wait, is that what everyone else thinks? Fuck. Tania nudged her twin reassuringly as she flinched from the outburst. Inari was usually quite good at reading people, but Tania's hunger did not detect any such affection between the two. I think Matthew is similarly understanding with most people, Inari. She paused, glancing at the stall, which, as you say, Rosalina, is rather unusual for most anyone. The redhead snorted, you know, coming from you, that kinda means a lot. What do you mean, huffed Inari, puffing her cheeks out in outrage. Hey, come on, Rosalina said placatingly, while swinging the stall door open, you two are pretty weird too. She had changed back into her original clothes, which, now that Tania paid more attention to them, were also an odd mix of colors. Perhaps Rosalina simply had strange aesthetic tastes. HMMPH. Inari crossed her arms and pouted, if you want to keep picking fights with Molly, you shouldn't do it in public. Her eyes widened with an idea, hey, I know. Maybe you should try fencing with her, then you can get all your frustrations out in a more constructive manner. Tania and Rosalina gave her a skeptical look, to which Inari just shrugged, hey, it worked for Jaden and Connor. That was true. Rosalina just scoffed and shook her head, I'm gonna go get ice cream. She actually did buy the clothes, but Inari picked out the colors. Oh, fancy seeing you here, Georgia. The blonde in question eyed her boyfriend pointedly as he shuffled his feet awkwardly. What was that you said about being too busy to go shopping with me? Billy waved his hands placatingly, hey, you never told me you were going shopping. You just asked me if I was busy today, and I said I was. If you'd said you were coming here I'd have suggested we come together. I mean, you could still go shopping together, Inari suggested, but what were you doing here anyways? And who are you, person I haven't met before? She waved happily, as she tended to do when meeting a new person. Billy stared blankly at Inari, doing a double take as he saw Tania over her shoulder. Georgia sighed, this is my boyfriend Billy, he's a dork. Hey. Don't deny it, you nerd, Georgia prodded affectionately, and Billy, this is. Hi. My name is Inari, and it's nice to meet you. Inari waved again, undeterred by Billy's poleaxed expression. She is my identical twin, if it was not already obvious, Tania commented, moving to stand next to her twin. She is a lot more excitable than I am. Inari bumped her slightly in protest, and Tania scoffed, giving her a challenging look. Inari puffed out her cheeks in outrage, but did not deny the truth. Billy nodded, still off balance. Me and a few other friends were checking out the game store here. Something about 10-sided dice. Georgia raised an eyebrow, her hands on her hip. And the new Witch Flight releases. Oh, hey. Georgia, Tania, Xander greeted as he and Charles walked back to Billy's table with ice cream in hand. He handed a cone to Billy, while Charles slid some change over to the werewolf. Ah, so that was who he meant. Good guess, Billy, you only had a nickel over. Charles waved at the group of girls, fancy seeing you here too, Tania. Upon seeing Inari the two men shared a confused look. Tania and her twin had been through this reaction enough times they'd lost count, but Inari still found it funny. True to form, she could not stop from giggling. Xander, amiable as usual, just smiled. Charles looked at Inari, then at Tania, waved at Tania, then looked at Inari again, before he nodded. "Are you Inari or Lara Raith?" he asked. "I had assumed you were related, but I didn't know you had a twin, Tania, or are you triplets?" He must have gleaned that from the rule book. "I'm Inari. Lara is our big sister." "Nice to meet you, Inari," Xander said, offering to shake her hand. Inari grinned, shook his hand, then dragged Charles into a handshake as well. "Nice to meet you too. It's nice to see Tania's making friends at school." "Hey, how'd you figure we're her friends? Are we friends?" Charles glanced at Tania questioningly. She nodded magnanimously, just so Inari would move on. Xander gestured for the carpenter boys to take a seat at the table Billy had been holding, and Charles shuffled out of their way. "Whose little brothers did you kidnap for child labor?" "We were not kidnapped," Daniel grumbled, "but we were conscripted." "I came along because I wanted to," countered Matthew guilelessly. "So one crime, instead of two," chuckled Xander. "I thought conscription was only something the government could do legally." Charles asked, again going off on a tangent. "Hey!" Inari poked him in the side in alarm. "Your ice cream." Charles stared at her, his face void of understanding, before handing his ice cream cone to her. Inari blinked owlishly at him, it was melting. The lanky student shrugged, some embarrassment and amusement rolling off of him in waves. "Well, that's your problem now." Thanks." Inari looked down at her newly acquired ice cream cone. "Ah! It's melting." She began licking the ice cream, determined not to let it go to waste. "Oh, hey! I love strawberry." "And here we have an example of optimal exchange in the wild," Xander narrated theatrically. Charles held up a hand in objection, "But she didn't hit me over the head for it." "Hey! Why would I do that?" "That's what makes it optimal," Tania answered. "She acquired the goods without expending resources." "I wasn't trying to." "Technically, talking does take energy," countered Charles, bobbing his head contemplatively. "And time is also a resource," Xander added, "one which we can never seem to get enough of." "That makes sense, at least." "Indeed," Tania conceded, "though strictly speaking, talking expends less resources than physical force." Xander and Charles nodded in acceptance. "Wouldn't it be more optimal for me to have bought my own ice cream?" Inari chimed in, nose scrunched in confusion. The other three shook their heads. "Nope, since you are trading a more valuable resource for the ice cream, and more of it too." Xander replied. "I dunno," Charles challenged, "you can get $5 just about anywhere, talking to Inari is probably not so readily available." "Yes, but for Inari, the 2 seconds and words required to acquire ice cream were less valuable than the $5 she would have had to otherwise spend on the ice cream." Charles nodded, apparently satisfied with Tania's rebuttal. "Fair enough. For the rest of us, Inari talking would be a finite resource, which might be worth $5. Xander shrugged, before continuing, "In the same way that public speakers get paid for their words, but their talks are not worth much to themselves since they already know the stuff." "Is this what Tania feels like when we talk about clothes?" Inari mumbled distractedly to herself. "That seems an apt comparison," mused Tania, "and that is the basic principle of free exchange. Exchange something you have for something else that has more value to you, ideally with a person for whom what you exchange has more value than what they give you. This isn't about taking over the world again, is it?" "Yeah, in that case, trading ice cream for conversation sounds fine to me," Charles declared. "Do you hear that, Inari?" Tania nudged her sister teasingly, "He's willing to buy you ice cream just to talk to you." Charles blinked, embarrassment flowing off of him, even as his face blanked. Xander chuckled, "Well, if you put it that way." Inari's eyes widened in surprise, confusion and embarrassment flooding her before being drowned in genuine concern. She narrowed her eyes at her twin, "Who are you and what have you done with Tania?" Tania eyed her twin questioningly, "I have to pay you back for all your teasing sometime." Charles snickered, distracting the twins from humor accounting. "Hey now, Inari, Tania's pretty funny when she wants to be." What did he mean by that? She did not make many jokes at school, that would be inappropriate. Also when she isn't trying to be. Tania was not sure if this was supposed to be an insult or a compliment. Inari giggled and wrapped her arm around her twin. "Hehe, I'm glad you've met people who seem to understand the stuff you always talk about. I think you understand me quite well, sister." At this point, the carpenters and the furries returned with ice cream, drawing Xander and Charles's attention. The group seemed bothered by something, judging by their frowns and the helpless feelings. "Something happen?" Charles asked. Billy shook his head, "Not really, just a friend of ours is in a bad spot, and we've been trying to get him to stop being a shut-in." "Oh, What happened? Xander asked, if you don't mind the question. Billy shrugged, his girlfriend was killed. It was that incident back on Halloween, and he's been obsessed with finding a way to get back at the ones who did it. The two students unaware of the supernatural nodded, though they likely only knew of the cover story. Oh, that's definitely a terrible thing to go through, Xander commiserated. Charles frowned, are you talking about the guy who says he's a wizard? Herr Dresden, or something? Oh, they were talking about Mr. Dresden. The werewolves glanced at each other, hesitant to say too much to someone entirely mundane. Mr. Dresden is pretty weird, Margaret cut in, but he's a good man. Wasn't he involved in that Faith Astor case? And the Three-Eye Gang war? Charles would probably be able to tell they were withholding something, but was easily redirected. Ah, Xander. Your ice cream. Inari yelled. Xander looked at the melting ice cream cone he had forgotten he was holding, then slapped himself in the forehead with his other hand. Dio. The silliness of that picture lightened the mood of the group, but Tania's thoughts turned to the eccentric wizard. Was that redundant? His research into countermeasures against Red Court vampires could potentially be useful, but it would not produce good results if he was overly stressed. Similarly, he would not likely be able to make much headway without enough samples. Tania carefully packed a pair of Red Court vampire heads into a cooler, then sprayed the container liberally with deodorant. Their stomachs would likely have been useful to Mr. Dresden, but unfortunately, she had inflicted rather severe trauma to that particular organ, so they were not in any useful shape. She had not managed to set up a functional freezer in her ersatz laboratory until last month, but fortunately, the winter chill had preserved the corpses fairly well. They were still not all that fresh, but they should be useful as a reference for Mr. Dresden, if nothing else. The heads were in boxes, to prevent further damage, and she had filled the rest of the cooler with ice. Since Mr. Dresden had an icebox, this was a potentially useful cover. Hopefully no one would question things. Unfortunately, she was not yet old enough to acquire a driver's license, though she did have her permit and her required hours. Normally, the trip to Mr. Dresden's apartment could be done by taxi or bicycle, but neither of those options allowed for her to haul around a cooler. It was fortunate that Antonio was free to give her a ride today. She hauled the cooler up out of the tunnels to where Antonio was waiting. He had also brought Mark as a chauffeur. How are you doing this afternoon, Miss Raith? Antonio said in greeting, leaning against their car, relaxed, but alert. He raised an eyebrow behind his sunglasses at the cooler. And is that something I need to worry about? Good afternoon, Antonio, Tania replied, and no, this should not require your concern. The vampire heads were dead, and these were not the undead type, so she was fairly certain they would remain inert. Though if the Red Court ever did attack her in public, it would certainly be something Antonio would be concerned about. Ever dutiful, Antonio just shrugged, as you say, Miss Raith, though I am obligated to say that we should post someone near you, especially now that the city has gotten more dangerous than ever. He opened the car door and Tania hefted the cooler into the back and got into the car. Antonio kept a wary eye on their surroundings, before taking a seat himself. The drive was relatively pleasant, despite the traffic, as Antonio chatted about his wife and new son, as well as mentioning some of Inari's escapades. Apparently, she had discovered some other people who found her strange cuisine ideas palatable or even interesting. Of course she did. Mark, as usual, said nothing. As they pulled up to Mr. Dresden's apartment building, Antonio gave her a warning look. I know this guy has helped you out before, and if he does actually work for Marconi, he isn't going to try anything, but you've got to be watch out for yourself, okay? Especially since I'm not going to be around you all the time anymore. Tania smiled, thankful for Antonio's dedication, though it was probably a good thing he had not been with her when she was attacked, or else Claudia would have been a widow. Of course, Antonio, though the state is incredibly inconsiderate about this matter. She had acquired a handgun, as was her constitutional right, she was just waiting for the city government to recognize it. At what point were they illegitimate, if they attempted to thus deny her pursuit of life? Her bodyguard snorted, just between you and me, he glanced at their driver, and Mark, you shouldn't let the government get between you and protecting yourself. He shrugged, now, the cops will probably be willing to look out for you, but most of them are real corrupt these days. Well, since forever, really. That was indeed an unfortunate problem of living in Chicago. Thank you for your concern, Antonio, I will keep your advice in mind. She waited for him to step out and check the surroundings, before opening the door and hauling out the cooler herself. Please wait outside, Antonio, Mr. Dresden will be much more hostile if he sees you with me. Antonio scowled, but nodded, cautious enough of the wizard's reputation, even among normal humans. The fact that Tania had already talked to Mr. Dresden several times without incident also helped. She pulled the cooler to Mr. Dresden's door and knocked sharply on it 3 times. A scrabbling sound followed and Mr. the oversized cat meowed insistently from the other side of the door, her co-conspirator in attempting to drag Mr. Dresden out of his hikikomori act. The wizard's own footsteps followed some time later. "All right, mister, I'm coming, I'm coming." The door swung open, and the large cat rammed into Tania's leg in greeting. Mr. Dresden blinked, before running a hand over his face. "Oh, hey Tania. Good afternoon, Mr. Dresden." He paused, giving her a confused look, which, combined with his unshaven and ungroomed appearance, made him look addled indeed. "What are you here for? I don't think it's time for you to drag me out for groceries again yet." Why did he have to make performing a basic task required for survival sound like such a chore? Tania pulled the cooler slightly towards him, and Mr. hissed at it, hackles raised. She tilted her head, asking if Mr. Dresden would let her inside. He had avoided explicitly inviting her inside, and she did not bother asking. Having her hunger calmed for some time was not something she disliked, and Mr. Dresden could just extend an invitation if more force was needed inside for whatever reason. The wizard narrowed his eyes at her. "It's not Max beer, is it?" Curses, she should have thought of that. Tania shook her head. "Mr. Dresden, I cannot legally purchase alcohol, even at Max." Mr. Dresden smacked himself in the head. "She's still a kid, Harry, still a kid," he mumbled to himself. With a sigh, he stepped to the side and let her in. Tania let out a breath as her hunger went to sleep. "Not that I don't appreciate your cooking tips," the wizard continued, shifting periodically like someone who was chronically sleep-deprived, "but why the secrecy about this?" Tania set her hands on her hips, and looked him over. He no longer looked like a vagrant like he did a few months ago, but he still looked about as unkempt as an overstressed university student. "Did you go out to the football game looking like that?" Tania pursed her lips and angled her head. "I suppose that attire is fine for football." Mr. Dresden blinked. "How did you learn about that? Why didn't you tell me about the pack of werewolves on campus?" Tania asked in lieu of directly implicating them. The wizard's eyes widened. "Oh, so you've met the alphas? I didn't expect you to get along with a bunch of nerds." Tania smirked. "They are providing a public good by patrolling campus. I can give some respect to any such individual." "Well, I guess that's one way to defend yourself against vampires." He paused. "You did tell them you're a different court, right?" "Of course, it would be rude not to share what I am after they shared what they were," Tania replied, and they were surprisingly understanding. Harry frowned. "I probably should have told them more about other monsters." "Ah, that was a convenient topic. Speaking of which, Mr. Dresden, how has your research into red court venom been progressing?" The wizard scowled. "No real luck. I can find ways to purge poisons, but that only works after the fact." He sighed, collapsing into his chair. "But that's not really what I've been spending most of my time on." Tania pursed her lips, considering how to encourage the defeated-looking wizard. "If you could find a way to reverse those who are turned, it would indeed be a great thing, but that is a task which seems to be outside your usual skill set." Dresden glared at her. "So what? I should just forget about helping Susan? I can't help thinking you've got some ulterior motives here, Candy." "Damn. Perhaps she should be less indirect?" "Oh, what was she thinking?" This was Harry Dresden. Tania shook her head. "Of course not, but are you even sure where Ms. Rodriguez is at the moment? Assisting a paramour who is going through a difficult time is perfectly reasonable, but how are you going to do so when they have quite thoroughly cut ties? So what do you want me to do?" Harry shot up in his seat, eyes blazing in fury and in anguish. "She shouldn't have been at that damn party, and it's my fault she's in this whole mess in the first place." He fell back into his chair, energy apparently expended. "But what can I fucking do now?" It was clear that he needed more sleep. "From where I'm standing, Mr. Dresden, it looks like you could use more rest." He scoffed, but Tania continued before he could interject. "I understand you feel responsible, but you will not be able to make consistent progress if you are burnt out." She glanced meaningfully at his icebox. "I think you'd be half-starved by this point without my insistence." He winced in embarrassment and self-loathing, but seemed a bit more amenable to her advice. "I just overheard Billy and Georgia talking about their concern for you the other day. Perhaps you should take some time to visit with them, perhaps play Dungeons and Dragons." Dresden stared at her blankly. "Did you just say Dungeons? Is that not what it's called?" He snorted, swallowing his mirth, but Tania could see him shaking. She did not understand what was so funny. "Ha!" The wizard failed to contain his laughter, bursting out almost maniacally. Tania smiled slightly, trying to pretend that she had made a joke and that was not simply how she had read the title. It took a surprisingly long amount of time for Dresden to calm down. She knew he was rather irreverent, but she had thought he could become serious if things called for it. Though, she supposed that there was a need right now for him to be less serious, so she bore with the awkwardness. "Ha, I'm not sure why that was so funny." It seems they agreed on that much. "I am not here to comment on your sense of humor," Tania continued, attempting to pretend she had not just been interrupted. I am here to suggest that you take a break before you return to your work. Working day in and out is more a sign of poor time management than diligence. The wizard looked at her disbelievingly. I, for one, make sure to schedule some time for leisure activities. Dresden snorted again. What? Did he really think that she couldn't have fun? Yeah, that sounds like you, Candy. His face returned to a more serious state, as serious as it could be on his unkempt face, but I don't think I can take time to play around. Tania slid the cooler over towards him. It need not merely be play. The furries, Dresden snickered, but she continued on, have managed to take down a few red court, so offering them your advice could help prevent others from suffering the same fate as Ms. Rodriguez. While killing a few of the monsters won't help very much in the long run, I believe it would at least help with inspiration. She flipped open the cooler, extracting one of the subjects from its container. Furthermore, I believe your research would be aided by some tangible samples. The wizard's eyes widened at the sight of the red cord heads, a strange mix of excitement, confused disgust, and vindictive glee playing out through him. I will leave these with you here, if you visit with the furries later. Perhaps we can collect fresher samples together. Dresden looked from the cooler to her, then back again, apparently still unsure. Damn. What else could convince him? I will also be cooking food for the event. In the end, Mr. Dresden did attend the event, even if she had to drag him through the door by his collar. She really shouldn't have been surprised he played a barbarian. During the events of Summer Night, June 2002. Of all the things her father would take interest in, which flight was near the last thing Tania would have expected. Perhaps the tactical thought involved intrigued him, given that he presumably had to think in a similar way on occasion. Or maybe he needed an excuse to keep an eye on his youngest daughters now they were away from home for most of the time. Strictly speaking, it wouldn't be too great a hassle to commute to school, especially for Inari, but she had insisted on living on campus. Tania had never told her explicitly what the true nature of their family was, but Inari knew her twin well enough to sense there was something wrong. That, or the more gregarious twin simply preferred being near new people to befriend and drag into her inescapable orbit. Her ability to remember faces and menial details about others' lives was frankly rather terrifying. Now that it was summer, the two of them were back at the Raith residence. There weren't that many internship opportunities for freshmen, though Inari had apparently nearly been conscripted to play for her school's women's basketball team. Americans were weird about their sports. Admittedly, the twins had been quite good at that game when they occasionally played in school. Regardless, being at home meant having to deal with her vampire lord Father Moore. Of all the things Tania had thought he could have been, that had not been high on the list, and playing a tabletop miniatures game with a supposedly centuries-old lust leech was not something she had imagined doing even in her most disturbed dreams. To her chagrin, her father proved quite adept at the game, despite likely having little to no experience with such activities. Perhaps he had some military experience in his long life, though Tania got the sense he preferred to be the Grey Eminence rather than the public leader. Either that, or the Germanian faction functioned properly as the beginner faction, given the clear army building plan it worked around. Well, unless you were Charles. It might be a good idea to hire him as a playtester, if he kept on finding strange rules interactions. I find myself curious, dear Tania, her father began, idly fondling his Silbervogel miniature as he considered where best to deploy her. Why is it that you prefer playing a different faction than the one which bears your likeness? He placed the miniature towards his right flank, along with the greater portion of his aerial mage units. This suggested that he was planning on overloading one side, but Silbervogel's maneuverability meant that these units could threaten most of the critical locations on the map in short order. I try not to draw attention to that fact, Father, she replied, placing infantry units in the center of her deployment zone with a clear line of sight to the central critical location. It would not do to seem too narcissistic. So modest, dear daughter, Father chided, setting the greater part of his infantry on his left flank, but noticeably holding his elite units in reserve. You are possessed of such great potential, it would be a shame for you to deny it for so long. This character is Inari and Lara's credit, in truth, Tania demurred, deploying more of her infantry on her right flank, away from Father's main mage forces and across from the main bulk of the Empire infantry. I am not sure why they chose to use me as a likeness. Father chuckled, reaching over the table to stroke her head. Tania forced herself to remain relaxed at the intrusion. Why would they not? You and Inari are both fine specimens of beauty, especially now that you have grown so much. He set down his elite infantry in the center, which would make it difficult for her center to advance, assuming she could neutralize the mage flight sweep. Tania eyed the board, considering where to place her hussar wings. Lekland flight mages were some of the best in the game, and Victoria was the best aerial duelist in the game. Silbervogel was a dangerous mage, but the main problem was that she also increased the effectiveness of mage flights under her command. The Germanian Empire also had the ability to move their units rapidly out of their deployment zone on their first turn. While Lekland infantry were comparable, if not slightly better, they would not be able to dislodge the numerically superior Germanian infantry once they had hopped off their trains onto critical locations. She placed her mage flights near her center. The Lekland faction had three major strengths: their impressive aerial mage units, their high morale, and their faction ability allowing them to take the initiative. They shook hands, as was tradition, though she could do without the condescending pats. She was not a child. As was not particularly surprising, given his greater number of commanders, the first leader card drawn was his, but it was his Sturmtruppen leader, so Tania let him move his center infantry forward. When one of Silbervogel's cards came up next, Tania interrupted with Victoria's unit, sending a wing of hussars rocketing into the Germanian aerial mage squadrons. Father smirked, revealing Silbervogel's flight path, which flipped her and her unit behind Victoria's squadron, but that was fine. What was important was that she had blocked the path of the other Empire mage flights, forcing them to adjust course and preventing them from sweeping down her weak flank, at least for now. Victoria's abilities made her thrive in aerial duels, as did the hussars, so this could be a lengthy combat. Her next action caused Father to raise a curious eyebrow, as Tania sent her light air cavalry to the critical location on her right flank, employing a rarely used mechanic to land them in the fortified location. They would not be able to deal much damage when on the ground, and they would not last long once the Germanian infantry moved forward, but this meant that the Empire infantry would not be able to hold that location for at least another turn. How deliciously ruthless, sending these men to die just to slow the inevitable. Perhaps, but this was a tabletop game. Something like this would be a waste of potential in the real world, but the game units did not gain experience as in real life, or in her original rule set. Their sacrifice will be rewarded posthumously, Tania said grimly, pretending for a moment to be a cold-hearted commander sending young mages off on impossible missions, for our freedom, and for yours. It was perhaps not so surprising that so many Polish immigrated to the US, when their national sentiment was similar in this way. Father laughed, before sending the regulars on his left flank, choosing to have about half his forces there bypass the critical location, instead arraying them to block her infantry from approaching. Per the rules, they could not attack the turn after they used strategic deployment, as they had to reorganize, so Tania would score points for that location for at least one turn. That still meant one of her mage units was effectively trapped, as trying to pull them out would likely incur enough losses to make them ineffectual. The rest of the game progressed about as expected. Empire flight mages were stronger in ground support roles, but Silbervogel was as deadly against aerial opponents as she was against ground targets. Despite that, and some impressive rolling, Victoria and her hussars gave about as good as they got, with both sides taking substantial losses, though the Germanian mages were still prevented from attacking Tania's ground forces by careful maneuvering. In the following turns, Father's Sturmtruppen rushed down the center, claiming that objective, though they were unable to completely destroy her regulars unit, which was kept from breaking due to their higher morale. On her right flank, their infantry skirmished inconclusively, though Tania's forces were able to push forward some distance. What was remarkable was the Germanian regulars' failure to dislodge the light air cavalry. Father rolled well, but the grounded mages rolled better. The fortified position helped, as did the mages' ability to create shields, even while grounded, but the numbers disparity was still incredibly lopsided. Oddly enough, far from seeming annoyed by this turn of events, Father seemed amused, even pleased, only idly fingering his dice. What was he planning? It became clear enough the next turn, when he broke his mage flight hard away from their opponents, choosing to suffer more casualties in exchange for laying heavy fire into Tania's center. Her regulars managed to stubbornly remain in place, though it seemed their chances of dislodging the Sturmtruppen would now be greatly diminished. Silbervogel and her unit remained in place, now holding Tania's flight mages in place, though they suffered for it, now that they faced the hussars' undivided attention. In response, Tania folded her right flank, turning some of her reserve infantry to attack the Sturmtruppen from the side, while keeping a few units to ensure the Empire regulars remained engaged. Given her light air cavalry had proved surprisingly resilient, she played a card to boost their last stand. Oh, how it must burn, to see your comrades turn away, Father laughed, rolling for his infantry's assault on the fortified objective. A sadly familiar fate for the Polish, Tania commented idly, wincing at the result. Father certainly had good luck. She rolled for their resolve, and blinked. While suffering some damage, the light air cavalry remained in place still. I suppose that is also familiar. Father laughed, impressive, but will it mean anything, in the end? It meant she was actually scoring more victory points, at least for more now. The game continued. Silbervogel's unit was scattered and she was forced to retreat, which allowed Victoria and her hussars to cut into the Germanian mage flights, which were now vulnerable after separating to perform ground assaults. Too late to save much of her center, but enough to ensure her right flank could push the Sturmtruppen off of the central critical location, at least for this turn. The left side of the board was largely deserted, the both of them only retaining a token force to hold those objectives. Father pushed his left flank forward, punching through her blocking force and threatening her home objective, as well as moving to encircle her remaining infantry force. Against all odds, her light air cavalry still refused to die, though at least now it no longer seemed as ridiculous as the consistent artillery bombardments she had been calling on the clumped Empire infantry took their toll. The center objective changed hands again, Father's Sturmtruppen scattering her battered regulars, even as her flight mages chased the much-reduced Germanian flight mage units. Now freed up, Victoria and her hussars managed to provide air support for her home objective on the right flank, stymieing the Empire infantry push. Unfortunately, her left flank was driven to flight by good rolling from one of the remaining Germanian aerial mage units. At this rate, while she would control the skies, she would not be able to hold ground for long. Well, it seemed to have worked all right. Turn 1, Tania landed most of her mages, leaving just enough to finish off the remaining Germanian flights. Hopefully, the game would end before her ground units were defeated. Bolstered by her mage units, she reclaimed the central objective, at least temporarily, while contesting Father's previously unmolested home objective. The mage units suffered heavily in return, but her luck held, and the game ended, leaving Tania victorious based on points, even if the amount of forces she had left looked paltry in comparison. It was about as expected for a Polish victory. Father seemed unperturbed by his defeat. Why should he? It was just a game, patting her on the shoulder in congratulations. Fascinating game, as always, dear daughter. He leaned around her, having come around the table to look over the table from her side. I see you have already begun to understand the management of human resources. I am pleased. Tania puffed up, a bit indignant. Of course, Father, that is a very important skill, after all. After 2 careers involving such management, she would hope she possessed some skill in the matter. It is a shame that Inari lacks the proper mindset. Father sighed. She has such a wide circle of connections, if only she would leverage it for more than mere amusement. He sighed and shook his head slightly. She should not become so close to her lessers. Tania swallowed. Inari remained human, and it might well have been her genuine faith that kept her that way. Had she been less dedicated to the idea of marriage, she might well have eaten someone in the activities that college students tended to get up to. What of you, dear daughter? Father turned to her. You have made quite the interesting group of acquaintances, haven't you? I heard you have befriended a few scions of wealthy families, not to mention Clough. He narrowed his eyes. He has not troubled you over much, has he? Tania shook her head. No, he has been a perfect gentleman. How do you know of him, Father? Professor de Rossi had said he was acquainted with Lara, so it was not that surprising that he would be similarly acquainted with Father as well. Perhaps he was also more than he seemed? We have worked together in the past on some things of historical note, Father replied dismissively. He should be of no concern. He seemed to be trying to diminish the work of a quite dedicated historian, but it was not surprising her father would not find such a profession respectable aside from their ability to identify things of value. And what of your classmates? How are they? Father gazed at her with feigned concern, and Tania bit down her unease at his gaze. They have been largely welcoming, even in spite of my younger age. Hopefully that would be enough to satisfy this topic. Good, Father stroked her shoulder in what might be considered a fond fashion. Good. Do tell me if any of them catches your fancy. He smiled, trying to pass this off as a father's concern about his daughter's potential suitors, but the predatory look in his eyes told another story. Of course, Father. That was not something that was likely to happen anytime soon. A pair of footsteps signaled Inari's arrival. Food's ready, she cheered. Tania had made sure they would always be at the manor as a pair, so that she would not leave Inari alone with their vampire lord father. She did not know how long that could last. Ah, and what fascinating arrangement have you created, dear daughter? Entering the room after Inari, Natalia shook her head discreetly. Well, maybe Father will stop asking after Inari's cooking after this, but given his possessive nature, he would assuredly find another excuse to keep them close. Tania would have to do something, but what? A/N. I thought this would be shorter, I was wrong yet again. Thanks again to all the people who helped with proofreading this chapter. Also, please check out the cast of characters informational thread mark, it's basically a chapter of its own. Chapter 7, A Year for a Dog. Chapter text. A Vampire Chicago Family Business. Autumn of 2004, the beginning of Blood Rights. Mr. Dresden, what is this? Harry Dresden winced, watching as his vampire landlord/roommate started a staring contest with the small notch-eared Tibetan puppy that had stowed away in his car. He had been a bit late getting back to their sort of shared residence, having detoured to a sketchy party at the request of a sketchy vampire to take a sketchy case. His less sketchy landlord/roommate had been mildly concerned, greeting him with a searching glare, and discreetly stone weapons, which had been immediately diverted to his impromptu guest. It's a puppy, Tania, surely you know what that is, or were only human pets allowed at Casa Raith? Tania's eyes flashed silver in annoyance and the puppy growled, distracting Harry from staring at the young vampire's form yet again. This is not a normal dog, Mr. Dresden. Well, I saved him from a sorcerer who had stolen him from some Tibetan monks, so I guess he is probably special in some way. The wizard shrugged, trying to focus on the case her brother had dragged him into, instead of Tania's baleful gaze of scrutiny, which was a lot more attractive when you weren't the target. Of course, that's when she turned her unimpressed gaze towards him, silvery blue eyes boring into his as if searching for the meaning of life. Not sure what she expected to find there. Normally, looking a wizard in the eye would be running the risk of a soul gaze, but the two of them had already had one, and Tania handled it better than the last woman he'd shared one with. What, do you have some rule against pets here? She raised an eyebrow imperiously, then gazed meaningfully at Mr. the cat's food bowl while offering her hand for the puppy to examine. Oh come on, it was a joke, Buffy. Obviously not. I was more wondering why you did not return him to his original human, unless he was part of the payment. The small dog sniffed her fingers carefully. Harry shrugged, not exactly, he decided to stow away in my car as I returned his siblings to the monks that had asked me to find them. I tried contacting the monks but had no luck. The puppy growled, more playfully this time, and nipped at Tania's fingers, but the vampire flicked them just out of reach each time. I'll find a good place for him, but I'm not keeping him. The young vampire frowned, and wasn't that cute, letting the puppy catch her hand and shake it. It seems to me, Mr. Dresden, that this small dog has decided to adopt you. She jutted her chin at the puppy, and Harry quickly turned his gaze to the dog, not looking at how that motion highlighted the curve of her throat. Look, he's already trying to protect you from me. Apparently satisfied with his investigation, the small puppy let go of the vampire's unscathed, if slobbery hand, giving Harry a doggy grin and wagging his tail. Hey, the puppy had pretty good self-control then, even if Tania would have been fine anyways. You can keep him then. More proof that Tania wasn't as immune to cute things as she seemed. It was kind of endearing. The puppy whined, staring up at him with, well, puppy eyes. Tania gave him an unimpressed look. Harry knelt down and gave the puppy a scratch on the head. Oh fine, fine, he can stay for now, I guess I owe him for cluing me into the blampire. The puppy growled at the mention of the undead would-be carjacker. Tania's eyes gleamed silver and she fixed him with a hungry stare. Oh, do tell, Mr. Dresden. Harry swallowed. Tania was leaning uncomfortably close to him, and he fought the urge to rake his eyes down her body. She had always been pretty good looking, but now she was full grown, probably, and really bad for pedestrians' necks. She's still a kid, Harry, she's still a... Ah, hell's bells. She was 18 now. Still a kid, damn it. The puppy nudged his hand insistently, and he focused back on Tania's expectant gaze. I saw a black court vampire at the airport, the puppy gave us enough warning for us to scare it off. Us. Was it just him, or had her hair gotten even lighter than it had been? Your brother Thomas was helping me out with the job. The puppy rolled onto his back, letting the two of them rub his soft belly. Their hands bumped and Tania jerked back her hand, wincing at the burn. Ah, crap, sorry about that. It is no serious concern, but I am curious why exactly my brother seems so interested in you. Tania scratched the top of the puppy's head instead. He does have a pentacle like yours, so I had thought he might have some interest in magic. Harry reflexively grasped his mother's pentacle, a symbol of the magic and blood he shared with her. A cold shiver snaked down his spine. Thomas never seemed that interested in magic to me. Why would he have a pentacle like Harry's? The younger vampire scoffed. Harry most certainly did not stare at her naturally pink lips. Perhaps such things are too academic for him. Many of my siblings are not particularly diligent in such matters. At this thought, she frowned, pursing her lips in a way that could no longer be described as cute now that her face had matured, but was no less distracting for it. Maybe it is a good thing, given our nature. Harry did not know what to say in response to that. Being a vampire with a conscience must be hard, and having a bunch of vampire siblings probably made things no easier. But we've gone on enough of a tangent, I blame Charles. Her eyes narrowed, and she gave him a look of hungry concentration. A shiver ran up his spine, more parts excitement than he'd like to admit. It was the look she got when she and the alphas caught the trail of a red court vampire. Tell me about this black court vampire. I recognized the body, last I saw of him was at Bianca's party, he must have gotten into Mavra's hands. Tania's eyes burned with cold rage. That thing is back? With more of its spawn. In hindsight, it must have been one of Mavra's spawn that attacked Tania that night in the alley. It was a miracle she survived, but that did not stop Tania from hating blampires. Well, at least he's found one person who'd be willing to help him get rid of this infestation. I'm going to make a few calls, get a crew together to root them out. Shall we visit the carpenters? Harry shook his head. I think I've dragged Michael into too many messes. Charity'll kill me. Tania frowned, weighing the benefits of having the fist of God along with them. After a moment, she sighed. He will show up if we need him, and it's probably best not to tempt Margaret or Daniel to try to sneak along. She shook her head in exasperation, those two really could learn more self-preservation. She paused, then nodded, it would also be better if Inari isn't involved. Her twin, this was getting out of hand, there were two of them, was still human, for now, and Tania would prefer that she stay that way. From what he knew of her twin, Harry didn't think Inari would handle the turn very well. She was a really nice girl. Oh great, now he sounded like Bob. What about the furries? Really, Tania? It was funny the first time, but that's getting old. No, vampires are a whole different level in terms of nasty. What about senses? Tania returned, a wolf's nose is better than mine, and even when still human, the walking corpse gave off a noticeable smell. Harry nodded, normally, that would be useful. Mavra is a wizard as well, and she's pretty damn good at veils. I'd imagine she'd be able to negate that, and wolves aren't going to last long in close quarters with one of the blamps. Tania hummed thoughtfully, a wizard vampire. Can you counteract its magic? Yeah, but I'd have to stay focused, he waved his hand dismissively, I know someone who can help us with that. Old McCoy would be better at that kind of thing anyways. Another member of the White Council? Tania inquired, giving him a curious look. He had not really interacted much with the council since the ball, aside from some failed research efforts and that rather awkward meeting back during the whole Fey regicide incident. Showing up with Tania's cooler filled with red cord heads was probably not a great idea in hindsight. It was probably for the best that he hadn't actually decided to go in a bathrobe. Yep, one older and wiser than me. Tania narrowed her eyes at him. What? She shrugged, I'm surprised, that's all. You have not had many good things to say about the White Council, so this individual must be strong indeed if you are willing to treat him with respect. Oh, she caught on to that, hey? The council isn't that bad, honestly, I just haven't had the best of luck with them, given that a lot of my interactions with them involved old Morgan being determined to cut my head off. Though they are pretty stuck up either way. Stop frowning at him like that. It was starting to make him question his decisions. Mr. Dresden, wouldn't it make sense to try to placate the local sheriff? That he has a particular animosity towards you seems to me more reason to make nice than not. Harry snorted, that would make it worse, really, Morgan is not a guy that can be bribed. Tania's nose curled in distaste, I mean nothing so crass, Mr. Dresden, I was referring to being polite. She paused, on second thought, that might be a lost cause. Hey. She was probably right, but still. I know of a mercenary type who specializes in this kind of thing. Harry did his best to ignore the completely accurate slight against him. That does not sound like a person whose services come cheap, his landlord raised an eyebrow imperiously. Do we have to go over managing your finances again? What was she, his mom or something? No wonder she got along with Charity so well. Hey. I've got enough money saved up. Probably. It really helped that the rent for his office had gone down a fair bit recently. Tania was also not charging him very much for what he was getting here, since the way she arranged things meant that his wards also protected her. Their odd living arrangement also meant they both contributed to the threshold. Tania did not look convinced, but did not make further comment, instead draping a small blanket over the puppy, which had apparently dozed off in the meantime. If you are confident this individual will be of use, then by all means call them in. She picked up the sleeping puppy and set him on the couch. The small dog yawned in his sleep, revealing small puppy teeth. His leg twitched reflexively, and he rolled around in his blanket. Well, that was sorted, time to get to work. Harry stepped down into the basement, then rolled up the carpet covering the entrance to the sub-basement. Apparently, the townhouses hadn't had this space originally, but Tania had it added. It was honestly a little disconcerting the extent she was willing to go for security purposes, but he ignored the niggling concern in favor of lighting a candle and descending the steps ladder into his lab. His new lab was in many ways an improvement to his previous one, as it was bigger, built to purpose, and even had some plumbing, allowing him to clean up without leaving the sub-basement, not to mention better insulation which kept it from becoming too cold, despite it being quite deep underground. The various containers remained similar, an eclectic mix of Tupperware, boxes, bags, tubs, cups, urns, and the like had been joined by beakers, Erlenmeyer flasks and granulated cylinders for precise measurement and mixing of the former's contents. There was also a sizable icebox in the corner, which definitely didn't have a partially dissected vampire corpse inside of it. Or the severed heads of a few more. In the center of the room sat a large wooden work table, which Michael had apparently worked with some Amish to make. It was a damn sturdy thing, kind of like the carpenter that helped make it. The floor near the far wall was slightly discolored, the concrete there being slightly fresher. A circle lined with silver was carved into the stone around it. Buried within the concrete was a safe inside a Faraday cage, containing the most dangerous thing he had in his possession. This might seem a bit like overkill, but skimping out on containment for one of the possessed 30 pieces of silver seemed like a bad idea. Bob, we have work to do. The corner where two sets of shelves met had been converted into a sort of dollhouse. Well, if Barbie was a lecher to the extreme. Between the sets of romance books, pin-up girl figurines, and a few articles of feminine clothing, sat a human skull. It rattled to life with a yawn, and dull orange lights appeared in the empty sockets. "Oh, does this have to do with the landlady boss?" Bob asked eagerly. He had been a little too excited to learn about Harry's new living arrangements. It had not helped that Tania was less disturbed by his attitude than most self-respecting women would be. Then again, she was a lust vampire, so maybe she just found it flattering. "Kind of." Bob's eyes brightened in interest. "You remember Mavra and her, what do you call it? A brood? A murder?" Bob's jaw clacked shut in disappointment. "It's a scourge, Harry, and why'd you have to lead me on like that?" "Well, our lovely landlady has a bit of personal grudge against this particular blampire. Strictly speaking, so did Harry. So getting rid of them might just make her happy. It would indeed please me to remove this stain upon our city." Tania dropped down into the sub-basement, skipping the stepladder entirely. "Oh hey, Tania. What do you need me to do?" Bob was such a sucker for a pretty face. The unnaturally beautiful vampire glared at the skull. "Find them." "Yes, ma'am. I'll take Mr. out right after dark." Tania turned to Harry, eyeing him curiously. "Have you been requested for another case? Did her brother talk to her about it?" "Had a chat with a filmmaker by the name of Arturo Ginessa. He thinks someone is cursing some of his staff into brutal violent deaths." "The Arturo Ginessa? Oh man, can I come along?" "Not now, Bob." "Ah, so it was Thomas, he mentioned something of the sort to me." Harry glanced between the two, realization niggling at his brain. "Hey, you both know him?" "Let me guess, one was a pervert, the other was a wraith, and another wraith had brought him in on this case." "Mr. Ginessa is a maker of explicit romantic films," Tania answered blandly. "Of course. He's one of the best ones out there," Bob crowed. "I should check out the studio, maybe Mavra's hiding around out there." Harry glared at the skull. "I'm pretty sure blampires aren't interested in that kind of thing." "Hey, you never know, boss, they've been through such long dry spells, they'd probably be hornier than you if they weren't dead." "Ouch, low blow there, Bob." "Now, don't be unfair, Bob," Tania chided. "His self-control is quite impressive, and Ms. Rodriguez's love offers him some protection for when one of my sisters inevitably decides to poke their nose into this incident." "Yeah, you should get that fixed, Harry, otherwise you'll end up hurting our good landlady." Tania snorted. "If I loved someone, a little pain wouldn't stop me." "What? Ooh, kinky." Harry grabbed his hammer, pointedly not looking in Bob's direction as he drummed the implement into his hand. "Okay. Okay, message received, boss." Bob shut up. Even after being around her for quite a bit of time, Harry had not been able to pin down if the innuendos Tania occasionally added to her otherwise incredibly serious manner of speaking were intentional or not. Bob's commentary had not been helpful in the slightest. "Anyways, maybe you can tell me a bit more about Ginessa, since he's apparently a bit of a friend of the family, Tania." Thomas really should have given him more of a heads up about that, the jerk. The younger, and much less annoying, vampire nodded. "Arturo Ginessa has worked for the Wraith-controlled Silverlight Studios for the better part of his career. He is considered to be a bit of a trailblazer in his field for performing the remarkably revolutionary task of adding more serious plot among the pornography." Tania looked singularly unimpressed, and Harry kind of had to agree, that sounded a bit sad. "Oi!" Bob interjected, "that's making a little light about how good he actually is. Have you seen some of his shot compilations? Or how he lights and puts together the scenes? Most importantly, what about all the hot chicks he manages to talk into his films?" Tania frowned. "Bob, those are rather basic principles of filmography." "Hot chicks were a basic principle?" "Oh wait, she was still a wraith, for all the near prudishness. But these chicks actually take their clothes off." "I don't really see how that improves the film," Tania mused. "If not for the censors, that would likely increase sales, true, but probably distract from any of the other merits of the film." Tania fell into her thinking pose, lips pursed, one arm braced by the elbow on the other crossed under her chest and a solitary index finger held to her lips, as if she was sharing some delicate secret rather than considering cinematography. "Hey! Hey boss!" Bob whispered loudly, "You should take a picture." Harry glared at the skull, doing his best to ignore the part of him that quite agreed with Bob. "The guy's film skill, or whatever you call it, isn't that important. You said he worked for your family business? Do you think that this attack could be a move against your family?" The young wraith frowned, still in her distracting thinking pose. "That seems unlikely, given that Mr. Ginessa is attempting to strike out on his own due to creative disagreements." "Oh, that changes the most likely culprits." Tania wrinkled her nose. "The man is really much too romantic for this industry." "What? Does he want to make movies where the porn stars get married at the end or something? See what I mean? A revolutionary. Bob, Harry sighed, you do realize that sounds like Disney fairy tales with more nudity, right? I don't see the problem, boss. That's hardly revolutionary. Not in the technical or artistic sense, mused Tanya, tapping her lips with her finger, but it is a departure from the standard for the industry. And, she paused, narrowing her eyes at nothing, it is also entirely against the point my family has taken control of this industry for in the first place. Make sex cheap, no true love to burn you. It was a little disorienting to learn that some of the conspiracies about the media trying to destroy the family were actually true. Among other things, Tanya agreed, broken families make for weaker thresholds, and liberating women makes them more vulnerable to predators of my family's kind, not to mention the particular subtexts about submission to some sort of hypnotism. To Harry's shame, he knew enough to understand what she was getting at. So it could be your family trying to scare him back into line. It couldn't be Tanya herself, since her magical knowledge was too limited for this kind of curse. That, and her preferred method of attack would probably be litigation. Quite possibly, though it is strange that Thomas would attempt such a trick, it isn't his style. But I would caution against assuming that we are responsible. She tapped her finger thoughtfully against her pink lips. I did not notice any unusual movement in our finances, nor do I see how killing the women around Mr. Genesa would actually convince him to go back to work for the family business. With this type of artist, you will likely have to be quite explicit with your aims when you make threats, as they can be rather oblivious. What are you thinking, then? Jilted lover. That was unfortunately a rather common source of violence, and it was possible that Arturo wasn't too far off with the streak of folk witch idea. Perhaps, Tanya replied, absently stroking her lower lip with her finger. Stop doing that, damn it, though that leaves the question of timing. I remember him being quite generous to his former lovers, a bit unreasonably so, in my opinion, so why would his former lovers move now instead of when they were divorced? She turned from the wall and looked him in the eye, finally taking her hand away from her mouth and crossing her arms behind her back like a soldier at ease. I will investigate further, as this seems to be something of a family matter, though your help with the magical problems is always welcome. Harry tried, and failed, not to admire the way this pose thrust her chest out. Thanks. It'd be nice not to be running into something without all the details for once. Part of Harry cringed. It wasn't even that Tanya pretended to be offering charity, everything she did to help him had a clearly laid out and selfish rationale behind it, but that kind of straightforwardness was so unusual among supernatural creatures Harry couldn't help but look for hidden motives. She really didn't seem interested in seducing him, even being a bit excited that he could burn her, so what could she want? The unknown was often more unnerving than known grave peril. Tanya smirked. Oh great, now what? It seems to me that you handle that kind of approach better than most. She tilted her head thoughtfully, her ponytail curling around her clavicle and throat. Speaking of which, what did Mr. Genesa arrange as an alibi for your presence on set? Production assistant. The young vampire's eye twitched in annoyance. That idiot. Doesn't he understand that there are necessary roles not directly related to his medium? She shook her head in exasperation. I will call him and ensure he lists you as additional security. Hey, that would make things easier. Seriously, Tanya tossed her head, sending her ponytail back behind her. After all these incidents, hiring more security is such an obvious step. Why that fool did not have more first aid staff on hand to begin with escapes me. She turned to leave. Harry could see where the family would want her. She'd be a great fit for human resources. That sounded a lot weirder in this context. Why the heck had the corporations decided on that term anyways? How was it better than staffing? Oh, Tanya, about the blampires. She paused, half-turned, looking over her shoulder expectantly. Could you ask your military surplus source for some more equipment? More holy water would be great too. Tanya nodded. I will try to be more subtle than asking Father Forthill to bless a 5-gallon drum. Hey. That priest knew exactly what I needed that for. Tanya rolled her eyes and climbed up the stepladder like a normal person. Harry totally did not stare. Come on, Harry, Bob groaned once she was out of earshot, why haven't you hit that already? I've been busy, Harry snapped, not to mention the soul-sucking vampire part. Oh come on. It's not like that has stopped you before. Susan's face flashed into his mind's eye. Bob. Okay, shutting up now, boss. He did have a point though, a small traitorous part of Harry whispered. This case was going to be difficult in a different way than he had been expecting. Typical. Lieb Vaterland, magst ruhig sein, feststeht und true die Wacht am Rhein. The old patriotic German song sounded through the jingling of a bell as Tanya pushed open the door to Politest Notwendigkeit. The name was a bit overblown, but it had a sad ring of truth to it, as the store's primarily advertised products were protective formal clothing, such as bullet-resistant suits. Feststeht und true die Wacht am Rhein. Antonio had been the one to recommend this establishment to her, with the wry comment that it was excessively German. Dirk Hunderttausend sucht es schnell, und aller Augen blitzen hell. He had a point. The interior looked disorientingly similar to shops she had patronized in her second life, and the first time she had visited part of her had almost expected this whole vampire nonsense to be a fever dream. Der Deutsche, Bieder, from und stark, beschützt die Heilige Landesmark. But no, the large flag on the wall was the red-black-gold tricolor of the Bundesrepublik Deutschland, not the Imperial Hydra. Aside from this, the name and the proprietress' choice of music, there weren't any other explicitly German items, at least if you were a tourist. Lieb Vaterland, magst ruhig sein, Lieb Vaterland, magst ruhig sein. But the way the shop was organized, the old-fashioned choice of decor, and how the clothes were stubbornly measured in metric gave it a distinctly nostalgic air, now that Tania had time to adjust to its peculiarities. Feststedt und true die Wacht am Rhein. Grüß die, Fräulein Raith. One thump of jackboots followed the very Austrian greeting as the proprietress flowed out from the back of the shop with a practiced grace Tania had not quite yet managed. Feststedt und true die Wacht am Rhein. Erika de Rossi looked like she had walked straight out of a Germanian propaganda poster. With wheat blonde hair, stark blue eyes and a naturally severe face, she looked eerily like what Tania might have looked like full-grown. The older, very German woman turned down the radio and nodded to her guest. Guten Tag, Frau de Rossi, Tania greeted with a nod of her own. What brings you to my shop, Tania dear? Frau de Rossi asked, still speaking in her incredibly formal German. Surely the clothes I made for you have not gone bad so swiftly. Erika swept her gaze over her young customer, searching for injuries. Or have you ended up in another dangerous scuffle? Tania suppressed the urge to wilt under her disapproving gaze. It was strange. Until this life, she had never seen much of this kind of attention. In her first life, her mother had been rather distant, in her second, the nuns almost always had more rambunctious children to pay attention to. Suddenly, in this life, she had numerous people mothering her, including her own twin sister, of all the indignities. I have not been in serious danger for some time, Tania replied, also in German, though not quite as formally. It was not a lie, as the last few hunts ended smoothly. Though it seems that the city will be more dangerous in the near future. Frau de Rossi raised an eyebrow imperiously at her. Oh, and what gives you such foreknowledge? An acquaintance of mine was attacked by some dangerous elements from out of town. He survived, but these assailants will most likely cause numerous deaths if left unchecked. The older woman frowned disapprovingly. Young lady, surely I do not need to remind you that you are not law enforcement, and this kind of matter is not one you need to bother yourself with. Her gaze swept around her shop meaningfully. Not to mention, Fräulein Raith, that this is first and foremost a clothier, not an armory. Tania frowned, considering how best to proceed. Frau de Rossi did know a fair deal about supernatural threats, otherwise she would not have designed her clothes to be resistant to claws and teeth, alongside providing some protection from firearms. Given that those clothes were the ones that Tania had noticed the most turnover in, it seemed the clientele here tended to be more aware of the threat of monster attacks than most people. Of course, that was assuming this store didn't simply attract a lot of customers with an irrational fear of dogs and cats. These are some things that normal law enforcement cannot properly handle, in their ignorance. As I am possessed of unusual abilities, such civic duty falls to me. At least, that was how Frau de Rossi would like to understand it. The older blonde hummed thoughtfully. You are from a highly placed family, young lady. If there was such a kind of ne'er-do-well trying to take root in our already much too infested city, it would be admirable for you to take action. Erika narrowed her eyes. But what kind of assailants were they, young lady? Some foes should not be challenged alone, no matter your standing. Tania faced a bit of a challenge. She knew that Frau de Rossi was aware of supernatural threats, but she did not know the extent of this knowledge. The two of them also had reached a silent agreement that neither would inquire too much into the exact nature of the other, Tania because she found the quality of the proprietress work pleasing, and Frau de Rossi because Tania could speak formal German. She did come off as a bit racist, didn't she? The attackers were of similar nature to my own family, but of a different color. Frau de Rossi hissed. It is not the Redskins? They were driven from these lands. Her lips curled in distaste. More disgusting blacks? This city is becoming more and more infested these days. She gestured for Tania to come with her and turned on her heel, gliding into the back of the shop. Come now, we cannot have you dressed improperly for such an occasion. Frau de Rossi led her client into a storage room. More clothes, fabrics, and other textiles-related equipment lined the racks and wardrobes. The proprietress stepped up to an armoire and pulled it open. With a flick of her hand, she parted the dresses hanging from the rail and stepped inside. Tania followed her. Stepping through the false wall in the back of the armoire, she found herself in a veritable armory. Frau de Rossi turned and held out her arms, gesturing broadly to her collection of weapons. A surprising number of the weapons were technically legal, given that knives were not so heavily restricted, and swords and the like were allowed, though not if carried openly. The firearms were most certainly not legal, then again, neither were the city and state restrictions, so Tania saw no issue with this. Unfortunately, I fear most of these weapons will be wasted on the blacks. The older woman, who was definitely not a retired gangster, frowned sadly as she ran her hand over an old Thompson submachine gun. Professor de Rossi had described the gun in rather vivid detail during one of his lectures, including demonstrating why they were called the Chicago typewriters, spawning many jokes about him being related to Al Capone, of all people. This would certainly add fuel to this fire if it were public knowledge. Tough as they are, Tania returned, high-caliber rounds would still give one pause, no matter their lack of important organs. Unfortunately, those kinds of weapons were even harder to come by in this crime-ridden city. Frau de Rossi pursed her lips in concern. Would not flooding their decrepit lair work better? They cannot swim. Or perhaps burning them to ashes inside their lair. That would be more expedient, Tania acknowledged, but that would also be more difficult to perform discreetly, not to mention killing the hostages they have likely captured. The older woman's face curled into a snarl, and Tania briefly wondered if that was the face her enemies had seen in her second life. TSCH. You make a fair point, those scum would do such a thing. Anything to just live one more day of their miserable, disgusting lives. Tania could actually understand their line of thinking. Living, as far as that existence could be called such, with the sun being a source of mortal peril would make every day a sort of battle. They still were very much deserving of the scorn Frau de Rossi had for them. It would have been better if they had simply died when their power was toppled. If the Black Court had ceased to exist, Tania might still be human. It is a shame I cannot contain sunshine in a can. Frau de Rossi arched an eyebrow. I do have a handful of flashbang grenades, perhaps that would be of use. She stepped over to a strongbox and pulled it open. Tania stepped next to her and examined the contents. She noted the flashbangs in question, but her eyes flicked over to a smoke grenade. Flashbangs unfortunately did not have the same mystical property as sunlight. However, Mr. Dresden had rather irreverently filled water balloons with holy water. Something of the like would be useful. Tania pointed at the smoke grenades. Tell me, Frau de Rossi, do you know how to make something of this sort, but with different contents? Hayek the small hedgehog nosed around Tania's hand, nibbling on the small pieces of fruit she had placed in her palm. The young vampire kept still, a fond smile finding its way onto her face. Hayek snuffled happily, clambering onto his friend's hand in pursuit of more food. Tania had made sure to push the little spike ball to exercise, so he was not overweight, like many domestic hedgehogs. He was, however, getting old for his species, and noticeably slowing down. The young vampire's smile faded at the thought. Most of the time, interacting with Hayek brought fond memories of her younger years, even more so now that the thin veil over the strangeness of her life had been pulled back. Inari had badgered Lara about getting a pet animal. Tania winced at having to make that distinction, for years when they were younger. Being still a child, Inari had been at a bit of a loss on determining what kind of pet to acquire when their eldest sister finally acquiesced. She had waffled at length at the pet shop, until Tania had stumbled over Hayek the hedgehog. Quite literally, as he had managed to escape his cage somehow. Fortunately, neither of them were hurt, and Tania could not help but admire his independent spirit. Hedgehogs were solitary creatures, and that preference of being left alone made young Tania feel a sort of kinship with the small spiky creature. Inari, naturally, had immediately declared that Tania was like a hedgehog, so the two of them were meant for one another. If there was one particular thing in which Tania hoped she would be able to emulate Hayek, the hedgehog, it would be in escaping Raith Manor. The small hedgehog had continued to find his way out of his enclosure, in a few cases even managing to leave the house entirely. He hadn't truly been aiming to escape, as he had showed up looking for one of the twins when he got hungry. Hayek, the hedgehog, sneezed, the force causing him to slip off of her hand and curl up on the floor of his enclosure. Tania sighed and poked at him. His spikes were no longer a major concern since she could heal so quickly. Get up, lazybones, you will have to exercise to keep the extra weight off in your old age. The hedgehog hissed stubbornly, but Tania knew there was little heat in it. A few more insistent prods later and the small mammal had uncurled himself and trundled over to his exercise wheel. He was definitely slower. Tania frowned. She knew Hayek was nearing the end of his life, and that didn't bother her that much. The small hedgehog would be missed, but she had always known that, assuming they both lived their natural lifespans, she would outlive him. That did not mean she would not grieve his passing. More concerning was the realization of the ramifications for her pseudo-immortality. If she found a way to live respectably, she could live for an indeterminate amount of time. Her human friends were mortal, and would wither and die before her. For most of them, it would likely still be some time yet before that would happen, if all went well and none died to the dangers of the world. But, would she one day view the passing of a human life in the same way she did the breadth of a hedgehog's? And what about Inari? Tania did not know if their vampirism could be removed. It appeared to be a permanent condition for the other courts, as Mr. Dresden had found no headway on that topic, even after a visit to Archangel, which was apparently where the White Council's vampire expert had been. It was a shame, really, all that research, lost. But given that the Red Court had seen it necessary to attack that facility in overwhelming force, the knowledge stored there likely was fairly accurate, meaning there was no chance for Ms. Rodriguez to live a normal life. But if the same held true for their kind, unless Inari remained a virgin until the day she died, she would one day become like the rest of the family. Tania did not want to think about how her twin would be affected by the change, but she could only assume it would destroy her innocence. Inari might be mostly grown, but she still possessed that youthful naivete that Tania's previous lives had crushed out of her. Inari was quick to love, and Tania was pretty sure she wanted children. The vampire of the two twins ground her teeth at the indignity of it all. For her, the change was jarring, but something she could handle. For Inari, it would mean losing something, and more importantly, someone she held dear. That would destroy her. But what could Tania do? For now, she had managed to convince her twin to spend most of their university years away from home. Inari's insistence on waiting for marriage to move any relationship further likely saved them a lot of pain. For now, their father was content to entertain their desire to carve a life outside the family home, but Tania was getting the feeling that he was beginning to get impatient. Nor was he the type to let things go. Playful growling interrupted her dark thoughts as the puppy, who Mr. Dresden still had not named, the inconsiderate buffoon, playfully tugged at her pant leg. Now, little one, pants are not the enemy. She picked up the small, excited dog, whose enthusiastic tail wagging almost launched him out of her hands. We have some unusual enemies, little guardian. Let me show you what you must guard against. The question of immortality could not be put off forever, but it couldn't be answered now. For now, she had to investigate whether her family was involved in these strange deaths among Mr. Genus's staff. Perhaps she should also take this opportunity to ask a few more pointed questions about their natures. Tania had put off having that conversation for a long time, largely content with remaining out of direct supervision of her vampire relatives, if not outside their grasp. But for Inari's sake, she really could delay no longer. Inari was a very social person. She liked getting to know people and learning about their lives and perspectives. Oftentimes she would have to drag her less outgoing twin out to meet friends, otherwise Tania would probably end up a spinster. That didn't seem all that likely now, since the elder twin now had a boyfriend, a much older and quite handsome, if strange boyfriend. Inari should feel happy for her twin, so why did she feel down about it? Was that why she didn't feel all that social today? Rough week at home. Charles sat next to her on the bench she had picked out. The two of them had met up for ice cream shortly after they had first met as a joke, but that had ended up a more persistent thing. Charles reminded her of Tania a bit, though lacking most of her twin's sharper edges. He also never minded just sitting around. Sort of, Inari grumbled, my father made me help out with one of my brother's projects. It's a film or something, but they had a few accidents so they wanted someone with first aid training. Oh, were their safety standards bad? Inari shook her head, it wasn't too bad, mostly cause they aren't doing anything too fancy. Aside from their first aid person being kind of dumb. The people hard to work with then? Charles asked. A bit, Inari paused, before shrugging, most of them are actually pretty nice, but, well, it's a porn film. Charles blinked. Oh, that kind of medical emergency, that's rough man. No. It wasn't like that. Inari sputtered, they had several really weird freak accidents. What was kinda annoying was all the people who thought I was an actress. Charles paused, not saying anything for a moment. Oh, oops, there probably wasn't a really good answer for that, especially for a guy friend. I think most new female employees in that industry automatically get that, especially ones as beautiful as you. Ooh, nice save. Inari snorted, aw thanks, Charles. I guess you have a point, and most of them don't seem like they're trying to be mean. I mean, it's the truth. A lot of people had said Inari was pretty, and objectively speaking, she was good looking. But Inari was not nearly as attractive as her older sisters, and she lacked Tania's mature elegance. No matter what other people said, it was hard not to compare herself to her family. Not getting a verbal response, Charles continued talking. I heard that you got voted prettiest girl on campus, though admittedly that survey wasn't exactly a very reliable source. Oh, please don't talk about that. Inari covered her face with her hands, it's so embarrassing. Charles smirked, personally, I think you'd look great on screen, but you're way too honest to be a good actor, especially about this kind of romantic thing. Inari peeked out from between her fingers and narrowed her eyes at her friend. What's that supposed to mean? You don't fake your relationships. I really have no idea how you manage to genuinely befriend so many people. I don't think it's all that impressive, Inari demurred. I have a lot of friends, but most of them aren't that serious. Most people can't even keep track of a handful of people to the degree you can, Charles countered. I don't even know most of my friends' birthdays. I guess, but a lot of my friends mostly stick around because of my looks or my family's money. The young woman sighed, drawing her legs up onto the bench and hugging her knees to her chest. And the friends who would really stick with me through tough times I mostly share with Tania. Charles frowned. Why would that matter? You and Tania are always willing to help each other, not to mention you both don't like it when the other is sad or hurt, so helping one of you oftentimes helps both of you. Inari plopped her head against her knees with a groan. Charles was a bit like Tania about subtext, except he often completely missed it entirely instead of somehow concluding you just asked them to steal the moon. Tania would probably actually try if Inari asked. Honestly, it feels weird, knowing Tania has a boyfriend. Inari pouted, letting out a breath of mixed emotions. I mean, I'm happy she found someone, but it kind of stings that she would end up dating someone before I did. I'd thought she would rather date the stock market than a person. Charles stared at her blankly. Tania has a boyfriend? She has never said anything about that. He cocked his head, then again, I never asked. Inari smiled fondly. Yeah, Tania's kind of private like that. It's really a good thing she found someone, but, gah. I guess it makes me feel like a kid. Tania's always been more grown up than me, and I had thought this might have been one of things I'd get to faster than her. You know, Charles paused, then adjusted his glasses, life isn't exactly a race. I think the faster you progress the faster you die, at least when comparing the lifespans over different animals. I know. But it's different, when you have a twin who always seems older than you. Same genes, same family, did 5 minutes make that big of a difference? Charles shrugged, maybe, though it seems a bit unlikely. He scratched his cheek thoughtfully, before continuing. But twins or not, you aren't the same person, and that's something obvious to basically everyone despite how similar you look. Yeah, I know that, Inari sighed, but it's hard not to compare. Definitely, Charles agreed, humans are social creatures and envy or scorn is a pretty common thing for creatures with a certain degree of intelligence. Doesn't make it smart, the youngest Raith muttered, guess I'm the dumb twin, after all. Oi! Charles poked her sharply in the shoulder, if you are, in fact, dumber than Tania, you're still smarter than the vast majority of people. Not to mention that it looks to me that you've both got a similar amount of processing power, just applied to different things. What do you mean? Charles could use pretty weird analogies from time to time. Inari wasn't a computer. Though Tania. Inari, do you remember what I was wearing when we first met? Yep, you were wearing jeans and a grey shirt with a compass on it. Also different glasses. It was at the mall when you, Xander and Billy were at the game store and me, Tania, Molly, Rosalina, Georgia, Andy, Daniel and Matthew were shopping for clothes. Well, we were. The Carpenter boys were carrying some of our stuff. I still feel a little bad about that. What did that have to do with anything? Charles blinked, right. If I asked Tania the same question, she would probably only remember we met the first week of class. What's the big deal? Tania can remember some obscure historical fact that no normal person would know. Oh, no. Charles could do that too. Charles just nodded, right, you both have similar mental capacity, you just apply it more towards the social than the academic. Oh, phew. He wasn't offended. Inari narrowed her eyes at her friend, cheeks puffing in an exaggerated pout, that sounds like a polite way of saying I'm dumb. Charles shook his head, only if you measure intelligence based on the acquisition of esoteric knowledge, much of which isn't all that useful in life, even compared to knowing people's preference in clothing. Not to mention that being able to remember all the information about living people is probably more difficult than remembering stuff about historical figures, since living people can change, by dint of being not dead. That was sort of a technicality, but it did make her feel a bit better. Charles and Tania both really liked to talk about technicalities, but Charles viewed that more as a joke while Tania took it seriously. No, Tania, when people ask for a solution, that isn't code for wanting beer. Thanks, Charles. Inari dropped her head back against her knees. Ugh, I sound like an old hag whining like this. Guess that's part of growing up. Charles shrugged, hey, you don't have to be cheerful all the time. That's probably unhealthy, honestly. Inari felt a small thrill jolt through her at the thought. It was something she knew, but it felt different when someone else said it. Sometimes, it felt like everyone depended on her to lighten the mood. She smiled and hummed into her knees. You good? Charles asked, checking his watch. Inari nodded, I'm good, catch you later. Her friend nodded, call me if you need anything. I'll probably be up late again. No. Get some more sleep. Inari pouted at him jokingly, and Charles snorted as he turned to leave. Once he was gone, Inari uncurled herself and stretched, frowning as she bumped her leg against something. She looked down to see a small cup of strawberry ice cream. She picked it up with a smile. Her phone rang, and she frowned at the number, pausing for a moment before answering it. Hello, Father. An. Thanks to the people on the Tania Writing Discord for help with ideas and proofreading. A particular shout out to Thirpox, who has graciously agreed to help beta read this FIC. If you are interested, please check out the thread on Space Battles, where you can find some additional content. Chapter 8, Lights, Cameras, Action. Chapter Text. Think of the kindred children. There was an old saying that it was not the size of the dog in the fight that mattered, but rather the size of the fight in the dog. That was a load of bullshit. Size definitely mattered. LT. Corinne Murphy, topping out at an even 5 feet, was reminded of this yet again as O'Toole the rookie launched a kick at her from beyond her reach. Corinne slipped past the telegraphed strike, caught him by the ankle and, leveraging her full weight, sent him stumbling around the mat, off balance. He was still inexperienced, otherwise trying to fight two people at once would be much trickier. Stallings was more cautious, having learned from experience that underestimating her was a mistake. Ironically, that caution now allowed her a short window to fight him one-on-one. Feint. Kick. Stallings stumbled back off the mat and threw up a hand to call it quits. O'Toole got back up and tried again, this time swinging his fists. Still telegraphed. He needed more technique. She redirected his blow and sent him onto the floor with a thump, twisting his hand painfully until he grimaced and tapped out. Size mattered, but the saying wasn't wrong that the fight did too. As irritating as it could be, Corinne was smaller, and physically weaker than most of her comrades, so she needed all the fight, and technique she could get. Alright, what did we learn here, boys? It was why she had been a student of Aikido since she was 11. Even then, she had wanted to be a cop. O'Toole shouldn't pick fights with little girls, Stallings called back. Corinne rolled her eyes at the familiar friendly jibe. The rest of the officers present for the session laughed or cheered, some money exchanging hands and told you so, going around. Nice to know her men had such confidence in her. Well, not all of the cops here were from special investigations. Her second, or was it third, cousin Conrad in homicide gave her a thumbs up as his buddy sulkingly slapped a bill into his other, waiting hand. O'Toole groaned, alright, where'd I mess up, boss? Too much wind up. You telegraphed that kick, Corinne replied, offering him a hand up. You're a strong guy, so most of the time a snap kick will do. Keep it simple. A light hit is better than a heavy miss. The rookie frowned, then nodded. He took her hand and pulled himself back to a standing position, a thoughtful look on his face. O'Toole had a lot of the enthusiasm common in new cops, but he was smart enough to listen to experience, even if he was a little overeager at times. A few of his buddies gave him a good-natured ribbing as he stepped off the mat, so it looked like he was fitting in all right. Frankly, having an enthusiastic recruit in SI was a bit unusual. The CPD tended to shove malcontents or officers that didn't play the right political games into the Special Investigations Department, saddling them with unsolvable cases so they eventually washed out entirely of their own accord. Corinne Murphy had not. Instead, she managed to wrangle them together into a functioning force, even if they had to lie outrageously to their superiors about the supernatural bits in the cases they solved. Hey, Murphy. Speaking of which. Still picking on little kids? Why not fight someone your own size? Harry Dresden was here, that wasn't a good sign, usually she was the one going to him with a case. Come and say that to my face, Dresden. She glared at him as he grinned, taking off his shoes and setting them against the wall. If he had a request for the CPD and she did not know why he was here, there was something they were missing, and that meant they had failed. Corinne didn't like failing. Wait a minute, I'll need to get my legs amputated first. That asshole. Corinne kicked a wooden staff into her hands, Harry brought his own. The two began circling each other at an unspoken signal. I haven't seen you in a few weeks, Harry, given up on self-defense. Corinne matched her words with a quick horizontal strike. Nah, been busy on a case, Harry parried both her jabs, verbal and physical, twirling his staff around into a counter. Deflect, use the momentum to strike. Dresden blocked and heaved forwards to shove her off balance. The two of them exchanged a series of blows, and while he was still less experienced, Harry was able to avoid letting her get a hit in. Damn, now she couldn't even rib him for slacking. Over the past couple years, Harry had really pulled himself together out of the funk he'd been in after losing Susan. He was still a dork and dressed like a cowboy, but he had gotten better at keeping himself in shape. Nothing too dangerous then? If you didn't need to come running to me. He also didn't look quite as scruffy as he used to, and Corinne feinted, jabbing her staff like a spear, before transitioning into a high strike, trying her best to ignore how much better Harry looked put together. Just some flaming monkey poo. What? Harry ducked back from her strike and thrust his staff forward at her opening. Corinne sidestepped the thrust, using her own weapon to trap his staff against her body, twisting to the side in an attempt to wrench his staff from him. I'm not animal control, Harry. Seriously? Monkeys? Dresden stepped forward slightly, reaching around her with his annoyingly long arms and grabbed his staff at the other end, moving to pin her against him. Hey, I handled it. Murphy growled, using her much smaller size to duck under his arms and flicking her staff at his stomach, less to actually hit him, and more to force him to move back. Then what are you here for? Corinne hated feeling helpless, and as much as she hated to admit it, her interactions with Harry were often colored by how helpless he could make her feel. There's some nasty side I'd like to get rid of. I figured you could help. She launched a flurry of blows, forcing Harry back on the defensive. He didn't usually make her feel physically helpless. As much of a pig as he could be, Dresden was too much of a Boy Scout to try something like that, even if his 6'9" frame could be pretty intimidating. That was probably why his increasing competence at martial arts annoyed her a bit. Oh? She questioned, pausing to catch a breath, grudgingly noting that Harry seemed to have learned more from practicing with Michael Carpenter than her. Maybe the knight just had more real experience. Usually you're trying to keep me in the dark about these things. And didn't that make her feel weak? She was one of Chicago's finest, damn it. But against the spooky shit, like the Nightmare or Lou Garou, she could barely do anything. Harry feinted a long overhead swing, trying to bait her into something reckless. He switched to a quick thrust, which she deflected, whirling her staff around at him. These guys need a bit more firepower. He blocked her strike and threw in a counter, also got early notice. Harry coming to her first, or early on at least, was a bit flattering. It beat stumbling into another monster aftermath. The two of them whirled through a set of blows, and Murphy frowned as she was forced back. As skinny as Dresden was, he was still a large man, with an equally long reach. She flicked her eyes around the gym, noting that most of her comrades had broken off into their own practice, though Conrad was still watching her curiously. Good enough. What's the monster of the week, then? Black Court vampires. At least 2, likely 4. They slipped through another exchange, mostly going through the motions. Corinne hopped back, barely avoiding an unexpected blow. Damn. She was slipping if Dresden could pull off a feint on her. Different than Red's? She asked as she stepped forwards, trying to cover her embarrassment by lashing out in a quick strike. Yeah, erg. He barely caught the blow, a bit distracted by their conversation. Not nearly as warm and fuzzy. Well, wasn't that a ringing endorsement? Dresden hated Reds. Corinne sidestepped another strike, sending another blow racing towards him. That bad, hey? Yeah, they're Bram Stoker style, ugly, undead, drain blood. That kind of thing. Deflect, counter. Another exchange. Their victims don't usually survive. Another rote sequence, just to keep up appearances. So we can expect a lot of dead hobos in the future, if they aren't cleared out. Corinne nodded, taking a step back and circling to her left. And how did you learn about them? Harry shrugged, holding himself in a ready stance. One of them got close to punching my number, but I had a holy water balloon handy. Damn it, Dresden. Stop making light of your own life. You okay? God, she sounded so stupid. Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry about it. Harry, you do know that usually meant there was something to worry about, right? Then what's the plan? Call Mr. Knight. Dresden shook his head. I think his wife'll kill me. I've got a few people lined up, wondering if you'd be up for it. Murphy frowned. So she wasn't his first choice. She grunted and struck. Harry winced as she almost caught his fingers. Damn it, Corinne, you aren't a schoolgirl. It even made sense. Can you get a warrant? She asked, or at least reasonable suspicion. Sometimes, Corinne liked to imagine what it would take to get a judge to sign off on a warrant for vampire hunting. Harry frowned, using the pause to take a breath. Probably the latter, but it'd be better off the books. The cop in her scowled, but there was no police procedure for hunting undead. Plus, this was Chicago, the books were all cooked. You're asking a lot, Harry. She was going to go along with it. He sighed, yeah, I know. But I could use your help. Corinne nodded. Well, as it so happened. When is the OP? Hopefully Saturday. Harry shrugged, I've got someone trying to narrow down their lair. I'll call you once we get a location. Can it be on Saturday? God, she was pathetic. Any reason why? Corinne rolled her eyes. Murphy annual family reunion is this weekend. I try to work when that comes around. Any reason you can't just, not go? Mother would have questions. I need a proper excuse, or my mother would be ticked off. Try lying. Yeah, right, she's never thought of that before. She's not that easy to fool. Dresden looked skeptical. Right, I'll make sure to schedule a monster mash every year so you can dodge the family get-together. Really, Murph? It can't be that bad. Corinne scowled. Of course he didn't get it. Sorry. It's just a pain. My mother and I are not on the greatest terms. Family can make you go nuts, though I guess you wouldn't under shit. Great job, Corinne. You were too wrapped up whining about your mommy issues that you just poked at your friend's family-shaped hole. God, Harry. I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry. Are you really surprised you're not his first choice for help? A traitorous little part of her whispered. You can't even face your mother properly, why would he trust you to have his back? The Scorpion. The Loup-Garou. The Nightmare. You couldn't win against any of them. Anyways, he continued, brushing off her gaffe, which just made her feel more self-conscious. Since they're going to be sleeping during the day, it should be fairly simple to stake the vampires. Their human goons are probably going to be trickier, but I know someone who can disable them non-lethally. Oh, great, no way that could go wrong. And if we fail to pull that off? And there are bodies to explain. Si, and her, by extension, didn't exactly have a lot of rope left before they hanged. Wear biker helmets or something, plausible deniability. Maybe you can say you were at your family reunion. That was not what she wanted to hear. Dresden. Corinne sighed, what about the White Council? Magic can screw with cameras, and there's got to be some vampire hunters among them, right? Harry grimaced, I did put a call to one of them, but the vampire expert is just a bit dead, and the vampire hunters are slightly preoccupied with the war thing going on. Oh right, that. Alright then, looks like Harry had some sort of plan, for once. Corinne considered suggesting bringing more of SI, but she knew Harry would have objections, and it was better if any blowback only hit her. What should we be on the lookout for? Missing person reports clustered in an area, people being freaked out at night, that kind of thing. Harry shrugged. It will probably be hard to pin down that way, but it'll help narrow down what I find. Well, it looks like he was off to do wizard things. Want to work on your hand-to-hand? Damn it, Corinne, don't sound so needy. Harry shook his head, sorry, I've got another job. Corinne frowned, but didn't say anything further, instead nodding and stepping off the mat with him. Harry handed her his staff as he slipped on his coat. Was that a puppy? What? Oh no, was she smiling? Is that a puppy in your pocket, or are you just glad to see me? Really, Corinne? Maybe there was something to the idea that people's brains melted near small, cute animals. Oh yeah, say hi to Mouse. He's a pretty good vampire detector. Mouse. What? He's small, grey, and quiet. Corinne mustered up the most unimpressed look she could. Hey, it's not like I could have named him dog or cat. He fucking would. Anyways, what's the new job? Harry winced, glancing side to side, before mumbling out, I'm investigating weird freak accidents on a porno set. Corinne couldn't help it, she laughed. You're such a pig, Dresden. Hey, they didn't tell me that part. Sure, Dresden, sure. Tania drummed her fingers against her lip thoughtfully as she examined what files regarding Mr. Genus's new endeavor she had on hand. She was still unsure how exactly the filmmaker had managed to wrangle up a film crew when their contract was so questionable, especially with the number of them that were already technically employed by Silverlight. If things went poorly, quite a few of them would end up out of job and blacklisted from the industry. As if that wasn't enough, now there was the potential risk of death. Perhaps that was what her father was hoping for? Weeding out the employees more loyal to Mr. Genus than Silverlight? That, however, would imply that he did not seek to bring Mr. Genus back under his employ, unless he expected that the filmmaker would come crawling back once his endeavor failed. From what Tania knew of Mr. Genus, she found it unlikely that he would have returned even under more favorable circumstances, as he was too romantically committed to his own vision. On a similar note, Mr. Genus had too much loyalty to his employees, he would not be able to stomach returning to the studio that left so many of his people out in the cold. Had Silverlight instead offered him control of a subsidiary, giving him creative control, he might have accepted remaining under their umbrella. Arranging the contracts to allow his employees transfer to Silverlight's other endeavors should Mr. Genus's business fail would have also worked to ensure his loyalty. No, there had to be other machinations at work here, but what? The two individuals that died were also not necessarily involved in the film itself, but Stacey Willis had been his driver and Sheila Barks his personal assistant. Perhaps one of his ex-wives could be the source, lashing out in envy, but there were a few holes in that theory. From what Tania could remember and dig up, none of them were likely to be a witch, given how their chosen profession required extensive use of cameras, which magic tended to break. Madge Shelley, Lucille De La Rosa, and Tricia Scamp, who in their right mind legally changes their name to their titillator stage name, seemed rather typical of the type of women you would expect to find in a filmmaker's circle, vapid, materialistic, and too used to getting their own way. None of them appeared particularly bright, though Madge may be intelligent enough to be dangerous. Her research had also confirmed the fact that Mr. Genesa paid his ex-wives quite handsomely, and given the amount of time that had passed since he had divorced his last wife, not to mention the fact that one of them worked for him now, it was unlikely that these attacks were motivated from heartbreak or something along those lines. On the other hand, abusing Mr. Genesa's trust to allow for easier execution of the attacks could be the reason Tricia Scamp was on his payroll. Though on that point, there would be ample opportunity for Scamp to attack Mr. Genesa. Was he truly the target? Sheila had been killed in an incident completely divorced from Mr. Genesa, death by car while water skiing. That was a first. From what Tania knew, his will would grant significant portions of his wealth to his former wives, but that did not seem worthwhile compared to him remaining alive and making money to pay alimony to them. To make matters worse, Inari had been roped into providing medical assistance. Was their father trying to get her hurt? Oh, maybe he was. Damn. Tania got up from her desk, ready to run out the door, before pausing. She sucked in a calming breath. It would not do to act too rashly. Perhaps more actionable intelligence could be found. She reached for her phone instead. It still wouldn't hurt to tell Inari to be cautious of Scamp. Oh. Hey sis. Inari's cheerful voice sounded into her ear. Tania's lips quirked up slightly. Hello, little sister. Tania could almost hear Inari's annoyed pout. Anyways, what's up? I can't talk too long. I think it'd be best if you spend as little time near Mr. Genesa as possible. The freak accidents are too convenient to be purely coincidental. Planned hits? Bit of weird targets. Stacy and Sheila never did anything to deserve that. Right, both of the victims were women. That seemed a bit extreme even for a jilted lover. Was this the result of, what was the term? Ah yes, a Yandere. What did Inari find interesting in those cartoons anyways? You can see my concern, since you fit the target profile. You think? I'm here because Tomas and Mr. Genesa are being kinda paranoid. Though I'd definitely help if something happened. That actually made you more of a target, damn it. All the more reason to be careful. Point, sis. I'm not empty-handed though. On one hand, Tania was glad Inari took self-defense seriously. On the other, it felt a bit strange to see her little sister mature. Good, but I'd prefer if you weren't in this project to begin with. Me too, sis. Watching people film this stuff is even more awkward than the film. They both knew their father was up to something, but Inari still didn't believe he would hurt them. In Tania's estimation, he would prefer not to kill them, but she was fairly certain most of her older sisters were not naturally as submissive as they were around him. That does not surprise me. Keep an eye on Madge Shelley, Lucille De La Rosa, and Tricia Scamp. Tell Mr. Dresden when he gets there about this. Them? Hey, they're mean enough, but can't see em pulling a Rube Goldberg trap. They could have assistance. MMH, true. Got to go. Stay safe, sister. Got it. You too, Buffy. Inari hung up. Why that little? Tania sighed. She was never going to live that nickname down, was she? The vampire slayer sighed, shaking her head in exasperation, before dialing in another number. She was interrupted by an insistent meowing, and she looked up to find Mr. the Cat waiting impatiently just outside the copper wire circle Tania had set up around her electronics room. According to what Mr. Dresden stated, the circle should only filter out magical energies, and not prevent a cat from crossing, but there seemed to be some truth to the old belief that animals could sense some things better than humans could. Tania considered shooing Mr. Dresden's feline of unusual size, but the cat meowed even more insistently. Very well, you overgrown baby, Tania scoffed, picking him up and setting him down inside the circle. Mr. purred contentedly as she gave him a few smooth strokes. I just fed you, what do you want now? Mr. slunk under Tania's desk, curling up next to her desktop. Tania shook her head, before hauling the recalcitrant cat away from the cable salad below the desk. Not again, mister. She had just organized those wires. The cat hissed disapprovingly, feigning to scratch her, but he knew better than that by now. Tania rolled her eyes, hoisting the cat onto her lap, giving him some of the attention he demanded. It would not be the worst thing to have some support for the next conversation, even if it came in such a furry and begrudging form. She called another number. Tania Raith was not having a particularly good day. She was not sure what her brother and that fool Arturo were trying to achieve with their little stunt, but father was less than pleased. That wasn't to say that she minded working for Arturo again, he was indeed quite good at his craft. No, what galled her was how easily this mess could have been avoided, something her second littlest sister had pointed out, confused by the strange contractual agreements. Tania was so much like Reiko, both showing how much they cared by working excessively. There were days that Lara actually missed the incredibly stiff woman. Raiko had been a lot more tolerable than most of father's conquests. Less arrogant than a lot of the others had been initially, not to mention surprisingly functional afterwards. The assistance with modern financial management had also been invaluable, even if Raiko always insisted she was no expert on American tax law. Lara sighed, she should not feel so nostalgic about Kine, but good help took some effort to find and court, even with supernatural charm. Perhaps her cute little sister's antics were what cast her memory of Raiko in such a positive light. Yes, that was likely it. The eldest Raith daughter stretched languidly as she looked over her wardrobe, her toes digging into the lush carpet. She had already selected an outfit the previous night, considering which ones would suit Archuro's interests the best, but best to stir any last-minute inspiration before she got dressed properly. Her phone rang, playing an upbeat rock song from one of the silly television shows Inari loved. Lara blinked, before snatching it up. Tania did not usually call outside of their usual chats. What was the occasion? Tania. I haven't heard from you in a while, how are you? Lara crooned into her phone, trying to smother the sliver of fear that had grown more and more prevalent as her little sisters had grown into beautiful young women. Mortal. For now. Hello, elder sister, didn't we speak just last week? Tania shot back, and Lara's concerns faded, her little sister sounded as focused as always. Still, the older Wraith pouted at nothing, trying to remember when she had fallen so low on her little sister's priority list. Ah. I'm hurt, little sister. Don't you still have time to talk to your big sister? That was probably overly dramatic, but Lara was just preparing to go on set again. She may have added a few sounds which were most certainly not appropriate for other work. Of course, isn't that what our weekly phone calls are for? So cold. Then again, she shouldn't be surprised, it was a way Tania showed she cared. After all, Raiko had constantly badgered father about scheduling specific time for his children. It had amused him enough that he had eventually gone along with it, even keeping up some of that same schedule to this day. Oh, my little sisters are already so grown up. Having to schedule talks with their big sister, have I been discarded so easily? Lara breathed dramatically, might as well practice alongside teasing little Tania. The twins had grown so tall, even taller than Raiko was. Tania sighed over the phone, an exasperated huff that sounded so much like her mother. I have a serious question. Ice filled her veins and Lara gripped her phone a little too tightly. Her vision narrowed to the wardrobe in front of her, and her hearing dulled out everything save for her little sister's voice. Could it be? No, don't jump to conclusions. Burying her trepidation, all Lara could do was reply with a slight questioning sound. Tania paused, before speaking again. Inari has been conscripted to help on a film set due to the director's fear of fatal accidents. Is there a reason she in particular needs to be there? I cannot help but fear for her safety. Lara swallowed a sigh of relief, her little sister was still innocent. But... She clenched her teeth, strangling an anxious growl. Little sister, please leave this alone. Don't give father a shot at both of you. But Lara could not fight him. And why would our cute little sister be in danger? Father did not aim to harm Inari's body. Her spirit, on the other hand. Lara understood Tania's feelings very well, but this would be better than the alternatives. Father was already getting impatient. The victims of these accidents are both young, attractive women. Lara could hear the frown in her little sister's voice. They are already implausible enough occurrences, so the victims fitting one specific profile suggests that they may not be accidents at all. Would it be fair to call her little sister paranoid if she was, in fact, correct? Not that Lara could tell her that. You think those were hits? Lara laughed, a throaty, seductive sound completely at odds with the situation. Little sister, I don't think there are hitmen that use bees as their weapon of choice. Magic though, was a more common weapon than many would think. Lara, Tania said archly, and the elder Wraith froze. You knew about the curse, and still let Inari get roped into that endeavor. Tania almost never called her by name, and curse? How much did she know? Had she fully joined their ranks without Lara even knowing no, she would have noticed. Tania must have been talking with her wizard friend, so intrepid. Curse? Tania, I didn't take you for someone that believes in such nonsense. Did something happen? Don't get involved, Tania, please. I am certain these deaths are not accidents, they are all too convenient. Both times there was one victim, a female considered good-looking who was acquainted with Mr. Genisa. That trend is less likely to be a coincidence than the incidents themselves. The eldest Wraith daughter felt a chill run down her spine, and it wasn't the breeze across her bare skin. She had always known her second littlest sister was very bright, not to mention determined, but why did it have to manifest now in this situation? Oh, of course, Inari. Tania dear, I would do very unkind things to anyone who would hurt our cute little sister, but even if a hitman is going around targeting women around Mr. Genisa, how would they manage to arrange these accidents? And who would want to hurt Inari? Too many things, but they should know better than to dare assault a wraith. Please, sister, Tania's voice was frigid, much like Riko's when she was enraged. Don't lie to me. We are heavily involved in these kinds of matters, it is in our nature. Lara had not been scolded like that in quite some wait. What do you mean involved, Tania? Did you know that Arturo has asked me to fill in a now vacant role? Did she know? No, it couldn't be. Not even Tania was cold enough to be unaffected by her first lover's death, right? I was not aware of that arrangement, Tania replied haltingly, taken aback and slightly embarrassed by the thought. No, Tania was too much of a prude. Lara would definitely notice if that happened. I will be on set. Did you really think I would leave our baby sister alone with such unscrupulous men and women? That was not the primary goal of her involvement, but it served that aim as well. Arturo was not the greatest judge of character, but he also did not tolerate misbehavior, except from his lovers. Focusing the attention on yourself. I trust you will not let yourself be too distracted to keep an eye on Inari. Please let this go, little sister. Of course not. Inari will be safe with me, don't you worry. At least when you are not physically connected to another individual. As if I would let that stop me. When did Tania start making jokes like that? Very well, take care, sister. The curse may end up targeted at you instead. Oh, I'm sure it will be fine. That ritual better not be turned at her. You stay safe, little sister, or I will have to come tuck you in at night. That will not be necessary. Goodbye, sister. Tania hung up, and Lara laughed. Her second littlest sister was so fun to tease, even grown. Lara got dressed to get undressed later. Chicago was a crossroads, with many business interests. As a result, large warehouses were a common sight, both built to purpose and those rented out to various companies. Arturo Ginessa had picked the latter option. Harry didn't really want to think about what the former would look like. Either way, the bland line of concrete bricks did little to hint at what things went on inside, which was probably for the best, in this case. Harry parked his blue Beetle, recently painted actually blue due to Tania's nagging, and extricated himself from the too small vehicle. There were already a couple cars present, seemed like Ginessa had some motivated staff. Time to look intimidating. Hopefully no one saw him get out of his car like an extremely tall clown. There didn't look to be any other security, which explained Tania's exasperation. Well, that was about to change. Given that he was supposed to look scary, Harry had decided to wear the reinforced suit he had bought from Political Necessities. Wasn't that cynical? He hadn't had time to enchant the suit jacket as much as he had his trusty long coat, but to some extent, he didn't need to. For one, the suit was made out of tougher material, and its design as defensive clothing made protective enchantments stick better than they might otherwise. It still only covered his torso. A staff would sort of mess with the image he was trying to sell, even if it could be useful. Though given the type of magic involved, the perpetrators may not be that eager for in-person confrontations, so he might not need his weapons. But it was better to err on the side of caution, so he had brought a backpack loaded with some insurance. Salt, candles, holy water, a small silver bell, a handful of garlic, a coil of steel wire, chocolate, and his gun. Despite what popular media depicted, supernatural creatures were not typically immune to bullets, even if they weren't as hurt by them as humans would be. He had also brought his blasting rod, force ring, shield bracelet, and watch, a band of silver-white rope for good luck, as well as a few items charged with magical coffee, as Tania put it. Hopefully, he would not need them, but when had his luck ever been that good? The wizard, now dressed more like an unusually tall hitman, locked his for once mono-colored punch buggy and strode towards the entrance to the building. "Here. Looking snazzy, Mr. Dresden. Morning, Inari. Hold on, wait, what are you doing here?" Tania's peppier twin waved cheerfully from the door. It was remarkable just how different a smile and body language could make a person look. Did Tania not tell you about me being here?" "She told me about you being here." Inari also often dressed pretty differently from her twin, but the white blouse and black dress pants she was wearing today looked like it could have come out of Tania's wardrobe. Well, except the medic armband. Would have been nice to know there'd be a friendly face, but he'd take this surprise over pretty much anything else. Still. An excited yip sounded from Harry's jacket, and Mouse tunneled his head out of his human's cavernous coat pocket. Oh yeah, he'd brought Mouse too. The puppy's nose twitched, his head tilting in confusion as he stared curiously at Tania's twin. Ooh, so cute. Inari melted into her own puppy-like state, cooing over the small dog as Harry fished him out of his pocket. Mouse sniffed Inari's fingers curiously, letting out a confused whine. "What's his name?" Inari asked, voice high-pitched and half-squealing in delight. "Can I pet him?" Mouse turned his head to look up at Harry, then turned back to Inari, who had crouched down close to eye level with him. "It's okay, Mouse, she's friendly." Harry deposited the puppy in Inari's waiting arms, and the young girl snuggled enthusiastically with the bemused dog. Mouse still gave Harry a confused doggy look, but seemed to enjoy the attention. Oh! Inari looked down at the small ball of fur in her arms. I'm not Tania, she's my twin sister. Somehow, that seemed to make sense to Mouse, as he yipped and licked at the littlest Wraith's face, all signs of confusion gone. Not a normal dog indeed. Not that I don't like seeing you, Scrubs, but I didn't think this'd be your first choice of a summer internship. It was a little funny, but Inari took after the Carpenters more than the Wraiths, including the whole waiting for marriage thing. So why was she on an AV set? The young woman huffed, blowing at some of the bangs that had fallen out of her bun. Thomas called me in for some first aid, and then father decided it was a great idea to stick me here for some reason. She glanced up at Harry, then around the parking lot. And even if I don't like this kind of job, these people don't deserve to die if something bad happens again. Mouse barked in agreement. Well, that's kind of what I'm here to prevent. Did Tania tell you anything else? Inari frowned. She was worried I'd be a target for an accident somehow, since both the poor people who were killed were women. Her face lit up in remembrance. Oh yeah. She called me earlier and told me to tell you to keep an eye out for Matt Shelley, Lucille De La Rosa, and Tricia Scamp. They're Mr. Genus's exes, and they're all kind of mean. She frowned, though I don't think they could manage creating accidents, they don't seem to think that far ahead. Mouse growled, which sounded rather cute, even if the puppy looked serious. Not sure they have motive, Harry replied, since Genusa pays them a lot for the divorce settlement. Inari crinkled her nose and thought, tapping her cheek in her version of the Wraith twins' thinking pose. If he gets married again, then they probably won't be in his will. That would be motive. Inari frowned, yup. Though it's still a little weird, wouldn't they still get paid even if he got married? She snorted, well, I don't want to sound like a gossip, but I wouldn't be too surprised if Scamp is willing to go that far. She probably wouldn't think it through either. Mouse nuzzled into her chest, and the young woman smiled down at the small dog. Don't worry, security is on the case. Harry reassured, only partially joking. The littlest, and purest Wraith laughed, a bright and clear expression of amusement. What would it take to get Tania to do that? Better get you to work then, Mr. Bouncer Man. She waved for him to follow, before pausing. Oh, why do you have a puppy? Inari and Mouse both gave Harry pleading puppy eyes. That was just not fair. Tania figured he might be able to sniff out trouble, though why don't you keep an eye on him for today? He'd kind of undermine my tough guy image. Inari snickered, giving Mouse a squeeze, before turning and leading Harry inside the building. The inside of the building was pretty Spartan, with plain beige walls and brown carpeting probably picked to best hide whatever stains might happen. Inari led him into the warehouse office space, where a long conference table was laden with snacks of all sorts. It seems like Genusa liked his crew happy. Harry went for the coffee machine. Hey, that's not good for you, Mr. Dresden. Inari chirped, mostly teasingly, even my sisters started cutting back on her coffee intake. That had more to do with her hunger and their experiments with storing life energy into items. When you could inhale pure pick-me-up, caffeine seemed like the inferior option. What you say? Harry snarked back, need caffeine, or no human. That drew a giggle out of Inari, but she still shook her head. You should get more sleep then. A sly gleam twinkled in her eye, unless Tania's been keeping you up at night. Not usually. Tania didn't make that much noise most of the time, except the few times her computers had fritzed out. It had taken a while to get that circle working properly. Why was Inari looking at him that way? A plain-looking middle-aged woman dressed in jeans, a black undershirt and red and white flannel stepped into the room. She looked a bit out of place, with her hair in a bandana, but it was an AV set, so who knew what appropriate attire for this was? Maybe he had overdressed slightly. The woman smiled at Inari. Good morning, why do you have a puppy? Morning, Joan. Inari chirped back, this is Mouse, Mr. Dresden's dog. They'll be helping with security. The woman, apparently named Joan, glanced over at Harry and blinked. Oh wow, you are very tall. I'm actually two scrawny kids in a suit, Harry snarked. We would have gone with a trench coat, but we thought it'd be best to show up looking more formal for our first day. Joan snorted, offering her hand. Joan Dallas, producer. Are you the security guy Arturo mentioned? Yup, Harry shook her hand, I'm Harry Dresden, and while this isn't my usual line of work, I have done security before. Technically true, as he had made a decent amount of money helping some local practitioners with wards, another one of Tania's good ideas, even if that probably was not what Joan would think of. The older woman looked at him curiously. You, don't happen to be from the Mafia, right? Inari snickered and Harry snorted. Do I look Italian to you? He shook his head. Nah, I'm 100% purebred American mutt. Joan smirked a bit, but still looked at him questioningly. No, I'm not with the mafia. Okay, good, the producer replied with relief, not that I have anything against the mafia, I just wanted to make sure Arturo didn't make a deal he shouldn't have again. Well, he is paying me, Harry commented, whether it's a good deal will depend on what I find, right? Joan shrugged, if you being here calms Arturo down, I'll consider it worth it. She waved towards the rest of the building. Here, I can show you around, see the entrances, and stuff like that. Much appreciated, Harry replied, before glancing down at Mouse. If you notice anything funny, howl. Mouse huffed an affirmative, before nuzzling contentedly into Inari's chest. Morning Joan. Okay, wiry the feds here. A fit-looking man entered the room, waving at Joan, before stopping mid-stride upon seeing Harry. He was slightly taller than average, and built like someone who kept in shape for health reasons, rather than display. Fussed medium brown hair, round-rimmed spectacles, Nike t-shirt, Levi's. Okay, if everyone was dressed casually on set, Harry was starting to see why people were making assumptions about him. Inari snickered again, burying her face in Mouse's fur, while Joan let out a bark of laughter. Oi! Harry interjected, I'll have you know I'm no friend of the feds. Arturo hired me for security, and Joan here was just about to show me around. The man blinked. Arturo hired a mob guy. What? A second, much larger and more muscular man came in behind the first, scowling at the most dressed-up person in the room. How the hell did that happen? Who the hell are you? I the hell am Harry. The large man, still shorter than the wizard, scowled, pushing past his friend and squaring up with the interloper. You always a wises. Maybe it was just his angry face, but he looked to be on the unfortunate end of the looks meter. No. Sometimes I'm unconscious. Other times I sleep. Well, I guess you're not from the feds after all, joked the first man, shouldering himself between Harry and the larger man. Kid, really? Bobby, play nice, Joan called firmly. The kid, apparently named Bobby, frowned, but relaxed slightly. It was clear who was in charge here. Good morning, Jake, she said to the first man. Man, you just ve no luck, Mr. Dresden. Inari joked, even when you wear normal clothes people assume weird things about you. Must be my mystique, Harry grinned. Right, Bobby drawled. Probably got to do with your height, Jake theorized, the more you stick out the more people come up with funny ideas about you. He had a point. Either way, Joan interjected, he has things to do. Also point. She waved at the two men, a couple of the actors, Jake Guffey and Bobby. She pointed at Harry, Harry Dresden, security. I can show him around, unless you need me to do something right now, Joan, Inari chimed in. Not that he minded talking with Inari, quite the contrary, but Harry had been hoping to get a feel for the employees. Jake seemed too at ease to be pulling anything funny, and Joan seemed professional enough, but Harry had been taken in by good actors before. Bobby came off as a guy unlikely to be anything but direct in confrontation, so he was probably out as a suspect. He also didn't seem like he exercised enough between the ears for this kind of attack either. That would be great, dear, Joan replied, hopefully we won't need your help again. Bobby glared at Harry, while Jake gave him a look that said lucky bastard, and there went Inari breaking hearts wherever she went again. Although, Joan continued, I might as well show you the studio first, since I was heading there. Inari can show you all the entrances, windows, etc. She grabbed a box of cookies, before heading out of the room. Harry followed her, nodding to Jake and Bobby as they grabbed some coffee and food of their own. Inari trailed after Joan, waving goodbye to the two actors. Their gazes lingered a bit, but they looked away when Harry narrowed his eyes over his shoulder at them. It might be slightly hypocritical, given his own issues with Tania, but Inari always did seem younger and in more need of protection. Maybe that was just the caveman part of him talking, but hey, Tania acted like that about her little sister too, so he was kind of just doing her a favor. Joan led them to a cavernous room, or, rather, the main warehouse, the office they had been in being a relatively small block at one corner of the building. It had been converted into a studio, with several slightly raised stages, currently unlit, the one he could see set up to look like a fancy bedroom. In front of the stage were stacked a line of crates and several lights. This is the studio, so most of us should be here the majority of time, Joan explained. I'm no security guy, so I don't want to micromanage how you do your job, but I think you probably won't have to be in here too much. It's a bit hard to sneak around here. Assuming the perp isn't someone you know, Harry added helpfully, or not. Joan frowned, perp? Guess you're taking Arturo's worries seriously. Harry shrugged, just pointing out a possibility. Those accidents did seem a bit too consistent to not be foul play. The older woman sighed, some of us feel that way too, but how the hell would someone arrange all this? Harry shrugged, magic, I guess. The producer snorted, giving him an unimpressed look. What, are you going to ring the studio in salt? Worth a shot, if people don't break it. Joan laughed, looking quite a bit younger for a moment. It can't hurt. I'll take anything we can get for this mess, and it's not like salt's that hard to come by. I'm sure Mouse will tell us if something's wrong, Inari chirped, won't you? Little guy. She nuzzled the puppy happily. Mouse yipped in agreement. Isn't he a little young for a guard dog? Joan asked drily, though Harry swore her hand twitched towards the small canine momentarily. He's a bit small to do much, but he's already proved a pretty good alarm, Harry replied seriously. Mouse had likely saved his life, warning him about that black court vamp pretending to be a toll booth worker. Anyways, I'm going to start doing rounds, Harry continued, pulling out a list of employees Tania had acquired. Are these pictures accurate enough that I can identify everyone? Joan and Inari glanced over the list, before nodding. Think that'll work, though I think a few people will be a bit ticked off if you check 'em for ID. Oh? Who will I have to look out for? The producer frowned. Most of the people working here are not too bad, like Jake. Though you have to push them a bit or else they won't really get a move on. Trixie though? Or Trisha Scamp, whatever she wants to be called, she's got the whole prima donna thing going on. Joan was looking less like a suspect, if the one co-worker that annoyed her was still alive to irritate her. Trisha would also fit the target profile of a woman in Arturo's orbit, though Harry wasn't sure if her death would bother Arturo as much. If Tania and Inari were right, and Arturo's exes were in fact to blame, then why were they randomly targeting women around Arturo? I'll keep that in mind, Harry assured her, glancing over to Inari. Okay, Joan, I'll show him around and then I'll come back to help with the cameras. The older woman smiled. Thanks Inari, glad to have help with weird wiring in this place. The littlest Raith showed Harry the rest of the warehouse with her usual enthusiasm, though maybe it was more her excitement about Mouse. As any typical warehouse, there were quite a few doors, both those designed for pedestrians, and loading doors designed for delivery. All of the latter were currently closed, and would remain that way to better maintain lighting inside the studio. It would be fairly difficult to sneak in that way too, given the noise they made when opening. Emergency doors could not be locked for obvious reasons, but those weren't made to be opened from the outside anyways. None of the doors were exactly high security and all of them could be opened from the inside even if locked. Harry still locked the doors he could, just to make things a bit harder for a would-be intruder. If he had to guess, someone sneaking in would try to blend into the flow of the people arriving, maybe also around lunch when there were people going both in and out. Damn, he should have packed lunch, or whatever one of Tania's meticulously divided lunch boxes were called. Harry took up a post at the front door, intending to both actually do his cover job and use it to get a feel for the other staff members. He didn't have to wait too long, as another car pulled into the parking lot, dropping off a lanky girl who looked a bit too young for this kind of set. He checked the list, finding the most likely person on it. Giselle. The girl nodded, looking nervous. Yeah? Who are you? Apparently most of the staff hadn't heard about him. I'm Harry. Genesis hired me for security, just in case something happens. He offered a hand. Giselle relaxed, giving him a tentative smile as she daintily shook his hand. No tingle, probably not the witch. Oh, that makes sense. Thanks. She looked up at him hesitantly. Can I go inside? Harry waved her in. Why, you're on the list. Right this way ma'am. The young woman didn't seem sure what to make of that, so she just nodded and entered the building. A few minutes later, another car pulled into the parking lot and an attractive woman stepped out of the passenger side. She had long red hair, streaked with a few lines of gold, and her eyes were about the same color as the Chicago River on St. Patrick's Day. She looked askance when she saw Harry standing by the door, but her face then smoothed over into a smile as she strode over to him. Well, it isn't every day I get met at the door by tall, dark, and handsome, the woman greeted playfully. I guess it might be my lucky day. Harry grinned. Don't see a woman as pretty as you every day, either. Technically, he saw a much prettier one. And you'd be Emma, right? Not that this woman wasn't attractive. Emma feigned surprise, as if she hadn't seen the clipboard in his hand. Why, you have me at a disadvantage, Mr. Call me Harry, answered the wizard, offering to shake her hand. Genesa asked me to help keep an eye on things, wouldn't want any of you fine ladies getting hurt. Emma smiled more genuinely, shaking his hand confidently, even if her grip wasn't that impressive. I don't know if you can keep us safe from bad luck, but it can't hurt to have some security, especially in this city. No buzz, she wasn't a practitioner either. Ain't that the truth? Harry tipped an imaginary hat, before waving her inside. Your stage awaits. Why, thank you. She gave him a bright smile and entered the building. After that, Harry waited about half an hour before locking the door and beginning his rounds, walking a circuit of the other entrances, checking on the studio, where Joan was helping Inari set up the lights, then patrolling the second-floor office space that was being used as a dressing room, before returning to watch the front door for a few minutes. Rinse, repeat. No one else showed up for quite a while. Things must really work at a different pace in this kind of business. This building was not designed with heavy security in mind, but if the theoretical Strega was one of the staff, they wouldn't really have to sneak into the building. Strictly speaking, they wouldn't have to be in the building either, if they had a thaumaturgical link. As above, so below. Acquiring such a link, though, meant that the caster was either a person who knew the targets well enough they could get their hands on personal items or material, or that they had been on set at some point. Maybe they still were. Given how the victims had no relation to each other, and apparently had no connection aside from Arturo Ginessa, the source of the curse had to be close to Ginessa or was now camping out near the studio. Harry began glancing over the nearby buildings as he made his rounds, but the nature of warehouses limited what he could see. The same applied to someone trying to peek into the studio warehouse from the outside. There seemed to be more and more evidence pointing towards the ex-wives, as circumstantial as it was, so he should be careful when meeting Scamp. Ruff. Ruff. Mouse barked and howled squeakily. Harry felt ice in his veins as a wave of cloying, noxious dark magic washed over the building like a rotting burial shroud. No, it was coming from the dressing room. Harry broke into a sprint, stomach churning in nausea. Wait. Mouse. Inari pelted after the little grey puppy rocketing in the same direction as the wizard. Joan blinked in surprise to the side as he ran by. Mouse skidded to a stop at the foot of a flight of metal spiral stairs, whining urgently. Harry snatched him up before shooting up the staircase 2 at a time and then bolting down the hallway. Halfway to the dressing room a woman shrieked. Harry burst through the door into a room about the size of a studio apartment, furnished in the way you would expect a dressing room, with mirrors, clothes racks, and the like. That all came secondary to the face full of foul energy punching him in the nose. Bobby stood, frozen in surprised confusion, while Emma screamed in shock, mostly naked, staring at the bathroom door as it slowly swung closed. Harry ran to the bathroom and shouldered his way inside. The air was humid, smelling of fresh soap and the iron scent of spilled blood. The shower was still running, but its glass door had been smashed into dangerous shards. Some water spilled onto the tile floor, where Jake and Giselle lay motionless in an expanding pool of blood. Mouse barked a warning, stopping Harry short. No, not motionless, rigid. Sparks flew from the high-power light fixture that had fallen from the ceiling and the exposed wiring it had dragged down into the pool of crimson fluid. Oh my god! Inari breathed, skidding to a stop behind him. Technology did not work well with magic, but there were times when that was a good thing. Hexes! Harry growled under his breath, thrusting his right hand and his magic at the light fixture. The light sparked wildly, then died, followed shortly by its fellows, plunging the room into darkness. The acrid smell of electrical smoke wafted through the bathroom. Tania was going to have a field day with this building's owner. Jake and Giselle gasped for air, no longer being electrocuted. Giselle, don't talk! Inari yelled, flicking on a small keychain flashlight and shining it on the prone girl. Blood pooled around her still form. Shit! Harry lit up his pentacle, casting light on Jake stirring groggily. At a glance, he wasn't in immediate danger. What the hell's going on? Bobby yelled. Call 911. Inari shouted back, authoritative in a way Harry had never seen her before. Giselle's bleeding out. She snapped open her first aid kit and tore open a pack of gauze, pressing it against the gushing wound along the side of Giselle's face, running from the bottom of her ear to her collarbone. Harry, keep pressure on it. Emma, get me ice. Harry pressed his larger hand against the cut, setting Mouse on the floor first. He scowled as he looked over the prone girl, her mouth hung partly open, hair soaked in blood and eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. Mouse padded over, whimpering as he prodded her face with his nose. No pulse. Inari hissed, before tilting Giselle's mouth up and performing mouth-to-mouth. She then pressed the heel of her hand into the other girl's sternum and pushed, her small flashlight gripped in her teeth by the key ring. Pater Noster, qui es in Saelis, she began reciting the Lord's Prayer as she did compressions, mumbling through clenched teeth. Her motions caused the flashlight to bounce, casting eerie moving shadows against the walls. Ow! Jake grumbled, voice hoarse. Ow! Are you all right? Harry called, still applying pressure on the cut, hand now stained red with blood. Fine, aw shit. Giselle. Jake. Don't get up. If you fall there's glass all over the floor. Being electrocuted made your muscles twitchy, even after you escaped. Okay, he blinked blearily, is she dead? Not yet. Inari grunted, before returning to her prayer. Can I help? No. Stay where you are. Don't move. Harry, keep her head steady, Inari commanded, finishing her prayer, then starting from the beginning again. You needed ice. Joan called out, carrying in a big bowl of shaved ice. Emma shakily held a flashlight, still barely dressed, not the time, illuminating the mess in the room. Christ! Wrap it in a towel. Inari called, sounding a bit out of breath. Harry tapped her on the shoulder, and they switched. 5 compressions, breathe, repeat. Put the ice against her stomach, Inari instructed, pressing fresh gauze against the already blood-soaked pieces. What would that do? Joan asked sharply, her face going pale as she saw the pool of blood. Pull more blood towards her core in response to cold. Less blood to the cut. Might buy some time. Do I have burns? Jake asked suddenly, slowly sitting up and patting himself down. Can we get burns from getting shocked like this? No. Emma replied, sweeping her flashlight over him. Hey, Jake mumbled, Giselle's got burns. Harry glanced down, and sure enough, blotches of angry red covered her throat and the left side of her face. The side that hadn't been in the water. The shower must have been boiling, then she fell through the glass. Joan flinched as if she had been the one shocked. No, I did that. I must have hooked it up wrong. This is my fault. Is Bobby right? Emma asked, that we're jinxed. Joan didn't seem able to reply. Even though she kept composed, it was clear that she was fighting back tears. Mouse padded over and nudged her foot, whining. There was nothing wrong with the heater, Inari stated seriously, maybe with the knob. Yup, she was Tania's twin, all right. Harry wasn't sure if that helped, but Joan didn't burst into tears, even if her face was still ashen as she darted from the room. Emma handed Jake the flashlight before backing out of the bathroom, her face green. The remaining conscious people in the bathroom took turns trying to keep Giselle alive, rotating off compressions when one of them got tired. Mouse licked her face encouragingly, not sure if that counted. Some time later, the paramedics finally arrived, armed with bigger flashlights and carrying a stretcher. They let the professionals take over, the 3 of them explaining Giselle's plight as best they could, along with what they tried to help her. Harry took a seat at the counter with several mirrors, a tired mouse in his lap. He closed his eyes and reached out with his magic, trying to sense more about the roiling curse. Inari took a seat next to him, muttering a prayer and rubbing her crucifix reverently. The dark magic had mostly dissipated. Damn, it was a long shot anyways. I think I saw her breath, Jake sighed, slumping into another chair. Man, talk about bad luck. That's one hell of a coincidence. Inari didn't respond, going over the Lord's Prayer yet again. Harry took deep breaths, stroking Mouse on the back to cover his hands shaking. You two all right? Jake asked, coping with stress his own way. Harry nodded, I'm fine, just give me a minute. I am well, Inari replied, Giselle is not. She continued praying. Is that gonna help? Jake asked skeptically, before tilting his head thoughtfully. Well, if Bobby's right about the jinx. Mouse growled sleepily, glanced around the room, and then plopped his head back down on Harry's leg and nodding off when nothing showed itself. You know, Jake began thoughtfully, don't dogs and cats sense earthquakes and other stuff like that? Is that true for jinxes too? Harry shrugged, maybe. Mouse is much smarter than the average dog though, he's still a puppy but already understands a lot of what I say. He patted the snoozing puppy on the head gently. Mouse's leg kicked in his sleep. Hey, that's so. Jake mused, you know, I ain't gonna question the fluffy puppy that saved my life, I should get a pack of dog treats for him. A big one. Mouse twitched excitedly in his sleep. Yeah, what did that make it? 3 people that Mouse helped save since they met? Harry was definitely keeping him now, and not just because Tania liked the small dog. Guess I owe you guys too, hey. Jake continued, shivering slightly in the colder dressing room. Not at all, Inari smiled, it's what I was here for. Harry shrugged, it's part of what your boss paid me for. Jake glanced over the 2 of them curiously. You know, Inari, I had kinda thought you'd not be so okay with blood, glad I was wrong. Inari glanced down at her blood-stained hands and clothes. Ah, nuts. Guess I should have thought about bringing a change of clothes. Harry snorted, aren't we in a dressing room? I'm sure there's some clothes they'd let you borrow. Inari looked pointedly at some of the clothes, then raised an eyebrow at Harry. Never mind. I don't really get, Jake continued, looking at Harry, but thanks. Harry just nodded, already tired despite it only being around lunchtime. He was about to ask Jake if they could order a pizza when the paramedics hustled Giselle out of the room. One of the paramedics moved to clap Inari on the shoulder, hesitating as she stood up and he discovered she was taller than him. He opted to offer a fist bump. Good job, kid. She's got decent odds now, but she'd have been a goner without your help. Inari smiled, bumping her fist into his. The medic turned to Harry, holding out his fist before reconsidering. Oh, I shouldn't get blood on the suit, should I? Harry shrugged, returning the fist bump. Don't worry, it'll wash out. His suit was actually clear of blood, whatever material Erica had made it out of sloughing off liquid like it was soaked in oil. Jake looked at him a bit funny, glancing at Harry's suit, spotless despite the amount of blood that got on it. Yet, Harry could kind of see why people kept thinking he worked for the Chicago mob when he wore this suit. It didn't help that there were rumors he worked for Marconi. He was also pretty sure that Marconi was one of Erica's customers, but the blonde was quite tight-lipped about her clientele, which was fair enough. The medic turned to Jake and frowned. You were also in the bathroom, right? Did you get shocked? Jake nodded. Yeah, but I'm fine. Giselle's the one who needs the help. It's still better to get checked out, Jake, Inari chided, and this way you can also keep an eye on Giselle if you turn out to be completely fine. That seemed to make him reconsider. Jake glanced in the mirror and saw his hair sticking up every which way. Okay, I might be a bit scrambled, I'll go. He stood up, a bit too quickly, and staggered. Okay, yup, going to the hospital. He still refused the paramedics' help in walking there. Harry and Inari washed up in a different bathroom, one where the lights hadn't died, with Mouse getting an impromptu bath. The puppy was not amused, so it was a good thing that Harry's suit was waterproof. When the two of them went downstairs, they found Joan speaking with Emma, now clothed, and Bobby. The producer waved them over. Harry. Inari. Come on, they want us out of the building when they check the rest of the wires. Harry fished his sunglasses out of his pocket as they stepped outside. The late summer sun could be blinding at this time of day. Shouldn't a breaker have gotten tripped? Inari asked as they walked, or was that what happened? Joan shook her head. I checked, the damn thing didn't work. It's a miracle the light shorted out when it did. Inari glanced sidelong at Harry. Ah. Right. He had never told her outright he was a wizard. Crap. Emma rushed over and grabbed Inari by the arm, distracting her. I'm so sorry about what I said the other day. I was stressed about my kid and I didn't really mean all the things I said. Her voice rattled on nervously as she shook the taller woman. Inari just looked confused. I don't know what you're talking about. The older woman looked poleaxed. You don't remember. Inari tucked a strand of her hair behind her right ear, mirrored from what Tania did, and laughed awkwardly. People say a lot of things, I try not to hold on to it that much. Emma started, guess I feel a little useless. She sighed, folding into herself. We've been a bit rude to you the whole time, but you still saved Giselle's life. And I just stood there and screamed like a little girl. Wait, they were rude to Inari? Giselle was never rude, the confused girl replied, lips pursed inquisitively, and you can say what you want, First Amendment and all that. Inari slipped into her thinking pose, again a mirror of Tania's. I mean, kind of not, but it's not like that's enough to make me want to let her bleed out. Now Emma looked confused as well. Bobby and Harry shared a look, initial hostility bleeding away in their shared incomprehension. Inari patted Emma on the back of the hand encouragingly. Don't worry about it too much. But if you still keep hearing people say things they didn't actually say, you should go to a priest. Or a doctor. Okay, moving on. Harry turned to Joan. Do you want us to stick around? Or should we call it an early lunch break? The producer blinked, turning to look at Harry. I don't really want to make you do more when you helped save Giselle, but after this, she frowned. You want someone to keep an eye on things, just in case it was sabotage. Joan nodded guiltily. The plan is to continue filming in the afternoon. Wow. That was some dedication. Really? Inari replied skeptically, I thought Giselle was in the scene planned. Arturo found someone willing to fill in. Joan replied, a complicated look on her face. That was really fast, and more than a little suspicious. Genesis seemed a well-meaning guy, he did not come off nearly as paranoid as to have a replacement lined up so quickly. Harry wasn't sure even Tania would have that kind of contingency. Who is it? Inari asked dully, as if she already had a good guess. Lara Romani, Joan replied. Emma and Bobby snapped their heads toward the producer in shock. Romani? Ah, hell's bells. I thought she retired. Bobby asked. She did. Inari said dryly. Guess Big Sis misses the action. Bobby and Emma stared at her as if she had suddenly sprouted another head. A bit like Michael, Inari was not as naive as she seemed. A/N. Apologies for the delay, but good news is, there's about 10k more words being edited right now. Thank you all for your patience and for reading. Also thanks to Thierpox and Obliqui for helping edit this FIC in particular, as well as the others in the Tania Writing Discord who helped out. The Space Battles thread has more content if you are interested. Chapter 9, Neen. Chapter Text. Daddy issues parental concerns. The police and fire department weren't too happy about having Harry hovering over their shoulders, though they lightened up a bit after he explained what he saw and didn't interfere with their work. It may have also been because Inari had decided to keep him, and Mouse, company, and there weren't many people that could stay angry at her. In the end, the police didn't think there was intentional foul play, though all the emergency servicemen were just a bit pissed off at the landlord, since it looked like they had failed to maintain their electrical systems properly. Even grizzled Chicago cops didn't like seeing kids getting hurt, and Giselle sure looked like one, even if she was a legal adult. And while there wasn't really a way the cops could sense the curse, Harry was a wizard. Now that he didn't have to worry about someone dying immediately, he had time to process what he sensed. The curse was targeted, it had ignored anyone else in the room, singling out Giselle. Arturo was nowhere near this blast zone, so Tania was right, this was solid confirmation that the evil eye was not targeted at him. It went after women around him, particularly the younger ones. Maybe Inari was onto something. Arturo had said not yet when Harry asked if he had a fourth ex-wife, perhaps there was more to that than he thought. He didn't get great cell signal in the warehouse, so Harry went outside to call Murphy and ask her if she could get a hold of some of Arturo's records. She promised to take a look, but it would be a bit tricky to get much since he wasn't actually subject to investigation. Harry then called Tania to tell her about the incident and to ask if Arturo was getting married anytime soon. Tania had made an angry sound and hung up immediately. She sounded pissed. He'd probably hear back from her soon, probably with an idea. Man. Cell phones were really convenient. Magic had a nasty habit of killing modern technology like he had killed the lights, so Harry had never been able to make much use of that kind of modern convenience, since they'd probably pop, crackle and die before he could say hello. Fortunately, Nokia phones were tough, and more importantly in this case, had a reputation of being indestructible. For magic, that was sometimes the biggest part. Even then, he had to use them sparingly, or they would die anyway. His phone rang, the spooky tune of the X-Files meant it was from his office. Hey. Another case? Hopefully the Nokia would last this many calls in short succession. Harry Dresden. He picked up the call. Not sure if I should be pissed at you wasting my time, or applaud your caution. A quiet voice started with little fanfare, soft but clearly masculine. Kincaid. Didn't think I'd hear from you so fast. I'm on a case right now, so I left a note in the office. Hat. You're an unpredictable guy, Dresden. But this phone call works. Shame. I had a whole grand entrance planned. Although, his voice trailed off, a sharper edge in his tone, even if he didn't raise his voice, you better be who you say you are. And don't try anything funny over the line. There's no reason for me to do that. You say that, Kincaid drawled, but I didn't make it this long by taking dumb chances. I got plans. You know the best way to kill a wizard. Well, that wasn't ominous at all. Yeah, and I'm guessing you've got a pretty good idea. For all the power their magic gave them, they were still human, and just as vulnerable. Just so we're clear, Kincaid said. Harry nodded. Good. Well, looks he was in the line of fire again. Crap. Harry tamped down the urge to look for Kincaid, it'd be better not to show concern, even if he doubted his suit could stand up against a high-caliber rifle like the one most likely pointed in his direction, enchantments or not. Harry looked at his watch, pushing a bit of his power into it. The clockwork shield might hold. His phone crackled, but the Nokia lived. Nothing says flattery like the barrel of the gun. Ain't that God's own truth, Kincaid chuckled. Now, let's talk. A conversation under the barrel of the gun wasn't his favorite setting, but at least this time it seemed like caution and not malice. It was a little eye-opening, this was probably a bit of how Murphy saw him, someone who could pose a danger she didn't have an easy defense against. There's a scourge of black cord in town. Whose? Mavra. Her. Crafty old hag. Heard she used to haul a pretty large crew. Also heard it got cut down to size a bit. Yeah, I'm looking to shave it down a bit further, maybe even a buzz. Black cord are not exactly easy to drop. Unless in their coffins. I've got a few leads. So where do I come in? Bodyguard. No, I want you to help me go in there and kill them all. Suits me better, I'd say, Kincaid said, a grin clear in his voice. What's the plan? Once we find them, go in midday while they're napping, put 'em down in their coffins like they should have been a long time ago. Simple enough. That's the idea. What's your price? Kincaid gave him a number, and Harry almost choked. Damn, I hope you're worth that much. Oh, I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Kincaid paused, though, I have a couple conditions. Go on. I want another pair of eyes on the raid. I've already got more help lined up, but why ask? Takes two to drag an injured guy out. Didn't take you for one to care. Of course I do, Kincaid scoffed, the guy getting dragged could be me. Already done anyways, what's the other condition? Don't sick your pet succubus on me, What? Not my business, but if she tries anything, I'm going to have to look out for myself, you understand? I'd say you don't have to worry about her, but you're not gonna believe that, are you? I'm not one to talk about dangerous games, Dresden, but that's a risky one if I've ever seen one. Wait, was it bad that Harry knew exactly who he was talking about? Not the time for that. I've left a note with my pager number on your office desk, Kincaid continued, send me a note when you're ready to move. Before Sunday would be best. Got it, Harry replied. Kincaid hung up. Harry wasn't sure if the gunman was actually as human as he claimed to be. He'd seen Kincaid fire from the hip as accurately as a skilled gunman would if they aimed. But that didn't matter in the end. Their little posse already had one person who wasn't really human. He hadn't really considered the threat of sniper rifles or the like against wizards before he had been roped into playing paintball with the Carpenters, and they were damn good. In some ways he was also not really with the times. If the hit was pulled off right, he'd never realize he was shot before he died. No chance of a death curse, no last hurrah. Kind of humbling, and scary. On the other hand, this could work on many monsters as well. While most were tougher than humans, not many were immune to bullets completely, especially not high-caliber rounds. The thrum of a motorcycle shook him out of his thoughts, and he spotted Tania speeding into the parking lot on her Yamaha bike. She slid the motorcycle into a parking spot, brought it to a halt, and slid off the bike, almost in one motion. Harry liked watching her get off her bike a little too much, and the distractingly long boots made it even worse. Aside from that and Tania's red biker jacket, the twins had managed to match their outfits today, again. Oh, hey sis. Inari chirped, waving cheerfully. Mouse barked excitedly, dashing over to the other twin and bumping his head into Tania's foot. The boots occupant took off her helmet, fixing her platinum blonde hair idly as she pulled a small Ziploc bag from her pocket. Don't hey sis me, Inari. You just almost died. Tania glared at her twin, but the severity was a bit undercut by her bending over to feed Mouse a treat. What do you mean? Inari asked, I just helped save someone's life, I wasn't the one in danger. Tania sighed, straightening back up and wrapping her twin in a tight hug. You are just making yourself more of a target. I'm not gonna leave, Tania. Inari shot back seriously, though she still returned the hug with her usual enthusiasm. Not when they clearly could use help. I did not expect anything else, Tania replied, pulling back to look her sister in the eye. Even if I don't like it. Ha, Inari grinned, you're a real softa sometimes. Please, Tania sighed, no need to embarrass me in public. Inari just giggled, patting her sister's arm affectionately. Tania shook her head, before stepping back and unshouldering the backpack she had been carrying. I brought you a change of clothes. She handed her twin another shirt and a pair of pants. As it so happens, we are the same size. Thanks sis. I had not expected you to be the one keeping her out of trouble, Tania remarked wryly to her wizard tenant, but thank you. Hey, isn't that like half of why I'm here? Harry replied with a grin. HMMPH, and here I thought you were on this job for the money, like a normal person. Tania kept her face neutral, but Harry could see a slight grin. Sure, doesn't mean I can't keep an eye on Inari here in the meantime, Harry waved at the more cheerful twin. Turns out she can end up in all kinds of trouble. Hey. It wasn't actually me this time. Inari objected. She frowned, glancing between Harry and her twin. But you guys know more about what happened, don't you? What does this have to do with Stacy and Sheila? Come, let's go inside, Tania requested in lieu of answering, waving the group into the building. She glanced questioningly at Harry, and he led them to a small room that the staff sometimes used for meetings. Mouse dutifully bounced after them, and Harry poured some puppy chow into a paper bowl for him. All right, Inari began as she plopped down in one of the swivel office chairs, idly spinning slightly. So whatever's going on is a hush-hush. She looked over her twin carefully. I figured as much when you brought in your pie friend, sis, but what's the deal? She twiddled her thumbs thoughtfully. Mr. Genisa isn't a bad guy, but he's got people who don't like him. You saying Stacy and Sheila weren't accidents? Tania and Harry shared a look. How much could they explain to Inari? If she learned too much, their father would almost certainly involve himself. Look, Tania, Inari called, voice soft but firm, I understand you're always trying to protect me. I don't know how you always knew about how dangerous the world was, and I never asked, because you didn't want to say, but I'm involved in this now. She folded her hands together in front of her, fixing her twin with an intense look. Like you said, I'm not one to do nothing when I can help. Tania looked uncertain, nervously licking her lips, while Inari was resolute, calm and still. It was a bit uncanny valley, like they had suddenly switched with each other. Inari, Tania began, sounding pained. There are forces in the world beyond what can be properly explained with modern science. So they were going to come clean about that? Fair enough. One of Inari's eyebrows rose questioningly. Of course there are. Which one is this? Harry and Tania blinked. How did she know? Actual witchcraft, Tania replied hesitantly. And Madge, Lucille, and Trisha are the witches? Inari questioned, a sharp gleam in her eyes. That's a possibility, Harry chimed in, trying to ignore the wrongness of seeing that look on Inari's face, though we don't know for certain yet. What will you need to make a solid judgment? I've met Madge, and she doesn't seem to have any power, as far as I can tell. I haven't met Lucille or Trisha, so can't confirm that. Inari narrowed her eyes. And you figured this out cause you're a wizard, right? Harry blinked. Seriously? The younger twin threw up her hands, looking like her normal self momentarily. You literally got yourself listed as wizard in the phone book, and you're friends with Papa Carpenter, so you've gotta be on the level. Hey! Harry had really not given Inari enough credit. While she didn't usually come off as being as smart as Tania, they were twins, and Inari was very sharp herself, even if it was sometimes easy to forget. Glad you aren't gonna try burning me at the stake anytime soon, Harry snarked. Inari snorted. Mr. Dresden, she continued archly, that punishment is for heretics. What was this? Some sort of Spanish Inquisition? Tania looked poleaxed. The youngest, and least Wraith-like Raith, snickered, then broke out laughing. You should see your faces. Harry and Tania shared a look of mutual disbelief. For some reason, it didn't sound entirely like a joke. But that aside, Inari continued, face smoothing back into seriousness. Lucille and Trisha probably aren't witches. Her mouth quirked up in a wry smirk. They're kinda dumb. Stupid does not preclude them being threats, Tania commented, still looking unbalanced by her twin's response. Right, Inari agreed, looking back at Harry. But as our wizard friend, Harry, how hard would it take for you to do something like this curse? Harry frowned. Killing with magic was against the first law of magic set by the White Council. It was not an impossibility, quite the contrary, but rather a prohibition enforced with extreme prejudice. He had run afoul of that rule before, when he had used lethal force against his first teacher's attempt to enthrall him, and Elaine. Good point. Pulling off thaumaturgy like this would require a fair bit of work. He waved his hand a bit. Well, using it to kill them would not need that much work, but running this kind of crazy accident? That would take some effort. Inari leaned back in her chair, tapping her lip thoughtfully. On one hand, Trisha is often late to shoots, so she could be pulling something while she's lollygagging. On the other hand, when she is on set, she's usually a tad, distracted. That doesn't solve her stupidity, Tania noted, glancing over to Harry. Is there some way of creating a shortcut? I know foci can make certain spells easier, but is there a way to compensate for the lack of power as well? Harry groaned. Stars and stones. Rituals. If they were using a ritual to launch this curse, they would just need knowledge of the steps, which are probably simple enough that they could pull it off. How does that work? Inari asked. They're a bit like magic vending machines. He explained. Insert sacrifice to whatever sketchy things behind it, get magic murder. More importantly, they don't require the user to have any magical potential. But they couldn't have found those steps on their own. That complicates things, Tania mused. Yet, it means that it could be anyone, and Harry won't be able to figure them out as easily, Inari added. But I am sure one of them is involved, at least. Arturo remaining unmarried would benefit them too much, Tania commented. The vaguely annoying but extremely catchy jingle from the Jeopardy game show suddenly filled the room and Inari hopped up out of her chair. 1SEC. She stepped out of the room before picking up the phone. Hey Charles. She chirped, back to her normal self all of a sudden. Yeah, I'm okay. She closed the meeting room door. Hey, were Inari and that guy? Tania palmed her face in frustration. I should have expected that. She's sometimes too clever for her own good. Yet, Harry trailed off, choosing not to comment on how that could apply to her as well. So, what did you find? He asked. Tania sighed, pulled out 3 lunchboxes, then slid one over to Harry. Oh, thanks. Just don't forget it next time. Tania pulled a file out from her backpack, spreading it onto the table as Harry popped open his lunchbox and inexpertly began eating with chopsticks. Remarkably, it appears that Arturo has managed to learn some caution, Tania commented dryly. How unfortunate that this would also make it more difficult for us. Harry grunted questioningly, chewing a piece of the schnitzel sushi roll. As much as Tania bemoaned Inari's strange tastes, her own were also quite unusual, if at least sane. If he should remarry, then his ex-wives will no longer have claim to his assets should he die. And as it so happens, he has apparently fallen for another woman. Stronger evidence, even if still circumstantial. He's being a bit cagey about who exactly he's marrying, isn't he? When I first met him he specifically avoided saying anything about that. Indeed. Tania nodded, stroking her lip thoughtfully. If the culprits are likewise unsure whom he is planning on marrying, then that could explain the seemingly arbitrary nature of the attacks. How are they so sure the person Arturo is marrying is even on set? Tania tilted her head slightly, drawing Harry's gaze to her pale neck and the choker with a small clock set at her throat, honestly not a bad place to wear a shield charm. I do not know. It could be that the ex-wives heard something slip due to their proximity, or that they are simply making assumptions. Harry frowned, stabbing at his lunch angrily. To use dark magic so freely, for something so banal, and against completely innocent women, he wanted to strangle whoever was behind this. He wasn't a warden, fat chance of that ever happening, but he'd swing the sword with no hesitation in this case. We need to find out who Arturo is marrying so we can warn them. I'm supposed to be security anyways, so I can keep an eye on Trisha. Tania frowned. Based on the schedule, Trisha should be filming a scene today, so I think she will be too preoccupied to summon a curse. Harry shrugged, then I'll have to be on the lookout for someone else. He frowned in thought. If this is a ritual, then it's probably got a specific time for casting. This one came at around noon. Do you know when the other attacks happened? I do not know, but they were presumably also close to the middle of the day, judging by the most common times golfing and water skiing take place. Right, that's when Arturo's assistant and driver had been killed, bees and hit by a car while water skiing? Seriously. Hopefully that means that they won't be able to get another shot in today. I find that less than comforting, Mr. Dresden, if they could simply repeat the attempt tomorrow. Harry frowned. I can't just arrest Trisha, I'm not a cop. Tania narrowed her eyes. She has a drug habit. If there is an anonymous tip-off. That's assuming she's the one behind this. Why not all three of them? Inari piped in as she stepped back into the room. That was actually a pretty good point. Perhaps T is on set to feed information to the other two as they set up the ritual. Exactly. Both twins tapped their lips thoughtfully, standing in mirrored poses. Well, that was slightly creepy. Maybe, Harry mused, but there's gotta be someone else involved. No way these three just stumbled on this kind of dark magic on their own. So, then our best move is to track down more information about the three suspects. Perhaps we will be able to find something leading to the organizer. Tania hummed thoughtfully. Is there a way to trace the ritual to its source from the receiving end? Maybe, but I doubt it. Whatever they're doing uses normal things and cranks them up into crazy. They must have used this because it is much harder to declare foul play or track. Even though it was a direct attack, it wasn't that easy to trace now that it had already fired, especially since the power wasn't coming directly from the caster. Inari glanced at Harry curiously. Witches can curse people by using their hair, right? Where did she learn all this? Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Yeah, he replied, hair, blood, anything with some sort of link to them. The younger twin frowned. Then I'd better clean up the dressing room should I burn the hair. Not here, Tania admonished, that would likely draw unwanted attention. Think that's the first time I've seen someone volunteer for janitor duty, Harry snarked. Inari chuckled, it's actually an extension of my job to prevent injury. Does this ritual truly require a thaumaturgical link? Tania asked, pumping the brakes on that idea for the moment. Hey, Harry mused, it may not. It would have been pretty easy for them to get a hold of something from Giselle, but I've seen other curses that use that kind of link, and they don't have to affect the surroundings. At least not explicitly, that much magic would still mess with technology. Did they cause a heart attack, or something? Inari asked. Victor cells had made his victims' hearts burst out of their chests. Yeah, something like that. If it was something of that sort, they could directly affect the victim, and thus would not need the likes of a falling car. Tania concluded. Not necessarily, especially if the caster was trying to make the deaths look like freak accidents, Harry countered. Is there any way to know for sure? Inari sighed. We were able to save Giselle this time, but they already killed Stacy and Sheila. She frowned, they may even go after Giselle again. Why did they target her anyways? The unlucky girl seemed pretty new, so couldn't have known Arturo that long. It seems pretty clear to me that Giselle is not Mr. Genus's type, she's not established enough, Tania added, echoing Harry's thought, so why would they target her specifically? Match, Lucille, Trisha, she's also not assertive enough, Inari continued thoughtfully, before brightening in realization, oh. Giselle's the youngest actress for this movie. Mr. Genus married all three of his wives when they were young, right? That could be it. Either that or they didn't think Joan or Emma were likely candidates, and Inari probably didn't come off as someone who would marry a porn director. Inari. Tania snapped, that would mean you're a target. Why didn't they go after Inari? Wait, Inari was barely 18. Is Giselle even allowed to be here? Inari shrugged, technically, I think she's older than she looks. She chuckled sadly, maybe this will make her think about doing a different job. Did you not hear me? Tania grit out, slamming her hands on the table, if they are working by age you would be next. Harry blinked and Mouse paused, head shooting up from his bowl. Tania hadn't even reacted so strongly to her own brush with death. To some extent, he could understand, it felt worse knowing someone you loved was in danger compared to when you were in danger yourself. If, Inari emphasized, apparently not that concerned about being in the line of fire. Maybe it didn't quite sink in? We don't know if they're actually going by age. Harry interrupted, trying to calm Tania down. Is there a reason they might assume Inari and Emma aren't the bride-to-be? Emma may be older, but she still fit Arturo's track record aside from that. As much as they knew otherwise, Inari would also fit that profile. Most likely, they assumed Arturo would not marry someone who didn't appreciate his art. Tania replied acidly, probably imagining strangling the exes. I guess, Inari began, I was pretty weirded out my first few days. Like most normal people. And Emma? Harry asked, glad that Tania appeared to have relaxed slightly. Though they would have to find a way to protect Inari. Mouse went back to eating. Emma's got a kid, Inari supplied, and the exes probably assume Mr. Genisa doesn't want that. Wouldn't that give Emma more motivation to get married? Harry asked. It took a lot of time and money to raise a kid. Not necessarily, Tania replied, this industry does allow for significant periods of downtime, not to mention pays better than many other jobs, or the likely difficulty of finding employment with her job history. No offense to him, but Mr. Genisa isn't really someone you'd want raising your kid either, Inari added. Harry nodded. I can see that. Then who would they target next? Any guess on who the lucky woman is? It's Joan. Tania and Harry blinked. The dumpy-looking, middle-aged producer? When he was around so many younger and more attractive women. Inari sighed, come on, guys. Hiring people of different ages is kind of his whole shtick. Is it really that surprising his tastes might change a bit as he got older? Joan would make a much more reliable spouse, Tania added wryly. Hey, he hadn't thought of that. It did make sense that the young and beautiful might have soured in Arturo's opinion after 3 divorces. But if the exes were behind these attacks, then they're just going to keep killing people until there's no one left. Harry growled. He doubted they would guess Joan aside from the process of elimination. Is there anything you can do to mitigate the curse? Tania asked, otherwise neutralizing these witches seems the best option. Harry frowned. No matter how stupid it was, he didn't like the idea of killing women, even if they were warlocks. I might be able to deflect or disperse the curse. All the mirrors in the dressing room would help with that. That would require the curse land here, Tania pointed out. Well, Inari began, it is easier to protect everyone if they're all in one place. She pursed her lips in thought. Also, there weren't that many people here this morning when the curse happened, so they've got to have been going after Giselle or just grid squaring. Unless, maybe one person is directing the curse nearby, and whoever got them the ritual is helping them cast it. If they had been targeting a general area, they wouldn't have managed to kill the woman water skiing. Either way, Tania sighed, wincing in resignation. Inari's right, it would be easier to build a defense if all the targets are in one place. Inari nodded. Plus, I can stick to Joan without looking that suspicious. And Harry is security so he has an excuse to chuck someone out if they look funny. I don't like this, Inari. Tania growled, and Harry had to agree. There's no reason you need to risk your life for these people. Does there need to be? Inari asked. There were days when Harry wondered if Michael had somehow cuckolded Lord Raith, but he knew that would have never happened. Maybe nurture trumped nature after all. Tania groaned, not the time to get distracted, Harry, I told you that bleeding heart will get you killed. She sounded more defeated than Harry had ever heard. It's too late to run away, sis. Inari said softly, you were right about being here making me a target. But we can't exactly change that now. Do you have any charms that can help, Dresden? Tania turned to Harry, giving him the most demanding set of puppy eyes he'd ever seen. I will be all right, sis. Inari continued before he could say anything. She fingered her crucifix reverently. Tania's face distorted into a strange look of fury and resignation, her emotions nearly bursting out. Inhaling sharply to center herself, the young succubus plopped down into a chair, then exhaled violently. Will you at least hear his suggestion? I've got my shield charms, Harry started, but they wouldn't have helped for what happened to Giselle. I designed them to stop direct attacks, not environmental electrocution. He should probably figure out something that could, but he didn't have time for that now. And Inari would need some training before she could use them properly. He gestured to Tania's own charm. It took you a few weeks to get it working properly, didn't it? There has to be something. Tania snarled, eyes glinting silver oh so beautifully, I'll kill those wenches if I have to. Tania. Inari's shout snapped her out of it. We can't kill them based purely on suspicion. There's also whoever they learned from, Harry added, shaking himself, the silver and white rope bracelet on his wrist stinging him slightly. Not to mention that we don't know for sure it was them. There's a lot of evidence pointing that way, but we can't get sucked in by our assumptions. He sighed, running a hand down his face. What we know for sure right now is that the curse has been targeting young women and that it has only fired around noon. The rest is circumstantial, pretty damningly, but still. Lord Raith was another suspect, and Harry would put his money on the old monster, but why this method? Tania nodded begrudgingly, you're right, as long as the distributor is at large, removing the witches may not stop the curses. She stood, collecting her files in her lunchbox. I will look further into the X's histories and see if that will reveal the culprit. Her blue eyes bled into an alluring silver as she looked Harry in the eye. Keep her safe, Dresden. Her voice was low and soft, tinged with a hint of desperation, like when she had knocked on the door to his office. You take care too, sis, Inari called, moving to give Tania a quick squeeze. The younger twin was still smiling, endearingly innocent, even if she turned out to have matured quite a bit. I'd die before I let anything happen to her, Harry promised. Inari frowned, don't say stuff like that. Even if it's flattering. Tania shook her head. You two are both too reckless sometimes. Says the vampire slayer. She left, shouldering her backpack again. Harry watched her go, hoping that he wouldn't regret not sicking Tania on the X's. So, Inari started, should I still clean up the dressing room? 'Cause cleaning up stuff that's linked isn't gonna be fun if we have to clean up other fluids. Blah. Harry went back to being security. It beat being janitor, especially here. God bless you, Mr. Dresden. How can I ever repay you? Harry bore Arturo's very Mediterranean hug with good grace, patting him on the back. The middle-aged man's smile-lined face was not so jovial now, and his head of silver hair and short beard looked a bit more unkempt since Harry had last seen him. Nevertheless, Arturo's dark, intelligent eyes shined with a sort of resigned determination. I mean, you're already sort of paying me for this, Harry replied with a slight grimace. Ideally, neither Giselle nor Jake would have been hurt in the first place. Inari did a lot of the work too. Yes, she is an angel. Arturo looked exhausted, but he had enough energy to smile. Without you two, we might have lost both of them. Is Giselle going to be okay? Harry asked. She'll live, Arturo sighed. But okay? I don't know. The scars. I'd say it builds character, but it'll be rough for an actress. Harry had his own share of scars, but he wasn't that fancy looking anyways, and it wasn't like he was on screen. Arturo nodded solemnly, before someone coughed from behind him. Joan smiled tiredly at Harry from behind Arturo, while a stressed-looking woman in a sweeping skirt and peasant blouse covered her mouth in a pretend cough. Ah! Harry, this is Marion, the director put a hand on her shoulder, she's been working hard pulling double duty organizing things since the accident. It showed, she looked like she needed a nap. Pleased to meet you, Harry said, shaking her hand. It was cold, but not lifeless. Also lacking in magical spark. Pleased to meet you too, Mr. Dresden, she replied, smiling sincerely. I have to admit I was a bit skeptical when Arturo hired you out of the blue, but it turns out it was a good choice. I aim to please, but I'd prefer if we could stop these things altogether. That's what he has really been paid for. Yes, Arturo agreed solemnly, let's talk in my office about that. Should I actually ring the studio and salt? Joan asked tentatively, as if she couldn't believe she was even saying that. Marion looked at her in confusion. I don't think there'd be any harm in trying, Harry shrugged, though I doubt it will do much. A circle could help with shielding them from the curse, but it would be tricky to keep a salt circle that big from being broken. Salt? Marion asked hesitantly, Joan, are you all right? Actually, how's the puppy doing? Joan continued, he's still awake. Puppy? Marion was starting to look frazzled. He's still awake, Harry answered. Inari's got him. Come, come, Arturo ushered them into the building. Do whatever you think needs to be done, Joan. He waved Harry over to a room that the wizard had pegged for an office earlier. The older man pushed the door open, walking behind his desk and settling into his chair. He looked drained, and Harry couldn't blame him. Directing could be a stressful job, and most directors didn't have to worry about their staff being murdered on top of that. Mr. Dresden, you give advice, yes? Arturo began. Harry nodded. Should I stop this project? You believe someone is targeting your people to get you to stop. That was pretty cutthroat, would have been even in more competitive industries. But if the Wraiths were interested in this, why would they attack the project if Thomas was the one who asked Harry to help out? Not to mention Lara and Inari working on site? Arturo took out a cigar, contemplating lighting it, before setting it down. I am not sure. But this attack was clearly not aimed at me. And Sheila and Stacy? Were they involved with this project? The director frowned. They helped me a lot, but not specifically on this film. His eyes widened and he straightened in his chair. Are you suggesting that some bastard is trying to get to me by killing girls I know? Harry waved a hand so. Maybe likely, even. Do you have enemies, particularly in this industry? Guess Arturo had a similar caveman streak to Harry's. Maybe that's part of why he had such a loyal crew, especially in porn. Enemies. Arturo repeated, competitors, detractors, but none like this. He shook his head, even those that hate me would not call on Malakio. That is what this is, no. It is similar, Harry answered, but it's a really nasty version of the evil eye. It can't just be shutting you down, someone's got to be trying to send a message. Her frowned, is there some kind of porn mafia? How much did he know about the Raiths? It was true that they had a lot of control over the industry, but they weren't the only ones in the business. Arturo laughed, ha. Maybe the FCC. His face became more serious. There has been someone buying up smaller studios. And Silverlight has been pushing me in a certain direction recently. He did not have direct knowledge, then. Lord Raith would certainly be able to provide a ritual, and convincing women to go along would not have taken him much effort. But why? Why bother with all this? No offense to Arturo, but Harry didn't think he'd be worth this investment for the old bastard, not to mention how easy it would be for the old Raith to off the director. You have an idea? Arturo asked intently. A theory, Harry replied, but there are a few holes in it. Why would Thomas, Lara, and Inari be in the line of fire? Harry knew Thomas wasn't on great terms with his old man, but Lara was basically his right-hand woman, based on what Tania told him, so surely she wouldn't be targeted, right? If Papa Raith was behind it, there would definitely have to be some way to ensure it hit the target they wanted. Do whatever you think needs to be done, Arturo declared. Harry nodded and exited the office, jogging a few faces down in his memory. Genus's office had a few pictures posted on the wall, including of the director's ex-wives. Harry recognized Madge from the party where Arturo had given him this case, and Trisha from the employee pictures. The bronze-skinned faux Amazonian woman would be Lucille then. Harry had spent the early part of the afternoon setting up something to reflect the curse. He wasn't sure if it would work, but it would hopefully count for something. Most of the mirrors in the dressing room had been undamaged, so he'd put one in the center of the office next to the dressing room and ringed it with a chalk circle infused with a sliver of his will. If it worked perfectly, it would bounce the curse back, act as a little karma, maybe stop them entirely. Hopefully it would at least deflect part of it. Using a chalk line, he made a circle around the studio, studiously ignoring the weird looks people gave him. He pricked his palm, using a drop of blood to channel magic into the circle. Reaching out with his senses, he felt a barrier form around the set, a very weak barrier, but better than nothing. It might also distract from the mirror. Will this chalk circle help? Joan asked, chewing on a cookie worriedly. We have to not smudge it or anything, right? Yeah, Harry replied to the latter. It should keep the lights from blowing out, but they might not work as well as you'd like. Magic messes with electricity a bit. Of course, Joan gave him a skeptical look, but shrugged. At worst it does nothing. Not really going to affect us as it is. Hey, Harry shrugged, the placebo effect might help. You're a pretty weird security guy, Joan commented. Where the heck did Arturo find you? A friend recommended me to him, Harry replied. And like I said, this isn't my usual line of work. By that he meant the security, not the limited warding. Well, if you're into branching out, you'd look pretty good in front of a camera, Joan smirked, trying to inject some levity into the situation. Harry snorted. Nah, cameras and I have a bit of a hostile relationship. Damn things want to suck my soul out. Joan frowned, but shrugged. It's not for everyone. He finished wiping chalk off his hands and stood up. Probably best I get back to watching the front, now that we have more people coming in. Joan nodded. Try not to hold them up too long, or else we'll be here real late. Harry got to the front just in time to see Marion fussing over a red-headed woman who looked like she stepped directly out of a raunchy magazine, smooth skin, voluptuous body and a lovely face. She'd be more attractive looking if she hadn't been scowling like she'd smelled something foul. It was an ugly scowl, filled with petty spite, not like the thoughtful or disapproving ones that looked good on Tania. Well, Tania would have to try pretty hard to look bad. Even her slasher vampire slayer grin was pretty hot. I can't believe this. Trisha Scamp screeched. Where's the Eurotrash pig? She sure was spiteful enough to be a Striga. Is there a problem here, Miss Scamp? Harry growled in the best security guard voice he could muster, reaching out with his senses at the same time. My name is Trixie. Vixen. The irritable woman growled, a whiff of foul magic wafting off of her. She turned and looked at Harry, before suddenly smoothing her face into something that might be called a smile. Oh, well, if it's someone like you, I think I can be okay with whatever you call me. Hello, Striga number 1. There is no pig on set that I'm aware of, he replied seriously, unless someone brought bacon when I wasn't looking. Marion choked, face contorting weirdly, and even Scamp looked taken aback. What are you doing anyways? Asked the Striga. I didn't hear anything about a replacement dude. Is Guffy out? Security, Harry answered, and Jake got back some time ago. It was good that he was wearing dark sunglasses, or else they'd see his furious eyes. He'd gotten them to make avoiding soul gazes less awkward, but they did also help cover his expression. When'd we get security? Trisha wondered, glancing at Marion, looking both peeved and confused that her little act hadn't seemed to have an effect. Just today, Marion whispered. Mr. Genisa was worried, and it turns out it was for good reason. The Striga looked back at Harry with narrowed eyes, and he could see her anger growing, like a child denied a toy. Take me to Arturo, I need something from him. What a bitch. Harry inclined his head. I believe Mr. Genisa is in his office. He turned and walked back down the hallway, the pissed-off actress stomping after him, well, as best she could in heels. Arturo, Harry called, pausing outside the office, Trisha Scamp is here to see you. The woman in question growled and pushed into the room without invitation. Arturo, you Eurotrash pig. What are you playing at? Real creative, this one. Harry followed behind her, readying his force ring in case she tried anything. Trish, Arturo began, before the Striga cut her off. I told you not to call me that. It's Trixie. Vixen. It's been legally changed. That's kind of sad. And Lame. Trix. What are you trying to pull? There isn't space here for 2 stars. What do you mean? Arturo asked, furrowing his brow. There hasn't been a major change in the script. You know what I mean, the redhead growled. Romany is retired. Out to pasture. Yesterday's news. This is my film, and I'm not about to let you use my name to support a comeback appearance for that bitch. Very charming. Harry could see why she could only make it in this industry, she was gagged some of the time. Lara has already agreed to wear a mask and play under a different name, Genisa replied. You are still the star of this film, Trisha. Pretty obvious why that divorce happened. Fine then, Trisha snapped, crossing her arms under her chest. At least you can understand that much. Arturo nodded. The actress turned on her heels, flinching slightly when she saw Harry looming by the door. She tried to save face by glaring at Genisa instead. So why'd you get a security guy, huh? Scared like the little boy you are. Arturo stood from his desk, a thunderous look on his face. Harry is here because someone has attacked my people, and I cannot let that stand. Scamp froze, glancing between the uncharacteristically furious Genisa and the angry wizard. Don't pretend like you care, Eurotrash. The unbalanced actress strutted out of the room. Or at least she tried. She froze mid-step, tensing up like a taut wire. Trixie Vixen was physically a very beautiful woman. She checked off basically every box on the popular image of beauty, almost as if she had been made to order. A statuesque woman, but one sculpted by the book. In comparison, the woman that stood in the doorway made Trixie Vixen look like an ugly duckling, except the newcomer was the swan and Vixen was not a signet. Only about 6 months' worth of practice kept Harry from staring. If Trixie was a statue, she would be the inspiration. If Trixie met every beauty standard, she would have set them. She was what art aspired to portray, and Harry would not be surprised if she was as maddening as any muse. She was tall, but not quite as tall as Tania and Inari, even with the high heels that she still made look practical. Her hair was the opposite of the twins, dark and shimmering as the evening sky, rather than rays of sunshine. Her eyes were dark grey, bleeding into the violet twilight of her pupils, sparkling with charm, intelligence, and no small amount of danger. Her clothes were matched fashionably, a black skirt and a white blouse, visible under the open jacket embroidered with abstract burgundy roses. At first, it was hard to describe her facial features, besides saying they were superb. She had the kind of draw for which looks were almost extraneous, like the glass on a snow globe, distracting if poor, but almost unnoticeable when sublime, serving to highlight the spirit within. Underneath and outside her physical presence, Harry could sense some of her nature, wool, cunning, a slice of sardonic wit and fanged with a lazy, sensuous hunger. Hunger. Harry blinked, the sting from his rope bracelet snapping him back to himself. He focused on the woman again, this time managing to note some familiar features in the shape of her face and eyes. While Tania and Inari were an unusual mix of Western and Eastern features, seriously, how the hell were they blonde, novel and exotic? This woman's features came fully from old Europe. This had to be Lara Raith, Tania and Inari's eldest sister and the right hand of the White Court. Even knowing what kind of predator she was, Harry could not smother the primal caveman part of himself that wanted her. The chivalrous ideas he used to cage his temper dissolved, giving way to a frenzy of emotions. First and foremost lust, then avarice, and finally a sliver of disappointment. However alluring this hunger was, languid in its confidence and stunning in aura, it lacked a certain kind of excitement. By no means was it boring, quite the contrary, but Harry couldn't help but feel something was missing. The Striga took a step back in the face of the superior predator. "Hello, Lara." She was angry, but fear cut most of the edge from her voice. "Trish," Lara replied evenly, rolling the name with no small amount of mockery. Her voice was low and sultry, running a thrill up Harry's spine. "You look well." "I'm a little surprised," Trisha replied, her bitchiness apparently winning over her fear. "There aren't enough chains or whips to interest you here." The vampire laughed, obviously unimpressed. "What is bondage of the flesh to the chains and whips of the mind?" She idly flipped her hair over one shoulder, an eerily familiar motion. "When done properly, there is no need for such crude things." Lara eyed Trisha contemplatively, and contemptuously. "Still not interested in my offer?" "I don't do that kind of thing," Trisha shot back, a sneer evident in her voice. "Bondage is for used-up has-beens trying to stay relevant." She started forward. Lara did not move. Trisha stopped right in front of her, highlighting the difference in height, looks and threat. They appeared to lock gazes, and the redhead began shivering. "If you say so," Lara finally replied. She smiled and stepped to the side, no longer blocking the doorway. "Keep in touch, Trish." The undoubtedly younger actress fled, well, more wobbled away, almost stumbling over her 6-inch heels. The raven-haired vampire watched her go with a satisfied smirk, unusually satisfied for getting one over a normal human. Exit scene. It must be difficult to be the center of the universe. She turned to the director. "Good afternoon, Arturo." Her gaze swept over to Harry, who had instinctively stepped between his employer and the probably not exactly friendly vampire. "Oh?" she asked, voice creeping into his ears like fingers running up his spine. "Who is this alert guard dog?" Her eyes swept over him slowly, starting from his shoes and trailing up to his dark sunglasses. Everything about her, from her dress, to her mannerism and her speech, was calculated for allure, designed to short out the higher brain function of any male, and some females, with the pulse she came across. Harry was not immune. "Your sister is hotter." There was a beat, Arturo letting out a confused grunt, having stopped just short of speaking. Lara's smooth mask cracked for a moment, a confusing mixture of emotions swirling across her features, a combination of womanly offense, familial concern, sisterly amusement, and maternal pride. "Harry!" Arturo exclaimed, "Inari is only a child." "Well, yeah, but when did he bring up Inari? Ah crap." "Oh come now, Arturo," Lara drawled. "She is an adult now. Why, she's even old enough to perform here if she chooses to." "What?" "Lara," the director interrupted indignantly, like a disappointed uncle chastising his niece. A bit ironic since she was much older than him. "I doubt Inari choose that," Harry cut in quickly. "She's here because she wants to help if someone else gets hurt." "Oh," the vampire asked archly, a slight threatening edge to her voice. "You know my cute little sister well." Harry shrugged. "We share a few mutual friends, and I did have a nice chat with her today." "No, Mrs. Sexy Vampire, he was not after her little sister." She narrowed her eyes at him, a smoldering look that was as alluring as it was concerning. "You better not harm even a hair on her head." "Lara," Arturo called, waving his hand disarmingly, "Harry and Inari saved Giselle's life this morning, he isn't going to try anything like that. Obviously. It would take a special kind of messed up person to want to hurt Inari." My little sister is a brave little thing, isn't she?" Lara crooned, a proud smile lighting up her face. "So precocious." That was a bit of an understatement. At their age, Harry hadn't had any idea what to do with his life, even if he was getting some much-needed guidance from Ebenezer McCoy, his first proper mentor. Tania and Inari were already business owners, even if they had quite a lot of help getting set up from their family. "That is true," Genesis said. "I do not think there are many young women who are as kind as she is, but also bold enough to take charge when it is needed." Lara laughed affectionately, a surprisingly genuine sound, even if it still sent pleasant shivers down Harry's spine. "If I did not know better, Arturo, I might think you have your eyes on her yourself." She strode forward, and Harry turned to watch both of them. The middle-aged director scoffed, any man would be lucky to find a woman with her spirit, let alone her looks. The vampire raised a delicate eyebrow. "Oh? Has old age granted you wisdom? Do you now see that a woman's charm is more than merely skin deep?" Interesting, either the older Raith didn't know about Joan, or she was pretending not to. She was lined up for this opening way too early for it to be a coincidence. Harry knew that Lara Raith was usually busy, at least, that was what Tania and Inari's description of her would suggest. Supposedly, she was also Lord Raith's right hand, so for her to be able to drop everything and help Arturo in this role, it was much more likely that she was involved somehow. HMMPH, Arturo grunted. I have learned that the hard way, 3 times over. Lara gave him a pleasant smile. Well then, how about you make use of your newfound wisdom and remember to take your medication? Yes, Genus sighed, I should probably do that, no. Well then, Lara urged gently, gesturing to the door, why don't we do that? You've had a stressful day, is it not better to take a breath before continuing again? Arturo nodded, starting towards the door. He paused, frowned in thought, then shook his head, setting his cigar down on the desk. You have a point. Harry followed after them, but Arturo held up a hand. I don't need protection from pills, Harry, he said with a slight grin, please, keep my people safe. I promise I don't bite, Lara quipped with a sly grin. That was almost certainly a lie, both figuratively and literally, and Harry didn't think it was a good idea to leave a White Court vampire alone with his employer, not that he could really throw stones here. I'll go back to doing my rounds, he replied. If they happened to always result in him lingering around Genesa, well that was just a coincidence. The director and the vampire starlet went and joined the various other crew members preparing the shoot. Harry posted up at the front door, checking off the remaining employees as they arrived, before again walking a circuit of the warehouse, occasionally looming in the background. Quite a few of the crew members gave him nervous looks, and Harry had to admit that Tania had a point about presentation. Then again, he wasn't trying to scare the crew, though if standing there in a suit did manage to intimidate the Strega enough that they stopped killing people, that would work too. As it turned out, filming pornography looked a lot more awkward in process than the finished product. Though that was true of movies in general, especially for any scene that called for passion. Repeated stops and restarts were already awkward enough, not to mention pretending to be intimate with a coworker while everyone was watching. It must have been worse for Inari, given her big sister was involved. Harry didn't really blame her for taking Mouse on walks as an excuse to occasionally leave the studio. True to the twins' prediction, Harry could not spot any attempts by Trisha or Lara to direct the curse, as they were, otherwise preoccupied. There had been a delay as the former tried to pull some sort of leaving stunt, which could be a cover, but that seemed unlikely. Of course, that didn't mean they weren't involved at all, especially since he had noticed traces of dark magic on the redhead. It was also possible the window for casting the curse had passed for the day. Harry checked the chalk circle as he did his rounds. It remained intact, surprisingly. Even with Arturo telling his confused crew not to disturb it, he had expected someone to accidentally smudge it. It seems that having a superstitious client could work in his favor sometimes. The shoots moved from set to set, one for a bar, another for an alley, and one for a bedroom. Harry couldn't say he was exactly an expert in that kind of thing, but seeing Arturo give directions for that scene from behind a camera was weird to say the least. Fortunately for his own sanity, he had a good excuse not to stare, especially not at the soul-sucking vampire. Sometime after the shoot began, Harry noticed Inari fishing her phone out of her pocket and frowning at the contact number. She then stepped away from the set, Mouse cheerfully bouncing after her. It didn't seem like she was looking forward to the call, so Harry followed her out of the studio. It was about time to continue his circuit anyways. He felt a little bad about intruding on her privacy, but he had a sneaking suspicion just who was calling. No, father, she said, bingo. I'm fine. Lord Raith said something over the line, to which Inari sighed. Of course I'll be careful. She knelt down to pet Mouse, who stared up at her intently, eyeing her phone suspiciously. No, not really, she frowned, I didn't think you'd think this was a good place to look. Harry checked the front door, making sure it was still locked, while keeping an ear on the conversation around the corner. It didn't sound like anything really relevant to the curse, but he couldn't help clenching his fists. Fathers were supposed to protect their children, not try to twist them into monsters. Inari let out a laugh, though not with her usual cheer. I'm only 18, father. I'm not going to become a spinster anytime soon. Not to mention none of you are married anyways. She paused, of course I have a lot of guy friends, most of them are genuine too. Another pause. Well, they're all special in their own way. It sounded like a pretty normal conversation a father with a recently grown daughter would have, but Harry knew it was more sinister than that. He also noticed that Inari wasn't telling him anything concrete. That wasn't that strange for a girl embarrassed by her father's question about her romantic life, but with the surprising insightfulness she'd shown earlier, Harry was beginning to suspect that Inari was being deliberate. Okay. Sure, I'll do that. Take care. She scoffed as Harry rounded the corner again, hey. I didn't write those rules. Maybe you just need different dice. She shook her head and hung up with a sigh, scratching Mouse's back as the puppy crawled around in her lap. Inari glanced up at the wizard, setting Mouse back on the floor. The puppy bounced over to Harry and bumped his head into his shoe. He squatted down to give the small dog a pat on the head. "Family matter?" Harry asked. The white sheep of the Raith family shrugged her shoulders, springing smoothly to her feet. "I guess," she sighed. "I don't really get it. My father keeps asking me whether I've got a boyfriend, which I guess isn't that weird." She frowned, making a face similar to Tania's look of annoyance, yet distinctly Inari in how open it was. "What's weird is that he's pushing me to find one, and he doesn't seem to care who it is." Harry grit his teeth, feeding Mouse a treat to distract from his anger. He had lost his own father while he was young, but that was better than having an old monster like Lord Raith as a parent. Tania had been hesitant to explain their family situation to her twin, since their family preferred their children to stumble into their nature blindly, probably so they could be more easily manipulated. The turned twin was probably right that letting Inari know would put her in danger from the old bastard, but it looked like it was happening anyways. "Oh, sorry," Inari apologized. "I heard you never really got to know your parents. Must sound a little ungrateful for me to be complaining about the one I got, right? Especially since they're so rich." She looked a bit like a kicked puppy, which made Harry even angrier. The twins didn't deserve the bastard of a father they had. He shook his head. "Nah, I can't really relate, but from what Tania told me, your dad can be a bit evil. Controlling." Harry picked Mouse up and handed him to her. "That should help." "He's not." Inari frowned, taking the puppy again. "Yeah, I guess a golden cage is still a cage." She inclined her head towards the studio. "Don't you think it's weird that all my older siblings don't strike out on their own? Especially since most of them have got quite a bit of money to themselves. Family's important, I guess." Harry would like to think he would care about his family, had he had one. But aside from Mouse and Mr., the closest would have been Susan, and that was not going to improve anytime soon. Tania was Tania. Inari looked at him glumly. "Yeah, I think so too, but I know what that should look like, and it isn't my family, it only flows one way." She let Mouse nibble on her fingers, the puppy trying his best to cheer her up. "I really shouldn't complain, should I? For some reason, father was always pretty hands-off with me and Tania, compared to our older sisters." She frowned, and Mouse whined insistently, before he yawned, pink little tongue lolling. Inari smiled slightly at the sleepy puppy, but it looked like his efforts had not done that much. "He doesn't like Tomas for some reason." "Tomas?" Harry still had no idea why Inari liked pronouncing her family's names differently, but it's not like he could really judge. On a more serious note, he also had no idea what he was supposed to say to help a teenage girl with perfectly reasonable daddy issues. Where was Michael when he needed him for this stuff? "Actually, can't say I'm the best person for this kinda stuff," Harry said, rubbing the back of his head. "My mom died when I was born and dad died when I was 6. "Oh, I'm sorry," Inari whispered. "I knew your parents had passed away, but I didn't know it was that early. How did you make do?" Harry shrugged. "I was in an orphanage for a bit, before someone took me in." He snorted. He wasn't the best person, understatement of the year, but eventually I did end up with someone who cared. "That sounds pretty rough," Inari commented, eyes gazing up at him concernedly. It didn't always feel that bad," Harry waffled. "Probably because I didn't really know what I was missing." "Is ignorance really bliss?" the unknowing baby vampire asked softly. Harry almost choked. "I don't really know," he growled, shaking his head to try and throw off old feelings about missing family. "Maybe ask Michael? He's a better person to ask than me. I'm pretty messed up on that side." "Now don't be getting down on yourself, mister," Inari scolded gently. "If you're out here helping keep people safe, I'd say you managed to not get that messed up. I'm getting paid to do this." She shrugged slightly, taking care not to disturb the dozing puppy in her arms. "Sure, you've gotta make a living. But it's not like you're putting people in danger just so you can make money, right? You could probably make a lot more money doing those psychic consultation things." Harry frowned at the thought. He kind of doubted people would be that eager to listen to a scruffy-looking man, even if he was pretty good at getting a read on people, magic or not. "Don't think I'd be that good at that." Inari chuckled lightly. "All right, maybe that wasn't the best example," she looked up at him again, "but you run into danger a little too eagerly for someone just interested in money." Harry didn't meet her eyes. He didn't think a soul gaze with Inari would be bad, probably the complete opposite, but the thought of her seeing into his soul, he didn't really want her to see that. "Anyways," she chirped, "you're right, this isn't the kind of thing I should try working through all by myself. I've never been that good at that." A smile spread across her face. "Thanks for listening, Mr. Dresden." She nodded at the puppy sleeping in her arms. Harry waved her off. "You can hold on to him, I'm going to be walking around too much." Inari grinned, then walked off. Harry went back to his circuit. As it turned out, the film industry indeed had different hours. There were a few other actors that showed up late. They were a bit upset about being locked out, but they all shut up when they saw Harry. After a while, it became clear that the plan was to keep filming until they were done, however long that would take. At least they ordered food for dinner, though the delivery man was also slightly spooked by him. Whatever snobs from New York might say, Chicago-style deep dish was proper pizza. Though as tasty as it wasn't as good as some of the stuff Tania, or even Harry himself made. Guess that's the difference between food cooked specifically for your own palate and food designed for general consumption. A few people had gone out to dinner instead, including Inari. Lara looked miffed she hadn't been invited. The food she had must have been pretty good, since she came back looking a bit more like her usual cheerful self. Harry kept a close eye on the other employees leaving and returning. He noticed one car parked across the street in an empty parking lot, even though there were still spaces left in the studio's lot. Hadn't that car been parked in their parking lot after lunch? Even curiouser, Inari didn't know who the car belonged to when he asked her. Harry actually went and checked the car, but there was no one inside. Perhaps it was nothing. If you wanted to hide, this wasn't a very good way of going unnoticed. He still kept an eye on it during his rounds, but it became harder to get a good look once the sun set and it got darker. As it got later and later, the atmosphere in the studio became more strained. Trixie Vixen stormed off the set after yelling first at Joan, and then at Inari when the younger girl tried to defuse the situation. Harry hadn't needed to exactly escort her off the premises, but he made sure to loom disapprovingly as she left. Guess he had found one type of person who could stay angry at Inari. Maybe that particular redhead actually didn't have a soul. Mouse was curled up in a towel, sleeping in the director's chair. Maybe it was Inari's idea, or maybe Arturo liked dogs a lot too. The director seemed unaffected by the fatigue clear in the rest of his crew, deciding to direct the latest scene while standing. Inari had a point. Had Harry not known Lara was a White Court vampire or Lord Raith's family policy, he would have also found it a bit strange the older Raith daughter was in this kind of career to begin with. Harry checked the second floor again as it drew closer to midnight. There was no one here, since everyone was downstairs. That window had not been open earlier. He glanced outside. There was a tree that could allow someone to clamber into the building through the window. Finger marks on the outside of the window. Damn it! Harry flicked on the flashlight he got from Joan, sweeping it across the dressing room where the lights still didn't work and reaching out with his senses. Nothing, they must have moved on. He marched down the stairs, doing his best not to appear agitated, even as he glanced around cautiously. Harry checked the offices, nothing. Side rooms, nothing. The set would be where an intruder would want to go to direct the curse, but shouldn't they have been noticed? He walked onto the set, where it seemed like they were wrapping up a scene. Reaching out with his senses, Harry began a search around the studio. He recognized everyone around the set. He checked the more out-of-the-way places in case someone was hiding in the shadows. A dark figure suddenly moved in one of the corners of the warehouse. Hey! Stop right there! Harry yelled at them, aiming his flashlight in their direction, but they were too fast, ducking down a hallway. Harry rushed after them, only to see the main door begin swinging shut. These warehouse doors did not lock from the inside so employees did not get trapped, which made sense, but was a bit inconvenient at the moment. He chased the figure into the night. Not the smartest thing to do, but he would not let the curse go on, damn it. This day had proven rather frustrating, Tania mused as she guided her motorcycle back towards her place of residence. It was difficult to get official documents about someone without a clear reason, and while she had found some information she had not been aware of, she had been unable to dig up legal documentation about his marital plans. Even more frustrating, the clerk had seemed to seriously consider handing them over, before his supervisor came and yelled at him. Now, Tania did not exactly begrudge the woman for doing her job, but it was rather inconvenient. She had instead spent an annoyingly long time at the library trying to work through the confusing contract Mr. Genessa had with his employees and former employer, as well as the ones he had with his former wives. Tania pulled to a stop at red light, mentally scoffing at the thought again. She wasn't quite sure if that contract had actually been legally binding, as it looked like it was mostly Silver Light Studios using their influence to threaten blacklisting. What was the point of alienating so much talent? There needed to be a change in management. She smelled rot. The young vampire leapt off her bike and threw herself to the side as some unseen force slammed into the motorcycle and hurled it sparking onto the sidewalk. She sprang to her feet, hand on her gun, sharp silver eyes following her hunger's focus on a distortion. The air parted like a veil, revealing a walking corpse of a woman dressed in what a Renaissance European noble might have been buried in. A pleased grin spread across the creature's pallid features, revealing yellowed and decayed teeth. Not again. Why, such a lively little granddaughter. An. Here's what was once the other half of the previous chapter. Thanks again to Thierpox and Obloquy for their help beta reading. Obloquy has a FIC of their own, Serenity Malfoy and the Hogwarts education, if any of you find Sailor Moon mixed with Harry Potter an interesting idea. Chapter 10, Unwanted Attention. Chapter Text. A question of descent. Whoever he was chasing was fast. Harry was not the most athletic person out there, but he had a solid exercise regimen and could run flat out for no small distance. This guy was still faster. Unfortunately for them, the mad dash didn't look planned out, they lost time picking directions. It also helped that Harry had a lot of experience in Chicago foot chases, even if he had often been on the other end. He hounded the figure through the sporadically lit industrial park, feet pounding on the pavement. This was a bad idea, the further he went, the further from help, but he needed answers, damn it. Harry's quarry sprinted along the side of one of the warehouses and planted his right foot to turn. He slipped on loose gravel, his feet collapsing from under him and sending him to the ground. But that was not the end of the chase, he sprung up from the ground like some sort of gymnast, righting himself again. Harry slammed into him, the slight delay giving him just enough time to close. The wizard threw his weight against the figure, toppling them both to the ground. The impact almost winded Harry, and judging by the masculine grunt his target let out, they were not better off. He tried to rise, Harry slammed his arm into the guy's back, trying to pin him down. He moved. Harry hit him again. He twisted with sudden force, throwing Harry to the ground and leapt up again, sprinting across the pavement towards a tall chain-link fence. Harry scrambled after him, hoping to pull him down as he climbed up the fence. His target leapt 4 or 5 feet and climbed upwards smoothly. Well, there went that idea. He reached out his left hand and called on his magic. Tracked Forcer. An invisible hand of force grasped out and pulled. The chain-link section snapped off its frame and the figure let out a startled yelp as the fence section fell backwards on top of him. Harry stumbled as the spell lurched him forward, Newton's third law and everything. He reached for his blasting rod and cursed. He must have left it in his bag. The figure threw off the chain-link section with a grunt of exertion and stumbled to his feet. Harry's hand grasped at his waist. Oh right, he had a gun. Freeze. The figure froze, and Harry could dimly see him raise his hands. Aw crap, he must have dropped the flashlight. Whoa, Jesus Christ, Harry. It's me. Thomas blurted out. Harry tightened his grip on the gun, growling at the vampire. Dresden, what the hell are you doing? It's me. Thomas. Harry grit out sharply. I know your family's involved with Arturo's business. Just what the hell are you playing at? I told you he was a friend. Thomas shot back. Of course we're involved. Not the same thing as Genesis slipping your leash. Harry growled, keeping his handgun pointed center mass at the wraith. I was willing to give you the benefit of the doubt because of your sister, but now I catch you here at the site of the crime. Explain. What? Thomas sounded genuinely confused. I was keeping an eye on things just like you were. That didn't really help his case. Were you guiding the curse? Harry asked quietly through gritted teeth. The vampire would hear him. No. Thomas retorted. I had nothing to do with that. So you do know more than you told me. Harry willed his pentacle to light up, casting Thomas's concerned face in silvery glow. Harry. Shut up. Harry pointed his gun at Thomas's face. Here's a strong reason to explain just what your family's planning for Genesa. A prickling sensation crept up his spine and the hairs on the back of his neck stiffened. The sound of a gun being drawn came from behind him. Lara's unsettling, alluring voice followed shortly after. Here are 2 to reconsider. Tania ripped her pistol out of its holster faster than a normal human, but it was not enough. The thing moved, crossing the distance in an instant, its dead hand lashed out, hammering into the rotating shield Tania conjured via her makeshift clockwork orb and flinging her to the side. Tania fired as she fell, the Korth revolver shattering the quiet of the night, sending a 0.44 round tearing through the undead creature's shoulder. Damn. Off-center. It staggered, but Black Court vampires were not so easily stopped. Tania cursed as she hit the ground and sprung back to her feet, just in time for the thing to send her flying again. Pain spiked in Tania's skull as her shield wavered from the impossibly heavy blow, but she grit her teeth, holding on to the spell so it mitigated her impact with the pavement. Industrious too. The thing crooned patronizingly. So young yet already expanding thy skill at the art, meager as it might be. Why was it talking like it was some proud relative? Tania rose to her feet, slower this time. The night suddenly grew clearer as she and her hunger joined in one accord. The thing seemed content to speak, apparently certain that the younger vampire was no threat. Oh, this is quite fortuitous. The thing smirked, idly strolling forward. One of Lord Raith's little ones, under my wing. Her gun trained on the monologuing creature, Tania slipped her hand into her pocket, pressing the emergency call button on her own Nokia. There is no revenge quite so sweet as suborning the children of one's foes, no. The thing grinned, stretching her hand out towards the young wraith. Tania fired. Once. Twice. She strafed to the right as a bolt of sickly energy shot from the creature's hand. One of her shots passed through the bolt and decayed into motes of dust. The other hit center mass. Blocked by the creature's own barrier. Skies, a vampire wizard. Now, the thing spoke, children should respect their elders. Tania felt her body lock up, the words drilling into her mind. Her finger refused to pull the trigger again. The thing continued forward languidly, idly lifting the wreck of her motorcycle in curiosity. Her legs refused to move. It turned what passed for its face towards the younger vampire, and Tania felt ice churn in her gut at the soulless eyes glinting with old malice. You shan't be naughty, will you, dear child? Hey, Lara's voice was hot. Not the time, Harry. What nice guns you've got there, Miss Romany. Or is it MRS? Harry drawled, trying not to let his concern show. It was not a good idea to push the elder Raith. Why, thank you. Lara replied pleasantly, as if they weren't in the middle of a sort of standoff. You could say they are some real money makers. But, more importantly, her voice lowered to a cutting edge, what exactly do you plan to do with your little gun? Her voice was still really distracting. If you put it down, you can call me whatever you want. If you don't. Oh, come in, Lara, Thomas called, we were just talking. He has you at gunpoint and you say you're just chatting. Lara asked skeptically, her voice sounding closer, even if Harry had barely heard footsteps. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Thomas yelled, waving his hands in emphasis. Look, can we just all calm down and discuss this like normal people? Lara tsked, a sound of almost maternal disapproval. Now, when you say things like that, I find myself having a hard time believing my little brother isn't as stupid as he seems. Thanks, sis. Thomas deadpanned. He didn't seem about to run off, so Harry looked over his shoulder. How the heck did she catch up to them in heels? Oh right, sexy vampire. Her being dressed in just a coat thrown haphazardly over black lacy things didn't help. Did Tania look like that? Harry winced as the silver rope bit into his wrist. Now I'm confused. Thomas was lurking in the corner and you don't have a problem with it. I respect your dedication to your job, Lara drawled lazily, her red lips tilted in a slight grin that didn't reach her silvery eyes, but please cease threatening my brother, or I will not be so polite. What guarantee do I have that you won't just shoot me if I do that? Harry pushed a bit of his will into his watch, starting up the shield just in case. I'd kind of appreciate it if you both point those things somewhere else. Thomas commented idly. Lara sighed, relaxing her stance slightly. Fine. Harry barked, pushing power into his shield and stepping to the side. He lowered his gun slightly, no longer pointed at Thomas, but still at the ready in case he needed to aim at either of them. Lara likewise lowered her guns, they were small, for easy concealment, but they would kill Harry just fine. Now then, Mrs. Lady of the Night, Harry growled, eyes glancing between the two vampires, care to explain what you're trying to pull with this setup? If she was unconcerned with the curse, it was even more likely Lord Raith had something to do with it. Lara looked at him carefully. Empty night, she cursed. You're Harry Dresden. I really should have known. It was probably the sunglasses. Harry quipped, but internally he frowned. Sure, he had a reputation, but as flattering as that reaction could be, he didn't think he was worth that kind of response. Harry, this is my oldest sister, Lara. Thomas introduced. A pleasure. Lara said, looking ready to put Harry under the gun again. I suppose I should not be surprised Arturo looked for help, but it is quite inconvenient that he found you. Wait. Thomas interrupted. Lara, don't kill him. I would not deprive our little sisters of their wizard friend without due cause, Lara replied icily, looking no less prepared to attack, but his presence is unacceptable. This is an internal matter. Ah, hell's bells, the Wraiths were behind it. But then why? Do I really count as external, if one of you brought me in on this? Lara's eyes widened slightly. Explain. Hey, Tania was better at the glaring thing. Harry turned his head deliberately towards Thomas. I'm still waiting for my own explanation. Thomas, brother. You know Arturo is protective of his people. Thomas decidedly non-answered, his stance tense, coiled like a snake ready to strike. Lara frowned, shock and relief, warring on her statuesque features. You brought him in on this. Thomas grunted intelligently. Just what are you playing at? Harry growled. Hiring me to stop a curse when you're the ones firing it. Lara's jaw dropped. Thomas, you're entering the game now. Thomas rubbed the back of his neck with a wince. Looks like it. Harry glanced back and forth between the two Wraiths as their family politics came to the surface. Ah, hell's bells, what had he gotten himself into this time? He'll kill you. Lara spat. And worse, you haven't gotten near enough strength to defeat him. You don't even have an external base. Tania has more independent assets than you do. Well, that depends. Thomas replied. That didn't sound all that certain. On what? On where the other members of the house choose to stand. Lara let out a bark of laughter. Do you really think any of us would take your side over his? Thomas shrugged. Inari would, and Tania would back her. They are not like us. Lara cut him off dismissively. Not yet. Wait, she didn't know. Just a thought, Thomas demurred, but I know you've got more of an eye on the throne than you let on. Lara glared, but Thomas continued before she could speak. Think about it, if I win, it'll be a lot easier for you to take charge. If I lose, you can blame me and get away smelling clean. How could they have missed that? How calculating of you. Lara commented. Have you been reading Machiavelli? Could Tania really be that good at hiding things? With Justine, at night. Real romantic there, Thomas, your girlfriend/sandwich must really appreciate it. Lara stilled, lips pursed pensively, a bit like Tania when she worried about her twin. This is most unwise. But your timing could not have been worse. Our position is already insecure, Lara continued, internal divisions now would spell the end of us. The Malvera and the Scavies won't hesitate if they smell blood. Even the de Rossi could turn on us. Wait. Oh. Dad's losing it. Thomas pressed. He's not been right for decades. He's getting senile and it's not long before the other families make a move, and we'll go down with him. You don't know him like I do. Lara cautioned. Do you know how many brothers and sisters I've heard say that? They are all dead. They tried going against him alone. Thomas countered, as if he had someone in his corner. I'm suggesting we try taking him on together. Lara snapped her arms up, one gun pointed at Harry's head, the other at Thomas's. Harry focused on his shield bracelet, a faint blur appearing in his vision as a barrier formed between him and the vampire. I have always been fond of you, little brother, but father already suspects you, and excuses won't save me. Thomas tensed. We don't have to do this, Lara. Killing you brings me no joy. Then don't. And leave you to his mercies. Thomas, I love you, brother, almost like a son. I have some principles. No wonder Tania and Inari were so desperate for a real family. Thomas blinked and Lara's head snapped over to Harry, eyes blazing silver. Ah, shit, did he say that out loud? Lara. Thomas called, a sliver of command in his voice. Lara swayed a bit on her feet. We can still talk. I'm afraid all you can say is goodbye, little brother. What a lovely family. Same to you, wizard. Her arms stilled, steadying her guns, features calm and resolute. Where have all the good men gone? Harry's phone rang. Fuck. Tania. Tania snarled, her hunger growling in frustration. Her finger still wouldn't budge. The remains of her motorcycle sparked. Tania flicked her gun left and fired. Fire bloomed as the fuel tank ruptured, and the thing yelled in surprise as it was doused in burning gasoline. Tania fired again. The thing shouted a word and the flames died out as a wave of frost coated the creature, the bullet impacting uselessly against a barrier once again. Naughty it is then. It grinned. The black cord rushed forward in the blink of an eye, arm lashing out with a clawed hand. Tania dodged to the side, drawing her knife and striking towards the creature's heart. The thing spoke another strange word and Tania found herself launched again through the air. Instincts from another life twisted physics to her benefit and she landed on her feet, even as pain split her skull like knives. Blood trickled from her nose. As suited as her current brain was for mathematics, perfectly calculating spell formulae on the fly was still beyond her, at least, not without strain. The creature laughed, an ugly, corrosive sound that made Tania's hackles rise. Ah, the brazenness of youth. Tania had one more bullet. The manners of today leave much to be desired. It would have to count no time to reload. As much force as the specialty round could pack, the thing could still absorb much of the impact with its shield, not to mention its undead fortitude. Well, art thou willing to listen to grandmother? Tania brushed a scraped knuckle against her left earring, smearing a small amount of blood from the closing abrasion onto the silver cross. She should not have let Inari pick. Her skin glowed a pale silver as her hunger drank life eagerly and warmth flooded her veins, spreading from her ear through her head, chasing away the migraine, before shooting down her spine. Her vision sharpened again, as did her thoughts. Scrapes closed, fresh skin replacing torn. Bruises cleared, the ruptured blood vessels resealing. A cracked rib snapped back into place, and her tendons pulled taut with inhuman strength, their union pushing her body beyond normal limits. This thing had counters so far, but could it cover all its weaknesses? Her hunger roared between her ears and Tania moved. Harry was no stranger to hairy situations, you could say his whole life was a hairy situation, and if there was one thing he had learned from all that experience, it was that things could always get worse. such as chasing an intruder resulting in a gunfight with a vampire in lingerie like some weird stripper version of OK Corral. Thomas snarled and darted towards one of the warehouses, producing his own pistol. Was that a Sig Sauer? Lara shot first. Then Harry. Then Thomas. A cacophony of sound exploded across the industrial park, the staccato retorts of 4 separate handguns sounding through the lot. Harry missed. He wasn't that bad of a shot, but Lara was inhumanly fast, and his own frantic dodging made aiming more difficult. Thomas had slightly better luck, plugging holes into her coat and knocking it from her shoulders. Lara's aim was deadly. 2 rounds deflected off of Harry's shield, lighting up in a flash of blue-white energy. A third whizzed past him, smashing into the warehouse wall behind him. With 2 bloody thumps, Thomas got hit, 1 round knocking his leg from under him, the other striking him square in the chest. Lara's falling coat interfered with her aim for a moment forcer, giving the wizard an opening. The pavement cracked and burst under the elder Wraith's feet, smashed apart by a dart of force launched from Harry's ring. She kept her footing, almost seeming not to stumble, but her next volley missed. Vampiric reflexes or not, stripper heels did not make for a stable firing platform, especially on suddenly uneven ground. Harry rushed over to Thomas, putting himself and his shield between the downed vampire and his gunslinging sister. Seeing that she couldn't penetrate the barrier, Lara slunk away into the night behind some industrial equipment, lurking for a better opportunity. "You all right, Thomas?" Harry asked urgently, keeping his eyes peeled for the other vampire. Funny how hostilities could change so quickly. He switched to powering a rotating shield. It wasn't as strong, but he didn't know where the shot would come from. Thomas took a while to reply. "Doesn't feel like it." "Ow. Well, you've been shot, so pain is actually kind of a good sign." If he didn't feel anything, then he would probably be a goner. "Real encouraging." Thomas gasped out in a half-laugh. Yeah, can you walk?" "Don't think so." Thomas panted. "Hurts to breathe, can't feel my leg." Harry glanced down at his injured friend, and winced. Thomas was bleeding profusely from a wound in his leg and in his chest, but luckily there didn't look to be spurts of arterial blood. White court were tougher than humans, but severe bleeding could still kill them. Thomas could recover from this, but that would take time they didn't have. "Just sit tight," Harry said, reaching out with his senses, seeking any indication of where Lara was hiding. "At least until I know where she went." "Stay in place." Thomas gasped. "That's what you do when you're a lost kid. We'll be sitting ducks." "Can you still shoot?" Harry asked sharply, trying to keep the injured vampire focused. "Badly, why?" "So we can compromise. I walk, you shoot." Thomas let out a huff of laughter, but broke into wet, painful coughing, blood dribbling from his lips. "Damn!" Harry cursed, crouching down and trying to steady Thomas into a sitting position. "C'mon, you'd better leave." "I'll make do." "Shut up," Harry retorted, checking over Thomas's injuries as best he could. He found the chest wound, and his hand was covered with blood for the second time today. "Here," he directed Thomas's hand to the wound. "Keep pressure on it." "I can't do that and haul you." "Forget about that," Thomas rasped. "Just, get out of here. She'll just be able to, off us both." Harry snorted. "Right, 2 pairs of eyes are better than 1. I can hold a shield. Not much use, if you can't hit back. Get out, call the cops, then come back for me." "Fat chance." Harry shot back. Most likely, the only thing keeping Lara at bay right now was the threat Harry's magic posed. Harry dragged Thomas's left arm over his shoulders, hauling the injured man to his feet. From the sounds of protest, it was rather painful. Thomas's breath hitched and Harry felt him lock up. "Come on," Harry grunted, "you've got one good leg, help me out." "Just go." Thomas sounded hollow, voice almost ghostly. "I can't." "Don't give me that. Shut up and move." Harry began walking as fast as he could towards the nearest corner, channeling his will into his shield watch, ignoring the migraine spiking in his temple. The watch made keeping up the rotating shield easier, but it still caused a bigger headache than normal. Thomas would probably have been screaming if he had the air. The walk back was a lot slower than the chase there, and Thomas got progressively paler as they went, turning an almost ashen grey. He still had enough strength to take a step. Harry didn't know if Inari knew how to handle gunshot wounds. Running footsteps. A woman rounded the corner and Harry cursed, focusing his shield and hurriedly aiming his gun blonde hair. "Oh my god!" Inari gasped, skidding to a halt in front of them. "Thomas, what happened? Were you shot?" "Speak of the angel?" Thomas nodded as Harry set him on the ground gently. Inari cracked open her first aid kit for the second time that day and flicked on her keychain flashlight, hissing as she looked over his injuries. "There's an exit wound on the leg, not on your back." That's she furrowed her eyebrows as she pressed gauze to the hole in Thomas's chest. Why's your blood pink? A look of shock passed over Inari's face and she stilled for a second, before she shook her head and handed Harry another piece of gauze to staunch the bleeding from Thomas's leg. He's going to need a doctor, Inari said. There's probably fragments that need to be taken out. Wait, she did know how to treat gunshot wounds. Pink blood, not the time, Inari. The younger Wraith glanced over Thomas's gun, then at Harry's. She looked at the wizard, then at her brother, face tense with concentration. Who shot you? Step away from my siblings, Dresden. Hell's bells. Harry whipped around and found himself staring down Lara's guns again. What's going on? Inari's eyes zeroed in on her sister's guns, a horrified realization dawning on her face. Mr. Dresden here just assaulted our brother. Lara replied. Don't lie to me, Lara. Inari snapped, a cold edge to her voice, suddenly sounding like Tania on the hunt. If Harry hit him here with that gun, he'd be dead. Lara flinched, taken aback by her sweet little sister's hard eyes. Thomas managed to look poleaxed while almost bleeding out. Inari, please. Lara tried to salvage the situation, but Inari was not so easily deterred. Why did you shoot Thomas, Lara? The youngest Wraith growled, silver bleeding into her furious blue eyes. I thought we were family. Harry froze as a cold, slimy feeling snaked up his spine. 3 black court vampires seemed to appear out of the shadows, one moment nothing, the next there. One of them was the one-eared vampire Harry had slapped with a holy water balloon instead of paying his toll. The other 2 looked like dead teenagers, male and dressed for their own funeral. They couldn't have been dead long, they looked too intact. Dried blood caked their mouth and throat and their eyes were glassy, lifeless things. Inari gasped, eyes widening in fear, one hand clutching her crucifix that would actually be pretty useful. Lara hissed, raising her guns at the new arrivals and turning slowly so she could keep an eye on each of them in turn. Well, we meet again, wizard, One Ear rasped, and what luck. 3 whites too. How delicious. A dark fog of black magic began to form. The Malakio. Ah, shit. Midnight and noon. Did the mirror not work? No, they were outside, it must be targeting one of them. Shall we? The Black Court vampire asked, probably rhetorically. Sorry Tania, but the hero's in danger of his own tonight. Tania fired the last bullet in her revolver, the explosive round bursting a fire hydrant open like a fountain, spraying the thing with a jet of water. Running water. It screamed in pain and surprise, jerking away from the hydrant. Tania impacted the creature, lifting it off its feet and toppling them back under the water's flow. Water interfered with magic, at least mortal magic, and she guessed it might affect the vampire's wizardry too. At the very least, it kept it flailing wildly instead of casting a spell. Attention split between getting away from the deluge and striking the younger vampire. Tania ducked and weaved, launching a flurry of blows with her knife and using her now empty gun as a bludgeon. But the thing was old, and thus no fool. Even under furious assault and suffering from a bane, it did not allow Tania a strike at its heart, letting her bury the knife in its arm and using its greater strength to rip it from her grasp. The spurting water hindered Tania as well, the mist obscuring her vision, as sharp as it was. The young Wraith found herself on the pavement again, blinking stars from her vision as pain lanced up her chest from the blow. The creature laughed as it strode into her vision, visage even more ghastly, strips of dead flesh sloughing off from the water. Clever child, it crooned, but be not so keen to suffer discipline. Tania tried to stand. The thing hauled her up by the throat, slamming her against a brick wall, the impact knocking the wind out of her lungs, and she was forced to gasp for air. Her cracked ribs made it painful. The chokehold even more so. Now, it whispered placatingly, a ghoulish smile on the remaining half of its face, no need to struggle, grandmother is here. Tania's left arm shot up, the thing was actually shorter than her, so she could actually reach its heart. Crack. Tania clamped down a scream as the thing snapped her wrist with its other hand, her spare knife falling limply from her grasp. Her vision blurred as it slammed her against the wall again. Such spirit. Curse it all. It still came down to this, yet again. But children should answer when a parent asks, no. It stared down at her with lifeless, roomy eyes filled with old malicious glee. It dug a clawed finger into Tania's arm, before dropping the limb, letting it fall painfully to her side. It brought a bloody finger to its mouth. Ah, such a wonderful taste. It grinned, half-dead flesh and half-naked teeth. I wonder, will your twin taste just as sweet? Kill. Oh. Finally something to say. It let up on its chokehold slightly. Maim. The thing frowned in confusion as Tania lifted her empty gun. Crescat Science NTIA, Vita Excolator. The phoenix engraved on the barrel glowed white, and light exploded from its business end. Burn. A shriek, a crack of air, and it was gone. Harry sighed. He really got into these situations far too often. At least this time he had planned ahead. He reached for his belt buckle, running a finger over the bear carved into the silver. It had taken quite some time to make this little trinket, it would have taken longer if Tania hadn't helped out. Harry grabbed the buckle and whispered, "Fortius." He let out a breath as vitality rushed through his system, washing away the aches and clearing the fog of fatigue from his brain. This was not like magic coffee, as Tania had put it. No, it was pure magic, the essence of life itself. Things suddenly didn't feel as bad, and Harry had hoped that they could get out of this mess just fine. He was still going to feel it later, as unlike for Tania, the life energy wouldn't actually heal the strain, but that didn't matter if he died now. On that matter. "Lara," Harry called, "I realize you've got a bit of unfinished business with me, but it looks like we've got a bit of a different problem at the moment." The elder succubus glanced at Thomas and then at Inari. "Agreed, Dresden. Common enemies, common goal, get her out of here. How much power do you have?" Harry stood, flexing his right hand. Really could have used his blasting rod, but his gun and magic would have to do, even without a focus. For all their threat, the vampires hadn't moved yet. Lara still kept a close eye on them, facing away from the wizard. Enough for this. Harry pushed power into his shield in preparation. Lara chanced a quick glance over her shoulder, a surprised look on her face. "Well then. Pax, shall we?" Harry nodded sharply. 24 hours. Done. Peachy. "What are these guys?" Inari asked sharply, a lot calmer than expected. "Got a knife?" Harry asked. "If you get a chance, make like Buffy." Tania usually carried a few knives, hidden under her tight clothes, not that Harry went looking for them, maybe Inari did too? Maybe prey. That kind of vampire, Inari muttered, a rather sharp-looking knife seeming to appear in her hand, was that some kind of twin skill? "We could really use running water." Her eyes flicked back and forth, tracking each of the vampires carefully. There probably wasn't much she could do, but at least she wasn't freaking out. Less encouraging was the dark, noxious energy of the curse swirling in a cyclone, smothering Harry's senses with a crushing, unpleasant sensation. He tried to focus, find where the curse was aimed at. It was a matter of survival now. His attempts to reflect it seemed to have failed, but as it so happened, there were a few acceptable targets conveniently available. Harry fingered his pentacle with his free hand nervously. "What are they standing around for?" "They're communicating with their master." Lara explained. "Didn't expect to get put on hold," Harry groused, wrapping his pentacle's chain around his fist. "Should we forcibly disconnect?" "No," Lara hissed. "They are watching us. Don't make a move, or they'll react. Time is our ally." Harry glanced at Thomas bleeding on the ground, his other senses tracking the cranking guillotine of the Malachio. His eyes flicked upwards, looking for a sign. "Not so sure about that, Mrs. Raith." The smallest of the vampires twitched, letting out a short screech of pain. Its glassy eyes swiveled around in their sockets like marbles for a moment before focusing and landing on Harry. It spoke, and Harry knew that voice. It wasn't the voice of a fresh raise. It was older, filled with cunning, viciousness and no small amount of glee, yet still somehow sounding feminine through the dry rasp. "Dresden," the voice called, and Raith's right hand. Raith's freakish get. And the apple of his other eye. What a fortunate night. "Other eye?" "Evening, Mavra." Harry replied. "I don't remember your hand being long enough to stick up a cadaver's ass. Did you get work done?" A choked laugh came from the ground. "Christ, Harry!" Thomas gasped. Harry glanced down. The pretty boy Raith still looked like hell, but he was awake, eyes focusing, if blearily. "Did you get drunk in the last 5 minutes somehow?" Harry grinned. "Something like that." The puppet vampire growled, somehow sounding a bit girly as Mavra projected her anger. Its voice pulsed with ill intent, echoing with agitated power. "There will be many debts settled this eve. Take them, my kindred, but leave the little one for last. I want to see if she is like her twin. Tania." The vampires rushed in. One ear leapt at Lara. Mavra's sock puppet went for Harry. The last one charged at Inari. They were fast, crossing the distance almost quicker than the eye could follow. Sock may have been fresh and clumsy, looks like Mavra's guidance only went so far, but Harry still almost lost track. He sidestepped, snapped his gun up and fired. Once. Twice. It shrieked in surprise as the bullets ripped into its back, falling to the ground, but it was not destroyed. Harry cursed, trying to hit a moving target in the heart was not as easy as movies made it look. A thump and a frustrated snarl. Harry glanced to see Inari's attacker face plant into the ground, tripping over her leg sweep. Unfortunately for the girl, the force of the impact sent her stumbling, so the thing was back on its feet before she could capitalize. Lara slid to the side gracefully. One of her heels snapped and she lost her footing. One eye slammed her to the ground in an instant. The succubus pressed a gun against her assailant and fired, sending one ear jerking back. It grabbed her arms and pinned them above her head with a snarl. Lara glowed silver as she kicked out with her feet, shoving against the mangled vampire. Why, you look lovely, and you'll be lovely still. Forzer. Harry punched out with his right hand, picturing one ear's skull like it was one of Tania's chew toys. The force dart struck the vampire in the side of the head, sending it reeling back and ripping off its other ear. Succubus Lara might be, a part of Harry still raged at seeing her hurt, soul-sucking monster or not. Lara ripped her arms out of its grasp and started to rise, kicking off her heels even as she fired one-handed. There was another thump and snarl as Inari kept up her game of keep away. Overhead, the curse stilled, the guillotine clicking into place at its zenith. Right over the older Wraith. They were out of time. Harry grabbed Lara's arm with his left hand. What are you doing? She hissed furiously, starting to pull away. Wait. Harry pulled on the curse. Magic entered through the left side, and the noxious energy of the curse entered his system, tearing at his insides like swallowing razor blades. It was wrong. Magic was supposed to be the energy of life, but Harry knew that wasn't the only source. This magic was made to kill, and it clawed at him violently. He fought it in turn, wrestling it into submission and chaining it with his will. The dark energy swirled within him, now controlled, if not exactly tamed. He looked towards No Ears. Sock flung itself at him with its arms, legs dragging awkwardly. Harry thrust his hand out, energy leaving from the right side. The vampire didn't react to the magic. Something fell from the sky and it was slammed to the ground with a startled shriek. A full frozen turkey crushed its spine between its shoulder blades, pinning it face down and leaving it twitching helplessly like a specimen in some deranged insect collection. Did that fall off a plane? There was a pause. Everyone stared. Vampire, wizard, or Inari, no one was prepared for this kind of foul play. Hey, God? Harry asked. Do you happen to have a spare piano? Lara flinched away from Harry with a pained moan whoops and fired her gun at No Ear's legs. Inari yelped in shock as the other vampire recovered quicker, shoving her face into the ground, decayed jaw aimed at the back of her neck. No. Thomas shouted, leaping from the ground, skin a pale silver, almost glowing in the night. He slammed into the undead monster, knocking it away from his sister, pummeling his fists into the vampire. Harry knew the thing was stronger, but Thomas had better technique. The wraith ducked a blow and heaved, hurling the corpse into the side of a warehouse, the force-shattering brick. The black court vampire fell to the ground, and a moment later, so did Thomas, skin returning back to his normal pale hue, his energy spent. Harry fired his fifth shot at No Ears, catching it in the sternum and staggering it. Lara fired, her shot smashing its knees, then its elbows as it collapsed to the ground. Thomas! Inari yelled, pushing herself up with a pained grimace. Lara fired again, blowing out No Ear's left eye. It wasn't going to have much of a face after this. Do you think you've won? It rasped. 'Tis merely a flesh wound. Your arm's off. Lara answered coldly. It will slow you down. No Ear snarled. I'll be after you in hours. The sun is bright this time of year, Lara sneered, goodbye. Her gun clicked empty. Was it just Harry, or was the older wraith having some performance issues tonight? The vampire Thomas had stunned leapt up and charged. Harry shouted out a warning, spinning up his shield and trying to block its path. The moving corpse hit his shield and the two were flung in different directions. Harry bounced on the pavement painfully, the strain shorting out the shield. The vampire hit the wall like Spider-Man and leapt at Lara in a zigzag motion. He pushed himself up into a crouch, feeling the energy from his belt buckle starting to ebb, just in time to see the vampire slam Lara to the ground, one bouncing her off some kind of industrial tank while No Ear chomped on her calf, keeping her from leaping clear. Tonight was not a good night for her to be working on her back so much. The black court vampires moaned excitedly, one flicking its unnaturally long tongue over pink blood seeping from Lara's injuries, while No Ear slithered up her body, undulating like some freakish worm, tongue trailing up her leg. Wraith's eldest daughter, an our betrayer. It hissed. Revenge is mine. Get off me. Lara growled weakly. She pushed against the vampire pinning her, to no avail. Mine. No Ear repeated, dead lips brushing over Lara's neck, seemingly savoring her panicked expression. Unhand my sister. Harry blinked as he heaved himself to his feet against the wall. The two vampires paused, head snapping around to see Inari standing firmly several feet from them, aiming Thomas's gun at them. There was an eerie calm on her face, a singular focus foreign to the energetic and sometimes scatterbrained young woman. Despite the blood trickling down her forehead, she didn't look afraid. Inari, run! Lara cried. The vampires laughed, a ragged, croaking sound. Don't worry, sweetie. No Ear chuckled. We'll be with you shortly. Inari raised the gun. Last chance. Where was she aiming? They weren't going to be intimidated by a handgun. The vampires scoffed and leaned towards Lara. Inari fired. There was a pinging sound. Whoosh. A torrent of water burst over Lara and the two corpses, rushing out from the ruptured pipe above them, pushed down by the pressure from the cooling tower on the roof of the building. The three vampires flailed in surprise, the vampires bursting away from the deluge in pain, flesh sloughing off in chunks. In your hands, O Lord, we humbly entrust our brothers and sisters. Light burst forth from the crucifix clutched in Inari's hand. In this life you embraced them with your tender love. No ears shrieked in pain and fear, fleeing into the night half drowned and half burned. Deliver them now from every evil and bid them eternal rest. The remaining Black Court vampires made no sound, silently dissolving into dust, leaving behind a frozen turkey and a sputtering, thoroughly wet Lara. Holy! It wasn't a piano, but Harry would take it. Definitely not the time to swear. Lara shot to her feet out of the water, stumbling on her injured leg even as it visibly started to heal. Her hair was plastered across her face and her lacy clothes were soaked, leaving little to the imagination. Her eyes glowed silver as her head whipped around, before she focused on Harry. Lara, are you okay? Inari rushed forwards, snatching up her first aid kit, ignoring her own scrapes and bruises. The glow faded from Lara's eyes, her glistening form dimming back to a still lovely, but more normal state. Where'd they go? She yelled, spinning her head wildly. They're gone for now, sis. Inari consoled, catching her older, but shorter sister as she slipped on the slick pavement. Inari? Lara asked, eyes wide in shock. What did you do? Inari smiled wanly. I could ask you the same, but I think we need to get out of here. Wait. Harry fished his battered phone from his pocket, dialing Tania's number frantically. Come on, come on. The dial tone sounded. Yes. It cut off. Shit. Lara and Inari glanced at him at his outburst. The older Raith raised an eyebrow at his phone. Inari frowned, fishing her own phone from her pocket. Lara looked to the turkey, then to Harry. We still have a truce, no? She asked. A gasp from Inari cut her off. No, Tania. What is it? Lara demanded, rounding on her little sister. Emergency call. The younger Raith replied despondently. No, Lara closed her eyes and slumped in defeat. Tania will be okay, Harry muttered, trying to reassure himself as much as his friend's sisters, she's tough. And smart. Wizard. Lara called resignedly, looking down first at Thomas prone on the ground, then to the distraught Inari. I cannot protect them. Help me. Please. The last word seemed to almost pain her. Damn his quixotic foibles. Lara was hungry, and thus a threat. Even if she would have trouble feeding on him, he really shouldn't let his emotions get the better of. Were those tears in her eyes? Or just the water? Crap. This was a terrible idea, but Tania would kill him if he left Inari alone to deal with this, and the younger twin wasn't exactly going to ditch her older siblings. Fine. Harry let out a breath. What do you have in mind? Thomas needs a doctor. Inari answered. I think you two need to go to the hospital. No, Lara disagreed, we will return home, and to the protection it offers. Are you sure? Inari asked tremulously, crouched down and checking over her prone brother. Yes. Lara replied. Our own doctor will be able to treat him. Inari bit her lip worriedly, but did not object further, peering intently at Thomas's wounds, which had already partly closed. All right, Harry interjected, I'll drop you off there, then go find Tania. Lara pursed her lips. I cannot offer you our family's protection if you go on your own. I will make some calls, but they will likely take some time. Time they did not have. They'll be too late, Harry growled, I'll just go find her without your help. He wasn't going to wait for whatever minions Lara had. Stars and stones, what a messed up family. An. Thanks to Easnell for the great artwork. Also thanks to Thierpox and Obloquy for beta reading. Also thanks to my fever for getting this out today, hat. Chapter 11, Interlude, Kings and Generals. Chapter text. King and General. Well, looks like you've got me again, boss, the old man standing across the table from Cliff de Rossi conceded, throwing a white handkerchief. Despite his advanced age, he wasn't leaning too heavily on his cane, and his hands only trembled slightly. Good game. Good game, old friend, Cliff returned, reaching over the table. The two men shook hands over the witch flight board. You could say I have had a bit more experience. Ha! You young whippersnappers these days, with your tabletop war games. The old man began packing up his miniatures, shaking his head in amusement. His voice was much more tremulous than it had once been. We had toy soldiers back then, Clough observed idly. At least until we became them. I think it's much better from up here, the old man commented, we're not the ones getting shot at. It'd have been real nice to have a bird's eye view of the whole field too, de Rossi agreed. Well, if that was all a game, I don't think I want to see what reality is like. The two men lapsed into a comfortable silence. The younger, aged man steadily packing up his army, while the older, youthful man organized his army to the side of the board. The aged man straightened as he finished. It was good seeing you again, you old bastard. He grinned, reaching out a hand a second time. Clough shook it again. Are you going to make it back to the hotel, ya stumblebum, de Rossi retorted, though partly seriously. As spry as he was for an elderly human, Chicago could be a rather hazardous place. The drivers were bad enough, let alone the street violence. Bah! If it's my time, it's my time, the old man scoffed. I'll be able to tell the younger boys that Clifford's still red enough for the rainbow, not to mention that ridiculous mustache. Entschuldigung. Erica de Rossi interjected, striding over to their table, dressed fashionably, as always, even if for the wrong century. I believe your grandson seeks you. True enough, a rather perturbed-looking young man stood by the game store's doors, eyeing the two de Rossi warily. Did you run off on your own again? Clough asked drily. Ha, the old man laughed, I'm not quite dead yet. And well, he gestured to some of the witch flight posters, particularly the ones done in the style of old propaganda posters. This all reminds me a bit of my younger days, a little too much, actually. He stepped to the door, Erica supporting him. Grandpa, you know doing this is unsafe, the young man chided. The old man scoffed. It's been a long time, sonny. If they wanted to blip me off I'd be coolered a long time ago. He turned, straightening. He brought his hand up in a smooth salute, still practiced, even after all these years. Clough returned it. The younger man hustled the old veteran out of the store, keeping an eye on the two vampires the entire time. Not much longer, Erica observed, gliding back towards her husband. Clough nodded sadly. Not many of us left. He would have preferred to play a few more rounds with his old friend, but family business called. The de Rossi head wasn't sure why the old monster wanted to meet, not to mention interrupting some of his usual activities. But there were few who would dare to refuse the White King. Why seeks the Wraith you? Erica asked, leaning against his side, asking the question they had both been wondering for some time. Nominally, their families were allied, but it was quite clear they were far from on equal footing, never had been. Even at their height during the 20th century, the Barbarossa had been definitively lesser than the Wraiths. They had perhaps been equal to the Malvera and Scavies, but war and violent peace had cut down many of Clough's relatives and splintered the family, leaving his own branch theoretically in charge in the New World. Still can't say for sure, love, Clough replied after a moment. I'd guess it's about your favorite Wraith. Erica stiffened, a concerned frown crossing her naturally severe face, not that most people would be able to tell the difference. Never thought I'd see you take a shine to a Wraith, Clough teased. What would the kids think? They're being replaced. Humph, Erica snorted, her nose curling up in aristocratic disdain. They would demand another sibling. Clough chuckled. And they will continue to do so until it stops riling you up. Their family liked to fight, but had made sure it was mostly in good fun, otherwise things would get messy. Those of the White Court tended to be a backstabbing and scheming bunch, but the Barbarossa had always been more direct, in no small part because of their choice of flavor. That was not to say Clough didn't have schemes of his own. It was often better to be thought a fool, than to play one's hand too early. Tania is odd, Erica commented, rather blatantly changing the subject, even though she knew that Clough could sense her simmering irritation. She is more like a Tarquin than a Wraith. Sure of herself, unshakable in her beliefs, and very determined to get what she wants. Clough twirled his mustache in amusement. You got a point there. Erica sniffed. I always do, dear. Clough patted her arm affectionately. Though, you'd think Eileen was a Wraith, he observed, shaking his head. Kids these days. May, his wife shot back, causing Clough to laugh. Ha! Our granddaughter is rather wild. At least little Rosa was relatively tame, keeping things to schoolyard fights for now. Erica stood back up and returned to stalking tensely around the store, jackboots thumping steadily on her umpteenth circuit. The store's regulars thought she liked to cosplay, which pissed her off. But, funnily enough, this was the kind of place where she received the fewest strange looks. Times change, and their children changed with it. But that was enough reminiscing. Clough sat up slightly straighter, outwardly idly adjusting his miniatures, but inwardly not so different from his pacing wife, periodically flicking his gaze over his surroundings. He could sense when the Wraith arrived. There was a shift in the atmosphere, an animalistic sense that someone, or something important was afoot, raising the hackles of everyone in the store. Lord Wraith strode into the store, his daughter Elisa hanging off his arm, the two inhumanly beautiful monsters drawing the attention of everyone in the store, like moths to a flame. Clough and Erica stilled, their hungers growling angrily at the intruders. Like the de Rossis, the newcomers were dressed in attire that would not have been too out of place in the city a century ago, the head of the family in a white suit, white pants, and white dress shoes, clearly a theme there, and his daughter dressed like one of the adventurous cosmopolitan women that had flocked to his kind during that time. A pair of doll-like bodyguards trailed after them, one man and one woman, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Barbie and Ken dolls. The king of the White Court smiled, opening his arms wide. The room waited for his words with bated breath, especially the handful of young women. Clough, the old monster drawled, grinning lazily like a satisfied cat. It is good to see you, young man. How are you faring these days? Mario, Clough replied, standing up to greet the Wraith. It is a pleasure to see you again. That wasn't his name, but when you played mysterious, you opened yourself up to the imaginations of other people, or lack thereof. Lord Wraith snorted, even though Clough sensed a flash of irritation as they repeated their typical greeting. It was a bit strange. When Clough was young, Lord Wraith had been a distant, but ever-considered threat. He had not expected to be the one representing his family, nor could he have been truly prepared for how sedate Lord Wraith had become in recent years. Wrong again, the White King declared, shaking his head in feigned amusement. You will have to study the classics closer to find my name. It made sense to disguise one's name, particularly one's true name. They may not be as vulnerable to that as some others, but it was still a potential vector of control, and the White King would not risk that. It was also a dig at his counterpart's youth. Compared to the Wraith's long life, Clough's 3 centuries were quite shorter than some of the White King's own children, in fact. De Rossi mused. More classic than Mario? Perhaps Latin. Wraith snorted. You are welcome to try. His name was likely Etruscan, but feigning ignorance tickled his rage, so that was what Clough did. It wasn't something he would have risked half a century ago, but either the White King had learned more restraint, or he was getting complacent. Erica, exclaimed Elisa Raith, nearly bobbing out of her short dress as she bounced on her heels. It's so good to see you. Elisa, Erica greeted blandly. Likewise. The two men took their places across from each other at the table. Lord Wraith set his case down to the side, smoothly unpacking his own miniatures. So, what assault have you designed today, Clough? I like the get-up, Erica, Elisa twittered. Looks good, if a bit dated, like you. You are certainly taking after your mother, Erica replied drily. Or are you the consolation prize today? Artillery is always a fun surprise, Clough drawled, handing Mario his army list, hiding his amusement at Elisa's angry snarl and spike of rage. Who could have guessed the family of Lust would have parental complexes? As if. At least I'm not a trophy wife, like you. Elisa snarled. Unlike you, I am not a daddy's girl, Erica shot back. Strong emotions bloomed from the two women, their argument drawing the attention of most of the store. A mix of irritation at the loud argument and no small amount of lust at the sight of two attractive women getting heated. Clough could never tell where the line between cooperative performance and actual hostility was. Children these days, Mario tutted, shaking his head disappointedly. Feuding in public, how pedestrian. He looked more amused than anything, but honesty was a rarity among the White Court. That was partly why young Tania was so interesting. They are really getting too comfortable nowadays, Clough agreed. The Wraith's position was becoming more tenuous, especially as the Malvera and Scavies gradually made inroads into media influence. The social influence the White Court wielded over humankind was also blinding them to their own peril. Humanity could be unpredictable. Oh, envy looks bad on you, Elisa sneered. I think it suits you. Her face morphed rapidly into a pleased, smoldering smirk. What is there to envy? Erica inquired rhetorically. Just like your mother, pretending to be free and independent while still hiding behind daddy's pants and money. Quite so, Mario agreed with Clough, looking pleased. He swept his hand over the board. Shall we? We shall. Clough readied the objectives deck, shuffling the cards dexterously in well-practiced motions. He set the deck in the middle of the now empty board. Mario cut the deck. A quick flicker of cards, and the two men each had a hand of 5. Twirling his mustache in thought, de Rossi considered his options. He could only input 2 cards into the pile they would finally select from. Johnny Fireball, while quite a powerful character, was not the brightest when it came to long-term thinking, so normally only had 1 pick. Fortunately, he had the well-advised trait, so Clough could select 2 cards instead of 1. More money and better pants than yours. He is not your father, you are his toy. Exterminate, pitched battle, 2 copies of Breakthrough, and an inopportune encounter. Mario was fielding Liberty Bell in her combined arms, a rather dangerous combination list, built around unit synergies. Very difficult to dislodge from objectives, especially with the morale boost. Ah, does your husband not play with you enough? Always overshadowed by your sisters, none of your conquests are your own. Clough's own army had excellent firepower and artillery, but it was rather lacking on the mobility side, so breakthrough was out. The more objectives the scenario called for, the greater Mario's advantage, so pitched battle was not in his favor. That left exterminate an inopportune encounter. Oh come now, it's been years. Your siblings are dead and gone, just move on. Would any of yours mourn your loss? Or would they be too excited about daddy spending more time with them? He set his pair of cards in the middle. Mario placed 3 out of his hand, Liberty Bell giving him more choices. 5 more random cards went into the pile. A quick flourish, and they had their objective cards. Stand your ground? That worked pretty well for him, as Johnny Fireball was a pretty difficult character to shift. The Wraith flipped over his card with a sly grin. Inopportune encounter, which rewarded him for preserving his forces. Theoretically, they could simply keep their forces well away from each other, and they would both score easy victory points. They drew secondary objectives. You're one to talk. You ran off to a whole nother continent when your siblings died. None of them were easy, though he had drawn the tiebreaker objective, which was always a funny card to win on. Mario gave no indication how useful the secondary objectives he drew were. You slept with the man who killed your mother. The 2 white court lords placed terrain down onto the board, looking to create advantages for themselves. The Wraith placed several denser terrain pieces on his side, which would grant his forces cover against de Rossi's greater firepower. Clough placed his own dense terrain in the center of his side of the board, making it a strong defensive position. Aside from the fortified locations, the terrain they drew was mostly flat but rough ground, slowing movement across it, perhaps it was muddy or the like. The weather card drawn was clear, which meant that there would be no effect at the moment, though there could be rapid change. In some ways, it was the worst setting, since it was harder to plan around. The battle would take place at night, likely selected by Mario to mitigate Clough's greater firepower. Erica and Elisa continued trading insults, their hungers rising threateningly. The other games in the store slowed to a crawl as the 2 women made a scene. Their lords largely ignored them, accustomed to their long-running cooperative animosity. Neither of the men's objectives required aggression, so both their opening moves were cagey, securing their holds on their objective locations and sending probing flights to spot for artillery. The Wraith forces took some damage from de Rossi's longer-range artillery, but the night conditions and dug-in infantry limited its effectiveness. Clough opted not to fire with the majority of his artillery, instead moving them into different positions. Raith moved many of his units into place inside the fortifications, but sent some of them forwards, most likely to pose as tempting artillery targets. The second turn started much the same, with Lord Raith sending token forces to prevent de Rossi's aerial mages from spotting for his artillery. Clough did not bother firing his artillery at his opponent's exposed forces, instead continuing to shell the fortified enemy positions, doing limited damage, but allowing him to improve their effectiveness on following turns. He kept some of his guns ready to dissuade Raith from attempting counter-battery. While it was true his objectives called for Raith to preserve his forces, sitting still and scoring points would not guarantee victory if Clough was likewise scoring points by sitting on his own objective. This level of caginess was not uncharacteristic of the Wraith, or the White Court in general, preferring indirect action as they did. However, in Clough's experience, Lord Raith's pride would not let him be satisfied with a victory left to the random chance of secondary objectives. His hunch proved right, when on turn 3, Lord Raith abruptly shot his mages forwards, making an attack run at de Rossi's heavily fortified position. It was reckless, notably more so than the White King's usual behavior, though it was not entirely a foolish gamble. They had close to parity in terms of numbers in the air, but Clough had more ground attack mages, meaning that Raith would have the advantage in aerial battles. The de Rossi's ground forces were not helpless against mages, now dug in as they were, not to mention a significant amount of anti-air firepower. However, that was not going to completely block the aerial mages from picking apart the fragile artillery units. While it could be considered a risky, but potentially effective move, it wasn't really necessary. Mario could have quite easily won based on points if he simply kept his forces out of range of Clough's artillery, aside from keeping a few units hunkered down on a critical location. The de Rossi scored points for every turn he held his location, while Raith scored points for units surviving until the end of the game. Based on their random roll, this game would end at the bottom of turn 7, perhaps before that, and if Raith kept his forces intact enough, his score total would quite comfortably exceed de Rossi's. Sending them forward like this did not exactly work to achieve that aim. If he wanted to win, Clough would have to destroy a good portion of his opponent's forces. So he sent his own flight mages ahead, ignoring the enemy mages bombarding their compatriots, instead returning the favor on the other side of the board. At the same time, de Rossi saturated the Wraith position with artillery. If they were about to die, he might as well make use of them. All he had to do was hold his location. As Johnny Fireball blasted a sizable hole in the Wraith fortifications, Clough caught a faint twinge of annoyance in Mario's mood. The White King kept a perfect poker face, of course, even down to keeping his hunger silent, but Clough had long ago learned not to rely just on any one of his senses, and he noticed the slightly quickened breathing, as well as a longer than normal look at the blasting wizard. Did he have a particular dislike for this character? Come on, Erica. Don't you ever get tired of pretending? The Nazis are never coming back. That remains to be seen, especially when sluts like you are ever eager to lose your clothes for tyrants. They were at that point of their performance/argument. Excuse me, sirs. One of the hostesses interrupted as the two men were wrapping up their third turn. She was a pretty little thing, likely a university student willing to trade a bit of feminine dignity in exchange for catering to a largely male crowd that was often not considered very desirable to women, but notably rather liberal with their spending habits. The two lords of the White Court turned to her, and she visibly trembled under the force of their gaze. Could you, please control your, she glanced over to the two arguing women. Arm candy. A wince passed over her face, surprised at her own words. Are they bothering you, dear? Lord Raith crooned, reaching out to clasp the girl's arm in a comforting gesture that was anything but. Why don't you stay over here for now, they will not bother you when you're with me. The hostess froze, quivering in a mix of fear and excitement, glancing around nervously. When she looked in Clough's direction, he shrugged. My wife can make her own decisions. As expected, an insecure young woman offered no resistance to Lord Raith's charms, and she ended up waiting on him attentively, giving Erica more ammunition, if Elisa's rising anger was anything to go by. Such a delightfully sharp tongue. And the other families wondered how they kept a lasting partnership. At the end of the third turn, things got interesting. A sudden storm occurred, forcing their aerial mages to ground, many of them right in enemy territory. This proved worse for Raith than for de Rossi, as Johnny Fireball and his posse were quite dangerous even on the ground, while the more generalist aerial mages on the other side were not much more effective than normal infantry on the ground, not to mention possessing far fewer numbers. As a result, by the end of turn 4, both men had lost most of their mages, with all the units Mario sent to attack Clough artillery being destroyed or driven to flee. In return, he destroyed most of Johnny Fireball's command, but the plucky mage refused to die, much to the Wraith's irritation. Frankly, it was greater irritation than de Rossi expected to see from the White King over a board game. Perhaps he found Johnny in particular annoying, or he had run afoul of surprisingly resilient grounded mages before. The storm further limited the effectiveness of de Rossi's artillery, but Johnny Fireball could count as a spotter, as long as he blasted something, so he directed most of his fire there. Ironically, this meant that Wraith's sacrificial forces actually reached de Rossi's position, unmolested by artillery. They helped contest the objective, albeit not for long. The catfight in the background devolved further, moving from character insults to rather ineffective attempts at critiquing each other's appearances. Erica had brought out the measuring tape. This must be for show, given that their hungers always kept them in peak condition, and Clough knew his wife did not care that much about her appearances. Back to the game at hand though. Amusingly enough, Mario's mages getting grounded technically meant they had contested Clough's objective, even if they had not lasted long. On the same note, driving them off also nabbed the de Rossi a few points, rubbing a bit of salt into the wound. Johnny Fireball managing to inflict indiscriminate damage throughout the bulk of Lord Raith's army also proved irritating for the White King. Fireball was one of the worst named mages at maneuvering, but compensated for that with impressive firepower and remarkable survivability, not to mention being able to explode on death. This meant that he was actually quite effective when grounded, compared to any other flight mage character. Turn 6 saw the storm worsen, inflicting further morale penalties on top of the drop from the nighttime conditions. Mario's forward infantry broke and fled, but the Wraith managed to wipe out Johnny Fireball's unit. Frustratingly for the White King, Fireball himself managed to survive. The storm condition always made for interesting matches, as it effectively neutralized the most mobile units in the game, except for Silbervogel, resulting in a more traditional tabletop war game. Without the mobility of their aerial mages, their tentative early turns now meant that there was not much either of them could actually do to change the outcome of the game before the potential end of the game at the bottom of turn 7. Erica and Elisa seemed to have had their fill, as they actually left when someone finally worked up the courage to ask them to take their argument elsewhere. Well, that, or they were annoyed their partner was paying more attention to their game than them. Clough could taste Elisa's conflicted rage at her father seducing another girl. What a sorry state! Compared to the chaos of turns 4, 5, and 6, turn 7 was actually less eventful than the first few turns, with the most interesting event being Johnny Fireball exploding in a, fireball. After that, their forces were too far apart to accomplish much, and the storm prevented their aerial mages from spotting for artillery. Given that the battle was at night in the middle of a storm, the two armies couldn't even glare threateningly at each other. It was, not a very satisfying game, though Clough had seen it coming based on what objectives they had drawn. Despite the relatively light damage their armies took, in numbers, as opposed to logistical cost, and the fact that the bulk of both their armies had not really fought, they both managed to score quite a few points. Well, for Lord Raith, preserving his forces was his entire objective. I count 29, Clough announced, flipping over the 2 secondary objectives he had managed to score. Mario stilled, a surprised look on his face. I also count 29. He revealed his own secondary objectives. Clough let out a bark of laughter, flipping over his tiebreaker card, reveling in the spike of rage from the White King. The best laid plans of mice and men. Bah! Lord Raith scoffed. But we are not mere men, are we? No, Lord de Rossi agreed. Though we are likewise subject to random chance. The White King smirked, looking down at the game board. Perhaps some can depend on the hand of fate, but there are plenty of ways to tip the odds in your favor. You are young, yet, Clough. You will learn, in time. Or not. Without another word, Raith turned and left the building, leaving his army on the table. How wasteful. Clough shook his head. When one had so much money, they could afford a certain level of financial imprudence. Even so, it was a sign of a poor leader to discard their soldiers so readily, especially after a failure wrought mostly by their commander. Erica re-entered the store, looking slightly flushed as she was when she had recently fed. Had fun antagonizing the princess? Clough asked, a hint of amusement coloring his tone. He packed up his miniatures, smiling apologetically to the flustered hostess. She was less dull than usual, Erica reported. Something is indeed off. It was possible the Wraiths were finally going to be making a move in this current climate, or it could mean something else entirely. What do you think, dear? Clough inquired, wrapping an arm around his wife's shoulder, following her gaze to one of the Witch Flight advertisement posters. Erica growled, throwing off his arm. I will inform you when I see something, she grouched, studying the artistic rendition of Silbervogel, who looked remarkably similar to his most obsessively studious student. Why, dear, Clough teased. If you keep mother-henning the little Wraith, our children are definitely going to conclude you need to give them another sibling. Another flare of irritation, and his wife's hunger nipped at his own. He pushed back, taking a calming breath. Don't be ridiculous, she snarled. I was simply thinking of her visit to my shop the other day. Oh. She mentioned some undesirables infesting the city. A problem of the gypsy kind. Clough frowned. Black Court could be dealt with fairly easily if they were foolish enough not to guard against their weaknesses, but the older ones were canny, and even weak Black Court could overpower one of the White Court head-to-head. I see, Clough mused. Do you wish to offer our assistance? More than what you already have given. Erica nodded. Tania's a clever girl, but she may be in over her head. Why, aren't you being consistent? Her husband joked. And here I thought you had your fill of street violence. Clough smirked as his wife slapped him on the chest irritably, her hunger pushing against his. If you keep this up, she warned, you will be sleeping on the couch tonight. But that would be lonely. Lord de Rossi pulled his wife into another embrace, his hunger grappling with hers. They both slept on the couch that night. Chapter 12, Parallel Lines. Chapter Text. Meeting the father. Giving Arturo a heads-up would probably have been a good idea, but Harry was a little pressed for time, what with Thomas bleeding out and Tania in trouble somewhere out there. He had a sinking feeling that Mavram may have also had someone go after the lone Wraith twin no time. He scooped up Mouse from where the puppy was frantically pawing at the door, retrieved his backpack, and dashed to his rather too small for a taxi service Blue Beetle. Harry grit his teeth as he banged a knee getting into the undersized car. Maybe he should listen to Tania's suggestion about getting a bike. He keyed the ignition, then again, finally getting it to start the third time. The wizard tore his buggy out of the parking lot at a speed that couldn't be reasonably described as safe, speeding back towards the Wraith party. Its partly functional headlights illuminated Lara and Inari hauling Thomas between them. Man, the twins had gotten pretty tall. Harry skidded his car to a stop and got out to help them get Thomas into the back. Lara stared at the car's interior with a sort of resigned disgust. It probably wasn't the grossest thing she had to deal with before. There is no back seat, she pointed out acidly. That's what the cushion's for. Harry shrugged. Get in. How's he looking? Alive, at least for now, Lara replied, glancing between Harry's expensive suit and his beat-up car. He will be famished. You should probably get something to eat too, sis. Inari piped in. It's a warm night, but you wouldn't want to catch a chill. Lara winced. Yes, dear, but first we need to get home. The two sisters settled Thomas into the back of the car, the vampire probably opting not to say anything else that might give her away. Inari got in next to her brother, banging her head against the top of the door frame. Ow! How the heck do you manage to survive this thing? Harry shrugged, depositing Mouse in her lap and getting back in the driver's seat as Lara buckled herself into the now wet passenger seat, the seatbelt increasing the amount of clothes on her by about 50%. The puppy snuggled up to the younger Raith, who hugged him desperately. Harry turned the car around and floored it away from the industrial park. The first few minutes were tense, but after a few detours and turns to make trailing them harder, no attack came and Harry started to relax. Once they got onto a larger road, still some traffic, even at this hour, he finally felt they had enough space to speak. "Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital?" Harry would prefer to go to his own home, but he had a feeling that explaining his and Tania's arrangement would be awkward. Lara nodded. "Thomas will need to feed. If he does not, he will not last the night." Harry cursed. "Not to mention that Mavra knows where you live." "Not a creepy thought. At all. Doesn't she know where you live too?" He shot back. "Likely so," Lara admitted. "But it is unlikely they will be so bold." That wasn't actually all that reassuring, but neither was the thought of inviting Lara into his home. "All right, so how do we get there?" "North on Lake Shore." "Yes. I will give you directions." Harry followed her instructions, better not make it a habit. Along the way, Inari's phone went off. Apparently it was her friend Charles again. Man, that guy seemed to twig on to her being in trouble pretty damn quick. "I'm okay. We got jumped by some guys that looked like Nosferatu, but we made it out okay." Inari chattered rapidly at her friend, even describing how Lara shot Thomas. Harry shared an uncomfortable look with the older Raith, who looked torn on how to explain that Inari shouldn't be so open with that kind of thing without giving herself away. "Wait, have you seen Tania?" Lara's gaze snapped to the back seat. In the small rearview mirror, Harry saw Inari's face light up. "Tania. You're okay?" Harry let out a sigh of relief, dimly registering Inari excited chattering. Her phone must have been messed up. Looks like they were going to have to agitate the Nokia customer service guy soon. Poor guy. Inari hung up after a short conversation. Harry blinked. He had kind of expected her to have more to say to her twin. Instead, the youngest Wraith pursed her lips, slipping the phone back into her pocket. She stayed silent for a moment, licking her lips a couple times, before finally taking a deep breath. In. Out. "So, Lara. When were you planning on telling me about our family being White Court vampires?" Harry choked, swerving slightly as spit went down the wrong pipe. Lara froze, pale features caught in an unusually doe-eyed expression of surprise. "I do not know what you mean." "I'm not as dumb as I look, Lara," Inari shot back drily. "It's pretty obvious that something's up when no one in the family looks older than 30, nor visibly ages at all." That seemed like a rather obvious oversight. "Our family," Lara began, probably trying to salvage the situation. "I don't know why they don't tell you about it." Harry cut her off. "Seems like kind of an important thing to know, especially if you keep getting attacked by Black Court." Lara glared at Harry, before a light bulb went off in her head. "What do you mean by that?" she hissed. This is the first time Inari has seen such things. Not the first time for Tania. "What? That's impossible." Lara's face froze again, a look of crushing defeat leaking through her usually perfect facade. "She has fledged." It came out as a whisper, slow, halting and almost broken, still way too distracting. "Stop doing that. It was hard to see you like the monster you are when you make a face like that." "Yet. Well, as far as I know." Harry continued, doing his best not to look at the distressed women in his car, especially the one wearing not much at all. "I've seen her fistulate a red. Pretty sure that's more than a normal human can do. She never mentioned getting into fights, that didn't seem to encourage her at all." "It was around Halloween freshman year, wasn't it?" Inari asked softly. Harry blinked. Inari sighed. "Thought so. She started getting stronger around then." She frowned, a look of concern spreading over her tired face. "Oh. That was also the night she spent at St. Mary's." Lara slumped her head against the worn headrest. "Almost 3 years? How did I not see?" "Yeah," Harry answered Inari. He wasn't really sure if the older Wraith was actually looking for an answer or not. "Though I still don't really know why she came to me for help. Michael or Father Forthill probably would have been better picks." Inari chuckled sadly. "Tania is a little weird. She's got no trouble accepting you're a wizard, but can't seem to trust Papa Carpenter on some important things." Harry still didn't understand the twisted logic Tania had come up with to see him as more trustworthy than the Knight of Love, especially when she had known the older man already. Not that Harry was really complaining about meeting her. He kept driving. "So, the youngest Wraith started. I'm pretty sure I'm just a normal human right now. My blood is red, you know? How does that work?" "White Court are born mostly normal humans," Harry answered, keeping his eye on the road. Partly because he didn't really want to see their faces through this awkward conversation, and also partly because he didn't really have any idea where he was going. When they drain their first victim, their hunger awakens and they become a full white court vampire. So, like getting someone so angry that they have a heart attack and die. Where did she get that? Haven't heard that one, Harry mused. At least for wraiths, it tends to be, the first time with someone. Inari gagged, curling up into herself. Mouse whined insistently, trying to cheer her up with a few doggy kisses. Unfortunately, this was something a little too serious for that to fix. So, that's why they're all so messed up. Inari croaked, clutching at Mouse. Harry shrugged. I wouldn't be shocked. I've had some pretty messy relationships, and they've certainly screwed me up a bit. To answer your question, littlest sister, Harry twitched slightly. Lara had become so quiet he had somehow managed to forget she was there. I haven't been okay in centuries. I'm sorry, Inari choked out. Whatever for? Lara asked. You had nothing to do with that, quite the opposite. No. Not that. Inari paused, struggling to contain her tears. I'm sorry for running away. Running away? Lara asked, sounding perplexed. I knew our family was messed up. Inari continued, voice wet. Even when I was little. Tania always knew, and I kinda picked up on that too. She inhaled slowly, then exhaled. But I got lucky. I found a happy family that was all too open to have me around, and I spent more time with them than I did with you. It kind of felt like he was intruding here. Please don't tell him that meant he was part of the family. The two of you were always so independent, littlest sister, Lara tried to console, somehow. There isn't anything wrong with making friends. It was not just making friends. Inari insisted, it was about living a fantasy. Having loving parents, cute little siblings to dote on, and a nice, normal home. All while living off all the money our actual family had instead. That is not all that strange for us, Lara replied. Just observe Thomas and Justine. I'm sorry I was too much of a coward to try and help. Inari cut her off, face set determinedly, even through her tears. Inari. Lara gasped. There's nothing you can do. You have nothing to apologize for. I still shouldn't have ran away. You know, you were kinda there when Thomas needed you. Harry pointed out, keeping his eyes on the road so he didn't stare at the emotional scene. Yeah, Inari laughed hollowly. It took my brother getting shot to appreciate my siblings. That was not your fight, Inari, Lara tried consoling her. Please, just focus on keeping yourself safe. I don't want to just be a mascot, Lara. If he finds out, he will hurt you. Lara hissed. He will still coddle you for now, please don't. What about Tanya? Inari whispered. Does he know? Lara stilled again. Wizard. She stated. I will view revealing my sister to my father as breaking our truce. What? Harry exclaimed. Of course I'm not going to rat my friends out to him. The elder vampire raised an eyebrow at him. What? Did she seriously think that low of him? He frowned as an unpleasant thought came to mind. Are you sure you can keep him from finding out? Surely, Lord Raith had some way of knowing. The eldest Raith daughter inhaled sharply. I will have to. How's Thomas looking? Harry asked, trying to change the subject from something he probably shouldn't be present for. I'd still recommend getting him to a hospital, Inari began. But with him being a vampire, I don't know exactly how he heals. We still have to get the bullet fragments out of him. She glared at the back of her sister's head. Still don't understand why you had to shoot him. I did not want father to get his hands on him. Lara snarled. Inari gulped, going back to checking over her brother. She seemed to be handling the revelations better than expected, but Harry wasn't sure how much it was just a brave face. Tanya had been barely holding herself together. Though now that the cat was out of the bag. Hey Inari, Harry called. I've got some stuff in my bag that might help Thomas. There's a medical kit, grab that. Inari fished through his backpack, looking vaguely confused as she took out a few candles and a box of slightly melted chocolate, before finally retrieving the first aid kit. What would that do to help? Lara asked archly. Oi! Don't talk to him like that until you get more clothes on. Do you see the small metal strips? Harry ignored the elder Raith. Inari nodded, glancing up at him quizzically. Stick that in Thomas's mouth, make sure he bites down on it but doesn't swallow it. Inari looked skeptical, but did as she was told. Thomas reflexively chomped on the iron strip and his body glowed silver as his hunger drank the life energy. If Harry remembered correctly, this one was from a stray ghoul. The injured man gasped as his wounds began to heal rapidly, the now exhausted life energy battery falling out of his mouth. Was at? Thomas muttered sleepily. SHH, Inari shushed. Sleep. You'll be okay, Tommy. Her brother nodded tiredly, then drifted off, looking better, even though he was still badly hurt. Harry glanced at Lara, checking for directions, only to find the older woman staring at him intently. Her eyes flicked from him, to her arm, then to Thomas. What? So, is this still the right way? Real smooth Harry. Tania winced, biting down a groan as she struggled to a sitting position. Warm, sticky fluid dripped down the back of her neck. Head injuries bled a lot. She leaned her head down and bloodied the silver cross in her right earlobe with a cut on her good hand, the empty pistol clicking awkwardly against the ornament as her hand shook. Heat bloomed in her ear, then her head, and she felt her injuries begin to close. Her hunger growled ravenously, how shocking, devouring the stored energy all too quickly. She should have listened to her paranoia and brought more. It was not paranoia if they were really out to get you. These trinkets also needed a more convenient release mechanism if they were to be truly useful. Dying with a medical kit at hand because she could not unlock it would be embarrassing. Sirens sounded in the distance. This would be quite difficult to explain to the police. Tania had plenty of respect for many of the hard-working police officers, but vampire attacks were largely outside their purview. Wouldn't that be an odd thing to explain to a judge? She tried to stand, cursing as her vision spun and pain lanced through her broken wrist as her bones reset. Her hunger snarled and her instincts screamed a warning. But no threat came. Letting out a grunt of exertion, Tania stumbled to her feet, pushing herself up against the wall, eyes darting around in search of danger. She gingerly loaded more ammunition into her revolver one-handed, holding her injured wrist limp against her side. Her fingers trembling waned as new energy sharpened her senses again. It was unlikely that the vampire would return as the police drew nearer. Even though it could kill the responding officers without much issue, unless Chicago's finest were extraordinarily lucky, drawing mortal attention to themselves was rather taboo for supernatural creatures. Predators were cowardly by nature. What was the matter with it anyways? It couldn't possibly be her sire's mother, and by the dress, it couldn't be her mother's mother. Tania already had too many people she had to send Mother's Day cards to. She did not need more. Pushing off the wall, she limped down the street, stumbling occasionally as the pain in her chest flared. Gun grasped in one hand, she reached for her phone with her other, now partly functional hand. She pulled out a battered piece of plastic and metal instead. Damn! It must have been crushed when the thing slammed her against the wall. She sensed nothing around her, her hunger sensed nothing, so why was she still so on edge? It couldn't be the police. While her weapon was not exactly legal by Chicago dictates, shall not be infringed, it was unlikely that she would suffer serious consequences for possessing it when her current state made it clear that she had quite a good reason to have it. As galling as it was, there was also the tendency of people to be more lenient to those they found attractive, and her hunger made certain that Tania knew just how many different people looked at her that way. If not that, then what was this feeling? To be fair, she had felt agitated ever since Inari told her about her job. Inari. Damn it all. Could the curse have struck at midnight as well? Tania lurched into a run, faster than reasonably human even in her injured state. She was burning her hunger's reserves, but that was fine, she had some other batteries ready. Technically, she was fleeing a crime scene, even if she was primarily the victim, but talking to the police would take too much time. Time she did not have. Fortunately, she was not too far from her residence. That thing must know where she lived. Curse it all. The wards on the building were quite powerful, based on what Dresden explained about this world's magic, but that still left the problem of getting Inari here unharmed. Surely Lara would keep her safe. She wouldn't be in on this, right? Tania's expression pinched. Lara had cared for them, when she had time, but she had never gone against their sire. If it came to a question between them and him. Hell's bells. Tania rushed into her neighborhood, passing by several properties she technically owned. Did her mother set aside this residence for any specific reason? She skidded to a stop in front of her townhouse, stumbling a bit as her chest seized painfully. Why was there a car in front of her house? Hey, Tania, oh shit. Are you okay? A sharp spike of concerned anger flared, before fading swiftly into a simmering burn. A familiar taste. Charles? What in the world was he doing here? That's me, the lanky, dark-haired man replied blandly, belying his tense posture. Do you need me to fucking call 911? A wash of concern emanated from him, despite his blank face. No, Tania cut him off sharply, even as her chest twinged in pain. Why are you here anyways? Hey? Didn't you just call me? Charles asked, stopping short and scratching the back of his head. I just moved in a couple streets over, so I thought I'd swing over to see if you needed anything when I got a call with no voicemail from you. He paused, looking her up and down. Are you absolutely sure you don't need medical attention? You're freaking bleeding. She was fine. Did she actually call him? Tania shook her head. Bah. The vampire magic probably caused some strangeness. I'm fine, Charles. Wait, haven't you got a bike? Not anymore. It was a good bike too. Nice and snazzy. Hold on. I need a ride, Charles, do you mind? The young man in question blinked. Sure. To the hospital? I guess if you're standing you might not need an ambulance. No, Tania declared, a moment please. She rushed to the door, far less gracefully than she intended, and turned the physical key to the door as well the metaphorical one for the wards. Charles narrowed his eyes at her, as if he was about to object, before relaxing slightly. Okay, guess I'll just wait out here then, he muttered, leaning against his car. He whistled aimlessly, probably to calm down, judging by his impatiently tapping foot. Tania opened the door and stepped inside, hunger keening insistently for energy, not Charles, he was Inari's. She pulled open the cabinet, grabbed the first aid kit and flipped it open. Reaching inside, she fetched one of the iron strips they had experimented with and bit down on it. A rush of energy flooded her system along with a metallic taste, not exactly like blood, placating her hunger, at least for now. Her more minor injuries closed completely, but her broken wrist, bruised chest and the back of her head were still tender. Grunting in disgust, Tania spat out the now useless scrap. Iron drank life more readily than silver, but could not hold it as long, corroding as it did over time. Still, these could be useful in emergencies, and for more convenient harvesting. Head now clearer, the young succubus blinked down at the first aid kit, wondering why she hadn't gotten her other rechargeable batteries. It was frustratingly difficult to think straight when hungry. More importantly, she dashed for the house phone, dialing Inari's number frantically. Busy tone. Damn. She tried Dresden's number, but there was no response. If he had been in danger, like Tania assumed, it was likely his use of magic had shorted out his phone. Tania closed the first aid kit, yanking it off the counter and rushing back out the door. Charles glanced up as she exited the townhouse, phone to one ear and pacing back and forth, his anger boiling hotly again. Actually, she's right here, he said over the phone, deliberately calm. Hey, Tania, Inari wants to know if you're okay. Do you guys have that twin telepathy thing? He stopped short as Tania was on him in a flash, snatching the phone from his grasp. Inari. Tania. You're okay, her twin breathed over the line, sighing in relief. Well, that works too, Charles muttered. What happened? Are you hurt? Some weird stuff happened Tania, Inari started after a short pause. Tomas was here, then ran away because Harry found him hiding, then Tomas got shot. I think Lara did it. Then we were attacked by some weird people who looked like Nosferatu. Tomas needs a doctor, Lara needs a rabies shot, and I think Harry is just bruised a bit. Lara shot Thomas? Nosferatu? Damn it. The Black Court vampires must have coordinated. Are you headed to the hospital? Most likely not when Lara and Thomas had some inhuman characteristics. No, Inari answered. Lara wants Harry to take us back to the manor and not the hospital. I guess so we have more guards in case we get attacked again. It seems a bit weird, but Harry seems okay with it too. The threshold would also offer protection, not to mention the rest of their sisters who were in town. I see. Tell him to wait when you arrive, I will meet you there. Oh. Okay. But we're going to need to talk, Tania. The vampire twin blinked, Inari wasn't talking about just the attack. Of course. Tania's finger hovered over the button, hesitating, part of her fearing hanging up would destroy the illusion and she would find her twin was not, in fact, okay. Love you, sis. Inari paused, probably surprised her twin declared that unprompted. Love you too, sis. She hung up. Tania blinked, and stared at the phone uncertainly. It must be serious for Inari to hang up so quickly, she usually had a lot more to say. Hey, Tania. A sliver of anger colored Charles's voice, leaking out from his boiling rage. I know you don't like to talk about your family that much, but what the hell is going on? He held out a hand, silently requesting his phone back. Tania obliged him. My family has enemies, Tania replied carefully. Tonight, they made a move against us. Charles raised a disbelieving eyebrow, a hand flexing to avoid becoming a fist. Right, your older porn star sister shot your playboy brother and that's due to enemy action? With Inari in the line of fire too. It was pretty clear what he was most concerned about. I knew your family was weird, but this is pretty fucked up. He wasn't wrong, and Tania could appreciate having his priorities straight. I cannot say I disagree, she began. Our kind of family can be cutthroat. That was quite an understatement. But we were attacked by some thugs. So, you aren't calling the police, because? Have to handle it personally. Charles seemed a bit unsurprised by that, just irate. Charles, no, Tania interjected. These are not the kind of enemies you want to make. As likely meaningless as it is, Charles replied drily, they have already made an enemy of me. There's nothing you can do about them, Tania pressed. She was a vampire herself, and as uncomfortable as it was, she had to admit that surviving her encounters with the Black Court had been due to luck and the twisted attempt at parenting she had faced tonight. Charles was a normal human, he stood no chance. What else is new, he spat bitterly. I see why you two moved out so early, hold on, he frowned. Was that why you two rushed through school? In part, Tania answered. But I cannot completely distance myself from my family. She was still a White Court vampire, and while Dresden could provide some protection, the Raith name served as a significant deterrent, to a point. Right, Charles drawled, before narrowing his eyes. What about Inari? Tania sighed. I really don't know. She's too kind for this. It wasn't like she could explain their fate explicitly. Charles scowled. Inari isn't an idiot, Tania, she's gonna have figured something out. I don't want to see her get involved, Tania admitted. Even though it seemed a vain hope in the end, she did not wish to see her twin end up like one of their elder sisters. I have a feeling you don't have much of a choice in that matter. Tania winced. Charles was probably right, their sire was becoming more insistent. On that note, getting a ride from Charles may be a bad idea. Is this a bad time to mention your shirt's torn? What? Tania glanced down, and sure enough, there was a tear down the front of her shirt, shades of pink stained the ragged edge. Perhaps she should have kept her jacket zipped up despite the autumn heat. Ah, I will need a change of clothes. Charles eyed the ripped shirt, specifically the blood stains. You sure that's all you need? Adrenaline can only keep you going so long. Tania shook her head. No, there are still a few things I will require. Now that she knew Inari wasn't in immediate danger, she could afford the delay. She re-entered the townhouse, leaving Charles outside once again. That was mostly rhetorical, he commented under his breath. Inside, Tania made her way to the conjoined sub-basement that served as Dresden's lab, popping open the container that contained a few more of the life batteries they had made. They had tried various trinkets, such as a brooch, a necklace, and bracelets in their experiments, actually finding a use for the extraneous gifts her older sisters liked foisting on her. Basic economics had been a much more thoughtful birthday present. It turned out the belt buckle and earrings worked best, the former possibly due to association with preparing oneself for a task, the latter seemingly because it was inserted into the body. They had not tried other kinds of piercings. Her hunger crooned in satisfaction, and Tania realized she had just drained one of the batteries. Damn! Thomas would need them if he was shot, so now was not the time for gluttony. Ignoring her hunger's protests, Tania slammed the container shut. Bob the Skull might have had some useful information, but his skull was unoccupied. He must be out with Mr. Seeking Mavra's lair. Having grabbed the most crucial item, she clambered back up the ladder and hurried to her room, setting her backpack and box down before doffing her damaged clothing. Thing ripped her undershirt. How rude. She threw on the first clean shirt she found, grunting in annoyance as it proved slightly undersized. Curse you, puberty. At least she was not small this time. Her jacket was scuffed, but intact, so she threw it back on, before patting down her pants for holes. None that she could find. Good, that would be rather embarrassing. Unlocking another safe, she collected a few more defensive implements. More ammunition, including a few enchanted ones, more knives, and an aerosol can with an unusual mixture. She briefly considered retrieving a more powerful firearm, or even some explosives acquired from Frau de Rossi, but decided against it. Charles was a rather agreeable person, but he would notice, and Tania wasn't entirely sure how he would react. With a sigh, the succubus fished out a crucifix from her drawer labeled extraneous jewelry. It was a lot fuller than the one labeled jewelry. As tonight had shown, some things were just more effective against this type of monster. Tania was no Michael Carpenter, but even her skeptical acknowledgement would offer some additional protection. Or she could just make Charles hold it. As an afterthought, she packed some spare clothes into her backpack, just in case she or Inari needed them later. Speaking of equipment for others, Harry would likely appreciate some more tangible assurances than the promises of known liars. In that vein, Tania scooped up her backpack. Hey, it weighed more than expected, and made her way into Harry's side of the townhouse. As always, it was cleaner and more orderly than one might expect from his appearance and personality, so it did not take her long to collect more ammunition for his gun, as well as his staff. She stepped out of the front door thus armed, receiving a confused look from Charles. Wait, didn't you go in the other door? And what's with the stick? Oh. Do not acknowledge. I have what I need. Tania said in lieu of answering. Can we go? The matter still appears to be urgent. Charles raised an eyebrow, glancing at the address number on the two officially separate townhouses, but did not pry further, instead getting into his car. Tania slid into the passenger seat, setting Harry's staff in the back. All right, where to, River Girl? At least it wasn't River of Love and the Nile like what some other odd people who looked up the kanji for her name went with. I need to get to my family home, I'll direct you as we go. Where is it, exactly? Charles asked. North side. Yes, Tania nodded. It is near the Gold Coast. Charles blinked, before shrugging. Oh right, you're rich. For a relatively intelligent man, he missed some obvious details. He drove them out of their college-adjacent neighborhood, which was quiet, since the school year had yet to begin. So, Tania's human friend began, eyes fixed on the road and driving at the speed limit. What exactly's going on at the family place? And what happened to your bike? Some unfortunate family business, Tania replied offhandedly. My bike suffered a case of vandalism. Business, or business? Charles pressed. You two sounded a little agitated about the whole thing. It would be better if you did not get involved any further. Her makeshift chauffeur glanced over at her skeptically. Somehow I feel like I'm probably involved already, regardless of whether I want it or not. He wasn't wrong. Tania would prefer if her friend didn't get attacked immediately after dropping her off, which was a possibility now that he was a confirmed associate of hers. That may well be so. It would probably be safer for you to stay at our residence for the night. Not a lot safer, but definitely less risky than leaving him to the mercies of the undead monstrosities. Charles gave her a nonplussed look, before looking back at the road. I guess I'll have to hear your sister yelling at me to go to sleep earlier in person then. He was really too agreeable. Though speaking of siblings, he continued. Don't you have quite a few more? And here was another reason Tania disliked mentioning her family to her acquaintances. Yes, I have 9 other siblings aside from Inari. Charles blinked, surprise coloring his emotions. Are they much older or younger than you? They are all quite a bit older, Tania answered. Fair warning, they also are all rather more crude than Inari and I. Crude? I have a bit of a hard time imagining someone related to you as crude. Did she really have to spell it out? They are all sex fiends. She couldn't keep a tinge of embarrassment from coloring her tone. Charles, oddly enough, just seemed amused. So, that's how it is, huh? They made the wildlife seem too boring to you. Tania crossed her arms with a huff-gah, her chest was still sore. You all right? Charles asked again. Yes, Tania muttered distractedly, gingerly rubbing her bruised chest. Though this might be the first time I have been thankful for having a sizable bust for non-vanity reasons. As sensitive as they were not vital organs, even if her hunger prioritized healing that area for whatever reason. She sensed a spike of lust and concern, and turned to see Charles watching her hand motions with a deadpan look. Oh. That's it, we're going to the hospital. Charles declared, making a turn in the wrong direction. You are clearly concussed or something along those lines. Wait. Tania leaned over and grabbed at the wheel, trying to keep the car en route. Whoa, what the hell? Charles braked and slid the car to a stop at the side of the road, ignoring the impatient honking of the car behind them as it zipped past. He made a confused sound, are you really okay? Tania sighed, taking her hands off the wheel and sat back into her seat, ignoring the slight hitch in her friend's breath. I am not in immediate danger, she insisted. But, I am injured. She rubbed her wrist gently. And I fear my siblings were likewise injured. Charles flicked his gaze around the street, looking too carefully for just re-entering the road. So, me driving you there is gonna lump me in with your family? Is that it? Tania winced. Possibly. She really should have thought this through, damn hunger interfering with her mental faculties. He shrugged, signaled, and continued driving. Would have been nice to know beforehand, but it's probably too late for that now. I'm sorry, that was not my intention. No, Charles agreed. You just wanted to get to your family as soon as possible, which is fair enough. If the guy that went after you whacked your ride, I just happened to be conveniently nearby with a car. Still, I'm sorry. I should have at least told you about the risk. Her driver raised an eyebrow, but kept his eye on the road. Tania gestured for him to take a left turn on Lakeshore Drive. I will have to find a way to compensate you for it. Charles glanced at her again. This has got you really shaken up, hasn't it? You usually plan a few steps further ahead. Was her irrationality that apparent? Oh, this was embarrassing. A life or death situation is known to make proper decision-making difficult. She huffed. Ah, so it was a life or death situation. Tania pursed her lips, then sighed. Yes, it was a rather close thing. Too close. Well, for what it's worth, I'm glad you both seem largely unharmed. Charles's gaze remained steady on the road, but Tania could sense the sharp spikes in emotion. Anger, fear, and relief, along with what must be hysterical amusement. Can't say I ever pictured a mafia princess using a Prius as a getaway car. That was not the typical choice in movies, but hybrids were notably quieter at lower speeds, so it had its benefits. My family is not aligned with the mafia, Charles, our dealings are legal. Mostly. Are you admitting to being a princess? He shot back with a slight smile, poking fun at her disdain for Disney's ilk. That is a more accurate description than I would like to admit. Not that she was very high up the line of succession, if it even mattered with conditional immortals. Isn't that unconstitutional though? It is not exactly an official title. Ah. The two lapsed into silence. Tania always had a hard time putting a finger on his mood, it seemed rather disconnected from his behavior. He did not seem angry at her, maybe vaguely annoyed, but that seemed a little bit of an underreaction to learning that you had accidentally been conscripted into something dangerous. Hey, Charles began again. Glancing at her lap once. Twice. Is your bag moving? Tania looked down. Sure enough, her backpack was shifting slightly on its own. She peeled open the zipper slowly, glancing down into the bag. A drowsy hedgehog grunted sleepily up at her, curled up in some of the spare clothes she had packed. Damn it, Hayak. Now those clothes had holes in them. Charles snorted. Well, he's gotta go fast, doesn't he? Tania gave him a half-hearted glare. In all, it took about half an hour to reach the Wraith's crazy rich neighborhood. Harry wasn't sure what it was about large bodies of water that seemed to attract rich, and crazy, people. Maybe it was the view, or the obligatory lack of neighbors in that direction. The property Lara directed them to was even more elaborate than most. It was huge, with a small forest of old trees surrounding the massive multi-wing, multi-story house. With the imitation turrets and the carefully maintained surrounding terrain, complete with small illuminated pools, it seemed like whoever designed the place wanted to imitate an old European castle. The carefully manicured forest went on for close to half a mile. A long distance to cover if something went down. Too far to really run, and the trees would probably swallow any screams. Harry tensed, flexing his will into his shield bracelet, just in case. He felt Lara's eyes on him, but he did his best to pretend not to notice. Dresden, you and Thomas have nothing to fear from me tonight. I will honor our truce, including guest rights while you are in my family's home. I swear it. Harry frowned, wondering how much his tentative trust of the older Raith siblings had to do with his friendship with Tania. This though, he was quite sure Lara was telling the truth, especially after he had helped save her life. For all the power old supernatural foes had, not to mention their rather archaic moral standards, many of them still followed the old world code of honor. For a vampire of White Court, an explicitly sworn oath and hospitality rights were more ironclad than magical bindings or physical force. If Lara kept to her word, it wasn't just a matter of not doing harm, she was also obligated to defend him as his host. Failing to perform her duties would be a major reputation hit, if word got around. Of course, that would require word get out. On another note, it was pretty clear that while Lara had a lot of influence in the family, she wasn't the one ultimately calling the shots. If the old monster Lord Raith decided to create a Harry-sized grave in one of his ponds, Lara probably wouldn't be able to stop him, even if she tried. Harry wasn't very keen on this idea. The last vampire who offered him hospitality had set up the whole thing to try and kill him. She had also tricked Harry into starting a war, tried to feed him to a half-turned Susan, and drugged him. Burn in hell, Bianca. Lara didn't have the same motivations, and probably wouldn't try something due to Harry's relationship with Tania and Inari, but treachery was something the Wraiths were well known for. It would be best to just drop them off and search for Tania, even if running into the night alone was risky business. Thomas should live now, as long as Lara didn't go back on her word. Even though Inari didn't have any power, he doubted Lara was going to risk destroying their relationship by offing their brother, especially since they both were planning on keeping things from their father. Maybe that was too optimistic. Even if Lara seemed like she was on the level, that could mean nothing. White Court vampires were much closer to humans than the other courts, but that just gave them more agency for deception. Their humanity also made it much harder for Harry to categorize them as the monsters they could be. No matter how many times he'd seen Tania cripple and rip apart a vampire or ghoul, giggling maniacally the whole time, a part of him would always see her as the scared young woman who knocked on his office door that October day. Lara was a liar, but that did not mean she never told the truth. For one, she was very likely to keep her word about looking for Tania. Harry wasn't so sure about keeping Thomas alive. Actually, the former may be a moot point. As Harry puttered his beat-up Volkswagen around the circular drive in front of Castle Wraith's entrance, he noted another car parked to the side. It was a Toyota, one of those hybrid things he should never come within 50 feet of. That did not look like a car that any of the Wraiths would be caught dead in, well, maybe Tania and Inari. He stopped his car well away from the other vehicle, with all its dainty electronics. The Blue Beetle, sensing that they had arrived, immediately coughed and died before he could turn the switch himself. Next to him, Lara let out a breath, seemingly relaxing now that she was somewhere familiar. Harry did not share her relief. Past the driveway was a carefully ordered sidewalk which ran between two snarling stone gargoyles several feet high, before passing through a rose garden bedded with pure white gravel, a bit on the nose. The rose vines looked old, and they crept and twined around the whole garden, even spreading onto the base of the gargoyle sentries. An array of colored lights cast the garden in shades of soft blues and greens, giving Harry a glimpse of some rather nasty-looking thorns under the roses. Appropriate, he guessed. I will carry my brother inside, Lara said. If you do, in fact, wish to go and search for my little sister alone, I will not stop you, even if I will say that it is risky. Given Thomas is in this state since you shot him, maybe me and Inari should be ones helping him. Harry snarked back. Lara's lips thinned, before she sighed. Very well. Sounds good to me. Inari agreed. Lara stepped out of the car, opening the rear door to help her younger sister, but before she could do anything Mouse leapt awake and assaulted her with a flurry of squeaky barks and growls. Inari kept a hold of him, preventing him from throwing himself more literally at the older vampire, who jerked back her hand in surprise and annoyance. Is there something wrong with your pet? Harry let out a chuckle as he stepped out of his car, stretching his legs a bit. Guess he doesn't trust you. Oh, a mutt does not trust me, Lara rolled her eyes. Whatever shall I do? She still didn't try again. Inari giggled and handed Mouse to Harry, who tucked the overeager puppy into his suit pocket. That did not dissuade the small dog, as he popped his head out in short order and continued growling at Lara. There. No need to beware this dog. For now. Lara gave him an unimpressed look, instead helping Inari extricate Thomas from the car as gently as possible. He was looking better than he had been, but he was still deathly pale. Inari threw one of his arms over her shoulders, and Harry did the same with the other one, making sure to keep a bit of wool ready to pull up a shield. Inari was stronger than she looked, but Thomas was not supporting any of his weight, and Harry was tired. He still refused to show any weakness. He could not afford to. Did you not say you were going to seek out my missing sister? Lara asked archly. Harry nodded. Of course. He waved at the front door. Lara gave him a confused look, surprisingly unperturbed, before turning on her bare heel and stalking to the manor entrance. It would have been more intimidating if she wasn't almost naked. As it was very distracting. The rest of the group followed Lara up the path to the house. The elder Raith pushed a button on some kind of security panel and announced herself by name. A second later, there was a clicking sound of a turning lock, and one of the large doors swung inward slowly. Standing inside, just outside the arc of the door, was a very annoyed-looking Tania, arms crossed and fingers tapping impatiently on the arm of her jacket. She looked almost no worse for wear, but Harry spotted a few splotches of bloodstains on her jacket, as well as how her facial features seemed to pop out more than normal. She was a bit hungry, but looked mostly fine. Tania! Inari exclaimed, voice filled with relief. Lara let out a quiet breath, body relaxing noticeably. Inari, Tania greeted. Lara, Dresden. Good to see you are alive, if not entirely well. She moved to inspect Thomas's wounds and TSKED. That is probably more than a few morsels can fix. Well shit, you weren't kidding about family business. Harry blinked as one of Tania's school friends commented on the injured vampire. What the hell was he doing here? Oh right. Tania didn't own a car like that. He's probably going to need a doctor to get the bullet fragments out. Inari agreed as Tania swapped places with her, the vampire twin hefting their brother with little effort, even with the human twin giving her a tight hug. She angled her head towards a bench, probably for guests, and Harry helped her gently set Thomas down. Charlie. Inari chirped, nearly bowling over the shorter man. What are you doing here? Hey, sunshine, he answered, sounding slightly strained. Gave Tania a ride. Sounds like you guys had a rough night. He kept his hands to himself, even as Inari glommed him, glancing nervously at bloody and nearly naked Lara and Thomas's injuries. Shall we wake the doctor? Tania asked Lara. The older Raith sister opened her mouth to answer, eyeing Inari and Charles with a look bordering on concern. She cocked her head to the side, eyes widening. The headlights of another car swept across the impromptu gathering. A white limo pulled into the drive, stopping next to the blue Beetle. Right after it came a white sedan, halting directly behind the limo. Okay, seriously, they were white court vampires, but this was a little ridiculous. The limo driver was a tall woman, not as tall as the twins, while they were tall, in a grey uniform. Her hair was pulled back in a serious braid and she had dark red lipstick for some reason. A man of similar height and uniform exited the passenger side of the limo. Harry's gaze settled on the man's shoulder rig, watching as he swept his gaze over the surroundings, checking for lines of fire. Definitely a bodyguard. Which meant... oh, crap. 2 more bodyguards got out of the sedan. Another man and a woman, looking very similar. 2 sets of identical twins. Harry felt sick to his stomach. The bodyguards fanned out around the limo in rote coordination, only paying cursory attention to the unplanned greeting party. The driver opened the back door of the limo, and the temperature suddenly plummeted despite the residual autumn heat. A man slid gracefully out of the car. He stood calmly to his full height of around 6 feet, smoothing out his white linen suit, which matched his pale skin and dark hair fashionably well. Harry spotted some kind of red gem affixed to his left earlobe, the color contrasting his fine, straight black hair. Lord Raith had long fingers, broad shoulders, and the eyes of a relaxed monster. For some reason the only thing Harry could think about was how he was shorter than Tania. The old monster turned and reached out a hand, helping a woman out of the limo. From first glance, Harry could tell she was one of the Raith sisters, though this one had her dark hair done in a pixie cut. She slid out of the limo, sliding against her father affectionately. A little too affectionately. At the doorway, Lara shivered. "No," she whispered breathlessly. Lord Raith took his time to approach the battered group, striding over deliberately, and inexorably. The doubles fell into rank to his sides and behind him, and Harry couldn't help but be reminded of dolls. The other sister's eyes widened at Lara's state, but she did not dare move faster than their father as he idly paused next to one of the gargoyles and plucked a stem and rose from one of the bushes. He walked towards them again, plucking off leaves and thorns carefully, his presence keeping them in place. Even the completely normal Charles could sense something was off, given his widening eyes. Mouse hid in Harry's pocket with a whimper. It took until he was only a few paces from her for Lara's father to finally look up from the rose. "Ah, dearest Lara," he crooned, voice deep, smooth and unnervingly pleasant. "It is always a delight to see you." Lara kept her expression in a neutral mask, trying to cover the tension Harry could see in her stance. She angled her head in a courtly bow, eyes fixed on the sidewalk. Behind her, Tania was stone-faced, and Inari matched her twin, the two standing behind their sister in a sort of parallel to Lord Raith's guards. It was really wrong, seeing Tania so meek, and Inari so still. Their father smiled, sweeping his gaze over the rest of the party, gaze distant and uncaring, as if they were beneath his notice. "Have you been well?" His gaze paused on Harry, a brief look of distaste flickering his eyes before it vanished. "He didn't even do anything." "Yes, my lord." The creep freaking pouted and somehow made it look manly. "So formal, little Lara. Even at this hour. My, I have missed you." Lara sighed. She glanced a warning at Harry, not that he needed one. Tania had already frantically signed for caution behind her back. The eldest Raith sister stepped closer to her father and kissed his cheek, never lifting her eyes. "You, father." Harry had a feeling they were in danger. No violence in this chapter, and probably none for a few more chapters. Fair warning, the next few chapters are going to have some uncomfortable scenes because of Raith family dynamics.